Historical Dictionary of Eritrea. 3rd edition. Dan Connell. Reader's Notes. Both Tigrinya, derived from Geez and the first language of half Eritrea's population, and Arabic, the second language of most others and a key medium for regional commerce, lack formal systems of transliteration to the Roman alphabet. As a result, commonly used personal names and place names are often conveyed differently in English, Italian, and other European languages. We have used those spellings most frequently appearing in the English language press and, in the case of individuals, have used the spellings people chose for themselves. Eritreans traditionally use first names and do not carry surnames. Instead, they add the father's name as a second name and so on for other male antecedents. For this reason, all entries for Eritreans are listed alphabetically by first name, including those in the diaspora who may have adopted host country practices. Thus, the Eritrean president's name, derived from the biblical Isaiah, is rendered as Isaias, as per his preference, though other Eritreans may favor Isaias. Similarly, his second name, and his father's first name, is rendered as Afwerki, though some Eritreans use Afwerki, among several alternative versions. Other Eritrean words, where they appear in the text, are direct phonetic renderings of Geez. Where alternative spellings for dictionary entries may be encountered by the reader, we have indicated them in parentheses, preceded by alt. A special note must be added concerning the spelling of Tigray, Tigray, Tigrayan, and Tigrinya. Throughout this volume, Tigray will refer to the Ethiopian province and Tigrayan to its inhabitants, as opposed to Eritreans. Tigray will refer to lowland Eritreans who speak the Tigray language, and Tigrinya will refer to highland Eritreans who speak the Tigrinya language, also spoken by the Tigrayans of Ethiopia's Tigray province. We have adopted these spellings not because they represent the best transliteration of Geez spelling, which is largely the same for these different peoples, places, and languages, but to differentiate them from one another as clearly as possible and to break with the practice in older publications that used an Amharic version of these words, following the directive of Ethiopia's late emperor, Haile Selassie I, rather than the preference of the peoples to whom they refer. All monetary figures preceded by the symbol dollar are in current US dollars. One of the problems with securing reliable demographic information for Eritrea is that most international surveys assume a base population of 5 to 6 million, while the actual figure is 3 to 4 million. This latter number appears in a 2016 comprehensive country assessment produced jointly by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the Eritrean government that pegs the population at 3.6 million. The World Bank also uses this figure. But sources ranging from the CIA World Factbook to the UN's own population division use the inflated numbers, presumably calculated by extrapolating from previous trends in the absence of hard data, though doing so skews such things as national education rates lower and tilts things like per capita health-related outcomes higher. The problem arises from the fact that no formal national census has been taken since the 1950s, and the government has not published its precise count, even though it issues identity cards to all its citizens and therefore has the data. In order to facilitate the rapid and efficient location of information and to make this book as useful a reference tool as possible, extensive cross-references have been provided in the dictionary section. Within individual entries, terms that have their own entries are in boldface type the first time they appear. Related terms that do not appear in the text are indicated in the C also at the end of the entry. C refers to other entries that deal with the topic. Chronology. Ca 8000 BC. Tools in the Barka Valley provide earliest evidence of human settlement in a coastal marine environment. Ca 6000 BC. Earliest cave paintings in Akele Goze and Sahel. 2500 to 1500 BC. Egyptian trading expeditions to Eritrean coast. 1500 to 1200 BC. Earliest evidence of South Arabian contacts with Eritrean coast. 700 to 500 BC. Pre-Aksumite civilization develops in highlands. 500 to 300 BC. Urban civilization develops in eastern Akele Goze. Ca 230 BC. Port of Atulis is founded by Ptolemy Euergetes. Ca 100 AD. Rise of Aksumite control over network of urban trade centers connecting Tigray with Akele Goze and Atulis. Ca 325 to 360 rule of Aksumite Emperor Izana, who converts to monophysite Christianity. 525 Emperor Caleb conquers southern Arabia. 615 to 629 Emperor Arma aids Muslim refugees from Arabia. 640 to 702 Naval wars with expanding Muslim empire for control of Red Sea accelerate decline of Aksumite Empire. 702 to 703 Muslim expedition sacks Atulis, seizes Dalak Islands. 750 to 850 Bajas expand into highlands and found new many states on ruins of Aksumite Empire, called Kingdom of the Habesha by Arabs. Ca 900 to 1200 Habesha control of Red Sea coast declines, as Dalak and Masawa Islands become base for Arab commercial penetration and Muslim proselytizing. Aga and Saho peoples move into central Eritrea. 1200s Eritrean highlands is ruled by Zagwe governor of Madri Bari. 1320 to 1337 Iwostatus preaches Christian doctrine with strong regionalist political content. 1325 to 1328 Abyssinian Emperor Mcion deposes rulers of Madri Bari and creates military colonies. 1350 to 1360 Filippo founds Debrecen as a center of the Eustachian reform movement. 1450 to 1468 Emperor Zara Yacob accepts Eustachian doctrine and imposes governorship of Bar Negasi over central Eritrea. 1517 Turkish rule is extended to Red Sea coast. 1520 to 1526 Portuguese expedition meets Bar Negasi at D. Berway. 1533 to 1535 Ahmed Gran al-Ghazali's Muslim warriors conquer Eritrea and Tigray. 1541 Portuguese forces land at Masawa and join Bar Negasi Yeshak to defeat Ahmed's forces in Akele Goze. 1550s to 1600s Sudanese Fungi control western Eritrea, Beni Amr tribal confederacy is formed. 1557 Turks capture and fortify Masawa and Karen and unsuccessfully attempt to conquer highlands. 1578 Yeshak and Turks are defeated by the Abyssinian emperor in Tigray, leaving Eritrea divided between the Turkish-controlled coast and Abyssinian-controlled plateau. 1589 Turks appoint Naib to govern coast, while Abyssinian-supported Bar Negasi rules Marib Melash highlands, reinforcing cultural division of region. 1700 to 1740 Gebrekristos of Tsazaga and Sons rule Marib Melash and Tigray, apogee of Bar Negasi's independent power. 1700 to 1831 rival houses of Tsazaga and Hazaga struggle for control of Marib Melash. 1768 to 1771 Bar Negashi Bakru is deposed by Ras Mikael C. Hull, marking rise of Tigrayan power in highlands. 1800 to 1840 Tigray-speaking Christians convert to Islam under influence of Ad Sheikh. 1813 Egyptians occupy Masawa for the first time. 1831 to 1839 Djaz Machwiyub, the governor of Tigray, dominates Marib Melash. 1832 to 1836 Egyptians raid western Eritrea. 1837 Father Giuseppe Sapato initiates Italian Catholic missionary activity in coastal areas. 1840 Egyptians fortify Kassala and impose authority over Beni Amr. 1844 to 1850 Wiyub imposes military administration on highlands and raids lowlands, fostering widespread communal warfare in a sophisticated divide-and-rule strategy. Wiyub seeks French and British support after they establish consuls at Masawa. 1846 to 1849 Egyptians occupy Masawa for a second time. 1856 to 1860 Halu of Tsazaga and Wolde Mikael of Hazaga struggle for control of Hamasine. 1865 Egyptians occupy Masawa for a third time and subdue Naib, Final spread of Islam throughout northeast Eritrea. 1867 First Italian agricultural concession established near Keren. 1868 British Napier expedition into heart of Abyssinia uses Zula and Senef as bases and leaves Tigrayan Emperor Johannes IV in control of the north. 1869 Italian shipping company, Rubattino, purchases Bay of Assab from two local sultans. 1872 Egyptians fortify Missawa, Hirgigo, and Keren under Werner Munzinger's administration. Johannes IV imposes direct Tigrayan rule over Eritrean highlands. 1875 to 1876 Egyptian invasions of highlands are defeated by Johannes IV at Gota Gudi and Gura. 1877 Wolde Mikael defeats Halu at Waki Duba. 1879 Wolde Mikael is arrested and imprisoned. Ras Alula is appointed Tigrayan military governor of central Eritrea. 1882 Assab is transferred to Italian state. Sudanese Mahdiya threatens Egyptian regional control. 1884 Hewitt Treaty provides British recognition of Johannes IV's control over central Eritrea, excluding Missawa. 1885 February, Italians occupy Missawa. November, Egyptians evacuate Eritrea. 1887 January, Ras Alula defeats Italians at Dogali. 1888 March, Italian railway line extends from Missawa to Sahati in coastal lowlands. 1889 August, Italians occupy Asmara and advance to Marib, highlands are devastated by famine. 1890 January 1, Italians formally create colony of Eritrea. 1891 to 1893 Italians begin agricultural colonization of Central Highlands. 1894 December, Bata Hagos leads rebellion against Italians. 1895 January, Tigrayan invasion of Akele Goze is defeated by Italians, who then invade Tigray. 1896 March 1, Italians are defeated at Battle of Adway, leaving 2,000 Eritreans dead and 500 captured and subjected to amputations before release. October, Addis Ababa Treaty confirms Italian sovereignty over Eritrea. 1897 December, Ferdinando Martini becomes first civil governor of Eritrea. 1900 Asmara becomes official colonial capital. 1907 First Eritrean units are sent to fight in Somalia. 1909 Colonial land law declares lowlands state land and ends further colonization in highlands. 1911 Missawa, Asmara Railroad is completed. 1911 to 1932 More than 60,000 Eritrean soldiers serve in Italian colonial wars in Libya. 1921 Earthquake destroys much of Missawa. 1923 to 1926 Irrigated cotton plantation is constructed at Ali Gider, near Tessaniai. 1928 Railway reaches Agordat. 1935 October 3, Italians invade Ethiopia. Massive military recruitment and infrastructure construction, fascists promulgate race laws. 1936 May, Italians occupy Addis Ababa, Eritrean Governorate is enlarged to include Tigray. 1936 to 1937 Urban and industrial growth of Asmara and Dietmar is spurred by large-scale Italian immigration. 1941 February, March, British-led forces capture Agordat. February 1, Barantu, February 2, Keren, March 6. April 1, British occupy Asmara and create military administration but retain Italian civil service. April 8, British forces occupy Missawa. April 11, first U.S. naval warships enter Missawa harbor. May 5, Eritreans organize Maber Fikri Hager, MFH, Movement for Self-Determination. Emperor Haile Selassie I begins campaign for unification of Eritrea with Ethiopia. 1942 First Eritrean-controlled newspaper is published. 1942 to 1944 U.S. and British military bases flourish. Italians in Eritrea develop industry and agriculture for wartime markets. 1943 Ibrahim Sultan founds serf emancipation movement in North and West. 1944 Eritrean police strike is supported by pro-Ethiopian unionists. 1945 Beginning of post-war economic depression and shifting at anti-Italian banditry, British begin to deconstruct military and transport infrastructure. 1946 August 28, Sudanese troops in British garrison massacre Christian Eritreans in Asmara, provoking widespread Muslim, Christian fighting. 22–23 November, WA Bet Gurgis meeting of MFH fails to reunite self-determination movement, unionist and independence groups organize separately. December 3, Ibrahim Sultan founds the Muslim League, which becomes a political party in 1947. 1947 January 1, Tidlaberu forms Unionist Party. February 10, Paris Peace Treaty charges Four Powers Commission with deciding Eritrea's political future. Highland independence supporters form Liberal Progressive Party in Asmara. November 12, Four Powers Commission arrives to find the population divided between Christians favoring union and Muslims favoring independence. 1948 September 15, Four Powers Commission turns over decision on political future to United Nations, UN. Pro-Ethiopian terrorist attacks on independence leaders increase. 1949 May 17, UN fails to adopt Bevin, Sforza plan for partitioning Eritrea between Ethiopia and Sudan. June, Independence Bloc is formed. 1950 21–23 February, bloody Christian, Muslim rioting in Asmara accompanies arrival of UN Commission of Inquiry, which is unable to agree on Eritrea's future. December 2, UN adopts U.S. sponsored compromise, Resolution 390A, v. Feed raiding Eritrea with Ethiopia. 1951 February, UN Commissioner Ans Mationzo arrives to oversee transition to federation. June, British anti-Shifta campaign ends most political violence. 1952 March, First Eritrean Assembly is elected. June 10, undrafted constitution is adopted, Unionist leader Tidlaberu is elected chief executive. September 15, Ethio-Eritrean Federation takes effect, Ethiopian military occupies key towns and ports. November, Woldemariam organizes the Confederation of Free Eritrean Labor Unions. 1953 February, Woldeb is wounded in 7th assassination attempt, followed by exile. May 22, the United States signs 25-year lease with Ethiopian government for communications base at Kagnu Station, Asmara. 1955 July 23, fall of Chief Executive Tidlaberu, he is replaced by Asfaha Woldemikael. 1956 September, Second Assembly is elected with Unionist majority, Woldeb makes nationalist radio broadcasts from Cairo, student protests and boycotts take place but are repressed. 1958 10–14 March, general strike in Asmara against Unionist labor laws occurs, Ethiopian troops fire on protesters, killing several and wounding hundreds, marking the end of Eritrean peaceful protest. November, Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM, is formed in Port Sudan. December 24, Eritrean flag is banned. 1960 July 10, Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, is founded in Cairo by Idris M. Adam and others. September, Third Assembly is elected in Unionist-controlled voting, Amharic is declared official language. 1961 September 1, Hamid Idris Awad, with 13 fighters and 4 rifles, battles police on Mt Adal, initiating armed struggle for independence. November, ELF begins military campaign in West. 1962 November 14, Ethiopian annexation of Eritrea is accepted by Assembly without a vote, Federation is dissolved, ELF numbers 60 fighters in 2 platoons. 1963–64 ELF expands operations to Northern Highlands and Coast, receives growing Arab support. 1965 May, ELF leaders divide Eritrea into 4 zonal commands based on geographic divisions and eliminate ELM attempt to field its own guerrilla force. 1966 October, Isaias Afwerki joins ELF, Christian 5th Zone created in Central Highlands, with Isaias appointed political commissar. 1967 February, first major Ethiopian military operations in Western Lowlands, 28,000 refugees flee to Sudan, Isaias, Romedan M. Nur, and 3 other zonal commissars are sent to China for training. 1968 June 16, reform of ELF is discussed at a Redab meeting. September 5, Omar Azaz is defeated at Hal Hal. September 19, ELF reformists hold Ansaba conference and form tripartite unity forces. 1969 August, ELF is restructured at Adabaha conference. 1970 March, ELF Christian recruits are massacred, some Christian fighters withdraw to Allah with Isaias as others flee to Sudan. June, Osman S. Sab transports ELF dissidents to Denkel, where they organize People's Liberation Forces at Pseudo Ha'ila and move north to meet the Allah Group. November, Abel Group is formed by Beni Amer dissidents in western Eritrea. December 1, Ethiopians massacre more than 600 villagers at Ona. December 16, martial law and free fire zones declared on Sudanese border and coastal regions, 10,000 more refugees flee to Sudan. 1971 April, a dozen members of as yet unconnected ELF breakaway groups launch clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, with Isaias at its head. October, November, a 29-day ELF Congress restructures leadership under new Executive Committee and Revolutionary Council led by Idris Mohammed Adam and Hurriyet Idla Beru but dominated by clandestine Labour Party. Military Committee under Abdullah Idris reorganizes army. December, Abel Group reorganizes as the Eritrean Liberation Forces. 1972 January, Eritrean Liberation Forces, Abel Group, Popular Liberation Forces, PLF, and PLF2, Allah Group, establish a loose alliance. February, ELF leaders decide to liquidate the 3 breakaway groups, beginning a civil war that does not conclude until 1974. September, anti-Ethiopian student demonstrations close Eritrean schools. 1973 February, ELF attacks breakaway factions in Battle of Gerger. September, PLF-1 and PLF-2 merge to form Eritrean People's Liberation Forces, EPLF. New field leadership under Isaias Afwerki executes leaders of leftist Menka faction and imprisons unrepentant members. 1974 February, September, Ethiopian Revolution, military mutinies in Eritrea. September, November, Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie I is overthrown by military coup. General Aman Endem, an Eritrean, is named to head Ethiopian Derg Committee. He attempts political settlement in Eritrea but is killed by Mengistu Haile Mariam's faction. October 13, ELF and EPLF declare truce at Zagar. December, Ethiopian AFAN death squads operate in Asmara. 1975 January 31 to February 11, ELF commandos free 1,000 captives from Adi Kwala and Sembel prisons as ELF and EPLF units penetrate Asmara. Heavy fighting leaves 4,000 civilians dead, with thousands more fleeing to join liberation fronts and most Eritrean police defecting. February 15, martial law is applied to entire territory. Massacres of civilians occur at Wakiduba, Hagar, and other villages. March, Black Sunday occurs in Agordat where close to 200 civilians are massacred. May, Second ELF Congress elects Ahmed Nasser to leadership. August, September, ELF leaders negotiate merger with EPLF foreign mission head Osman Sab. November 12, EPLF field leadership rejects merger, repudiates Sab, and arrests leaders of rightist Yamin group, who are later executed. December, some 220,000 Eritrean refugees are now in Sudan. 1976 March, Sab and followers regroup as the Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF. May, Ethiopian Peasant March is defeated at Zalambesa. November, clandestine EPRP holds first Congress inside EPLF and elects Central Committee, CC. 1977 January, EPLF convenes first organizational Congress, installing EPRP-CC as its Politburo and adopting program drafted by EPRP. January, July, EPLF captures towns of Karora, Nakfa, Afabet, Karen, and Deekmher. January, August, ELF captures towns of Om Hajar, Tessanii, Agordad, Adi Kuala, and Menfera. June, ELF leaders purge Falul movement. October 20, ELF, EPLF unity agreement reached in Khartoum. 21–23 December, EPLF captures Massawa mainland but suffers heavy losses in attacks on naval base and port facilities. Major Soviet military support for Ethiopia is evident in battles. 1978 January, Liberation Fronts control 95% of Eritrea and surround Asmara. March, April, as EPLF captures towns on Asmara-Massawa Road, EPLF and ELF implement unity agreement and announce joint leadership. Battles of Adi Hausha and Waki Duba occur outside Asmara. May, ELF, EPLF joint offensive on Barantu fails. June, July, Ethiopia launches first round of multi-pronged offensive, defeats ELF in western lowlands and Sirte, recapturing towns, defeats EPLF at Mayani, triggering EPLF withdrawal from Akele Goze and Massawa. November 20, second offensive breaks through EPLF lines at Adi Yakob, followed by Battle of Elabard and EPLF's strategic withdrawal to Sahel. December, some 400,000 Eritrean refugees are now in Sudan. 1979 6–9 February, Ethiopia's third offensive is stopped by EPLF and ELF on trench line around Nakfa. March 30 to April 11, fourth offensive fails to outflank EPLF lines around Aljana. 14–26 July, fifth offensive is defeated along front lines stretching 400 kilometers from northeast Sahel through Nakfa to Barka. December, first EPLF counterattack around Nakfa occurs. 1980 January, EPLF counterattacks occur in northeast Sahel. April-May, ELF opens secret negotiations with the Soviet Union. July 7, ELF withdraws units on northeast Sahel front. August 17, Ethiopians attack northeast Sahel. August 28 to November 27, EPLF drives ELF units from most of Eritrea during Second Civil War with help from Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF. November 23, EPLF proposes referendum to decide Eritrea's future. 1981 March 24, Saudi Arabia supports formation of an Islamist movement among former ELF fighters. August, September, EPLF and TPLF drive remaining ELF units over border into Sudan. December, some 500,000 Eritrean refugees are now in Sudan. 1982 January, March, Derg moves military headquarters to Asmara to implement multifaceted Red Star campaign intended as final solution to Eritrean war. February 15, Ethiopia's sixth offensive is launched on three fronts, Barka, Nakfa, and northeast Sahel. March 25, ELF military commander Abdallah Idris attempts a violent coup during meeting of ELF factions in Rasai, Sudan, triggering lasting splits. June, Ethiopian offensive is defeated with heavy losses on both sides. December, Ethiopian attack is defeated north of Hal Hal. 1983 March, former ELF fighters of Sigam return to Eritrea in agreement with EPLF. 23 March, June, Ethiopian 7th, stealth, offensive around Hal Hal is defeated after heavy fighting. December, EPLF offensive in Barka begins. 1984 January 15, EPLF recaptures Tessanii. 19–21 March, EPLF defeats Ethiopian forces in northeast Sahel. May 22, EPLF commando raid on Asmara airport occurs. July, December, severe famine sends 140,000 Eritreans to Sudan in search of food. 1985 July 6, EPLF occupies Barentu. August 25, Ethiopians recapture Barentu and Tessenei. October 10 to November 29, Ethiopian Red Sea offensive against Nakfa and the Ansaba Valley fails. 1986 clandestine EPRP holds second Congress and adds 3 military commanders to the CC, as Isaias launches 3 privileges campaign to weaken political rivals. 1987 12 to 19 March, EPLF convenes Second and Unity Congress in Sahel, adopting new program drafted by EPRP. 8 to 11 December, EPLF launches surprise attack on Nakfa front. 1988 17 to 19 March, EPLF destroys Northern Ethiopian Army in Battle of Afabet, Derg abandons northern and western Eritrea. April 1, EPLF breaks through Hal front. 10 to 11 May, EPLF assault on Karen fails. May 12, Ethiopians massacre more than 400 civilians at Shebe. 13 to 23 May, Ethiopian counter-offensive is defeated outside Afabet. May 14, Ethiopia declares martial law throughout Eritrea and begins widespread aerial bombardment of rebel-held towns. December, more than 600,000 Eritreans are now internally displaced. 1989 January 17 to February 3, Ethiopian armored forces are defeated in Battle of Seminawi Bari. 15 to 22 February, EPLF Brigade supports TPLF at Battle of Shire in Tigray. 15 to 19 March, EPLF liberates southwestern Syria. 22 to 30 March, Ethiopians fail to break out of Karen. 16 to 18 May, Ethiopian military coup fails after fighting in Asmara. September 7 and November 20, inconclusive Ethiopian, Eritrean peace negotiations sponsored by former U.S. President Jimmy Carter. December, nearly 2 million Eritreans are threatened with famine. 1998 to 16 February, EPLF seizes coastal plain and Misawa. March, April, Ethiopians bomb Misawa, heavy fighting occurs below Ginda. 24 to 30 April, EPLF liberates southern Akele Goze. May 28 to June 3, EPLF offensive occurs around Saginiata. 6 to 15 August and September 30, heavy fighting occurs on Deepmhair front. 1991 January 14, UN begins relief shipments to Misawa. February 27 to April 4, EPLF Denkel offensive drives from Tio to Balil. 19 to 21 May, EPLF breaks through Deepmhair front. May 24, EPLF takes control of Asmara after Ethiopian defenses collapse and army flees toward Sudan. May 25, EPLF takes control of Asab. May 28, Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPIRDF, occupies central Addis Ababa. May 29, EPLF forms Provisional Government of Eritrea. June, July, EPLF deports 83,000 Ethiopian prisoners of war and 44,000 Ethiopian civilians. 1 to 5 July, Addis Ababa Conference on Ethiopia's Political Future accepts plan for Eritrean referendum on self-determination. October, Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council agrees to a meeting with EPLF in Asmara to negotiate return, trip is cancelled at Isaias's insistence. November, EPLF announces programs for national service, demobilization of fighters, foreign investment, and labor organization. December, nearly 80% of Eritrean population depends on food aid. 1992 February, EPLF establishes Provisional National Assembly composed of its CC and 64 appointed members. March, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNCRA, and Commission for Eritrean Refugee Affairs disagree over resources needed to repatriate 500,000 refugees from Sudan and break off relations. April 7, Referendum Commission is created to manage ballot on Eritrea's political status. June 20, First Martyrs' Day marks announcement of more than 65,000 war dead. December, by this time, some 70,000 refugees have voluntarily repatriated from Sudan. 1993 6–17 January, Isaias Afwerki, critically ill with cerebral malaria, is airlifted by the United States to hospital in Israel. 23–25 April, unobserved national referendum approves independence by 99.8% majority. May 20, disgruntled EPLF fighters stage armed protest in Asmara over continuing unpaid service. May 24, formal independence is celebrated. Isaias Afwerki is named by Provisional National Assembly as first president of Eritrea. May 28, Eritrea takes seat at UN. June 7, EPLF appoints State Council as executive branch of transitional government. July 14, demobilization plan for army is announced. December 16, Sudan-based guerrillas of Eritrean Islamic Jihad movement battle Eritrean Defense Forces in Barca. 1994 10–17 February, EPLF holds Third Congress, transforms itself into the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, and approves a national charter for future constitutional government. Isaias reveals existence of secret EPRP, he says it was dissolved. March 15, Isaias appoints 50-member Constitution Commission headed by former EPLF representative to the UN Barakit Habd Selassie. May 16, new government promulgates national service law. July 11, war-disabled fighters protest demobilization at Mai Habar Training Center, 3 are killed. July, September, first good rainy season in a decade. August 1, first group of national service trainees goes to Sawa in Barca. August 12, joint ministerial meeting with Sudan is convened to improve relations. September, Eritrea, Ankara, and Sudan sign agreements on refugee repatriation pilot project. December 5, Eritrea breaks diplomatic relations with Sudan over Sudanese support for Eritrean Islamic Jihad. Eritrea asks Ethiopia to arrest and extradite members of Eritrean opposition groups but request is refused. 1995 April 15, government replaces Eritrea's 8 provinces with 6 Zabas, regions, one of which is Greater Asmara. June 17, Eritrea invites Sudanese opposition parties to Asmara to form National Democratic Alliance and gives them former Sudan embassy for offices. 15–18 December, Eritrean forces battle the Yemeni army and take control of the disputed Hanish Islands. 1996 June 21, Yemen and Eritrea agree to send the Hanish Islands issue to arbitration. Regional and local governments are streamlined to strengthen their viability and decentralize government authority. 1997 May 23, 527-member Constituent Assembly ratifies Constitution, but President Isaias postpones implementation. November 8, Eritrea's new currency, the Nakfa, begins circulating. 1998 May, June, a shootout in the disputed border village of Badme triggers all-out border war between Eritrea and Ethiopia. U.S. Rwandan mediation effort fails. After a temporary truce is reached, Ethiopia begins mass expulsion of Ethiopians of Eritrean origin accused of being fifth columnists. October 9, International Arbitration Panel awards Yemen the Greater Hanish Islands and divides the smaller islands among the two nations. 1999 February, March, second round of border war, with Ethiopia capturing Badme but refusing to enter negotiations. Ethiopia continues forced expulsions, whose numbers exceed 70,000. 10 opposition groups meet in Sudan to form Alliance of Eritrean National Forces, AENF, under leadership of Abdullah Idris. 2000 January, PFDJ Central Council calls on President Isaias to hold elections, he refuses. May, in third round of fighting, Ethiopia captures Barentu and takes control of Barca lowlands and sections of highland interior, displacing 600,000 civilians. June 18, Eritrea and Ethiopia sign a ceasefire and agree to have UN monitor compliance. July, United Nations mission in Ethiopia and Eritrea, UNMI, is deployed to uphold ceasefire. September, National Assembly debates the President's handling of war and political transition and sets up commission to define rules for multi-party elections. December 12, Eritrea and Ethiopia sign Algiers agreement to turn border dispute over to International Commission for final decision. Berlin manifesto by 13 academics and professionals protesting undemocratic practices of the ISAIS government is leaked to the media. 2001 February, UNMI troops arrive to enforce 2000 peace deal, elections are postponed. 19 PFDJ leaders petition ISAIS for emergency CC meeting on stalled democratization process, he refuses. April, unsigned reform manifesto critiquing ISAIS and calling for implementation of the constitution is published in private press. Party Commission Chair and unofficial Vice President Mahmoud Sharifo is sacked as Minister of Local Government after releasing report on multi-party elections. May, 15 of the February petitioners, the G15, publish open letter to PFDJ members on the Internet. June, G15 leaders Haile Woldetensai and Petros Solomon are stripped of ministerial posts. July, High Court Chief Justice Team Bayani is removed after criticizing the President for judicial interference. University of Asmara Student Union leader Semira Kezit is arrested for protesting summer work program. August, hundreds of protesting university students are rounded up, beaten, and sent to a desert work camp. Student union is disbanded. G15 publish reform agenda in the private press. 18 to 19 September, 11 members of the G15 and 10 journalists are arrested as government bans dissent and shuts down private press. October, more arrests follow, including 2 Eritrean employees of the U.S. Embassy. 2002 January, National Assembly, purged of reformists, meets for the first time in 18 months, the Assembly denounces dissidents, affirms the President's agenda, and promises elections. April, Eritrea, Ethiopia Boundary Commission, EEBC, renders decision on the disputed frontier, awarding Badme to Eritrea. Ethiopia rejects the decision. May, ISAIS government bans all religious groups but Eritrean Orthodox, Catholic, Lutheran, and Traditional Islam, postpones elections. October, 14 opposition groups meet in Addis Ababa and reorganize the AENF as the Eritrean National Alliance, ENA, pledging to overthrow the ISAIS government. 2003 July, Eritrean security officers arrest Voice of America correspondent Iklalo Solomon for reporting on grieving parents of war dead. August, government introduces petrol rationing. December, Aster Yohannes, wife of jailed G15 leader Petros Solomon, is arrested upon arrival in Asmara. 2004 March, African Commission on Human Rights rules the detention of G15 is illegal. May 25, bomb in Barentu attributed to Islamist opposition injures 90 people. August 27, Eritreans deported from Libya hijack plane bound for Asmara and land in Khartoum. September, hundreds of banned church members are arrested. 2005 January, opposition ENA, numbering 16 members, reorganizes as the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. March, government announces agreement with 2 Canadian companies to begin mining gold reserves in 2008, arrests 3 trade union leaders for threatening strikes, and announces stiff penalties and fines for using foreign currency without permission. May, government announces strict new regulations for the 37 foreign non-governmental organizations in Eritrea. July, government expels U.S. Agency for International Development. December, Amnesty International reports Eritrea has detained 26 pastors of proscribed religious groups and more than 1,750 parishioners. Open Doors ranks it the world's 13th worst persecutor of Christians, after China and ahead of Turkmenistan. 2006 February, 11 Sharia law courts in Somalia, each with its own militia, form the Islamic Courts Union, ICU, and, with Eritrean support, seize control of the southern region. March 20, Eritrean government shuts down operations of 3 of 13 aid agencies left in the country. May 31, government requires permits for foreigners to leave Asmara. June, Eritrea mediates peace agreement between Sudan government and Eastern Front rebels. October, with 14 reporters in prison, Eritrea is called one of world's worst jailers of journalists by the Committee to Protect Journalists and rated world's third worst violator of free expression, ahead of Turkmenistan and North Korea, by Reporters Without Borders. November 3, Sudan and Eritrea sign cooperation accord. December 28, Eritrean-backed ICU abandons Somalia capital after Ethiopia invades the country, triggering proxy war between Eritrea and Ethiopia. 2007 January, EDA coalition, numbering 11 opposition groups, splits into two blocks at its second Congress in Addis Ababa. June, Eritrea and Iran establish diplomatic relations. September, Somali opposition forces establish alliance for the re-liberation of Somalia in Asmara. November, EEBC dissolves itself. December, Eritrea declares virtual demarcation by commission sufficient, says dispute settled, and embargoes food and fuel for UNMI peacekeepers, forcing pullback from the border. 2008 March, Reuters reporter is expelled from Eritrea for saying the government silences critics. EDA coalition convenes Third Congress in Addis Ababa with 13 organizations. April, UNMI is formally dissolved after withdrawing troops and observers from the tense border. May, June, Eritrea engages in an armed confrontation with Djibouti over border issues, UN Security Council urges maximum restraint. July, UNMI completes withdrawal of all peacekeeping forces along the Eritrea-Ethiopia border and closes down the mission. 2009 January, Ethiopia withdraws troops from Somalia, leaving a small African Union peacekeeping force, as a new coalition that includes groups formerly in the Eritrean-backed insurgency takes control. April, Eritrea opens embassies in Chad and Iran. May, 4 EDA factions based in western Eritrea, ELF, Islah, Alkalas, and Eritrean Federal Democratic Movement EFDM, form alliance to restore Muslim rights. June, 2 EDA factions with small, ethnic constituencies, Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrean Kunama and Red Sea Afar Democratic Organization, form a new alliance, the Democratic Front for Eritrean Nationalities. December, UN Security Council imposes sanctions on Eritrea for its support of armed Islamist groups in Somalia. 2010 January, the Eritrean Democratic Party, Eritrean People's Movement, and Eritrean People's Party merge into the Eritrean People's Democratic Party, intertwining key threads from the two main liberation fronts and historical rivals ELF and EPLF in EDA in a continuing process of consolidation within the opposition. August, the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, Inc., convenes a founding conference in Addis Ababa to launch an organizing drive for a national council. 2011 July, the United Nations Monitoring Mission on Eritrea and Somalia charges that Eritrea was behind a foiled plot by the opposition Oromo Liberation Front to bomb a January African Unity Summit meeting in Addis Ababa. November, Inc. creates a 127-member national council at a conference in Hawassa, Ethiopia, as precursor for a government in exile. However, the effort later collapses. 2012 January, 5 European tourists are killed in Ethiopia's eastern Afar region by anti-government rebels based in Eritrea, causing tensions between the two states to rise and Ethiopia to threaten retaliatory action. March, Ethiopia carries out air attacks on training camps for Ethiopian opposition groups in Eritrea. Eritrea does not respond. December, Israel completes border fence from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, blocking access for Eritrean asylum seekers. 2013 January, Fordo mutiny occurs in Asmara as a small military unit briefly seizes the information ministry to broadcast demands for reforms before the uprising collapses. October, more than 500 refugees and migrants die in a shipwreck off the coast of the Italian island of Lampedusa, most of them Eritreans, which triggers riots in Ethiopia's Myane refugee camp where 3 are killed by police. 2014 March, EDF Chief of Staff General Gebrexiab Herwachu and Mariam dies and is replaced by General Filippo Wolde Johannes. General Sebat Ephraim is reassigned from the Ministry of Defense to the Ministry of Energy and Mines in a cabinet shake-up, with the post of Defense Minister left unfilled. 2015 April, Presidential Advisor and PFDJ Political Affairs Director Yemina Gabrib announces a plan to scale back the terms of national service to diplomats and media in Europe. September, Eritrea gives basing rights in ASAP to the United Arab Emirates for air and naval facilities to support the Saudi-led coalition in the Yemen civil war. November, government announces that over the next 6 weeks, all paper currency must be exchanged for new bills that are deposited in banks. Withdrawals will be limited to earn 5,000/month. 2016 January, European Union signs €200 million cooperation agreement with Eritrea, mainly for the energy sector. Eritrea's information minister quashes notion that national service will be scaled back before the conflict with Ethiopia ends. Outflow of refugees to Ethiopia tops 3,000/month. February, government issues clemency decree for draft evaders and deserters who voluntarily return to their units. March, government warns that those who fail to take clemency offer will be severely punished, along with families. Ethiopian Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn floats idea of a new peace initiative with Eritrea but offers no details. October, modest raises are announced for national service conscripts and military personnel. Round UPS are stepped up for evaders and deserters, with house-to-house searches and increased checkpoints. Ethiopia declares a 6-month state of emergency after violent, anti-government protests erupt in Oromia and Amhara states. An estimated 11,000 people are arrested in the first month. Ethiopia's peace initiative is shelved. 2017 February, Ethiopia announces release of half the 22,000 people by then arrested in anti-government protests. March, Ethiopian Parliament extends the state of emergency by 4 months. August, Ethiopia lifts state of emergency after 10 months, releasing most protesters but continuing to hold high-level prisoners. October, Haji Musa Mohammed Nur, the board chair of Asmara's Al-Dia Islamic School, is arrested after denouncing government moves to nationalize the school. Hundreds of Asmarinos take to the streets to protest in the first such public demonstration since 2001, shots are fired, and hundreds are arrested. 2018 February, Haile Mariam Desalegn resigns as Prime Minister of Ethiopia, the government declares a second state of emergency. March, Haji Musa dies in prison, sparking a second round of protests and arrests during the public funeral. April, the Epird Flex Oromo party leader Abiy Ahmed as Prime Minister. Abiy calls for peace with Eritrea, lifts state of emergency, invites exiles and opponents to return to Ethiopia. June, the Epird announces unconditional acceptance of the 2002 EEBC border decision. Eritrea sends a delegation to Addis Ababa for talks. July, Eritrea and Ethiopia sign a 5-point peace declaration in Asmara and begin a normalization process. August, the Somali Republic renews relations with Eritrea. September, Eritrea makes peace with Djibouti. Eritrea and Ethiopia confirm peace commitment in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and open their borders to unrestricted trade and visa-less travel. More than 16,000 asylum seekers cross into Ethiopia within the first month. November 14, UN Security Council adopts a UK resolution lifting the arms embargo and all targeted sanctions on Eritrean officials. Introduction. In 1991, Eritrea won a 30-year war for independence from Ethiopia, and in 1993, it was recognized as Africa's newest nation after more than a century of conquest and occupation by a succession of external powers that included the Ottomans, Egypt, Italy, Great Britain, and Ethiopia. Each had left its mark, while fostering a deep distrust of outsiders and a fierce commitment to Eritrea's separate political identity, as had the United States and the Soviet Union, which had backed successive Ethiopian governments against the liberation fighters. Though the war and drought-ravaged new state had few natural resources and a devastated infrastructure, It was debt-free and largely without crime or corruption, and it began with considerable promise. Its diverse population, roughly half Christian and half Muslim from a medley of ethno-linguistic groups, was united in national purpose, and its widely scattered diaspora, already mobilized to support the armed struggle, was poised to contribute to its post-war reconstruction. The Eritreans formalized their independent status in an April 1993 referendum monitored by the United Nations, UN, after which the transitional government, drawn almost exclusively from the victorious Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, established new state institutions and managed a highly participatory constitution-making process. However, the government refused to permit rival nationalist factions to return or alternative parties to form, leaving Eritrea to function as a tightly centralized, one-party state. A series of regional conflicts, capped in 1998 to 2000 by a bloody border war with Ethiopia, plunged the new country into a cycle of military mobilization and political repression that further stymied its development prospects and sharply reversed progress toward democracy, as implementation of the new constitution was postponed indefinitely, along with the convening of national elections. Meanwhile, Eritrea and Ethiopia slipped into a chronic state of no peace no war that kept the entire Horn of Africa off balance for nearly 2 decades, as the Red Sea Basin, often characterized as the southern flank of the Middle East, became a new theater of global contestation. The standoff ended in 2018 when a newly installed Ethiopian Prime Minister reached out to Eritrea and set in motion a rapid-fire series of talks among the states of the African Horn that broke down long-standing barriers and raised hopes for a new era of regional peace and cooperation. Land and people. Eritrea is a land of striking contrasts. Situated along the southeastern coast of the Red Sea in northeast Africa, it lies between 13 and 18 latitude north and 36 and 43 longitude east and is bounded on the east by Djibouti, on the south by Ethiopia, and on the west by Sudan. It covers an area of 124,300 square kilometers, 45,754 square miles, roughly the size of England, and stretches more than 1,000 kilometers along the Red Sea. The temperate central plateau rises more than 2 kilometers above sea level, while the scorched southeastern Denkel Depression is one of the lowest dryland points on Earth. A lush green belt lies northeast of the capital. To the west are the fertile lowland Barka and Gash plains. Though small in size, Eritrea includes the varied topography and climate variations of an entire continent. It is often said that one can experience 3 seasons there within 2 hours. The 3 main geographical zones are the eastern slopes and coastal plains, the central highlands, known as the Kabesa, and the western lowlands. The low-lying coastal areas are mostly arid but get light winter rains and are crossed by the runoff from the summer rainy season in the highland plateau. The highest temperatures occur from June to August and range from 25 C, 80 F, to as high as 40, 45 C, 110 F. Temperatures rarely fall below 18 C, 64 F, though sea breezes provide some relief, especially on the islands. The rainy season comes in December, February, when cloud cover is common. The people living on the islands year-round are mainly nomadic herders or seasonal farmers and artisanal fishers, though highlanders often bring their herds there during the winter. The slopes along the coastal escarpment and in the north and west have long been the focus of intensive cropping for domestic consumption and export, and the temperate, mountainous interior is densely populated and extensively and intensively cultivated by sedentary farming communities. This is also where much of Eritrea's light industry is situated. The highest temperatures occur in May, reaching 30 C, 84 F, but temperatures can fall as low as the freezing point at night during the winter months of December and January. The short rainy season comes in April and May, and the main rains from late June to early September. Even then, it is normal for the sun to shine part of each day. The more thinly populated western lowlands, which contain more than half the country's arable land, receive runoff from the highlands and have underground water resources, while the Gash region receives substantial summer rains. The hottest season comes in April, June with temperatures reaching 40 C, 100 F. December is the coldest month, as temperatures drop to 10, 12 C, 50, 55 F, but there are dramatic temperature differences there between day and night throughout the year. The rainy season is similar to that of the plateau, though lighter and less frequent outside Gash, but flooding from highland runoff is common in July and August. The only year-round river is the Seti, in southwestern Eritrea, though many others flow from the plateau to the Red Sea and to Sudan during the summer rains, and the Gash, the Barka, and the Ansaba water large agricultural areas most of the year. Eritrea's highest point is the peak of Ambaswara in Zabadabub. Its lowest point is the Kobar Sink in the arid semi-desert of south-central Denkal. More than 350 islands dot the coastline, most of them concentrated in the Dalak archipelago, east of Misawa. The largest of these, Dalak Kabir, is 643 square kilometers with a population of around 1,500 in 9 villages. The capital and largest city is Asmara. The main ports are Misawa and Asab. The country is today divided into 6 Zabas, administrative regions, but many Eritreans continue to reference the historic provinces of Akele Goze, Barka, Denkal, Gash Seti, Hamaseen, Sahel, Semhar, Sinhit, and Sire. Both frameworks are used in this volume. Like most African countries, the borders of modern Eritrea were drawn by European colonial powers, Britain and Italy, at the end of the 19th century. These borders took little account of existing ethnic and cultural unities and divided many pre-colonial peoples, while joining others who had little previous political interaction under a single administration. The result was a cultural mosaic of ethno-linguistic groups. The ecological distinction between the coastal and western lowlands, on the one hand, and the highlands, on the other, is reflected in the economy and culture of these peoples, who can be roughly divided between largely pastoralist and Muslim lowlanders, including most of the country's ethnic minorities, and largely agricultural and Christian highlanders, most of whom are Tigrinya speakers, the country's single largest ethnic group, who, with the Tigray, make up an estimated 80% of the population. History. The earliest hominid remains in Eritrea date from 2 million years ago, placing the land near the dawn of humankind on the planet. Stone tools from Abdur at 125,000 years old are the earliest, best dated evidence for human occupation of a coastal marine environment. The earliest inhabitants were probably related to the Central African Bushmen. Linguistic evidence indicates the next group to inhabit the area were Nilotics akin to today's Kunama and Beria. Place names suggest these people first occupied the highlands and then were slowly driven to their present homes in the southwest by a third population group, Cushitic speakers coming perhaps from the southern areas of the African Horn. There is evidence for both agriculture and livestock rearing in Eritrea by 5000 BC, and by the 2nd millennium BC the Eritrean coast was almost certainly visited by Egyptian trading expeditions. For nearly 1,400 years, the Red Sea coastal city-state of Atulis functioned as a major regional center for commerce and trade. Other important cultural centers also arose during this period in the interior, linked by trade with each other and the African hinterland and only now coming under archaeological scrutiny. Among them were extensive settlements circumscribing modern-day Asmara and large sites at Koedo, Tekhondai, and Keskis, near Adikia, at Midara, near Senev, and at Dure, near Halhul. Greek and Egyptian hunting and trading posts were established in coastal and highland Eritrea in the 3rd century BC and later. Obsidian, volcanic glass, taken from the coastal waters and Red Sea tortoise shell were among the most highly valued items in regional commerce, which also included rhino horn, elephant tusk, frankincense, and hippopotamus hides from the interior. Around 100 AD, a new Habesha political and economic power arose to dominate the Eritrean region, the Aksumite Empire, headquartered in what is now the Tigray region of northern Ethiopia. At its height in the 3rd and 4th centuries, Aksum's domain stretched across the Red Sea to include much of modern Yemen. This kingdom, at times allied with the Byzantine Empire, was the avenue through which Christianity penetrated northeast Africa in the 4th century. In 615, prior to his victory at Mecca, the Prophet Muhammad also sent 15 of his followers to Atalis in an attempt to counter Byzantine power in the region, making Eritrea one of the earliest non-Arabian sites for contact with Islam. Aksum began to decline in the 7th century and collapsed under the strain of internal and external pressures over the next 200 years. Much of its territory in Eritrea was then conquered by the Bejas, who were expanding eastward from Sudan. An independent Islamic kingdom also arose in the Dahlak Islands during this period. As Aksum's authority disintegrated, its main language, Ge'ez, evolved into two of the widest spoken languages in Eritrea, Tigray and Tigrinya. Starting as early as the 4th century, the Bejas, a Cushitic people originating in Sudan, began making incursions into Aksumite territory along the sea coast and in the highlands of northwestern Eritrea. 5 distinct but interrelated Beja kingdoms at their height stretched from southern Egypt to north-central Eritrea. An offshoot, known as the Bello Kingdom, flourished in parts of western Eritrea and eastern Sudan. The descendants of another, the Hedareb, inhabit northern Eritrea today. Meanwhile, from the 8th century onward Muslim Arab civilization influenced commercial and urban development on the Dahlak Islands and began to spread southward, even as the struggles accompanying the southward movement of Habesha political power to the Amhara region of Ethiopia sent waves of Cushitic-speaking refugees into the Eritrean highlands. Among them were ancestors of the Bilan and various Tigrinya clans, as Saho speakers moved into both Akele Goze and the northern highlands, where they formed aristocratic ruling classes over the Tigray-speaking Marya and Mensa peoples. In the 15th and 16th centuries, a similar process occurred as Tigrinya-speaking immigrants formed ruling castes over the Tigray-speaking Bet Askid and others, further reinforcing the typical social division of all Tigray-speaking peoples between aristocratic, Shemagul, and serf, Tigray, elements. Thus, after the fall of the Aksumite Empire, the Eritrean region ceased to be the center of a dominant Habesha civilization and instead became a multicultural periphery of more distant political centers in present-day Ethiopia, Sudan, and Yemen. Ethiopian Amhara political control over central Eritrea reached its high point during the 14th and 15th centuries, but by the early 16th century, it was eroded first by the Muslim Somali/Afar invasion led by Imam Ahmed al-Ghazali, Gran, and then by the Ottoman occupation of the coast. By the end of that century, present-day Eritrea was divided between a Muslim coast whose Afar, Saho, and Tigray peoples were under the nominal rule of the Turkish-appointed Naib of Hirgigo, while the Christian Kabesa was under the nominal rule of the Ethiopian governors of Tigray, and the western lowlands were under the nominal rule of the Funjay Empire of Sudan, whose political appointees, the Nabtabs, welded the Tigray Beja population of Barca into the Beni Amr tribal confederacy. The Ottomans controlled large sections of the northern Eritrean shoreline for some 300 years, including the port of Massawa, which became the capital of what they called Habesh province, but they failed to sustain control of lands in the interior, despite several attempts to penetrate the plateau. In 1846, Muhammad Ali's Egyptian forces took control of Ottoman Habesh and enlarged it by annexing adjacent independently ruled regions in Bogos and Denkel. The Egyptians also expanded into western Eritrea from the Sudanese town of Kassala, though they suffered major losses when they tried to drive farther inland. Nevertheless, the period of direct Egyptian colonial rule over the coastal and western lowlands and the northern highlands in 1865 to 1885 ushered in the modern era, as a communications infrastructure was created and the foundations of the colonial Eritrean state were laid. After Egyptian rule was toppled in Sudan during the Mahdiist uprising of 1888, Cairo's authority in Eritrea collapsed, setting the stage for European penetration. Italian colonization. Before 1885, the European power most concerned with Eritrea was Great Britain, which sought to block French control over the increasingly strategic Red Sea coast following the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869. To this end, the British supported first Egyptian and then Italian sub-imperialism in the region, although they briefly toyed with the idea of supporting the independent Tigrayan power of Johannes IV in 1884, when Admiral William Nathan Wright Hewitt negotiated an agreement recognizing Johannes's authority over all Eritrea, with the exception of Missoua. But, in 1885, the British allowed the Italians to seize Missoua and the former Egyptian colony, fulfilling Italian territorial designs that had begun with the purchase of Assab in 1869. Following their seizure of Missoua, the Italians embarked on a full-scale colonization of Eritrea, part of the wider European scramble for Africa set off by the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885. Johannes IV's defense of the highlands ended with his death in 1889, and the Italians, aided by thousands of Eritrean auxiliaries, quickly occupied the highlands. This occupation was accepted by the new Ethiopian emperor, Menelik II, and on January 1, 1890, the Italian king declared the formation of the colony of Eritrea, taking its name from the ancient Greek name for the Red Sea, Erythraeus, and designating the port of Missoua as its capital. The Italians then turned on their erstwhile Eritrean allies, sending many to prison and death, and seized huge swaths of agricultural land in the highlands, which they planned to settle with Italian farmers. This sparked an anti-colonial revolt led by Bata Hagos in 1894, which directly precipitated the Italian invasion of Tigray and the disastrous Italian defeat by the Ethiopians at Adwa in 1896. Emperor Menelik did not pursue his victory with an invasion of Eritrea, however, but instead confirmed Italian occupation in the peace treaty that followed, renouncing Ethiopian claims to the colony. Although the Italians, like most colonial powers, manipulated Eritrea's ethnic and religious divisions to reinforce their own power, their most important legacy was the administrative and economic integration of the territory, which laid the foundations for the modern Eritrean nation. During the first 3 decades of the 20th century, the Italians built an infrastructure of ports, railroads, roads, telecommunications, administrative centers, and police posts that tied the colony together under a single centralized government and enabled Eritreans to move from one region to another in pursuit of commerce, employment, and social activities. The effect of this on shaping an Eritrean national consciousness was reinforced by large-scale military recruitment from all sections of the colony during the years 1911 to 1932 for Italy's colonial wars in Libya. At the same time, the provocative policy of European agricultural colonization of the Kbessa was abandoned in favor of a far less conflict-laden development of lowland plantation agriculture. Despite the integrative effects of these policies, Italian educational and state employment practices were designed specifically to limit the development of an Eritrean intelligentsia. Beginning in 1932, the fascist government expelled Protestant missionaries, the only source of Eritrean education beyond grade 4, and imposed strict color bars that sharply limited the access of all Eritreans, including those of mixed racial backgrounds, to schools, jobs, and social services in urban areas. In 1935, hundreds of thousands of Italian workers and soldiers poured into the colony in preparation for a second invasion of Ethiopia, and central Eritrea was transformed into a vast military supply base. 40% of working-age male Eritreans were conscripted into the army, while tens of thousands of others found employment in the mushrooming cities and the network of airfields, garages, workshops, and military stores connecting Missoua with the Ethiopian border. That year, the Italians conquered Ethiopia and British Somaliland, administering them, together with Eritrea, in an expanded empire they called Italian East Africa. Meanwhile, by 1941, 20% of Eritreans lived in urban areas, one of the highest ratios in Africa, where most worked as poorly paid soldiers, servants, laborers, and prostitutes. British occupation. Italy's African empire collapsed quickly in the face of an assault by British-led forces in 1941. That April, after returning Haile Selassie to the Ethiopian throne, the British established a military administration in Eritrea and redirected the colony's human and material resources into the Allied war effort. At first, the new rulers did little to alter Italian administrative structures, though some new clinics and schools were opened and Eritreans were hired into the local police. After the end of World War II, however, the British allowed new forms of organization that provided an institutional framework for political action. Trade unions, political parties, and publications as Eritrean nationalism gained a wide, if regionally and ethnically divided, following. The nationalist movement began with the formation of the Maber Fikri Hager, Patriotic Society, in April 1941, among whose original members may be found all the leading figures of the first 2 decades of nationalist politics. The Patriotic Society was originally concerned with ending Italian domination of Eritrean civil life, but a second, irredentist, wing that campaigned for Eritrea's union with Ethiopia was soon formed in Addis Ababa. Anti-Italian feeling ran high in the mid-1940s, and this was channeled by the pro-Ethiopian faction into a growing movement of armed anti-colonial Shifta, bandits/rebels. After the Allied victors in the World War decided that Italy could not regain its African colonies, however, the Patriotic Society began to split into 2 camps. One, led by the Tigray political organizer Ibrahim Sultan and representing the vast majority of Eritrean Muslims, called for independence or a United Nations trusteeship. The other, led by the Tigrinya intellectual THIRD-WORLDISM, called for union with Ethiopia. Between these camps were a number of Muslim and Christian intellectuals, most notably Woldemariam, who called for some form of autonomous federation with Ethiopia as a compromise to keep the nationalist movement unified. The Unionists, however, mobilized Tigrinya/Christian irredentist sentiment through the Orthodox Church, Shifta attacks on Muslim leaders, and intercommunal violence. By the end of 1946, the Federalist Compromise was abandoned as Eritrean political parties formed along sectarian lines. Ibrahim Sultan led the Muslim League, THIRD-WORLDISM led the Unionist Party, and Woldeb led the only non-sectarian Independence Party, popularly called Eritrea for Eritreans. The aim of these parties initially was to lobby the Allied victors' Four Powers Investigation Commission, which was charged with ascertaining Eritrean views on their political future. In 1947, the commission found a divided population and was itself divided on Eritrea's disposal. In 1948, the Four Powers turned the matter over to the UN, which also failed to find a solution to the Eritrean question, although it came close to partitioning Eritrea between Ethiopia and Sudan under a British proposal, the Bevan Sforza Plan. Fear of partition inspired the pro-independence forces to form the Independence Bloc in 1949 to lobby the UN, by which time they represented a majority of Eritreans and threatened to derail the Unionist program. The Ethiopian government responded with a terrorist campaign against all pro-independence forces that reached a crescendo of intercommunal violence in early 1950, when the UN sent its own investigation commission to Eritrea. The UN Commission was just as divided as the earlier commission, however, and the Eritrean dilemma was finally resolved by a U.S. brokered compromise. The United States was determined to retain and develop the former Italian military communications base at Asmara, and Emperor Haile Selassie I, fearful of losing Eritrea altogether, accepted the plan for the creation of an autonomous federation between the two states while guaranteeing the United States access to the communications base. The United States then pushed through the Federation of Eritrea with Ethiopia in UN Resolution 390 v. on December 2, 1950. Ethiopian annexation. The unsponsored federation, which went into effect on September 15, 1952, granted Eritrea the right of self-administration with authority over the police, local taxes, and other domestic affairs, but it gave Ethiopia control of Eritrea's defense, foreign affairs, currency and finance, and international commerce and communications. Eritrea was given a constitution, a separate parliament, a national flag, and two official languages, Tigrinya and Arabic, but the new state lacked the power to defend these externally imposed institutions. Soon after the federation's imposition, Washington signed a treaty with Addis Ababa that gave the U.S. military bases in Asmara and access to naval facilities in Massawa in exchange for equipping and training Ethiopia's armed forces. Newly strengthened, the emperor quickly moved to dismantle Eritrea's limited autonomy. Over the next decade, Ethiopia decreed a preventive detention law, arrested newspaper editors, shut down independent publications, drove prominent nationalists into exile, banned trade unions and political parties, replaced the Eritrean flag with that of Ethiopia, forbid the use of indigenous languages in official transactions and in the schools, and seized Eritrea's share of the lucrative customs duties. Whole industries were relocated from Asmara to Addis Ababa. On November 14, 1962, Ethiopian troops forced the parliament to dissolve itself, as the emperor officially annexed Eritrea as Ethiopia's 14th province. Throughout the 1950s, Eritreans protested Ethiopia's abrogation of the federation and its harsh repression of nationalist sentiment. However, there was no reaction from the international community. In 1957, students mounted mass demonstrations. In 1958, the trade unions launched a 4-day general strike. Ethiopian troops fired on the protesters, killing several and wounding hundreds. This convinced most Eritreans that peaceful public protest was no longer viable. In the late 1950s, after the crackdown, a group of exiles launched the underground Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM, to prepare a mass uprising to challenge Ethiopian rule. The ELM became a popular, clandestine national movement in towns and cities across Eritrea, though it lacked a strategy for armed resistance. During this period, many Muslim Eritreans left for education in the Arab world, and in 1958, students in Cairo formed a militant association there. Inspired by the Algerian Revolution, Idris Mohammed Adam and other Cairo-based nationalists formed the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in July 1960, committed to beginning an immediate armed struggle against Ethiopian rule in Eritrea. The initial ELF leaders were all Muslim, and many of them subscribed to a pan-Arabist ideology that saw Eritrea as part of the Arab world. This ideology was reinforced when Osman Salih Sab joined the movement and quickly rose to prominence as a fundraiser. In addition to its sectarian orientation, the ELF program of immediate armed struggle brought it into conflict with the more secular and multi-ethnic ELM. As the two movements competed for supporters, the Ethiopian security services were alerted to their existence. Both movements attempted to recruit Hamid Idris Awad, an experienced guerrilla leader, and in August 1961, he fled into the mountains from an Ethiopian police raid. He took a small band of fighters with him, and on September 1, 1961, they fired the first shots of the Eritrean independence war on police units at Mount Adal in western Eritrea. Awad's force was recruited into the ELF, out of which a small guerrilla army developed during the early 1960s. War for Independence. The ELF grew steadily through its first decade, but ethnic and religious sectarianism and internal rivalries severely weakened it. Though the front disrupted civil order in much of rural Eritrea, it failed to consolidate its gains. When Ethiopian forces counterattacked, massacring civilians and burning rural villages, thousands of people fled to neighboring Sudan, where some remained as refugees for decades. These setbacks nurtured a rising tide of discontent within the ELF. In 1968 to 1969, the front imploded as democratic forces fought to restructure the movement from the inside. The reform movement, SLA, that emerged from these struggles split into competing political trends, one of which took control of the ELF and restructured it under new leadership in the early 1970s. However, three factions split off with a few hundred fighters among them to create an alternative formation that later produced the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. The division between these two fronts would define the central tension within the nationalist movement for decades to come. In 1972, it erupted into a 3-year civil war after the ELF declared there was only room for one liberation organization in the field. Both wings of the nationalist movement, each led by clandestine Marxist political parties, placed strong emphasis on overcoming ethnic and religious differences and achieving greater social equality. In doing so, they committed the liberation movement to social transformation along with national self-determination, but it was not until 1974 when, After a coup d'état in Ethiopia under a junta calling itself the Derg Committee, and under intensifying pressure from Eritrean civilians to end their infighting, the rival fronts were able to carve out separate spheres of influence within the country and experiment with social and political change. In January 1975, they launched a joint attack on Asmara, and in the bloody repression that followed, tens of thousands of young Eritreans, along with most of the Eritrean police and Israeli-trained commandos, joined the fronts. Over the next 2 years, the nationalist military forces laid siege to all the Ethiopian garrison towns, gaining control more than 95% of the country. But the Derg's 1977 ouster of the United States and its realignment with the Soviet Union led to the acquisition of massive new military aid. This, combined with the front's failure to create a unified political and military organization, led to the loss of much of the highlands and the west during a series of major Ethiopian offensives that began in mid-1978. The ELF was battered in the first offensives along the border where it suffered major losses, and in November, the EPLF was forced to make a strategic withdrawal from its urban enclaves into the rugged mountains around Nakfa in Sahel province. The Ethiopians then launched new offensives against the Sahel redoubt, defended by the EPLF and small units of the ELF. Hundreds of thousands more refugees fled across the border into Sudan, and tens of thousands of Ethiopians and Eritreans died along the trench lines of Sahel, which by the end of 1979 extended across a front almost 400 kilometers in length. The Ethiopians, despite an army of 120,000 equipped with hundreds of tanks, aircraft, and the latest in Soviet arms, were unable to break through the Eritrean lines, however. From 1980 to 1981, the EPLF took advantage of the stalemate to consolidate its political position in the rest of the country, first driving the ELF into Sudan in a second civil war waged with support from units of the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, and then rebuilding its underground political networks in Ethiopian-controlled areas. The Sahel Liberated Zone provided the base from which EPLF units operated throughout the country, contesting Ethiopian attempts to impose their administration even in the Central Highlands and organizing village committees, land redistribution, and social services in areas without an Ethiopian garrison. In 1982, the Derg launched its strongest effort to destroy the nationalist movement, combining political and economic initiatives in the towns with a huge Red Star offensive on the Sahel front. The fighting was the most intense of the war and lasted into 1983, but the EPLF repelled the attacks, even as war and famine combined to create a human crisis of horrific proportions. Persistent drought seared the brittle land until the population of much of Eritrea teetered on the brink of starvation. But politics played a central role in the size and scope of this disaster, as Ethiopia prevented aid from reaching hungry farmers in EPLF-controlled villages and channeled significant portions of the donated food aid to its own armed forces. By 1985, 360,000 Eritrean refugees had fled to Sudan, most due to war, but a growing number due to hunger. Several 100,000 more were internally displaced, most subsisting with help from the EPLF, whose humanitarian arm, the Eritrean Relief Association, mounted an under-resourced but efficient relief operation. Throughout the 1980s, the EPLF gained parity with Ethiopia on the battlefield. In March 1988, EPLF units hit the Ethiopians at their strongest point near Afabet, shattering the 10-year stalemate and reversing the encirclement. In one 48-hour battle, Eritrean fighters wiped out 3 Ethiopian divisions and overran the largest supply depot in the country, taking enough heavy weapons, ammunition, and equipment to supply it for the next year. In February 1990, using small but speedy motorboats to surprise the Ethiopians from the rear, the EPLF captured the port of Massawa and sealed off Ethiopia's land forces from all but airborne supplies. The final battle took place near Dekamhere in May 1991, in the midst of which Ethiopia's dictator, Mengistu Haile Mariam, fled to Zimbabwe. When the Ethiopian army in Eritrea collapsed, the EPLF marched into Asmara and began the process of constructing the new state. 4 days later, the Addis Ababa government surrendered to the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPRDF, a TPLF-led coalition of anti-government groups that was assisted by the EPLF. The two rebel movements promptly negotiated a pact that brought the 30-year Eritrean independence war to a formal close. This change of power in the region, combined with the collapse of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and U.S. support for the new EPLF and EPRDF governments, facilitated international, and particularly UN, acceptance of a long-standing EPLF proposal to hold a referendum on Eritrean national independence. To facilitate the disentanglement of Eritrean-Ethiopian relations, the referendum was put off until 1993. During the interim, the EPLF formed the Provisional Government of Eritrea and began the process of reconstruction and political consolidation. The lack of international recognition and financial aid during this period hindered reconstruction efforts, but unpaid national service by the EPLF army and thousands of civilian volunteers cleared the worst of war debris and damage and began to repair Eritrea's basic infrastructure. Finally, after the April referendum in which 99.8% of Eritreans voted for sovereignty, Eritrea achieved formal independence on May 24, 1993. The state of Eritrea. The lengthy independence war left Eritrea in ruins. Water and sewage systems in the towns barely functioned. The few asphalt roads had been torn up by heavy military vehicles. Port facilities in Massawa were badly damaged by heavy bombing after the city was liberated in 1990. And the railroad was entirely dismantled, its iron rails used to make bunkers. What remained of Eritrea's light industry had not been maintained or modernized in a quarter century, and urban unemployment exceeded 30% of the economically active population. Meanwhile, drought had kept the rural population on the brink of famine. At the end of the fighting, fully 85% of Eritrea's 3 million people depended on donated food aid. The World Bank estimated Eritrea's per capita income at only $70 to $150, compared to $330 for the rest of sub-Saharan Africa. Once achieving international recognition, the government of Eritrea was reorganized to manage a transition to constitutional rule under former EPLF commander Isaias Afwerki, who was installed as the first president by the Victorious Liberation Front. Responsibilities were assigned to the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of the new government, and Eritrea's 10 colonial-era provinces were restructured into 6 new regions, which took on many of the responsibilities for administration and reconstruction and development in their areas, as the developmental ministries, all but the ministries of Foreign Affairs, Defense, Justice, Finance, and Information, devolved their operational functions to the zonal level. The civil service was also streamlined and reformed, and its management structure was decentralized, with many of its personnel redeployed to the administrative regions. During this time, the public sector workforce was reduced by 30%. In the midst of this reorganization, the new state had to design everything from passports, driver's licenses, and postage stamps to telecommunication systems, school curricula, road and rail networks, and tax, trade, and investment policies. In effect, it had the task of creating a new country from scratch. However, it did so under the exclusive control of the EPLF, which did not permit the return of any of its rivals in the nationalist movement. By then, this included multiple factions of the ELF, which had splintered in 1983 after the Civil War, as well as others tracing back to earlier divisions in the independence movement and new Islamist groups that arose in the 1980s. In February 1994, the EPLF convened its Third Congress and restructured itself into the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, the country's only legal political organization. Those elected to its 75-member Central Council were also given seats on a transitional National Assembly, together with a similar number of elected regional representatives and diaspora delegates chosen under PFDJ supervision. Later that year, the President established a 50-person constitutional commission, whose members traveled across the country and abroad to convene discussions among Eritreans on key debating points. Among them were the role of the state in promoting equity and social justice, how the new government could lead the nation in sustainable development, how governmental powers should be separated and what would be their relationship, whether to have a presidential or a parliamentary government or a form that combined both, which officials should be appointed and which elected, what form the legislative body should take, what place the military would have, what role parties would play, what civil and political rights should be enshrined in the document, how the rights of minorities should be safeguarded, and how the rights of women should be protected. In early 1995, the Commission hosted an international symposium on constitution making with participants from many countries. However, rival wings of the nationalist movement were excluded, leading to charges that the outcome did not fully or accurately represent the full Eritrean nation. On May 23, 1997, a constituent assembly composed of 527 members from the Provisional National Assembly, all 6 regional assemblies, and representatives from the diaspora ratified the document, though its implementation was postponed until the convening of national elections. As such elections have yet to take place, so the constitution whose legitimacy remains contested by externally based opposition groups never came into force. Throughout this period, tensions were building between Eritrea and Ethiopia over economic and political issues that were themselves symptomatic of a steadily escalating power struggle between the rival political movements in Asmara and Addis Ababa, the EPLF, and its former ally, the TPLF, which dominated the coalition that took power in Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPIRF. On May 8, 1998, following a series of armed incidents along their common frontier, Eritrea claimed that several of its officials were killed by Tigrayan militiamen near the disputed village of Badme and responded by sending mechanized military units to seize control of the area. On May 13, Ethiopia denounced what it termed an Eritrean invasion and declared total war. On June 5, Ethiopia sent aircraft to bomb the military section of the airport in Asmara, after which Eritrean MiGs bombed the Tigrayan capital, Mekele. Intervention by U.S. President Bill Clinton halted the air war, but international mediation efforts led by the United States and Rwanda failed to achieve a ceasefire, and ground fighting soon broke out at several points along the border. 3 rounds of combat in 1998 to 2000 left close to 100,000 dead on both sides and many thousands wounded. The last round displaced 750,000 Eritreans. Another 76,000 Eritreans and Ethiopians of Eritrean origin were forcibly expelled from Ethiopia, while Eritrea deported thousands of Ethiopians resident there in reprisal. When Ethiopia overran western Eritrea during the last round in May 2000, Eritrean defense forces withdrew to more defensible positions around the plateau and halted the advance. With the war stalemated, the two parties agreed to a ceasefire, and fighting ended in mid-June. On December 12, Eritrea and Ethiopia signed a comprehensive peace agreement in Algiers, assisted by mediators from the United States, the European Union, and the Organization of African Unity, with the United States and the United Nations as additional witnesses. Under its terms, a 25-kilometer-wide temporary security zone was established within Eritrea that was to be patrolled by UN peacekeeping forces, while the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission, EEBC, an international boundary commission whose members were approved in advance by both sides, delimited the contested border. A separate commission was to investigate civilian compensation claims. On April 13, 2002, the EEBC issued its final and binding verdict. Both states initially accepted it, but within days, Ethiopia raised objections and refused to allow UN teams to proceed with actual demarcation, claiming that the outcome unfairly favored Eritrea by, among other things, granting it Badme. Ethiopia called for new talks, and Eritrea refused to reopen the negotiations. As a result, hundreds of thousands of soldiers remained deployed along the disputed frontier with no resolution of the conflict in sight for the next 16 years. Political crackdown. Once fighting broke out with Ethiopia in 1998, Eritrea went on a semi-permanent war footing, which they described as a condition of no war, no peace. This served as the justification for an indefinite but undeclared state of emergency that was used to suppress all independent organizing or expressions of dissent and to justify the open-ended extension of conscripted national service. The conflict capped a series of military confrontations between Eritrea and its neighbors, but the border war with Ethiopia dwarfed previous incidents with Sudan, Yemen, and Djibouti and reshaped Eritrea's role in the Horn of Africa. The fighting also provided an arena for a climactic confrontation between two contesting political trends within the leadership and for what amounted to a coup from above that left the country under uncontested one-man rule. Most accounts of the president's consolidation of control after the border war focus on the moment in 2001 when mass arrests of critics were carried out and all open discussion of political issues was suppressed. But the power struggle had come to a head much earlier, out of the public eye. It first surfaced among top party and state officials in June 1998 when Isaias, Eritreans generally go by first names, refused to go along with AU's Rwanda proposal for disengagement. It built momentum in a series of secret meetings among top-ranking critics in 1999, particularly after round 2 of the border war in February and March when Isaias was forced to concede control of the disputed village of Badme and to accept the terms of the truce he had rejected several months earlier when presented with them by the mediators. However, he did so only after losing actual control of the disputed village and suffering embarrassing losses in the field, by which time Ethiopia had forwarded a new set of demands for Eritrean withdrawal from other disputed territory seized in the first round of fighting. Isaias rejected these demands, leaving the two sides more or less where they had started. The result was a diplomatic stalemate and renewed mobilization for a third round of fighting. During the final sequence of battles, when Ethiopian forces overpowered the Eritreans and nearly broke through to Asmara, the leaders of a slowly evolving dissident caucus inside the PFDJ raised questions about Isaias's leadership, which enraged him and later were used to accuse his critics of treason, claiming they had acted at the behest of the United States and Italy, which then represented the European Union in Eritrea. Nevertheless, the dissidents raised similar questions at an August 2000 PFDJ Executive Council meeting, after the battlefield losses in May and June, and they did so a third time in the National Assembly in September, during which they mobilized a majority of the representatives to call for commissions to assess the country's conduct in the border war and to produce guidelines for multi-party national elections. This was the last time that Isaias permitted either the party leadership or the National Assembly to meet until it was purged of his critics in 2001. During this time, party critics in Asmara also reached out to allies in the emerging civil society movement in the diaspora, which led to a strong letter of criticism delivered to Isaias in October 2000 that was leaked to the internet a month later. This document, which came to be known as the Berlin Manifesto after the city in which it was drafted, called for greater transparency in Eritrea's institutions and greater freedom of expression, and it questioned the causes of what it called this tragic war. It declared that Eritrea was at a crossroads and insisted that the military threat posed by Ethiopia cannot be dealt with separately from the political and economic challenges that confront us as a new nation. It was signed by 13 prominent civic leaders and academics, including the former head of the Constitution Commission, Dr. Barakit Habselassie. Its publication marked a sharp escalation of the challenge to Isaias from within his political circle and was the first time it spilled into the public sphere. The confrontation escalated steadily from then on. After Isaias blocked efforts to reconvene the PFDJ leadership and the National Assembly, critics in the top echelons of the party went public in May 2001 with an open letter chastising the president for his anti-democratic behavior and calling for structural reforms of the party and the state, as well as a full and open assessment of the border war with Ethiopia. They were nicknamed the Group of 15, G15, for the number of signatories, including former ministers of defense, foreign affairs, trade, and industry, several of whom were founders of the EPLF. A handful of the most prominent among them also gave highly critical interviews to the private press. In July, the first ever international conference of the Eritrean Studies Association convened in Asmara. Local activists and academics discussed Eritrea's democratic future with visiting scholars in packed panels and plenaries at the Intercontinental Hotel, later renamed the Asmara Palace. One session included a passionate exchange between Team Bayani, the High Court Chief Justice, and Yemena Gabrib, a top presidential advisor and head of the PFDJ's Political Affairs Department, over the issue of Isaias's interference in judicial independence. Team was sacked a week later. What amounted to Eritrea's version of the Prague Spring ended in the summer and autumn of 2001 with a wave of high-profile arrests, starting in July with the president of the University of Asmara's student union, who was jailed for criticizing the university president and the government in his valedictory address. 6 weeks later, on 18 and September 19, 11 of the G15 signatories were arrested. 3 were out of the country at the time and 1 had recanted, together with members of the private press. Hundreds more were arrested in a massive and continuing crackdown on dissent, often for indeterminate periods, in the weeks and months that followed. The hostilities between Ethiopia and Eritrea then provided the Isaias government with a rationale for indefinitely suspending moves toward democratization and suppressing all public criticism of the regime. Soon after the wave of arrests, the government began to carry out house-to-house roundups of young people accused of avoiding national service. Those who were discovered were often beaten in public places before being crammed into military trucks and taken away for service with nothing but the clothes on their backs. People who questioned the policies of the regime or refused service to it began to disappear. No charges were brought against them, and not even their families had access to them once they were imprisoned. The lack of clarity about what would get one arrested engendered a pervasive terror of the authorities and a growing mistrust of friends, neighbors, co-workers, and others in the general population. In April 2002, the government banned all religious groups apart from a handful of officially recognized denominations and began arresting practitioners of proscribed faiths alongside political criminals. Some dissidents and critics, particularly members of the military, were incarcerated in unfurnished shipping containers in the desert lowlands along the Red Sea coast and on offshore islands in the Dahlak archipelago, where they were beaten and held for long periods with inadequate water and food. Others were housed in large underground prisons, invisible to the public and to foreign visitors and diplomats. Former prisoners and escapees told disturbingly similar stories about a wide range of torture techniques commonly used against dissenters, including the helicopter, in which victims were stripped of their clothing, tied with their arms behind their back, and either laid on the ground face down or hung from a tree branch and left in this position for several days and nights. An emergent but ineffective opposition. With no space in Eritrea for competing political parties, independent media, or autonomous civil society groups, and with all avenues for dissent within the ruling party closed, organized opposition to the PFDJ-controlled government was only visible outside the country in this period. It included an evolving coalition of parties, fronts, and political factions that had arisen mainly from the 2 historic trends in the independence movement, the ELF and the EPLF, and a hodgepodge of diaspora-based non-governmental organizations, NGOs, that ranged from small, narrowly focused research agencies and advocacy groups to alternative media and global membership-based associations, which networked with one another but were for the most part independent of and even hostile to the political formations. Both the parties and the NGOs claimed links to constituencies inside the country, but with all public expressions of opposition to the regime proscribed, the depth and extent of such connections were difficult to ascertain, and the movement as a whole was racked by chronic factionalism. The first armed opposition to the regime came from Islamist groups based in Sudan, notably but not only the Eritrean Islamic Jihad movement, which carried out ambushes and raids into western Eritrea in the early 1990s. These incidents led to a rupture in relations between Eritrea and Sudan at the end of 1994 and to Eritrean support for a broad spectrum of Sudanese opposition groups, some operating within a reinvigorated National Democratic Alliance that carved out a small base area in northeastern Sudan and others acting on their own as far away as Darfur in an Eritrean bid for leverage over its larger and more powerful neighbor. Sudan's response varied from aid to other, non-Islamist Eritrean opposition groups and cooperation with Eritrea's primary regional foe, Ethiopia, once war broke out on that front in 1998, to on-again off-again efforts to tamp down the cross-border hostilities while working through its own complicated internal peace process, particularly that aimed at ending the long-running North-South Sudanese civil war. The only externally based Eritrean opposition group that had aggressively sought a negotiated return to the country after liberation was the ELF faction calling itself the Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, but its overtures were rebuffed in 1991, after which the PFDJ government announced that none of its rivals would be allowed back as organized entities, though individual members could return if they renounced their former organizations, as some did. Over the first 7 years of Eritrea's post-independence transition, all but the Islamist factions struggled to remain viable, as members of the others drifted away and new fractures appeared among and within them, and as Eritrean security forces raided their offices in neighboring countries and kidnapped or killed leading figures. The outbreak of the border war in 1998 abruptly changed this as Ethiopia offered support for anti-PFDJ parties and fronts, giving them bases from which to operate as well as access to broadcast media and supplies and logistical support. The first stab at bringing the disparate opposition factions under a single umbrella came in March 1999 when 10 of them met in Khartoum, Sudan, to launch the alliance of Eritrean National Forces with the aim of toppling the PFDJ government. Over the next decade, the coalition would be restructured and renamed twice as the Eritrean National Alliance in 2002 and the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA, in 2005, each time expanding its membership. However, with its constituents running the gamut from ethnic and religious interest groups and armies to secular nationalist parties with no armed wings and with nothing but their shared loathing for the Asmara government holding them together, the coalition had little internal coherence. In 2009, after a seemingly endless series of fractures and squabbles that at one point left the alliance so paralyzed it was unable to convene a single meeting, EDA members entered a period of combination and consolidation through which those with common interests hoped to influence the umbrella organization's direction and character. Three secular factions whose roots lay in the clandestine leftist parties that once guided the ELF and the EPLF merged to form the Eritrean People's Democratic Party. Four drawn mainly from the Western lowlands formed the Eritrean Solidarity Front to work for the restoration of Muslim rights. And two groups with distinct ethnic constituencies set up a Democratic Front of Eritrean nationalities to advance minority rights. They then turned their attention to rebuilding the broader opposition movement. However, many Eritrean refugees and exiles distrusted these parties, as nearly all were led by people who had fought among themselves to dominate the national movement since the 1960s and 1970s and were now tarnished by their reliance on Ethiopia. Younger members of Eritrea's diaspora, many of whom had experienced open societies firsthand, focused instead on building community centers, human rights organizations and NGOs, and alternative media web-based and broadcast. These efforts knit them together in a transnational community and, in the case of the new media, reached inside Eritrea, as numerous postings on Eritrean websites demonstrated, often at considerable risk to the sender. Despite its amorphous character and the highly individualized nature of many non-party organizations, this sector played a crucial role in sustaining Eritrean identity and engaging Eritreans in a global dialogue over both the present condition and the future of their homeland. But the new non-party organizations also struggled with factionalism and rivalry, and repeated efforts to promote consolidation among them failed. Against this backdrop, one of the most promising initiatives to bridge the yawning gap among these disparate organizations was a call by the newly reconstituted EDA in 2010 for a national conference to which all those identifying with the opposition parties, civil society groups, and independent intellectuals would be invited. The ensuing organizing effort lasted more than a year and included a blizzard of meetings, consultations, and public conferences that culminated in 2011 with a conference of more than 1,000 delegates in the southern Ethiopian city of Hawassa and produced a National Council for Democratic Change. But over the next few years, this, too, hit a wall of internal squabbling and failed to produce either a unifying set of principles, a sustainable organization, or a focused campaign that might unify its fractious membership through common action, despite substantial Ethiopian support that was itself a divisive factor. The apparent impetus for Ethiopia's intensifying engagement was an allegation in 2010 that Eritrea was behind a plot by anti-government rebels from the Oromo Liberation Front for a massive bomb attack on the African Union headquarters in the Ethiopian capital, Addis Ababa. The upshot was a call by Prime Minister Meles Zenawi for the overthrow of the Isaias government in Asmara, with the obvious implication that Eritrean opposition forces might be the agent for this. Stepped-up material and political support was the result, but it did not take long for the Ethiopians to conclude this effort was not likely to bear fruit. By 2012, they were growing weary of the factionalism among the Eritreans and their inability to produce results, and they began to consider alternatives, one of which was a peace initiative. Then Meles's unexpected death in August derailed the discussion, and Ethiopia became preoccupied with its internal affairs. Though the ensuing political transition went smoothly, as Meles's deputy, Haile Mariam Desalegn, took charge, the new prime minister was more placeholder than leader, a neutral actor from southern Ethiopia in a highly charged political arena that was itself divided by intense rivalries, the most important of which rested in the ethnic divisions of Ethiopian society and the political structure ethnic federalism designed both to channel and contain them. Revolution in the revolution. Over the next 5 years, relations between Eritrea and Ethiopia remained at an impasse, though each one's internal situation revealed signs of tension and flux. In March 2012, prior to Meles's passing, Ethiopia launched an air attack on what Meles said were terrorist training camps 18 kilometers inside Eritrea, signaling both his anger at the government in Asmara, which he charged was escalating its efforts to promote unrest through the proxies it supported, and his growing lack of faith in the Eritrean opposition to do anything about it. The raid may also have been a test of Eritrea's defenses and Asmara's willingness to engage in a conventional confrontation. In the event, Eritrea did not respond, Isaias disappeared from sight for almost 3 months, and the Ethiopians concluded, rightly or wrongly, that the military had either dissuaded or blocked him from embarking on a campaign Eritrea could not win, in part because its forces were depleted by rampant desertions, as refugees poured into Ethiopia and Sudan, and in part due to the effects of a United Nations arms embargo, imposed in 2010 over evidence of Eritrea's destabilization efforts in the region. Ethiopia's assessment that change in Eritrea, if it came at all, was likely to emanate from within the military there, not the diaspora, was reinforced in January 2013 when a small group of Eritrean officers staged a mutiny and took control of Eritrean state television to broadcast demands to release political prisoners and implement the country's long-stalled constitution. Though quickly put down, it appeared to reflect dissension within the armed forces that simmered below the surface calm. Meanwhile, Ethiopia, too, was experiencing a rising tide of protest and dissatisfaction, much of it aimed at the old guard from the liberation movement that, like that in Eritrea, had been in power since 1991. Young people there were particularly angry over the country's high levels of unemployment amid an economy said to be growing at the highest rate in Africa, and they blamed corruption and mismanagement for their lack of prospects. In the absence of strong leadership at the center, this disaffection was increasingly channeled into ethnic nationalist militancy, and in 2016, protests triggered by a clumsy effort by the authorities to expand the capital by seizing lands from Oromo communities on its periphery quickly escalated and turned violent. That October, the government declared a 6-month state of emergency, later extended to 8, and began arresting hundreds of militants and their leaders. Though Prime Minister Haile Mariam had earlier suggested that Ethiopia might now launch a new initiative to end the impasse with Eritrea, and reports that came out later confirmed that the EPIRDF leadership had decided to support this, nothing more was said of this for the next 18 months, as the EPIRDF and the government struggled both to contain the unrest and to deal with its causes through an extended process of party rectification. In February 2018, Haile Mariam announced his resignation as prime minister, kicking off a 2-month transition, accompanied by a second state of emergency, that produced a surprising outcome in April when the EPIRDF coalition of 4 ethnic parties representing Tigrayans, Amharas, Oromus, and Southerners, each with equal representation in leadership bodies, chose an Oromo as his successor. While the Amharas had dominated Ethiopia for almost a century prior to the overthrow of Emperor Haile Selassie and through much of the Derg years, and Tigrayans had controlled the government since 1991, the Oromus, conquered at the start of the 20th century and once viewed as a source of slaves for the Abyssinian elite, were Ethiopia's largest ethnic group and the center of much of the unrest that had set off the transition 18 months earlier. They were chafing at the bit for change. Furthermore, the person the EPIRDF chose to be the new prime minister, Abiy Ahmed, was a dynamic young idealist with a vision all his own and a drive to shake things up from the day he assumed power. One of his first orders of business, articulated in his inauguration speech, was peace with Eritrea. Events moved swiftly from there. In early June, Abiy, speaking for the EPIRDF, announced that Ethiopia would unconditionally accept the 2002 EEBC border decision. 2 weeks later, Isaias responded on behalf of Eritrea by announcing that he would immediately dispatch a high-level delegation to Addis Ababa for talks. On July 9, the two leaders met in Asmara and signed a 5-point peace declaration. Over the next 2 months, Eritrea met leaders of the Republic of Somalia and the state of Djibouti and issued similar joint declarations. In September, Eritrea and Ethiopia reaffirmed their commitment to a comprehensive peace at a summit in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. During this time, Ethiopia had released thousands of political prisoners, lifted its state of emergency, invited formerly banned opposition groups, some of them armed, to return home to participate in the political arena, opened the doors to critical media, announced the partial privatization of large, state-owned enterprises, and pledged rapid action to broaden economic opportunities for those on the margins. Though there was resistance to this wave of reforms from some in the old guard, the EPIRDF appeared unified behind the project at its party congress in October, but there were still troubling instances of unrest in the rural areas, as violent ethnic clashes marred the optimism emanating from the center. For its part, Eritrea moved much slower to institute changes, as it had always done, despite having used the conflict as the rationale for its own state of emergency for 2 decades. Nor was there any change in the terms of its national service, to which all young people were subject. When their border with Ethiopia was opened for the first time in September, record numbers of asylum seekers flooded out. Thus, while both Eritrea's and Ethiopia's leaders touted their pact as the start of a new era, their peoples were harder to convince, proving the old adage that, in the end, all politics is local. A. Abdallah Jaber, ca. 1948. A high-ranking official of the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, Abdallah Jaber's initial involvement in the nationalist movement came through mass organizations of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in Kuwait. Born to a Tigray family in Sahel, he joined the Liberation Front in 1976 and headed its cultural troop before assuming a key position in the Qatar School under the leadership of National Guidance Department head Haile Woldetensai, through which he became active in the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party. Abdallah emerged as a leading figure in the PFDJ after it replaced the EPLF in 1994, and its head, Isaias Afwerki, selected him for a top post in its secretariat as the head of organizational affairs. From then on, he played a key role in implementing the government's foreign policy among Arabic-speaking states and organizations in the region. He became the main liaison with the emergent National Democratic Alliance, NDA, in Sudan after 1995 and traveled to Chad to meet with Sudanese rebel groups there. He made frequent visits to the NDA's base at Balasat in northeastern Sudan after the alliance's operations were moved from western Eritrea in 1999, where he provided political guidance and managed the government's material support for the rebel forces. In 2006, He played a lead role in re-establishing Eritrea's relations with the Sudan government and helped broker peace talks with the Eastern Front. An accomplished linguist, he was a poet in his native Tigray and a supporter of making Tigray one of the country's official languages, along with Tigrinya and Arabic. But Abdallah became disenchanted in the years after the border war, and sometime in 2012, he joined a secret group of dissidents who were blamed for the protest in January 2013, after which he and others identified with it were detained and imprisoned. There has been no word on his whereabouts or his condition since then. Abdullah Idris Mohammed, ca. 1944–2011. A military commander and leading figure in the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, Abdullah was born to a Beni Amr family in Barca. He received a scholarship for schooling in Cairo in the 1950s. In 1963, he tried to join the ELF, but because of his age, he was sent back to Cairo, where he studied at Al-Azhar Secondary School. In 1966, the ELF sent him to Syria for military training. In 1968, he joined the leadership of Zone 5 and became involved in the Labour Party, which was operating inside the Liberation Front. Following the Adabaha meeting of August 1969, Abdullah emerged as a leading figure in the military committee of the Front's General Command, Arabic, Qiyada al-Ama, and at the first ELF National Congress, he was elected both head of the military committee and second vice president of the Revolutionary Council, RC. Abdullah's control over military reorganization led to his rise as the key ELF power broker in the 1970s when his support was crucial for Ahmed Nasser and the Labour Party. When the ELF was driven out of Eritrea in 1981, he became an implacable enemy of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and accused Christian elements in the ELF of destroying the organization. Abdullah was not elected to the executive committee of the RC in November 1981, but on March 25, 1982, he led a violent coup at Rasai and organized his own election as head of the ELF, hastening its breakup into three factions. In 1982 to 1983, he toured Arab capitals claiming to represent the mainstream ELF and using Islamist rhetoric to gain support. In 1984, his initial attempt to redeploy fighters in Eritrea was defeated by the EPLF, but he continued to dispatch small units into EPLF-held areas of western Eritrea to carry out ambushes. He also supported armed resistance to the EPLF's successor, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, from bases in eastern Sudan after Eritrea was liberated in May 1991. In March 1999, Abdullah became the first chair of the Alliance of Eritrean National Forces, a coalition of 10 opposition movements formed at a conference in Khartoum, Sudan, and held that post for one term. In 2003, he became severely ill and began spending the bulk of his time in London, where he received extensive medical treatment. He remained the nominal head of the ELF into 2009 but exerted little actual control over it, as his vice-chair, Hussein Khalifa, took over. He died in London in April 2011. See also Armed Struggle, 1961–1991. Abdelkrim Ahmed, 1929, ca. 1995. A leader in the early Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, Abdelkrim was born to Saho parents in Senef, where he attended Quranic school. In 1951, he went to work at the Massawa Salt Works, where he participated in political actions that led to his arrest in 1954, after which he immigrated to Cairo, enrolling in Al-Azhar University where he joined the Eritrean Students' Union. Abdelkrim participated in the early formation of the ELF and, in June 1961, attempted to burn the Ethiopian embassy with Mohammed Ali Omro. In 1962, he organized ELF cells in Kebessa, and in 1963, he went to Syria with the first group of 19 military trainees. Abdelkrim returned to Eritrea on April 25, 1964 where his first act of armed resistance was an attack on the Dambalas police post in July. In 1965, he was appointed commander of the newly created ELF Zone 3, which became a de facto Saho Muslim zone under his leadership. During 1965 to 1967, Abdelkrim and his Saho fighters alienated many Christians in Akele Goze and Sirte with extortionate taxation, the burning of villages, and tactics that reignited the long-standing Toure-Senegal War. The failure of his policies led the ELF to form the Christian Zone 5 in 1967, but he also came into conflict with the Barca-based leadership of Zone 1. Abdelkrim was ousted from his command in 1968, while he was getting married in Sudan. He returned to Eritrea from exile in 1992. Abdallah Adem, ca 1942. A Saho from the highlands, Abdallah Adam was in the contingent that left the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in 1970 to form the Popular Liberation Forces, PLF, and was a fighter in the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, throughout the remainder of the armed struggle. He served as governor of Sindh in the early 1990s and later as Eritrea's ambassador to Djibouti and then Sudan, before leaving his post in September 2002 when recalled to Asmara on suspicion of sympathizing with Group of 15 reformists. He then joined former EPLF members in the newly formed Eritrean People's Movement and was elected its chair. This group joined 4 other small groups, 2 coming out of the ELF and 2 based among ethnic minorities, to form a new coalition in 2004, the Eritrean National Salvation Front, ENSF. A year later, after considerable political struggle and the departure of the ethnic movements, the ENSF dissolved its remaining constituent parties to become a single organization with Abdallah on its executive committee. In 2007, he was elected the ENSF's chair and then named vice chair of the umbrella opposition coalition, the Eritrean Democratic Alliance. He later resigned both positions and dropped out of active politics. Abdul Qadir Kabir, 1902 to 1949. A leading figure in the early nationalist movement, Abdul Qadir was a founding member and first vice president, 1941 to 1946, of the Maber Fikri Hagar, MFH, and a founding member and president of the Hamaseen section of the Muslim League, 1946 to 1949. He was born near Massawa and traced descent from both coastal people and Djibouti Highlanders. During the 1930s, he served as a colonial government interpreter. One of his wives was Afar, and he played an important role in mobilizing Muslim Eritreans for the pro-independence camp from Denkel, Semhar, and the Kebessa. In 1946, he resigned from the MFH following the failure of the WA Bet Girgis, where he supported Woldemariam's compromise attempt, after which he played a leading role in the Highland branch of the Muslim League. In 1949, Abdul Qadir was chosen as Independence Bloc delegate to the United Nations, but he was assassinated by Andinet terrorists on March 27, 1949, 2 days before his scheduled departure. Abiy Abeba, Lieutenant General, ca 1910 to 1974. The Imperial Representative, Amharic, and Rays, to Eritrea from late 1959 and first Governor General, Abiy Abeba was a member of the Shawan nobility and son-in-law to Emperor Haile Selassie I. He held Eritrea for the emperor during the attempted coup of December 1960 and was consequently elevated to Minister of Interior. However, he retained his duties in Eritrea, and on July 12, 1962, he narrowly escaped death in a bomb attack at Agordat. In November, he presided over Eritrea's annexation and served as the province's first governor-general until 1964 when he was elevated to president of the Ethiopian Senate. He was executed by the Derg in 1974. Abraha Tessima, Djazmach, 1901, ca 1958. A leading figure in early nationalist politics, Djazmach Abraha was the first son of Ras Tazema Asperum of Mariba, Akele Goze. He attended GEEZ and Italian schools and became an accomplished scholar, agriculturalist, and painter. He served as secretary to his father and eventually took over the administration of the Haydegdi district. Under the British administration, he served from 1948 to 1952 as district chief and then political secretary and founded the leading Eritrean bus company, Sadi, See road transport. Along with his father, Abraha became deeply involved in nationalist politics in the 1940s, helping to organize the Eritrea for Eritreans movement and the Liberal Progressive Party and participating in the independence bloc. But, in 1950, he formed the Liberal Unionist Party in an attempt to develop a Kabesa Christian alternative to the Unionist Party. He was elected to the assembly in 1952 and ran against Tidla Barrow, his great rival, for the office of chief executive. In October 1953, Tidla had him arrested on trumped-up charges of conspiring to assassinate him. Although Abraha was not convicted, he was forced to retire from politics, devoting himself to business, agriculture, and community improvement. Abraham Twild, ca. 1945–1970. One of the earliest Christian members of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, Abraham joined the guerrillas in 1964. He was assigned to Zone 5 when zonal commands were created in 1966 and was appointed Zone 5 commander in 1967 after the defection of Walde Kasai. He developed a close working relationship with Isaias Afwerki, the zone's political commissar, and participated in organizing the tripartite unity forces. In 1970, Abraham led the defection from the ELF of most of the old Zone 5 Christians, who gathered with him at Allah, where he died of illness later in the year. Abu Tayera, Mohammed Omar Abdullah, 1926–2008. A founding member of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, guerrilla army and later leader of the Marya faction of the Eritrean Liberation Front, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF, Abu Tayera was born in Maryat Salim in 1926 and joined the Sudan Defense Force in 1944. He rose to the rank of sergeant by 1961 when he was recruited into the ELF along with two other Marya. In May 1962, he went with the first group of fighters to join Hamid Idris Awad inside Eritrea and participated in the leadership of the early armed struggle, taking over field command of ELF forces briefly in 1963. In February 1964, he went with the first group for training in Syria, along with Omar Damer, and when he returned in 1965, he was given command of the reserve battalion while Omar Damer took over the training camp. These appointments to marginal commands reflected in some ways the outsider status of these two Marya leaders, caught between the Bilan and Beni Amer in the tribal politics of the zonal commands. Following the Adabaha conference, he went back to Kassala with Omar Damer, and in 1970, he made contact with Osman Saleh Sab, helping him recruit disgruntled fighters for what was to become the ELF-PLF. In June, he attended the Pseudo Haila meeting, where he was elected to the PLF leadership, but in 1971, he and Omar Damer led a group of Marya and others north to Sahel, where they linked with the remnants of Abel in early 1972. He participated in the civil war in the ELF-PLF leadership, but after June 1973, he and his Marya fighters merged with the Abel group and remained separate from the PLF until June 1974 when there was a brief rapprochement that ended in November 1975. At that time, Abu Tayera and most of his Marya fighters left the field, joining Sab's third force, the ELF-PLF, which had already attracted Omar Damer. In the ELF factions of the 1980s, Abu Tayera was associated with Sab's organizations, returning to Eritrea with the ELF, United Organization in 1992. He died in Thessaloniki in 2008. A.D. Tekelsen, 15°3402 N, 38°46' 43" east. An important market town on the main road from Asmara to Karen in the northwest corner of the Ansabazaba administrative region, formerly known as Hamaseen. Ad Tekelsen commands the strategic northern approaches to the Central Highlands and is the administrative center of the historic Dambezan district. The antiquity of human settlement in the district is attested to by the Aksumite inscription, ca. 250 AD, recovered at the nearby village of Diki Mihare. Dambezan's location at the edge of the Hamaseen Plateau, where the mountains drop steeply to the Ansaba Valley and Karen, made the area an important stopping point on the Christian pilgrimage route from Tigray to Suwakin until the late Middle Ages. Before the 14th century, the inhabitants seem to have been Tigray speakers, whose descendants today are called Bargal. Around the late 1400s, the Bargal were subjugated by Tigrinya-speaking immigrants as Adtekelsen became a popular settlement for Tigray converts to Protestant Christianity during the colonial period. Colonial rule and the building of the Asmara-Karen Highway in the 1920s led to Adtekelsen's growth as a market center and highway rest stop. In the 1940s, the primary school expanded, and in the 1950s, a secondary school was built with aid from Protestant missionaries. In December 1977, the Eritrean Liberation Front liberated the town, and in 1978, it was garrisoned by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, which withdrew in late November after the Ethiopian breakthrough at Adi Yacob. The Derg then held Adtekelsen until the end of the armed struggle. Today, it is a small but rapidly growing commercial center with a population of 4,000 in the town and around 6,000 more in surrounding agricultural villages. See also Commerce, Cabesas/Highlands. Adal. See Mount Adal, 15 degrees 29 minutes north, 37 degrees 10 minutes east. Addis Ababa, 9 degrees 38 minutes north, 38 degrees 42 minutes east. From the 1890s onward, the Ethiopian capital has been an important center for Eritrean immigrants. Initially, most were Highland Christians fleeing Italian colonialism. A community of educated Eritreans developed under the patronage of Emperor Haile Selassie I in the 1920s and 1930s. During the Italian occupation, a number of Muslim businessmen, particularly Tigrinya-speaking Djibouti, moved to the capital where they dominated the lower levels of import-export trade. In the 1940s, the Eritrean community continued to grow as pro-Unionist Party Christians moved to the capital and more than 500 educated Eritreans found employment in the imperial bureaucracy. Skilled Eritrean workers, particularly mechanics and drivers in the road transport sector, but many others as well, moved to Addis Ababa in growing numbers during the 1950s and 1960s, as the center of regional industry shifted from Asmara to Addis. In Addis, the new Eritrean immigrants formed their own mutual aid societies, centered on Orthodox Christian Mahabar organizations. During the 1960s, as nationalist political sentiments grew among Eritreans, these Mahabar organizations also became centers for clandestine nationalist organization and arms smuggling. The 1960s also saw the development of a largely Christian Eritrean student population, whose alienation from the dominant Amhara culture and experience of discrimination produced some of the most important leaders of the nationalist movement, including Isaias Afwerki. In 1974 to 1975, particularly after the death of Emmanuel Michael Endem, many of the younger members of the Eritrean community in Addis fled to join the Eritrean Liberation Fronts. As the Derg's hold over the Christian highlands of Eritrea was consolidated after 1978, however, a new wave of Eritrean immigrants arrived seeking economic opportunities and fleeing the war. By 1991, the Eritrean community in Addis numbered more than 150,000, most of whom remained there after Eritrea's formal independence in 1993, as the economic opportunities there were greater than in Eritrea, particularly in import, export, retail trade, technical and professional services, air and truck transport, and communications. This lasted until the border war broke out in May 1998 and Ethiopian authorities began rounding up Eritreans and Ethiopians of Eritrean origin whom they charged with being fifth columnists. More than 70,000 were forcibly deported, most from Addis and its surroundings. By 2018, the city's overall population had grown to more than 2,750,000 with newly arrived Eritrean refugees comprising upward of 50,000, some with permits, some not, which brought the total number of Eritreans living in the city back to pre-border war levels. Adhanom Gebremariam, one of the only members of the Group of 15, G15, reformists to avoid detention by the Eritrean government in 2001, the longtime veteran of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, served as governor of Syria and ambassador to the Scandinavian countries and later to Nigeria before joining the G15 in criticizing Isaias Afwerki over his autocratic leadership and his conduct of the border war with Ethiopia. He only escaped imprisonment during the political crackdown in September 2001 because he was out of the country at the time. Once in exile, he joined the Eritrean Democratic Party, EDP, but he broke with it in 2004 over its refusal to endorse armed resistance to the Isaias regime and formed a new party, the Eritrean People's Movement, EPM, which he led into the opposition Eritrean Democratic Alliance. In 2009, after another split within the EPM, Adhanom brought his faction into merger talks with the EDP and the Eritrean People's Party, which joined together that year to form the Eritrean People's Democratic Party, EPDP, but he pulled out in 2001 and joined the newly created Ethiopia-based Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, an umbrella organization designed to unite the fractured opposition. His group was at first called EPDP Dialogue but changed back to EDP in late 2012. Adhanom later stepped down from the leadership due to health problems and took up residence in the United States. Adi Harush. The third camp opened for Eritrean refugees in Ethiopia's Tigray regional state. Adi Harush was established in 2010, around 10 kilometers south of the Myani camp on the road linking Ethiopia's northern towns with those of the Amhara regional state and the national capital, Addis Ababa, via the cities of Gondar and Bahir. By 2018, it housed a population of 11,600 people, 60% of whom were males, many in the 18 to 24 age range who had come to Ethiopia to escape or evade Eritrea's compulsory national service. An estimated 40% of residents were under 18, many of them 14 to 18-year-olds who came to avoid impending call UPS for what had become indefinite terms of service since the 1980 to 2000 border war with Ethiopia. Like Myani and Hitsats, Adi Harush was served by several international aid agencies, including the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Jesuit Relief Service, JRS, and two U.S.-based agencies, the International Rescue Committee and the Center for Victims of Trauma, and as well as several Ethiopian non-governmental organizations. They and the United Nations agencies in the camp operated under the aegis of Ethiopia's official refugee authority, the Administration for Refugee and Returnee Affairs, ARA. Though there was only a single primary school, 2 early childhood centers, and 1 vocational training center in 2018, refugees were enrolled in secondary school in the nearby Ethiopian town of Mytsemra, while the JRS ran programs in sports, music, and the arts and maintained a library to serve camp residents. Adi Harush had fewer shops and businesses than Myani, partly due to its proximity to Mytsemra where refugees could shop, getting there by foot or by 3-wheel rickshaws, bajajas, that were by then found in all Ethiopian towns and cities of any size. The opening of the Eritrea-Ethiopia border in September 2018 after the peace declaration between the two countries in July led to a sudden outpouring of refugees and asylum seekers as border controls were dropped and people were free to travel in both directions with little more than a cursory check of identity cards. Thousands took advantage of the opening, many of them women with children who sought family reunification with husbands already in Europe. They were processed quickly in Endabaguna and taken to Adi Harush and other camps to be housed in emergency shelters hastily constructed to cope with the unexpected influx, which severely taxed the ARA's capacity to provide essential resources. Adi Hausha, Hamaseen. A village on the Asmara, Deekmhair Road that was the site of heavy fighting during 4 to 13 August 1977 when the Eritrean People's Liberation Front fought off an Ethiopian attempt to break the encirclement of Asmara and retake Deekmhair. More fighting followed in September 1977 and March 1978 when the Derg again failed to break through. On June 20, 1994, an estimated 150,000 people walked from Asmara to Adi Hausha to commemorate the Eritrean martyrs who died in these battles. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. ADIKE, Alt, ADIQEYH, ADIKE, Ki, 14 degrees 50 minutes north, 39 degrees 22 minutes east. The former provincial capital of Akele-Guze, Adikea, is now part of the Dibubsaba, Southern Administrative Region. Located on a ridge commanding the intersection of the Hadis River Valley with the main highland route from Asmara to Ethiopia, Adikea was essentially the creation of Italian colonialists, who constructed a fort on the site in 1890. The name derives from a nearby hamlet of no historical significance. The Italians built up the town as a colonial administrative and market center, with a Catholic mission and military garrison. A mixed population of Tigrinya speakers and Sahos settled around a new center, while Italian farmers expropriated some of the best lands in the valley below. In 2004, it became the site for the new Adikea College of Arts and Social Sciences, one of the new institutes and small colleges created after the University of Asmara was closed to undergraduates due to the protests of 2001. By 2010, its population exceeded 19,000. Adinafas, 15 degrees 0234 N, 38 degrees 54 minutes 46 seconds east. A small agricultural village on the escarpment 10 kilometers north of Asmara in the former province of Hamasien, now part of the Makalzaba, Central Administrative Region. Adinafas was founded in the 14th century by settlers from neighboring Mbadar-Ho, according to local traditions. The village's history is an excellent example of the many links between the highland and lowland populations of Eritrea, as the former ruling strata of the Bet Askid of Sahel trace their ancestry to Adinafas. Like most of the villages of Karnashem, the people of Adinafas farmed the Semenawi Bari lands of the escarpment below the village during the winter. In around 1865, the villagers killed a relative of Ras Wolde Mikael Solomon in a dispute over their winter lands around Durfo, and Wolde Mikael attacked the village, burning it and killing 60 men. Under Italian colonialism, village land was alienated for the reservoir system above Baleza and for the gold mining operation begun directly below the village in 1928. The massive growth of Asmara in the late 1930s brought the city to the edge of Adinafas's land, and many villagers began to work in the brickworks located near the village. By the mid-1940s, the gold mine had been expanded by Nino Garbini to employ around 200 villagers, but on March 17, 1950, it was destroyed by a band of Unionist Shifta. Missionaries of the Protestant Church in Sweden became active in the village during the 1920s, and in the early 1950s, they helped build a primary school. In January 1975, as the armed struggle intensified in the highlands, the Ethiopian army attacked and burned the village, forcing the residents to flee to Durfo and inciting most of the young men to join the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. Intense fighting continued through April when the Derg drove the EPLF out of the area. A military garrison was stationed to control the road to Durfo, but in February 1979, it was overrun by the EPLF in a guerrilla attack. Further fighting occurred in 1989 to 1990 when the EPLF set up its artillery in Durfo and began shelling the Asmara airport. Today, the village has been rebuilt and has a population of around 3,000, many of whom commute to Asmara for work. Adi Kuala, Sire, Alt, Adi Kuala, 14 degrees 38 minutes north, 38 degrees 50 minutes east. Adi Kuala, an important market town and sub-provincial administrative center in the former province of Sire, now the Dibubsaba, Southern Administrative Region, is located on the main road from Asmara to Adway. Its location on the southern edge of the Sire Plateau, where it drops steeply to the Gundet Lowlands and Mirab River, is key to Adi Kuala's history. It was a small village of no importance before the Italians established a fort there in 1890 to defend the central plateau against a possible attack from Tigray. It remained a garrison town known particularly for its massive stone prison until the British period when primary and secondary schools were established and its Eritrean population began to increase. By 1962, there were 1,500 residents, and this increased as its Ethiopian garrison grew during the armed struggle. In February 1975, Eritrean prison wardens released all prisoners at Adi Kwala to the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and in July 1977, the front liberated the town, which it held until July 1978. Although its large garrison was attacked by guerrilla units numerous times and heavy fighting occurred around the town in March 1989 and early 1991, the town did not fall into Eritrean hands again until the end of the war. Ethiopian forces threatened to overrun it in May 2000 during the third round of fighting in the border war, but they were repelled and the city remained under the control of the Eritrean Defense Forces. Adi Kwala has become a major commercial center of the Maitseda region with a population of nearly 35,000 in 2010 and is one of the richest agricultural areas in the highlands. It is known both for its tukul, hut, church, St. Mary's, with its distinctive frescoes and a mausoleum for Italians killed at the Battle of Adwa, and for the high quality of its home-brewed suwa, beer. It has also become a gateway for would-be refugees who pass through it on their way to the border with Ethiopia, 25 kilometers to the south. ADIUGRI. Menfera, 14 degrees 53 minutes 10 seconds north, 38 degrees 48 minutes 58 seconds east. Adi Yakob. A hamlet near Haziga in what used to be known as Hamaseen, now the Makalzaba, Central Administrative Region. Adi Yakob is the site of the 1978 Ethiopian defeat of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, on the front north of Asmara. In 1977, EPLF fighters had fortified Adi Yakob as part of a defensive line encircling Asmara, which ran from Mbadaro in the east to Shwat Ansaba in the west. Between Haziga and Adi Yakob the EPLF trenches ran across 400 meters of open fields, and in November 1978, the Ethiopian Soviet advisors decided this was the weak link in the EPLF line. At dawn on November 23, the Ethiopians launched their attack against the 450 fighters of Hale 3 of the 8th Brigade, concentrating 68 tanks on a 500-meter front. More than 400 fighters died and less than a dozen escaped to rejoin EPLF units. The Ethiopians quickly pushed down the west bank of the Ansaba River to the Karen Road near Elabird, forcing the EPLF to abandon Atekelzan on November 24, and precipitating the second phase of the strategic withdrawal. On June 20, 1993, several thousand people walked from Asmara to Adi Yakob to commemorate the martyrs who died there and elsewhere in the armed struggle. In 2018, the Ministry of Agriculture announced the formation of a joint Egypt-Eritrea model farm project there, one of 7 Egypt manages in Africa. Administration and administrative regions. Before Italian colonialism, what is now Eritrea was divided among a number of local and foreign-controlled administrations, including, at various times, those of the Bar Negashi, the Diglal, and the Naib, as well as Egypt, Turkey, Tigray, and Ethiopia. The administrative system at the time of independence derived from Italian colonial rule, which imposed a combination of direct and indirect administrative systems over Eritrea after 1890. This system was reorganized under the Provisional Government of Eritrea in 1995. Italian administrative divisions went through a number of iterations, beginning with 4 divisions, Misawa, then the capital, Asmara, Central Highlands, Karen, North and West, and Asab, Denkel. In 1903, Governor Ferdinando Martini established 7 commissariati or provincial divisions, Akele Goze, Asab, Barka, Hamaseen, Karen, Misawa, and Sire, with Gash Seti being added as the 8th in 1909, and 3 residence or autonomous districts, Mireb, Sahel, Shimazana. These units were reduced to 6 commissariati in 1931, Akele Goze, Adi Ikea, Basopiano Occidental, Western Lowlands, Agordad, Basopiano Oriental, Eastern Lowlands, Misawa, Hamaseen, Asmara and its surroundings, Karen and Sire, Menfera. In 1936, Eritrea was enlarged to include Tigray, which was divided into 6 additional commissariata, including that of Dankalia, administered from Assab. In 1941, the British administration returned Eritrea to its previous borders and returned Assab to the Eastern Lowlands Division. In 1947, Karen and Agordat divisions were merged into the Western Province as part of the British plan to partition Eritrea, see Bevan, Sforza Plan, 1949. Under the Federation, 1952 to 1962, these divisions were maintained and staffed by an autonomous Eritrean administration, appointed and controlled by the Eritrean chief executive. After 1962, when Eritrea was annexed as Ethiopia's 14th province, these divisions became the province's ereges, and the administration was placed under the control of an Ethiopian governor-general, until a military administration was imposed in 1970, as the armed struggle intensified. In 1965, the Eastern Lowlands or Red Sea Eritrea was divided into Semhar and Dankalia, Denkel. About the same time, the Sahel district of Karen Division, Sinhit, was detached as a separate eritrea. Finally, after the Derg came to power in 1974, and continued the military administration of Eritrea, the Western, or Barka eritrea had its autonomous district of Gash Seti detached as a separate eritrea, while Asmara was also made into an eritrea. From 1975 onward, much of northwest Eritrea, as well as many other rural areas, came under the direct administration of the Eritrean Liberation Front and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, while various attempts were made to detach Dankalia administratively. After independence, the Eritrean government maintained these divisions as Eritrea's provinces through 1995. Each province had a governor appointed by the executive branch of the national government who was responsible for provincial administration down to the local level. Each province was divided into sub-provinces, districts, and sub-districts, with organs of local government and elected councils at each level. In addition, urban centers were divided into neighborhood-level, Kabili, and regional, Zaba, councils. On May 19, 1995, the National Assembly voted to redraw Eritrea's administrative boundaries, creating 6 administrative regions or Zabas designed to maximize economic development programs by uniting similar ecological and resource bases. As of 1996, the new administrative regions were Debuba Ikiabari, Southern Red Sea includes Denkel from the Djibouti border to the northern limits of the Tio district, with Assab as its administrative center, Semenawi Kiabari. Northern Red Sea includes the entire coast and coastal plain from Mersa Fatma in the south to the border of Sudan, and inland to the edge of the Central Highlands and the mountain districts of Sahel, with its center at Massawa, Ansaba, comprises a wedge of mountainous land running north from Karen, the administrative center, and includes the lands of the Marya along the Ansaba River and the northern districts along the Barka River. Gash Barka, covers Gash Seti and southern Barka, including Agordat, with its center at Barantu, Dibub, southern with its center at Menfera, comprises all the highland areas of Sire and Akele Goze, but without their former low and mid-elevation districts to the west and east, and Makal, central comprises Asmara and its Hamasine suburbs. These Zabas, regions, were subdivided into 55 subregions, referred to as provinces in English publications, with the village remaining the smallest administrative unit. Regional administrators, equivalent to former provincial governors, are appointed by the president. All other levels of administration are filled through appointments made by the heads of the next administrative unit above them, linked through an ascending hierarchy of responsibility directly to the president, who, as chief executive, has authority over the entire administrative system. The parallel system of elected councils provides the basis for provincial assemblies and the National Assembly, but these bodies have no independent legislative or budgetary authority. The last elections for representatives to the regional assemblies took place in 2004 with candidates vetted in advance by the country's sole legal party, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice. Administration for Refugee and Returnee Affairs, ARA. Ethiopia's official refugee authority, formally established in 1992 but building on the work of the Relief and Rehabilitation Commission of the previous government. ARO manages programs for refugees and asylum seekers throughout the country, working closely with the United Nations High Commission for Refugees and coordinating the work of domestic and international non-governmental organizations. Its sphere of activity includes refugee camps sited along nearly all Ethiopia's borders as well as social services and education programs for those living in towns and cities under its out-of-camps policy. In 2009, Ethiopia hosted an estimated 135,000 refugees, mainly from Somalia, Eritrea, and Sudan. A decade later, that number had swollen to almost 900,000 from Somalia, Eritrea, Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya, Djibouti, and Yemen, as well as more distant states, with Ethiopia competing with Kenya as the state with the highest number on the African continent. The largest group at the start of 2018 was from South Sudan with 422,000. Somalis numbered more than 250,000 and Eritreans 164,000, with most of the latter in Tigray camps at Adi Harush, Hitsats, Myani, and Shim Elba and the smaller Afar camps at Biril and Aseta. In 2019, under a directive from Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, ARO was renamed the Agency for Refugee and Returnee Affairs and shifted from its position within the National Intelligence and Security Services to the newly formed Ministry of Peace. Administrative Regions. See Administration and Administrative Regions. Adabaha. A seasonal stream in Sahel that drains the interior of the Northern Highlands, the Adabaha is divided into two drainages, the Adabaha Bay, big, and Nish, little. In August 1969, the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, held an important conference at a seasonal camp in the Adabaha Nish Valley. The Adabaha meeting was the culmination of several years of reformist activity inside the ELF, led by ESLA and the Tripartite Unity Forces. The conference was attended by around 160 members of all 5 zonal commands, including members of the conservative Muslim leadership of Zones 1 and 2, the reformists of Zones 3 to 5, and the external leadership from the Revolutionary Command in Kassala and the Supreme Council. At the conference, the ELF was already split into 2 rival blocs, whose division was to mark the fracture line that led directly to civil war in 1972. On one side were the leaders of Zones 1 and 2, supported by Mohammed Ahmed Abdu of Zone 3 and their external patrons, Idris Mohammed Adam and Idris Osman Galadouas. On the other side were the leaders of Zones 4 and 5, the Marya group of Abu Tayera, and Osman Saleh Sab from the external leadership. After several days of negotiations, the participants agreed to abolish the old structure of the ELF, including both the Revolutionary Command and the 5 zones. In their place, they created a Provisional General Command, Qiada al-Ama, while the military organization was divided into 3 regions, with Regions 1 and 2 corresponding to the old Zones 1 and 2, and Region 3 comprising the old Zones 3 to 5, thus reinforcing the existing divisions. Consequently, the Adabaha Conference failed to resolve the ELF's fundamental problems and, instead, hastened its breakup into competing modernist trends. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Adulis. The foremost port of the Eritrean coast during the period of the Aksumite Empire, Adulis was located on the western shore of the Gulf of Zula around 4 kilometers from the sea, where its harbor Gabeza was sited. Today its remains are buried under a deep layer of silt, near the village of Zula. Pottery from excavations at the lowest levels of the Adulis site indicate the area was occupied by people in trading contact with South Arabia at least as early as the 2nd millennium BC. The classical foundations of Adulis coincide with the occupation of the site by Greco-Egyptian trading expeditions during the reign of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, 285 to 246 BC. The famous monumentum Adulitanum with its Greek inscription from the reign of Ptolemy III Euergetes, 246 to 221 BC, was described by Cosmas Indicopoulos who visited Adulis in the 6th century, but it could have been moved to Adulis from elsewhere. Archaeological evidence shows that during the last 3 centuries BC, if not before, important trade routes ran from the Gulf of Zula up the valleys of the Hadas and Kumali rivers to the highlands of Akele Goze and thence continued to Tigray. Atuli seems the most likely site for the seaside emporium of this trade route, as it lies on the coastal plain directly below the intersection of these river valleys, in a fertile and irrigable area. By the early Aksumite period, 2nd century AD, Atulis was an important trading center for merchants from the Mediterranean and Red Sea regions, and both Pliny the Elder's Natural History, ca 75 AD, and the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, by Pseudo Arrian, ca 200 AD, described it in some detail, including its commercial and political connections with Aksum. Later Aksumite inscriptions, the geography of Claudius Ptolemaeus, and archaeological artifacts, including numerous Mediterranean and Indian imports, attest to its far-flung trading connections, wealth, and size during the 3rd to 6th centuries. By the reign of Caleb, Atulis was the frequent seat of Aksumite rulers, and its trade had made the Eritrean region the most prosperous part of the empire. In 525, Caleb assembled a fleet at Atulis of some 60 vessels, including ships from India, Arabia, and Egypt, for his invasion of South Arabia. But with the rise of the Muslim Empire in the 7th century, the port declined, as the Indian, Mediterranean trade routes were redirected through the Persian Gulf or along the Arabian coast. In the late 7th or early 8th centuries, probably ca 702 and not ca 640 as many scholars previously suggested, Atulis was sacked by a naval expedition from Jeddah. Although its churches were rebuilt and a Muslim trading community is mentioned there in the early 8th century, the port lost importance and soon disappeared from history, to be replaced by Muslim commercial centers at Dalak Kabir and Misawa. Today, the site is unoccupied, but nearby is a village named Zula whose Saho-speaking people have several legends concerning the ancient site. The 800-meter field of ruins has been investigated and partially excavated by archaeologists, including the surveys of Salt, 1809 to 1810, the Théophile Lefebvre mission, 1840, Sir Robert Napier's British military expedition, 1868, Theodore Bent's survey, 1893, the excavations of R. Sundstrom with the Eno Littman expedition, 1906, Roberto Paribeni, 1907, and, most recently, the excavations of Francis Anfray with the Ethiopian Archaeological Institute, 1961 to 1962. Atulite era, 9th century BC, 5th century AD. For nearly 1,400 years, the Red Sea coastal city-state of Atulis functioned as a major regional center for commerce and trade. Other important cultural centers also arose during this period in the Eritrean interior, linked by trade with each other and the African hinterland, and only now coming under archaeological scrutiny. Among them were extensive settlements circumscribing modern-day Asmara and large sites at Koito, Tekhondai, and Keskis, near Adikia, at Midara, near Senef, and at Dure, near Halhal, with more discovered each year. Greek and Egyptian hunting and trading posts were established in coastal and highland Eritrea in the 3rd century BC and later. Obsidian, volcanic glass, taken from the coastal waters, and Red Sea tortoise shell were among the most highly valued items in regional commerce, which also included rhino horn, elephant tusk, frankincense, and hippopotamus hides from the interior. ADWA, 14 degrees 10 minutes north, 38 degrees 54 minutes east. Adwe is the principal commercial town of central Tigray, Ethiopia. Located on the road from Adi Kuala, just 48 kilometers from the Mirab River, Adwe has an important place in Eritrean history. The town developed as a commercial center during the Turkish period, relying on trade between Misawa and Tigray along the route running through Sire. During the 17th century, Adwe eclipsed both Debarwe and Aksum as a commercial center, and in the 18th century, it became the seat of the increasingly powerful governors of Tigray and then the capital of Emperor Yohannes IV. Italian colonial forces occupied Adway in January 1890 and again on April 1, 1895 during the invasion of Tigray. They held the town until March 1, 1896 when an Ethiopian army led by Emperor Menelik II defeated an Italian army of 17,000, including 5,000 Eritrean askari, just outside the town, ending the first Italian attempt to conquer northern Ethiopia. More than 4,000 Italian and 2,000 Eritrean soldiers were killed, while 1,750 Italians and more than 1,000 Eritreans were captured. In the aftermath of the battle, Menelik's empress ordered the amputation of one hand and one foot from at least 400 Eritrean askari. Alphabet, 16 degrees 11 minutes north, 38 degrees 41 minutes east. A market town and administrative center in Sahel, now the largest subzone of the Northern Administrative Region, on the road from Keren to Nakfa, Alphabet is the site of the most decisive battle of the armed struggle. The Alphabet plain has been inhabited since prehistoric times, but until the 1950s, it was little more than a seasonal camp and occasional market. The Italian administrative post there was at Kubkub. In the early 1960s, a police post was built, and American missionaries opened a clinic and school, which the government of Ethiopia encouraged as part of its effort to permanently settle at Sheikh, Bet Asked, and other Tigray-speaking peoples in the area as a means of controlling their involvement with the Eritrean Liberation Front's armed struggle. A military garrison was established in 1968, and as its counterinsurgency actions increased, many local people fled as refugees. On April 6, 1997, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, liberated the town and set about organizing a land reform and people's assembly but met strong resistance from the traditional elite, Shumagul, organized around a local mosque. In January 1978, Alphabet was recaptured by the Derg. The Eritrean population fled, and the town became the military base for repeated Ethiopian offensives against EPLF-held Nakfa. In December 1979, the EPLF drove Ethiopian forces back to town, but in 1980 to 1981, the Ethiopians regained the Hide Valley and Kubkub, and the town's military installations expanded during the Red Star Campaign. By 1987, the town was the base for the NATO Destroyer Army Corps, comprising 3 divisions and support units, including 22,000 men, plus thousands more Ethiopian and newly arrived Eritrean civilians. In December 1987, the EPLF again pushed the Ethiopians back toward the town in preparation for a battle of encirclement aimed at seizing the garrison and all its military stores intact. On March 17, 1988, the main EPLF offensive was launched on 3 fronts. The Eritrean left wing swept down the coast, closing off the mouths of the Felkut Sheb and Azahara canyons to prevent Ethiopian units from escaping to the east, while the center attacked the main front along the Hide Valley, and the right wing destroyed the Ethiopian 21st Division. The envelopment unfolded through March 18, by which time surviving Ethiopian units were in full retreat toward Alphabet. On the main road, the Derg's 29th Mechanized Brigade was trapped behind burning tanks on Asheram Pass and destroyed by Ethiopian planes to keep it from falling into Eritrean hands. At dawn on March 19, the EPLF stormed Alphabet, capturing the garrison, 50 tanks, 100 trucks, 60 artillery pieces, 20 anti-aircraft guns, and immense quantities of small arms and ammunition. The retreating Ethiopians were cut off at Kalamit Pass and destroyed or captured in intense fighting on 19 to 20 March, and EPLF infantry, which had moved behind Ethiopian lines before the battle, blocked Ethiopian reinforcements from Keren in heavy fighting at Mes Halat. By March 20, the EPLF had killed or captured 18,000 Ethiopian soldiers, and the balance of military power in Eritrea had permanently shifted. Basil Davidson, reporting for the British Broadcasting Company from the battlefield on March 21, called the victory one of the biggest ever scored by any liberation movement anywhere since Dien Bien Phu. From 13 to May 23, the Derg attempted to recapture Afabet using mechanized units and paracommandos but failed after intense fighting. On April 3 and April 21, 1990, 16 civilians were killed, 29 wounded, and 168 buildings destroyed by Ethiopian bombing. Since then, the town has been rebuilt, with a new clinic, school, and livestock market. The struggle to overcome inequality in cultural traditions remains a primary issue in local politics, but in 1994, a woman was elected deputy mayor. Afabet has since grown to include some 40,000 people in the town and its environs, and it has become a hub for farming, pastoralism, and trade. By 2018, it also had 2 secondary schools, 11 middle schools, and 26 elementary schools. Afar, Arabic, Danakil. Members of this ethno-linguistic group inhabit the Denkal region of southeastern Eritrea. The Afar language is a branch of Eastern Cushitic related to Somali. The Afar people are spread across the present territories of Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Eritrea, inhabiting the desert plains and hills of the northern Rift Valley and the seacoast between the Gulf of Tadjoura and the Gulf of Zula. Today, around 60,000 Afar live in Eritrea and many thousands more who live as refugees on the Arabian Peninsula, Djibouti, and Ethiopia. They are divided among a coastal population of sedentary fishers, seafaring merchants, and salt miners, who live on the Beray Peninsula and in Asab, Balil, Ed, Tio, and smaller coastal settlements, a pastoralist population who inhabit the interior hills and work the salt pans of the Danakil Depression, practicing seasonal agriculture in a few valleys and migrating across the border into Ethiopia, and a small sedentary agricultural population around Bieta. The ancestors of the Afar have lived in Denkal since antiquity, and they appear in inscriptions originating from both South Arabia and the Aksumite Empire. Arabic sources cite them by name, Danakil, from the 13th century. The Afar were among the earliest Eritrean peoples to convert to Islam, and many joined the armies of Imam Ahmed al-Ghazi in the early 1500s. The modern Afar political division between Red Asahi Mera aristocratic clans and White Adahamira commoner clans coalesced after Imam Ahmed's defeat. The political center of the Afar was the Sultanate of Azza, around 200 kilometers inland from Asab, in Ethiopia. But outside the Asab area, the Eritrean Afar had little political interaction with the Sultanate, and the more populous northern areas between the Indeli River and the Beray Peninsula actually suffered from much closer political relationships, involving tribute payments and raiding, with the lords of Tigray, the Tigrinya-speaking plateau, and the Naibs of Semhar. By the 19th century, the Afar living in present-day Eritrea were divided among 7 major subtribes and many smaller groups. Today, the most important subtribes are the Daimala, inhabiting the western plains of Denkal and the Bieta area, Damohada, inhabiting the peninsula, Hidarum or Hadermo, inhabiting the foothills of the eastern escarpment, Belasawa, inhabiting the same area as the Hidarum, and the smaller Ankala and Dana groups. The composition of these subtribes illustrates the way in which aristocrat and commoner divisions are mixed together among the Eritrean Afar. The Daimala were descended from commoner clients, such as Hidarum. The Damohada and Ankala comprised both commoner and aristocratic groups, with the Sahimera controlling political offices and resource distribution, and the Hidarum, Belasawa, and the Dana were commoners claiming Arab descent who eventually gained political autonomy. By the colonial period, the divisions between Asahimera and the Adahamira were largely distinctions of social pedigree with little material import, although some Asahimera families continued to control political office. During the mid-1900s, European, Egyptian, and Ethiopian interests in the Afar territories developed, and from 1869, Italy became increasingly involved around Asab and Balil. In November 1890, the Afar regions of Eritrea were annexed to the new colony through protectorate treaties, but early Italian attempts at imposing political control were resisted by the Akito family of Balil and Sultan Yasin Haysama. In general, the colonial administration left Afar society alone, as long as Afar leaders acknowledged Italian authority and refrained from intergroup warfare. Although the colonial frontier cut across Afar territories, it had little effect on pastoral movements, and outside of a few Italian military posts, the development of mining infrastructure between Mursa Fatma and Kaloli, and the building of a modern port at Assab, Italian colonialism had little impact on Afar life. Military recruitment brought a few Afar into the colonial world, but there were no Italian schools in Denkel, and an educated Afar middle class did not develop. One consequence of Italian laissez-faire politics with regard to Afar territories was that an organized Afar political movement did not develop in Eritrea until the 1970s, and then it was much more the product of Ethiopian Afar sentiments, centered on the Sultanate of Uzza. Eritrean Afars formed their loyalties to family and clan groupings, though a few individuals were involved in national politics. In the 1940s, Eritrean Afars were split between a pro-Italian group led by Mohammed Omar Akito in Assab and Muslim League supporters led by Musa Gas and Abdul Qadir Kabir. In the 1950s and 1960s, young Afars in Cairo and Sudan participated in the formation of the Eritrean Liberation Movement, ELM, which attracted more Afar support than the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF. In the 1970s, however, several Afars rose to leadership positions in the ELF, including Ali Mohammed Ibrahim and Mohammed Ali Isaac, while others, such as Humed Mohammed Kari Kari, Sea Navy, rose to leading positions in the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. Throughout the colonial period, the leading figure in Afar national politics remained the Sultan of Uzza. He was courted by the Italians from the 1880s, with whom he maintained good relations through 1941. The Sultan was also courted by the British, who controlled Afar territory in both Ethiopia and Eritrea through 1944, but he was imprisoned by Haile Selassie I, who was intent on dominating the new road transport route from Addis Ababa to Assab. The emperor brought to power a new sultan, Ali Mira, whom he appeased through local autonomy and imperial favors, but this strategy collapsed under the brutal policies of the Derg in 1975, leading to the formation by Ali Mira and his son Anfara of the Afar Liberation Front, ALF. In northern Denkel, where the bulk of Eritrean Afars live, the 1970s witnessed the appearance of the rival ELF and EPLF organizations. Damohada initially favored the ELF, while Daimala favored first the ELM and later the EPLF. The political allegiance of Eritrean Afars was further divided by the Derg's ambiguous policy of creating an anti-EPLF Afar military organization called Ugugamo. With independence, a split developed between those Afar who supported the EPLF, mostly in the north, and those who had fled overseas during the armed struggle or had remained in the Derg-controlled areas, notably the shanty town of Assab Sarur. Among the latter groups, there was some sympathy for the Pan-Afar independence movement calling for the creation of a united, self-governing Afar territory including Eritrean Denkel. In 1991 to 1993, the movement received some support from Saudi Arabia, but even among the exiles, Eritrean Afars were far from united. At least 3 different Afar political organizations formed, in addition to the ALF, to oppose Afar incorporation into Eritrea. In 1993, these groups united in the Afar Revolutionary Democratic Unity Front, led by Mahmoud Agas, who joined Habib Ali Mira, son of the Sultan of Uzza, in calling for a no vote in the referendum on Eritrean independence. But on January 22, 1993, after negotiations with the Provisional Government of Eritrea, Habib Ali Mira announced his support for Eritrean independence, including Denkel, and in the April referendum, 99.658% of the 29,799 registered voters in Denkel, about 75 to 80% Afar, voted for independence. Over the next decade, the Afars on both sides of the new border fractured into rival political organizations aligned with either Eritrea or Ethiopia and carried out occasional attacks and ambushes in both countries, as the impact of the 1998 to 2000 border war and the crackdown and extension of national service that followed heightened tensions throughout the Afar region and generated a steady flow of refugees, first to Yemen and, later, once civil war broke out there, to Djibouti and Ethiopia. In 1999, during that conflict, Eritrean Afars in Ethiopia launched the Red Sea Afar Democratic Organization, ARSADU. With the aging Soviet-built oil refinery in Assab closed and trade with Ethiopia halted, the economy in southeastern Eritrea all but died. The main population in the Assab area was soldiers, and there was little other economic activity since fishing and external trade were tightly controlled, and there was very little active trade, apart from military supply, between this region and the Eritrean highlands. Municipal and regional administration was increasingly done by Tigrinya speakers who required Afars to bring translators to do official business, and many traditional leaders were jailed or fled. What else there was around Assab, in addition to military bases and training camps, were prisons, whose populations were swollen with soldiers and national service evaders suspected of or caught in the act of trying to flee the country. Ethiopian support for ARSADU initially declined after the Algiers Agreement was signed with Eritrea in June 2000, nominally ending the border war, but it resumed 2 years later as relations worsened after Ethiopia balked at accepting the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission's findings, and the two countries settled into a perpetual state of no peace, no war. It accelerated further in 2010 when Ethiopia's Prime Minister, Meles Zenawi, publicly called for Isaias Afwerki's replacement as Eritrea's president. For its part, Eritrea stepped up support for Ugugamo, as both governments worked to cement broader alliances among the opposition groups housed within their territories. These tit-for-tat escalations came to a head in early 2012 when Eritrean-backed Afars attacked a group of German tourists, and Ethiopia responded with air attacks on guerrilla training camps in Eritrea. Small ambushes and attacks continued on both sides afterward. ARSADU had joined the Eritrean National Alliance, ENA, in 2003, a loose coalition of 12 organizations opposed to the government in Asmara that 2 years later expanded and regrouped as the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. This provided an arena for it to connect with other ethnic nationalist groups like the Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrean Kunama, with which it formed an alliance within an alliance called the Democratic Front of Eritrean Nationalities. They were later joined by a third group, the Saho Democratic People's Movement. Together they sought to convince the EDA and an umbrella alliance of political groups and unaffiliated individuals called the Eritrean National Congress for Democratic Change to accept the right of all nationalities in Eritrea to self-determination, but the various iterations of an opposition alliance did little more than convene conferences and issue press releases. By 2018, these formations were nearly dormant, still subsidized by Ethiopia but producing little of substance. The Eritrean government made similar efforts to build a unified Ethiopian opposition, with similarly unproductive results. In September 2015, 4 armed forces based there announced a merger into what they called the United Movement for the Salvation of Ethiopia Through Democracy, including the Tigray People's Democratic Movement, TPDM, the Amhara-led Arbanok Jinbut 7 Movement for Unity and Democracy, the Small Afar People's Liberation Movement, and the Amhara Democratic Force Movement. They chose Jinbut 7 leader Birhanu Nega as chair and TPDM leader Mola Askidum as his deputy. Less than a week later, Mola Askidum defected to Ethiopia with 600 to 700 of his followers, announcing that he had been working with Ethiopia as a clandestine agent for more than a year. See also Afar National Liberation Movement, ANLM, ethnic groups. Afar Liberation Front, ALF. The most important Afar nationalist organization from 1975 to 1992, the ALF was founded by Sultan Ali Mira of Azza after the Derg attacked his vast estates around Aseta in May 1975. He fled to Saudi Arabia and contacted the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, while his son, Anfara, organized a guerrilla army with the support of Somalia. In 1975 to 1977, ELF and ALF units attacked the Assab Road and southern Denkel, but after the Somali defeat in 1978, the ALF's armed operations all but ceased, and several splinter groups formed. After the defeat of the ELF in the Second Civil War, some Afar former ELF members, led by Ahmed Mohammed Aha, son of the Sultan of Bireu, formed a new Afar movement known as Ugugamo, revolution, with Derg support. Ugugamo was based in western Denkel and Ethiopian Dankalia, where they fought both Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, units for control of the Dalal salt trade, and were known as the Afar Revolutionary Forces until they joined the Afar Revolutionary Democratic Unity Front, RDUV, in 1993. In 1984, an Afar member of the former Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, Mohammed Ali Isaac, also formed a new ALF wing with Saudi Arabian support and landed a few fighters on the coast, but after fighting around Bieta, they were driven into southern Denkel and, by 1989, had come to terms with the EPLF. With the EPLF victory at Afabet in 1988, the main ALF group, led by the sons of the Sultan of Uzza, negotiated an operational alliance with the EPLF, and on February 17, 1989, ALF and EPLF units carried out a spectacular commando assault against the Ethiopian garrison at Dubbed, 260 kilometers from Asab on the road to Addis Ababa. At the end of the war, the main ALF organization, led by Habib Ali Mira, returned to Ethiopia and participated in creating the country's new federal structure, winning Ethiopian Afar's an autonomous region finalized in Ethiopia's territorial divisions of October 18, 1992 and accepting Eritrean claims in the Denkel in 1993. However, the ALF dissolved into competing factions in the mid-1990s, led by the Sultan's sons, and was edged out of power in the 1995 elections by a pro-TPLF organization, the Afar People's Democratic Organization, originally called the Tigray Afar Democratic Organization. Other ALF factions, however, went into exile. The Ugugamo group of the RDUV was involved in armed clashes with Tigrayan government forces in the 1990s and took responsibility for the kidnapping of a group of 5 Europeans and a dozen Ethiopian guides and helpers in the Danakil Depression in March 2007. Meanwhile, Eritrean Afar established their own armed movement, the Red Sea Afar Democratic Organization, with Ethiopian support in 1997 and in 1999. The organization began carrying out small-scale armed attacks in Eritrea, joining the opposition Eritrean Democratic Alliance in 2003. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Afar National Liberation Movement, ANLM. This leftist Afar organization arose in the mid-1970s out of the Cairo-based Afar Students Association and allied itself with the Ethiopian Derg in 1976 after being promised autonomy, which came only in 1988. The ANLM faded into relative obscurity by the end of the 1980s only to reappear in 1994 and participate in elections the following year as part of a new coalition with the main faction of the Afar Liberation Front, the Afar National Democratic Party, ANDP, and the Afar People's Democratic Organization, together with a handful of smaller parties. In 2000, 2005, and 2010, the ANDP swept the federal parliamentary elections in the Afar region, taking all 8 seats. In 2005, it captured 84 of the 87 seats in the Afar Regional Parliament, and it held a similar supermajority in subsequent contests, taking 77 seats in the 2015 elections. African Union, O. The O, headquartered in Addis Ababa, was formed in July 2002 to replace and expand the role of the Organization of African Unity, OAU. The new continental body started with 53 member countries and 6 official languages but grew to 55 with the accession of newly independent South Sudan in 2011 and the return in 2017 of Morocco, which had withdrawn from the OAU in 1984 over its recognition of the disputed Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, a former Spanish colony that Morocco claimed. The OAU's chair rotates among heads of state, who meet twice each year as the Assembly of the African Union where all important decisions are taken. Its 28th, 29th, and 30th meetings were convened in Addis Ababa in 2017 and 2018, when the organization was chaired by Benin. The OAU's self-defined aim is to foster political and socio-economic integration among member states. Its differences with the OAU have mainly to do with its willingness to tackle internal problems among member states, which the OAU declined to do, including involving itself in regional peacekeeping operations. Since 2003, the OAU has dispatched peacekeeping forces to Burundi, Darfur, Sudan, and Somalia. Eritrea withdrew from participation in the OAU in 2007 to protest its inaction on the border conflict with Ethiopia. In 2009, the OAU called on the United Nations to sanction Eritrea for its alleged support of Islamist rebels in Somalia, after which Eritrea withdrew its ambassador to the body. The same year the OAU ceased to cooperate with the International Criminal Court over its indictment of Sudan's president, Omar al-Bashir. 2 years later, Eritrea re-established its mission to the OAU in Addis Ababa and resumed participation. Agency for Refugee and Returnee Affairs, ARA. The new name given to the Ethiopian Refugee Authority in 2019 when it was moved out from under the National Intelligence and Security Services to the Ministry of Peace. See Administration for Refugee and Returnee Affairs, ARA. Agordat, 15 degrees 32 minutes 56 seconds north, 37 degrees 53 minutes 13 seconds east. The former administrative and commercial center of Barka Province, now part of the Gash-Barka Administrative Region, Zaba, Agordat is located on the main road from Karen to Tessenei, at the point where the Barka River debouches onto its vast plains. Because of its location astride ancient trade routes and its proximity to the river, the Agordat area has been inhabited since antiquity. The permanent camp of the Diglal, the leader of the Beni Amer, was also an important regional animal market located a few kilometers from the present town, but the town itself is a creation of Italian colonialism. In June 1890, an Italian military expedition allied with the Beni Amer to defeat a Sudanese Mahdiist army near Agordat and built a small fort. On December 21, 1893, the Italians and their Eritrean askari defeated a much larger Mahdiist army in a bloody battle around the fort, after which Agordat developed as the center of Italian rule in the province of Basso Piano Occidental, and the seat of the residents of Agordat, which included most of the Beni Amer lands. A hospital and Italian Arabic school were built, and in 1928, the railroad reached Agordat. By 1937, there were 2,000 residents, including 168 Italians, workers from other parts of Eritrea, Sudanese, Arabs, West Africans, and others. By 1943, the population was 4,000, but only a few members of the Beni Amer elite, Nabtab, had residences in the town, while others camped on the outskirts during the winter dry season. Italian entrepreneurs developed banana and other fruit plantations along the river during the 1940s and 1950s, providing more economic growth, while the town's mosques and Arabic schools, originally built by the Italian colonial regime, attracted Muslim preachers and students. By the Federation period, Agordat was a center of Beni Amer culture and politics and a bustling market town, whose leading figure was Idris Mohammed Adam. In 1959 to 1960, many of Agordat's police and government employees were organized by the Eritrean Liberation Movement into Harakat, cells, but in 1961, Idris M. Adam's political connections assured that the town became a principal center of the early Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, organization. This was made apparent on July 12, 1962 when ELF operatives bombed a ceremony attended by the imperial representative, General Abiy Abeba, and the Eritrean chief executive, which killed 4 officials. This was followed by police gunfire that wounded 650 civilians. Repression and guerrilla attacks continued through the 1960s, as Agordat developed into a major Ethiopian garrison. In 1974 to 1975, ELF attacks around the town intensified, and on March 9, 1975, the Ethiopian army massacred 208 people, prompting the exodus to Sudan of most of the population. In September 1977, Agordat was liberated by Joint Eritrean Liberation Front, People's Liberation Forces and ELF forces, but the town was recaptured by the Ethiopians in July 1978. It was liberated again on April 2, 1988, following the Eritrean People's Liberation Front victory at Afabet. After independence, the town's hospital and secondary school were refurbished and new offices were opened by the Ministry of Agriculture, while many returning refugees and impoverished pastoralists settled in shanty towns around the outskirts. As the gateway to the highlands, it has long been a major market center through which much of the fruit and vegetables grown in the lowlands is transported, and it was reported to have 2 potentially valuable mineral deposits nearby. By 2010, its population had risen to more than 28,000. Agriculture, animal herding, and fishing remain the primary source of income and food for the majority of the Eritrean population, though agriculture accounted for only 16% of Eritrea's gross domestic product, GDP, and 20 to 30% of its merchandise exports in the year 2000. Staples comprise around 42% of annual agricultural production, while cash crops make up 28%, and livestock and fisheries account for the rest. Most staple cereal farming has historically been done in the Central Highlands. Today, however, it is developing rapidly in the coastal plains and the western lowlands where irrigated agriculture is increasingly widespread. Eritrean farmers traditionally cultivate grains, legumes, fruits, and vegetables. They also raise goats, cattle, sheep, camels, pigs, donkeys, and horses. Most operate at a subsistence level, consuming most of what they produce and selling only a small surplus in local markets. In most areas, farming and animal husbandry are based on traditional techniques, where farmers use animal-drawn implements to till the land. Eritrean farmers are exposed to unpredictable weather conditions and wide seasonal fluctuations in input and product prices, which make farming a perennially risky enterprise. Under these conditions, the government has pursued a 3-pronged strategy to increase agricultural output, increasing land under cultivation, raising productivity, and encouraging the production of higher-value crops for export and domestic consumption. Eritrea has 1.6 million hectares of land suitable for rain-fed or irrigated cultivation that are not now being farmed. The government is encouraging settlement and development, opening new lands for farming and providing infrastructure, essential services, access to credit and farm inputs, and secure tenure rights to individuals and groups, particularly since 2000 for returning refugees from surrounding countries. However, these programs have also displaced many pastoralists in the lowland areas of Gash Seti, stirring up tensions between local populations and newcomers. In the first years after independence, the government took steps to increase the productivity of land, labor, and capital. It decontrolled prices of agricultural inputs, reoriented agricultural research toward the problems and needs of smallholders, developed an expanded extensions program, decentralized responsibility for program development and management, and transferred most of its commercial activities to the private sector. At the same time, the Ministry of Agriculture encouraged smallholder farmers to produce high-value crops and livestock for export, such as flowers for Europe and sheep and goats for Middle East markets. Horticultural products with trade potential include cotton, oil seeds, cut flowers, and some fruits and vegetables, but the unstable situation since the border war undercut such trade and fostered a return to government controls. The early strategy for increasing livestock production was to raise the productivity of herds by enhancing rangeland and water resources management, promoting superior animal breeding systems, improving animal health and nutrition, and developing higher quality animal feed and fodder systems. Efforts were underway to expand marketing outlets and encourage the use of refrigerated transport services, particularly in the expanding dairy industry, when the border war disrupted such efforts as well. Another early priority was to increase the country's forest and water resources and to improve the quality of the soil. To meet these objectives, the Ministry of Agriculture undertook an accelerated afforestation program in which communities established self-managed woodlots. Participants in the annual summer work program also built terraces, planted trees, and undertook soil and water conservation works throughout the country. However, By 2017, the African Development Bank estimated agriculture to have slipped to 17.2% of the country's GDP and 44% of its commodity exports, which by then were dominated by minerals, a heavily mechanized sector with a relatively small labor force whose operations and profits were entirely controlled by the state. See also Economy. Ahmed ibn Ibrahim al-Ghazi, Imam, Ahmed Gran Amharic, left-handed, ca 1500 to 1542, Ahmed ibn Ibrahim al-Ghazi, Imam. The political leader of Adal, in Ethiopia's present-day Harar region, Ahmed ibn Ibrahim al-Ghazi organized the Muslim conquest of the Christian highlands of Ethiopia and Eritrea in 1528 to 1542 in retaliation for an Ethiopian attack on the Muslim Sultanate of Adal. Imam Ahmed was religiously inspired and received support from Turkey for his jihad against the Christian Habesha Empire. He used Islam to unite most of the Somali and Afar peoples of northeastern Ethiopia in his enterprise. His armies defeated those of the Shawan Emperor in the 1520s and pushed into Tigray in the 1530s, raising Aksum in 1533. This brought his army into conflict with the Eritrean Christians, led by Bar Negashi Yashakyu, who resisted Imam Ahmed's attempted invasion of Syria in 1533 to 1534, together with the Adkem Maligas, led by Tesfalul. The defection of Tesfa's brother, Tudros, in return for the title of Bar Negashi, enabled Imam Ahmed to conquer the Kabesa in 1534 to 1535, although Syria rebelled against him in 1536. The years of Imam Ahmed's rule provided great opportunities for Muslim groups from the lowlands to expand onto the fringes of the Kabesa, and the Jeberti community grew at this time. In 1541, a Portuguese expedition commanded by Cristóvão da Gama landed at Massawa and allied with Bar Negashi Yashakyu to defeat Imam Ahmed's armies at Hainza in Akele Goze. Da Gama was killed in August 1542 near Mikili in Tigray, but his men linked with Emperor Galiduas's forces and killed Imam Ahmed at a battle near Lake Tana in northern Ethiopia in October, ending the Muslim occupation of the highlands. Ahmed Nasser, ca 1945 to 2014. Chair of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, from 1975 to 1982 and the breakaway Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, ELF-RC, from 1982 to 1995, after the split with the Abdullah Idris faction, and again from 2001 to 2002, Ahmed Nasser was born of Assawarda parents in Ad-Ikia in the mid-1940s. He attended Haile Selassie I Secondary School in Asmara in the 1960s. He joined the ELF in Sudan in 1967, receiving a scholarship to a military academy in Iraq. He returned in 1971 after graduating and joined the ELF's Labour Party and participated in the ELF's first National Congress, where he was elected to the RC's military committee. Ahmed's secularism, his multicultural background, a Saho and Tigrinya-speaking Muslim from the Kabesa, and his early links with Abdullah Idris enabled him to win election as chair of the ELF at its second Congress in 1975. Much like his counterpart in the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, Romeddin Mohamed Nur, who stood in as that front's official leader while Isaias Afwerki held actual power, Ahmed's prominence at the head of the ELF masked the more substantive behind-the-scenes role of his mentor, Abdullah. In 1975 to 1978, Ahmed led ELF unity negotiations with the EPLF and attempted to maintain a middle ground in the ELF between right-wing Islamists and the left-wing secular Falul group, both of which he purged in 1977 to 1978. But his effort failed during the military setbacks of 1978 when the ELF suffered heavy losses during the Derg's military offensives, and the EPLF accused him of opening separate negotiations with the Soviet Union on behalf of the Labour Party in 1980, later arguing that this contributed to the outbreak of the Second Civil War. In 1981, after a battlefield defeat at the hands of the EPLF, he fled with other ELF leaders to Sudan, but his attempt to maintain control over the organization was disputed by Abdullah Idris, who arrested him in March 1982 at Ras Ai. Among the Elf factions that emerged in 1983 to 1985 while in eastern Sudan, the mainstream secular wing known as Elf-RC or General Trend, Arabic, THIRD-WORLDISM, kept Ahmed on as their chair and briefly worked with Osman Saleh Sab in an effort to blunt Saudi Arabian and Sudanese charges that the group was too Marxist. In 1986 to 1987, Ahmed attempted to negotiate with the EPLF for a new unity agreement but rejected the EPLF's insistence on complete merger. After independence, he continued to insist on the Elf-RC's right to participate in the national movement as an autonomous organization, rather than folding it into the EPLF, but the newly formed government of Eritrea refused permission for any of the Elf factions to operate independently within the country. Ahmed remained in exile in Sweden and participated in a small Elf-RC faction called the Elf National Congress that split from the Elf-RC in 2003. This group folded itself into the Eritrean National Salvation Front in 2006, with Ahmed joining the Leadership Council. He resigned from the council in 2012 but maintained his membership in the organization and settled in Sweden. He died from a stroke 2 years later in Stockholm on March 14, 2014. AIDS. See HIV/AIDS. Airports. See Aviation. Akele Goze. The southeasternmost of Eritrea's 3 historic Kebessa provinces, now carved up among the northern Red Sea, southern Red Sea, and Dabub administrative regions, Akele Goze boasts the country's highest mountain, Ambaswara, 3,018 meters, and its most important centers of ancient civilization. A common origin story has it that the name derives from 2 brothers, Akele and Goze, Tigrinya-speaking descendants of the Dikimanab, who, together with their younger relatives, the Shimazana, settled the highlands between today's Dikmhere and Senef. However, another version holds that the 2 men were uncle and nephew, not siblings. In this telling, Akele had a brother named Takli and Takli had a son named Goze. The 6 sons of Akele form the leading Enda groups, putative original settlers, of the northern region, while the 5 families of Goze form the leading Endas of the southern area, together with the descendants of Akele Meshal and Akele Akron. Other descendants of the Dikimanab are said to have settled Mereta Sembin and Igela, in the northwest. The legend demonstrates the close connections between the Tigrinya populations of Akele Goze and Hamasine, but the origins of Akele Goze's present population are far more complex, including descendants of the ancient Loggo group in Loggo Sarda, the 4 Saho tribes of Asawarda, Hasotore, Irab, and Minafari, and the mixed Saho Tigrinya group of the 3 sons of Drar, Tidrare, in the southwest. The geography of Akele Goze has much to do with its multi-ethnic populations and reflects its ancient development as a politico-economic unit. See ethnic groups. The province comprises the region known until the 14th century as Bur, see Bure Peninsula and Bur, Denkel, which ran from the ancient port of Atolis on the Gulf of Zula, down the eastern spine of the highlands to the border of Agame, where the present Ethiopian border lies. The eastern boundary was the Danakil Depression and Gulf of Zula, and the western boundary the Mireb River. The province thus encompasses the ancient trade route from Atolis to Tigray, along which were located all the most important Eritrean towns of the South Arabian and Aksumite periods, including Koido, Keskiz, and Matara. This highland spine remained the area of Tigrinya-speaking settlement through the present, but after the fall of Aksum, Saho groups moved into most of the mid-elevation and lowland areas, including the coastal plains from Zula to Irafale, the eastern escarpment and the Hazamo plains along the Mireb. By the 14th century, Saho groups had settled the highlands as well, from Koido to Senef, where they appropriated the ancient centers of civilization and intermixed with the existing population, as can be seen in the legends of the Loggo Sarda, Diki Drar, and Igela Hamas. Perhaps due to the Saho presence, Akele Goze was isolated from the rest of the central highlands, and even its Tigrinya population paid no tribute to Tigrayan or Ethiopian rulers during the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, maintaining a fierce independence and engaging in continual skirmishes with the people of Syria over grazing lands along the Mireb. The Tigrinya clans did unite occasionally to support their relatives in Hamasien, and particularly to fight off Tigrayan invasions, such as that led by Sabagades, lord of Tigray, who was defeated at Adi in Mereta Sembin. It was only in the mid-1840s that Djazmachwiub defeated the Akele Goze clans at the Balisa River and forced them to pay a tribute of 1,000 mtts per district, i.e., Akele, Goze, and Shimazana. During Wiub's rule, the Catholic Church's missionary, Father Giustino de Jacobis, founded a community at Sejaniatai, which later made Akele Goze the center of Catholicism in the Tigrinya highlands. The legacy of regional independence was harnessed by Ras Tessima Asperum during the 1940s to make Akele Goze less supportive of union with Ethiopia than other Tigrinya areas. But long-standing land conflicts between Saho and Tigrinya people, particularly the Toure, Tsanadigal and Hazamo disputes, combined with Muslim, Christian religious antipathies to undermine any unity of political sentiment in the province during the 1960s. As the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in Akele Goze developed into a Saho-dominated organization under Abdelkrim Ahmed, Christian peasants actually increased their support for the Ethiopian government and joined its Bunda militias. With the rise of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, this religion-defined cleavage became even more apparent, as the EPLF liberated the largely Christian area from Tsanadigal north to Diekmehir in 1977, while the ELF held the largely Saho-Muslim southeast and Hazamo areas. This sectarian division was most apparent in the ELF's failure to take Adia and was exploited by the Ethiopians in their July 1978 conquest of the province. Years of brutal occupation and famine ruined Akele Goze during the 1980s, and the EPLF's second liberation of the province in June 1990 was welcomed by Muslim and Christian alike. Today, the tradition of Akele Goze independence lives on and is sometimes seen in inter-Tigrinya rivalries, particularly with the people of Hamasien, Simenka, while continuing Muslim, Christian land disputes and the resource issues associated with the old province's multiplicity of ecological zones were a major factor in its division between two new administrative regions in the 1990s. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Aksumite Empire and Civilization. This political system and associated culture dominated much of Eritrea and Tigray during the 2nd to 8th centuries AD and centered on the city of Aksum in north-central Tigray. Despite many unanswered questions concerning the extent of its formal political linkages, archaeology provides indisputable evidence for the cultural homogeneity of a region that extended from northern Eritrea to Amba Alagi in Tigray, and from the Tekes River in the west to the Eritrean coast in the east. It is equally clear from numerous local and South Arabian inscriptions, coins, and foreign texts that Aksum was the political center of this cultural area for most of the period. At the dawn of the Aksumite period, the region seems to have been divided into a number of independent peoples, Hezbai, including the Agyozat, Sirm, Agame, Gabeza, and others. Inscriptions suggest that each of these peoples had its own king or negashi, an office perhaps originally associated with that of a tax collector during the South Arabian period. Sometime during the 1st or 2nd centuries AD, Aksumite political hegemony spread over these autonomous peoples, who began to pay tribute and provide soldiers to the Negashi Negusti or King of Kings in Aksum. Besides the common political organization, Aksumite civilization was knit together by three important factors: a flourishing commerce, an official religion, and the development of a common written language. All of these seem to have been developed by a stratum of the population that had significant contacts with the Semitic Arabian and the Greco-Egyptian civilizations of the ancient world, both of which had important influences on the Eritrean region in the pre-Aksumite period. These foreign influences were internalized through a process of cultural fusion with the dominant Cushitic cultural element in the region to produce the quite original Aksumite or Habesha civilization. The main artery of Aksumite commerce, and consequently of both external influence and political integration, ran along the trade route from the port of Atolis through the highlands of Akele Goze to Tigray. Along this route are found the most important Aksumite sites in Eritrea, including Tokenda, Koito, Keskies, Adi Galamo, and Matara. Another trade route probably extended northward through the Rora area to present-day Sudan, as there are sites near Asmara, at Diekmhair in Dambezan, at Aratuk just outside Hal, and at Rora Bakla and Hagar Nagran. Aksumite exports were primarily elephant ivory, incense, and gold. Imports were mostly manufactured goods such as metalware, glassware, and textiles. This exchange of raw materials for luxury goods indicates the existence of a wealthy and relatively large urban population in the Aksumite region, for whom commerce was important enough to induce Aksumite rulers to mint their own coins, gold, silver, and bronze, from the 3rd to 8th centuries. Aksum's commercial position was enhanced by the growth of maritime commerce between India and the Mediterranean during the Roman period, but its most important external lines were with Egypt and the eastern Mediterranean. The Aksumite Empire was held together before the introduction of Christianity by a religion representing a fusion of the earlier South Arabian pantheon with some distinctly Cushitic elements. The main gods were Maram, the Aksumite dynastic god, Astur, an ancient Sabaean god associated with the evening star, and the agricultural fertility gods, Be'er and Meter, Semadri. In the late 3rd century, Christianity began to penetrate the region, and during the 4th century, the Emperor Izana officially converted, making the Orthodox Church the ideological bulwark of the empire by the reign of Caleb, 6th century. In a 1974 archaeological study, Francis Anfray suggested that the Aksumite Empire was divided between two cultural regions, a western region, containing Aksum itself and most of northern Tigray, and an eastern region centered on Akele Goze. During the early period, Anfray argues, the western region was the most prosperous and powerful component of the empire, but during the later period, 6th to 8th centuries, the eastern region became the wealthiest and most urbanized. Thus, the high point of Aksumite civilization in Eritrea came between the 6th to 8th centuries, after the empire's rulers had converted to Christianity and during a period when Aksum dominated the southern Red Sea, even conquering Yemen during the reign of Caleb and engaging in commercial and political alliance with the Byzantine Empire. Soon afterward, the Caleb Empire began to decline, beginning with the Sassanid Persian conquest of South Arabia, 577 to 590, which spurred the Beja invasions of Aksum's northern territories and disrupted the foreign trade on which Aksum's wealth depended. The rise of the Muslim, Arab Empire along the Red Sea during the 630s, and their conquest of Egypt in 640 to 642, spelled the end of Aksum's vital commercial links with the Mediterranean, despite Aksum's initially cordial relations with Islam. From the mid-600s onward, a desultory naval war was fought between the Aksumite and Muslim fleets in the Red Sea, and around 702 to 703, Adulis was sacked by an Arab naval expedition, which also occupied the Dalak Islands, effectively ending Aksumite naval power and curtailing its foreign trade. Finally, it appears that powerful Beja groups occupied or gained control over most of the Eritrean highlands during the 8th through 9th centuries, pushing the old Aksumite civilizations farther south into present-day Ethiopia. By the mid-700s, Aksumite coinage had ceased and historical evidence of the commercially based, urbanized Aksumite civilization in Eritrea disappeared. Arab chronicles, the only available evidence, no longer mention Aksum, but Al-Yaqbi, ca. 872, cites a Habesha kingdom with its capital at Kubar, near the coast. The site is unknown but is most likely in Eritrea. A regional political center was preserved around Aksum in Tigray, but there is little evidence of a political connection between it and present-day Eritrea. On the other hand, the Aksumite cultural heritage was preserved throughout the Eritrean highlands, including Monophysite Christianity, Ge'ez script, and Byzantine-influenced art. The centers of this post-Aksumite culture were Christian monastic communities, the oldest of which seem to have developed in Eritrea around Hagar Nagran, Debre Sina, and Debre Libanos, Ham, between the 6th and 9th centuries. Allah is a broad valley east of the Diekmhair, Nefesit Road, near the border of Hamasien and Akele Goze. During the 1940s, Allah became a base for Shifta activities, and in November 1970, it was the base for a group of 70 fighters, most from the highlands, who broke away from the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, under the leadership of Abraham Twild and Isaias Afwerki, known as Selfie Natsinet, Party of Independence, after August 1971, which eventually joined other dissident groups to form the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. In June 1977, several hundred left-wing, mostly Christian dissidents from the Falul group of the ELF retreated to Allah before joining the EPLF. Allah remained an EPLF guerrilla base after the strategic withdrawal but was occupied by an Ethiopian battalion from 1985 through November 15, 1987 when the battalion was destroyed by the EPLF. After the crackdown on dissent in the early 2000s at the end of the border war, it became the site of a major prison that housed many young people who had been caught trying to flee the country. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Alamin Mohammed said, ca 1944. A leading figure in the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and its guiding force, the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, from their inception, Alamin Mohammed said is currently head of the Secretariat of the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ. Alamin is from the village of Haitumlo in the Masawa area. He studied at the Kekiya school where he was influenced by Osman Saleh Sab. In the 1950s, he spent time in Ethiopia and studied in Saudi Arabia. He joined the Eritrean Liberation Front in 1964. He went to Syria for military and medical training in 1965, and on his return, he was attached to Zone 4, where he participated in the organization of the Tripartite Unity Forces. In 1970, he went with Muhammad Ali Omro to Denkel, where he was elected to the leadership of the First People's Liberation Forces Group at Pseudo Haile, see Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF. He was a founding member of the EPRP and the first EPLF Central Committee. After the break with SAB in 1976, Alamin took over EPLF Foreign Relations, traveling extensively in the Arab world in the 1970s and 1980s and negotiating for free passage of food aid with the Derg in 1985. He was a member of the EPLF Political Committee from 1975, and after liberation, he was appointed to head the department, later Ministry, of Culture and Information. At the EPLF's Third Congress, he was the only member of the old political bureau besides Isaias Afwerki to be selected for the new PFDJ Executive Council, which at Isaias's request installed him at the head of the new party's secretariat. Though he lacked significant influence with Isaias, he remained steadfastly loyal to the president through the purges of 2001 and later until health problems forced him to step back from his political work in 2008. Al-Dia Islamic School. See protest in October 2017. Alemzaj Tesfai, 1944. A writer, historian, playwright, and Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, fighter born in Adi Kuala, he attended various schools in Eritrea and Ethiopia before graduating from Haile Selassie I Secondary School in Asmara in 1962. He took both an undergraduate degree and a degree in law at Haile Selassie I University in Addis Ababa before traveling to the United States to study land reform at the University of Illinois. He earned a master's degree in 1971 but resigned from a doctoral program 3 years later to return to Eritrea to join the EPLF, serving in the National Guidance Department under Haile Wolditensae and teaching in the Front's Revolution School, the Zero School. He headed the Post-Independence Land Commission in 1993 to 1996 and presided over the crafting of Eritrea's new land law, which nationalized all rural and urban land and established usufructuary rights for all Eritrean citizens. He then was posted to the Research and Documentation Center of Eritrea under the Ministry of Information. His books include 2 Weeks in the Trenches, Reminiscences of Childhood and War in Eritrea, 2002, Ainfalil, Let Us Not Be Divided Eritrea, 1941-1950, 2001, and the Federation of Eritrea with Ethiopia, From Mashenzo to Didla, 1951-1955, 2005. The second volume of his work on the Federation period was published in Tigrinya in 2016. He also wrote plays, short stories, and novels for both children and adults and has been described by Bloomsbury Books as Eritrea's premier playwright. In 2017, he was awarded a prestigious Moreland Writing Scholarship to complete a single-volume history of Eritrea. See also Literature. Aljana, 17 degrees 19 minutes north, 38 degrees 31 minutes east. This village in northeastern Sahel is located at the mouth of the canyon of the Felkit River, where the strategic valley opens onto the northern coastal plain. The village developed after the Italians built a dirt road from Nakfa along the Felkit Valley, which divided at Aljana with one branch heading northeast along the Felkit to Mersa Tekle on the coast, and the other running along the base of the northern highlands to the Sudanese border at Karora. Because of its strategic location, Aljana was the site of heavy fighting between Eritrean and Ethiopian forces from 1979 through 1987 on what became known as the Aljana or Northeast Sahel Front. The fighting began with the fourth of Ethiopia's offensives when the Derg landed troops at Mersa Tekle on March 30, 1979 and pushed up the Felkit Valley with the aim of taking Nakfa from the north. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, counterattacked and drove the Ethiopians back to Aljana by April 11. Further fighting occurred in the area during 14 to 26 July, but in January 1980, the EPLF counterattacked, driving the Ethiopians back to Mersa Tekle with heavy losses and capturing much of their supplies. After this, the Eritreans retired to the mountains, and the Derg reoccupied Aljana, which was built up as a base for the Northeast Sahel. The next serious fighting came when the Derg's Red Star campaign failed to break through from Aljana. In 1984, the EPLF launched a major offensive in Northeast Sahel, using armor for the first time to sweep across the coastal plain from Aljana to Mersa Tekle on February 22, overrunning the Ethiopian bases and eliminating 1,500 Ethiopian soldiers and 25 armored vehicles by March 21. The Eritreans then held Aljana until October 1985 when they withdrew to the mountains during the Ethiopian Red Sea offensive. The Derg reoccupied Aljana and held it until March 1988 when they were outflanked in the opening phase of the Battle of Afabet. Today Aljana has a district administration post and a small population of repatriated refugees. See also Armed Struggle, 1961-1991. Algiers Agreement. Signed in Algiers in December 2000, the Eritrea-Ethiopia peace agreement known as the Algiers Agreement effectively ended the 1998-2000 border war. The agreement was brokered by the African Union and the United Nations, UN, with Algiers and the United States serving as witnesses. The first step of the peace process created a temporary security zone, TSZ, along the contested border. A force of 4,000 UN troops under the command of the United Nations mission in Ethiopia and Eritrea was deployed in the TSZ to ensure the implementation of the agreement. The second step called for the release and repatriation of prisoners of war. As the Algiers Agreement was merely a ceasefire pact that did not resolve the underlying boundary dispute, the third step established a joint Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission, EEBC, to investigate the issue of contested territories and to issue a definitive ruling on demarcation of disputed borders. The fourth step created an independent Eritrea-Ethiopia Claims Commission, charged with the responsibility to hear the claims of conflict-related injuries and violations of international humanitarian law by both Eritrea and Ethiopia. In addition, the agreement included a provision to study the origin and the political preconditions of the conflict, but this provision was fully not implemented, though the Claims Commission found in Ethiopia's favor in a 2005 decision in which it assessed Eritrea for damages. Due to Ethiopia's refusal to accept the EEBC's 2002 ruling and implement demarcation as provisioned by the Commission, The Algiers Agreement failed to achieve its aim of a comprehensive peace until 2018, when a new government in Ethiopia accepted the 2002 EEBC decision unconditionally, and Eritrea, in turn, agreed to hold talks on its implementation and on normalization of relations between the two countries. Ali Abdu Ahmed Yunus, 1963. A Djibouti, Tigrinya-speaking Muslim, Ali Abdu was born in Asmara and attended the Comboni school there until 1974, when, after the Derg overthrew Emperor Haile Selassie I, his family moved to Keren. 3 years later, at the age of 14, he joined the Eritrean People's Liberation Front when its forces liberated the town, becoming a radio operator in Anberbeb for Isaias Afwerki, who became his patron. He was relatively unknown until after independence, when he finished a distance learning course at the London School of Journalism and was appointed vice chair of the National Union of Eritrean Youth and Students under Mohsen Shenjeb, who later defected to the United States. See student organizations. He also held a series of posts within the Ministry of Information, at one point heading Eri TV, see television, before being appointed deputy minister and serving under Biriki Habte Selassie, who was later arrested for membership in the Group of 15, G15, and the next two ministers, Zemitret Yohannes and Nazgi Kiflu. A fierce critic of the reformers associated with the G15, Ali Abdu rose to the top post in the Information Ministry, after Nazgi's departure to London for emergency medical treatment in 2005, largely due to his continuing loyalty to President Isaias, though his title remained acting minister. In December 2012, he fell out of favor with Isaias and fled to Australia, where he sought and received asylum. Weeks after he left, his father, Abdu Ahmed Yunus, 87, his brother, Hassan Abdu Ahmed, 38, and his daughter, Saham Ali Abdu, 15, were detained. For Abdu Ahmed, it was his second imprisonment. He had been arrested in September 2001 after trying to mediate between the government and the newly arrested G15 dissidents. He was released this time in September 2017 and died 3 months later in Asmara. Nothing is known about the whereabouts or condition of Ali Abdu's brother and daughter. His other brother, Saleh Abdu Ahmed Yunus, is a prominent columnist on the opposition website awate.com. Ali Gaider, 15 degrees 06 N, 36 degrees 39 minutes East. Ali Gaider was the administrative and residential center of the irrigated plantations developed by the Italians around Tessenei in the 1920s. The irrigation scheme, using the Gash River, was first proposed in 1906, and in 1913, plans for a dam and canals were completed. But disputes with the British in neighboring Sudan, together with World War I, delayed the project until 1924. In 1926, cotton and grain cultivation began, and when the dam was completed in 1928, some 15,000 hectares came under production. The plantation was managed by the parastatal Italian agency, Società Imprese Africaine, SIA, which coordinated the work of hundreds of tenant farmers who were provided with loans, seeds, tools, and water in return for a share of profits and SIA control over crops and marketing. Ali Gaider was created as a company town with housing for SIA mangers and skilled employees, while the tenant farmers who worked the fields lived in neighboring native villages. At Ali Gaider, SIA built a school and clinic, which, with secure employment, attracted a multi-ethnic population from Eritrea and eastern Sudan. Most of the Eritrean population was drawn from outside the western lowlands, particularly from Sinhit. The extended family of Sheikh ad-Din, from the Betjik, exemplifies the importance of this new multi-ethnic and educated community in creating the intellectual leadership of the western lowlands that was to play an important role in the rise of the nationalist movement. Sheikh ad-Din's daughters married SIA employees, including the fathers of Idris Osman Galaduas, Jaber said, and Omar Jaber, while his son Yassin, also employed by SIA, fathered Azien Yassin, leader of the Labour Party within the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF. By the mid-1950s, SIA employed 2,000 Eritreans and 15 Italians and provided a residence for another 12,000 part-time workers and family members. In 1965, the textile magnate, Roberto Barattolo bought SIA and expanded cotton production using seasonal migrants from Sudan and Tigray. During the early armed struggle, Barattolo paid protection money to the ELF, sparing Ali Gaider from attack until the plantations were nationalized by the Derg in 1975. After this, production ceased, and much of the population fled to refugee camps in Sudan. Both the ELF, 1977 to 1978, and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, 1984 to 1985, attempted to organize cereal production on the plantations but lost their crops to the Derg when they were recaptured. In 1988, Ali Gaider came under permanent EPLF control, but large-scale production was made impossible by Ethiopian air raids. In 1993, the new Ministry of Agriculture created the state-managed Ali Gaider Agricultural Development Project to reconstruct the plantation with worker shareholders farming the irrigated land in an arrangement similar to the SIA tenancy scheme. Canals were repaired and the damaged reservoir reconstructed. The German agency GTZ provided tractors and other equipment, and an initial 735 hectares produced experimental crops of cotton and sorghum. By 1995, production had expanded to almost 6,000 hectares. Most of the 1,800 tenant farmers were demobilized fighters, along with a smaller number of repatriated refugees. Although state agricultural workers operated much of the heavy equipment, including new cotton ginning machinery, the project was plagued by problems and tenant dissatisfaction, and at the time the border war broke out in 1998, it had yet to produce an economically viable crop. The Ali Gaider scheme suffered extensive damage in the third round of fighting in May-June 2000 when Ethiopian forces occupied western Eritrea, destroying most of the project's heavy equipment and many of its irrigation canals. In the aftermath of the Ethiopian withdrawal, much of the cleanup and the work in the fields fell to conscripted national service troops from the Eritrean Defense Forces. Ali Mohammed Musa Rade, 1913 to 1974. Leader of the Muslim League of the Western Province and first president of the Eritrean Assembly, Ali Musa was born in Karen, where he attended colonial school and became a merchant. He was elected secretary of the Karen branch of the Muslim League in 1946, becoming an influential figure in the organization until he clashed with Ibrahim Sultan Ali in 1950 in a personal conflict abetted by the British administration, which had won Ali Musa's tacit support for its plan to partition Eritrea between Sudan and Ethiopia. Ali Musa then formed the Muslim League of the Western Province, which called for a British trusteeship over the Western Lowlands, Sahel, and Sinhit, pending their eventual merger with Sudan. Outright partition was never publicly advocated because of the war between the Beni Amr and their Hadendawa kinsmen in Sudan, but the new party captured 14 seats in the First Assembly and formed a coalition with Tedla Barrow's Unionist Party to ensure pro-Ethiopian control over Eritrea's autonomous government. For this, Ali Musa was despised by his fellow Muslims, and in July 1955, he was forced to resign along with Tedla Barrow. The new chief executive, Asfaha Wolde Mikael, gave him a cabinet post, and he served the Ethiopian government until 1974 when he was assassinated by the Eritrean Liberation Front. Ali Said Abdallah, 1949 to 2005. A founding member of the Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and a member of President Isaias Afwerki's inner circle of the Eritrean government until his death, Ali was born in Harana, Denkel, the son of a shepherd. He attended secondary school through 11th grade and began working with the Eritrean Liberation Front in the mid-1960s as an underground organizer. In February 1967, he joined a field unit in Zone 4, where he worked with Mohammed Ali Omro and the Tripartite Unity Forces. In 1968, he was recruited into the Mejmuat al-Akab, punishment, unit created by Osman Salih Saab to avenge Ethiopian atrocities and sent to Yemen, Lebanon, and Syria for military training before receiving specialized commando training from the Palestine Liberation Organization. In June, his group bombed an Ethiopian Airlines plane in Karachi, Pakistan, where they were caught and sentenced to 1 year in prison. When Ali was released in 1970 after serving only 6 months, he rejoined Saab and went by sea to join the People's Liberation Forces, PLF, group at Pseudo Haile, see Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF, where he was appointed the political commissar of a platoon, the PLF's largest military unit at that time. He participated in the PLF field leadership's negotiations with Saab in 1971 to 1972 and rose to the position of battalion commander when the various forces merged to form the Eritrean People's Liberation Forces, the precursor of the EPLF. He was then placed in charge of arms and other materials being delivered from Aden. Ali supported Isaias during the suppression of the Menka within the EPLF in 1974 and was the commander of EPLF forces on the Nakfa front in 1976 when they held off a 6-month Ethiopian offensive. After the EPLF's first Congress in 1977, he was given responsibility for the front's security service, Haile Wasaura. His position at the core of the EPLF was emphasized by his membership in the Political Bureau of the Central Committee through Liberation and his assignment to fill the position of Ibrahim Offa as head of the Military Committee in 1985 and as a member of the Central Committee of the still-secret EPRP in 1987. He served in the military command, working with military intelligence and security through Liberation when he was appointed to run the Department of Internal Affairs in the Provisional Government of Eritrea, becoming Minister of Internal Affairs after formal independence in 1993. He held this post until 1997 when he was appointed Minister of Trade and Industry. A loyal supporter of Isaias in the period leading up to the September 2001 purges, he was rewarded with the post of Minister of Foreign Affairs, which he held until his death from a heart attack in August 2005. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. All Eritrea Workers Union. See Labor Organizations. Alliance for the Re-Liberation of Somalia, ARLS. See Somalia. Alliance of Eritrean National Forces, AENF. The AENF was a loosely organized coalition of 10 fronts and political parties and one individual with a rotating chair that was launched in March 1999 in Khartoum in opposition to Eritrea's ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice. Its membership ranged from secular nationalists to ethnic and religious-based groups and embraced widely differing political perspectives and strategic outlooks. Nearly all the member organizations derived from the original liberation movement, the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF. Among them were the ELF, National Council, the Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, 2 wings of SIGAM, the Eritrean Islamic Salvation Movement, and formations representing Kunama and Gashseti minorities. In 2002, the AENF was expanded and renamed the Eritrean National Alliance. See also Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. Alula Inda Qubi, RAS, 1827 to 1906. Born the son of a poor farmer in Tembian, Tigray, RAS Alula, also known as Wad Qubi, rose to become the most powerful military figure in the Mirab Melash during the reign of Emperor Yohannes IV. In 1875, he distinguished himself against the forces of Egypt at the Battle of Gundet and again in 1876 at the Battle of Gura, after which he led an expedition against Ras Wolde Mikael Solomon in Sinhit. In August 1879, Emperor Yohannes appointed Ras Alula military governor, Tigrinya, Shumnigarit, of Mirab Melash, which he ruled for a decade with a garrison of Tigrayan troops. His first act was to appease and then arrest Ras Wolde Mikael, after which he consolidated his administrative control over the highlands from his base at Adi Tekel, Hamaseen. In 1884, Ras Alula moved his capital to the village of Asmara. After 1885, Ras Alula led Tigrayan resistance to Italian colonialism's encroachment on the highlands, wiping out an Italian column at Dogali in 1887. He campaigned with Yohannes against the Mahdaists in western Eritrea, participated in the Battle of Kufit, and led numerous raids on Sinhit, Semhar, Barka, and Gashseti. In 1889, he took most of his soldiers to fight with Yohannes at Metema, and the Italians took advantage of his absence to occupy the highlands. When he attempted to regain the territory in August, his weak forces were no match for the Italians and Eritreans under Major de Mayo and Bata Hagos, who confronted Alula at Gura and forced him to retreat to Tigray. The new Tigrayan ruler, Ras Mengesha, confirmed Alula's governorship of Mireb Melash until 1892 when he signed the Mireb Accord relinquishing Tigrayan claims to Eritrea. But Ras Alula continued to be a fierce opponent of the Italians, fighting against them one last time at Adway in 1896. Amanuel Mikael Endem, 1924–1974. An Ethiopian general of Eritrean origin and the first chair of the Provisional Military Advisory Council or DERG, Aman Endem was born in Khartoum to parents who had recently moved from Tsaziga to escape Italian discrimination. Aman obtained an English education in Khartoum and, in 1941, marched with Emperor Haile Selassie's forces into Ethiopia. He attended a military staff college in England in 1950 and served with the Ethiopian Army in Korea, rising to the rank of Lieutenant General in command of the 3rd Division. In the 1964 war with Somalia, his victories earned him the sobriquet Desert Lion, but his popularity, combined with liberal ideas and Eritrean background, disturbed the emperor, who retired him to the Senate in 1965. Aman was recalled to power in 1974 by the revolutionary Derg, who saw him as a useful figurehead, first obtaining his appointment as Chief of Staff on July 3 and Minister of Defense on July 22, and then electing him chair on September 12, the day they deposed the emperor. Aman's ideas concerning Eritrea remain a matter of dispute, but it is clear that, although he proposed a negotiated political settlement to the armed struggle, he never supported Eritrean independence. He began to tour Eritrea in August, September, addressing mass meetings in Asmara and Keren, speaking in Tigrinya and Arabic, but calling for Ethiopian unity. In September, he proposed a program of amnesty and administrative reform, including the appointment of Eritreans as governor and police commander, but all within the context of a united Ethiopia. His proposals were rejected by the liberation fronts after their ceasefire negotiations at Zagur, and on October 6 Aman returned to Asmara to hold a public assembly at the stadium, where he proposed a federal solution for Eritrea. This idea was rejected by both fronts on October 13, and thereafter Aman was reduced to attempting to block the movement of the Ethiopian 1st Division, which included his own supporters, to Eritrea. He opposed a military solution in Eritrea to the end, but his Ethiopian nationalist sentiments were out of touch with the majority of Eritreans. On November 15, he resigned and retired to his home in Addis Ababa, where he was killed on November 23, 1974 in a shootout with soldiers attempting to arrest him. Amuri Tekel, 1939. Born in Aksum, Ethiopia, and educated at the elite General Wingate Secondary School in Addis Ababa, Amuri attended Haile Selassie University, then known as University College of Addis Ababa, and took his doctorate in international relations in the United States at the University of Denver. He went to work for the Organization of African Unity, based in the Ethiopian capital, and then for Ethiopia's Ministry of Finance and its Foreign Ministry. In 1982, he was arrested for clandestinely supporting the Eritrean People's Liberation Front and sentenced to death, but he was released a year later and, in 1986, fled on foot to Djibouti and went into exile in the United States. Best known for chairing the referendum commission that oversaw Eritrea's formal independence from Ethiopia in 1993, he also served on the commission that drafted Eritrea's as yet unimplemented constitution in 1994 to 1997 and then held a position as a presidential advisor on foreign policy until 2005, when he once again went into exile. Amde Sion, Emperor, R 1314–1344. The first of Ethiopia's Amhara or Solomonic emperors to assert direct control over the Eritrean region, Amd Sion occupied the central highlands and the coast around Masawa in 1325 as part of an expedition against the previously autonomous governor of Enderta in Tigray. In 1328, he revived the Zagwe title of Ma'ikilbar for the governor of the region between the Takas River and the Red Sea, appointing his son to the office, from which he attempted to control the Eritrean highlands and coast with a mixed force of Amhara and Tigrayan soldiers. The extent of imperial authority over the Eritrean region is unclear, however, as the coast was dominated by the Muslim Sultanate of the Dahlak Islands, and the highlands were relatively autonomous under the clans of Atkem Maliga and Ekimanab. Amharic, Amharinya. A Semitic language related to Geez and Tigrinya and the language of the dominant ethnic group in Christian Ethiopia, Amharic was the official administrative and educational language of Eritrea from 1959 through 1991. During the pre-colonial period, before the literary development of Tigrinya, Amharic was widely used alongside Geez by literates in the Eritrean highlands. This led to the adoption of much Amharicism in literary Tigrinya, which then penetrated popular speech after the federation with Ethiopia and the growing use of Amharic in government, education, and business. An Amharic press was developed by the Unionist Party in the 1940s, and Amharic weekly newspapers, including the official Ethiopia and Zaman, were published until 1991. Resistance to the use of Amharic was an important symbolic issue for Eritrean nationalists during the struggle for independence, while Ethiopian officials attempted to impose it at every opportunity. On May 9, 1960, the Eritrean Assembly made Amharic Eritrea's official language, after which an all-Amharic curriculum was adopted in Eritrean schools during 1960 to 1963, sparking numerous student protests. Students refused to study Amharic and often failed their exams as a consequence, but by the 1970s, many Highland Christians spoke Amharic in addition to their own languages, and Amharic literature, including popular novels, became the principal literary medium. Since liberation, every vestige of Amharic has been expunged from Eritrea as a matter of national pride. However, most Highlanders are able to speak it, and Amharic literature is still more widely read than Tigrinya. Andinet, Unity. Originally the Youth League of the Unionist Party, Maber Andinet became the terrorist wing of the party operating under Ethiopian control during 1947 to 1950. Also known as Maber Menzi, Society for Breaking Free from Colonialism, Andinet was organized in summer 1946 by the Unionist faction of the Maber Fikri Hager, abetted by Ethiopia's liaison officer, Colonel Nega Haile Selassie. Andinet's president and vice president were, respectively, Habta Mariah and Gaber Selassie Garza, and its membership was recruited largely from unemployed Tigrinya/Christian school leavers. In July 1947, 3 Andinet members were arrested for terrorist attacks on anti-unionist Eritreans, including Woldeb Mariam. In November 1947, the Sire branch organized an attack on Muslim and Liberal Progressive Party representatives at Teramni in Sire, where the independents were waiting to address the Four Powers Commission of Inquiry. Following a number of terrorist actions against Italians and independents, culminating in the assassination of Abdul Qadir Kabir, the British administration outlawed Andinet and seized its offices on April 6, 1949. Its leaders were imprisoned and Colonel Nega returned to Ethiopia for a short period, but Andinet continued as an underground organization and was implicated in many more assassination attempts during 1950 to 1951, including 4 on Woldeb. Its imprisoned members were pardoned and released in late 1952, following the Ethio-Eritrean Federation. The name survived in Eritrean descriptions of any form of organized, pro-Ethiopian political actions or terrorism in the Federation and post-Federation periods. As late as 1968, the Ethiopian organized anti-Arab riots, which led to the flight of most of the Yemeni merchant community, were popularly attributed to Andinet. Andergachu Mesai, Bitwadid, ca 1905, ca 1976. Son-in-law of Emperor Haile Selassie I, Andergachu served as imperial representative in Eritrea from 1952 to 1959. His office was intended to represent the interests of the Ethiopian crown within the Ethio-Eritrean Federation, but Andergachu acted more as governor-general than figurehead, moving into the colonial governor's palace, or Gebai, and delivering his first speech to the Eritrean Assembly in Amharic, to the dismay of his audience. He asserted federal, Ethiopian, control over many of Eritrea's assets, and in his third address to the Assembly, on March 20, 1955, he made the Ethiopian position on Eritrea's supposed internal autonomy explicit by stating that as far as the office of His Imperial Majesty's representative is concerned, no internal or external affairs of Eritrea did exist or will in the future. Andergachu was instrumental in destroying Eritrea's autonomy in the Federation, but by 1959, his arrogant manner was deemed counterproductive by the emperor, who replaced him with another son-in-law, Abiy Abeba. Anna. Most Kunama practice a traditional religion centered on worship of the Creator, Anna, and veneration of ancestral heroes. There are holy places associated with Anna but no institutional religious body, as the belief system is transmitted through elders of the community. See also ethnic groups, religion. Annexation, by Ethiopia. Eritrea's United Nations, mandated federation with Ethiopia was formally dissolved and the territory was directly incorporated into Ethiopia on November 15, 1962, following an announcement in the Eritrean Assembly on the preceding day that the federation was null and void. The formal annexation of Eritrea took place after a decade-long Ethiopian campaign to dismantle the territory's autonomous institutions, culminating in a number of attempts to bring the dissolution to a vote in the Assembly, placing a cloak of legitimacy over the coercive Ethiopian strategy. But nationalist pressure on the members of the Assembly made such a vote impossible, and the acclamation often claimed by the emperor's supporters as happening on November 14 did not in fact take place. Instead, the assembly was called to order while Ethiopian soldiers paraded on the street outside and the chief executive, Asfaw Wolde Mikael, read a prepared speech announcing the federation's dissolution to the members, after which they were instructed to attend a reception celebrating reunion with their motherland at the palace of the imperial representative, Abiy Abeba, who became the province's new governor-general. There they heard a radio speech by the emperor welcoming the assembly's vote and accepting Eritrea's full union, which was made official the following day. Ansaba, River and Region. The most important river of northern Eritrea, the Ansaba rises around Asmara and flows north through Sinhit and along the western side of the Sahel Mountains, joining the Barka at the Sudanese border. The name derives from Ansaba, fountain of Saba, and is tied to the legends about Azib, Queen of Saba. In 1995, the Ansaba Administrative Region Ansabazaba was created, comprising most of the northern highlands through which the river runs, with its capital in Keren. The Ansaba Valley forms an important route linking the central highlands with Sahel, and its fertile soil has been farmed for millennia. A number of Italian colonial agricultural concessions were developed in the valley, including those of the Kashani family around Elabard and Keren. The valley also saw a number of battles during the armed struggle, including the Battle of Ansaba in late December 1976, when Eritrean People's Liberation Front forces defeated the Israeli-trained Ethiopian Nebalbal, Flame, division in the valley north of Keren, blocking the Derg's last attempt to relieve its garrisons in Sahel. Ansaba Conference, 1968. This meeting of Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, representatives of Zonal Commands 3, 4, and 5 was held along the northern Ansaba River on 11 to 18 September 1968. The meeting was an outgrowth of the Eretab meeting in July, in which the reformist or Eslah elements criticized the existing leadership and called for a general meeting to reorganize the front. This threatened the position of the leaders of Zones 1 and 2, and the external offices, who postponed the meeting. In the end, it was only attended by representatives of the reformists, who used it to create the tripartite unity forces. This leadership would play key roles in both wings of the nationalist movement that emerged in the 1970s, the rectified ELF and the newly established Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. The 12-person Provisional Revolutionary Command elected there included Mohammed Ahmed Abdu, Abdullah Idris Mohammed, Mohammed Ali Omro, Romeddin Mohammed Nur, Abraham Twild, Isaias Afwerki, Mohammed Omar Abdallah, Abu Tayera, Ahmed Ibrahim, Mohammed Abdallah Taha, Al-Safi, Omar Damer, Abdallah Yusuf, and Hamid Saleh. Anthem. The music for Eritrea's national anthem, Eritrea, were composed in 1985 to 1986 by Isaac Abraham, a noted organist and member of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front cultural troupe, and Aaron Tekel. The 1986 lyrics were written by Solomon Sahay, who updated them in 1993 after Eritrea won its independence. See also Music. Arabic. One of Eritrea's 9 indigenous languages, Arabic is the native tongue of the Rashaida people, but it is also spoken by large numbers of Eritreans from other ethnic groups, among Muslims and some Christians. Arabic has flourished along the coast and in the western lowlands as a language of religion, commerce, and education since at least the 11th century. As late as the 1840s, the English traveller Walter Plowden noted that a corrupt Arabic was the language of most of the Beni Amr people. The traditional Muslim education system emphasizes the study of Arabic, and in the Eritrean lowlands, literacy and knowledge of Arabic were largely synonymous until the Italian colonial period. Arabic literature was generally imported until the development of a national press in the 20th century, and even then, the focus of Arabic education was outside Eritrea. Arabic was used in Muslim religious schools during the Italian period, but it was only in 1942, when the British administration introduced a religiously divided educational system, that Muslim children were required to attend school in Arabic, instructed largely by Sudanese teachers, through grade 4. Even in Asmara, where Muslims spoke Tigrinya, this separation by religious identity was imposed, and the sectarian divisions that it reinforced exacerbated existing tensions among religious communities. In 1952, Arabic was designated one of Eritrea's official languages in the federation structure imposed on the former colony by the United Nations, and the linguistically segregated school system continued to function as before, although a standard curriculum was introduced in both Arabic and Tigrinya. The official use of Arabic was an important symbolic issue for the Muslim wing of the Eritrean nationalist movement, and Ethiopian disestablishment of Arabic's official status in 1959, followed by the imposition of all Amharic school curriculums, reinforced Muslim support for the armed struggle of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF. In the ELF, the Arabic language issue became entangled in the wider politics of Pan-Arabism, with its concomitant, though largely unstated, corollary of Pan-Islamism. Arabic was the ELF's official language until 1971 when Tigrinya was elevated to equal status, although Arabic remained the predominant language of the leadership. In the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, on the other hand, Tigrinya was used predominantly, though the issue of official languages was left undecided in favor of a multilinguistic policy emphasizing basic literacy in people's native languages, which for most Eritrean Muslims was not Arabic. This emphasis had two rationales: the first was that people learn most quickly in their own language, the second was that this approach would defuse the Arabic, Tigrinya polarization that had proved so damaging in the past by elevating other Eritrean languages, particularly Tigray, the language most widely spoken by lowland Eritreans, to literate mediums that had none of the external political associations of Arabic. The second emphasis was attacked by the rising Islamist forces among the ELF factions as an anti-Muslim policy, and the issue has been used to win support for dissident groups since liberation, including secular opponents of the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice as well as Islamic groups, but it is not permissible to publicly debate the issue within Eritrea. See also Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. Arabism, Pan-Arabism. Arabism is a concept that Arabs across state boundaries constitute a greater nation in its own right that takes on significance in Eritrea insofar as the Arabic-speaking sector of the population is identified as Arab on the basis of their common language. Attempts to promote Arabism as an Eritrean political identity emerged only in the late 1950s when some Muslim Eritreans sought an ideology that could legitimate their nationalist aspirations and provide them with external support against the Christian Ethiopian hegemony. In the largely secular, leftist, and explicitly anti-colonial pan-Arabist politics that were sweeping the Arab world at the time, inspired in part by Gamal Abdel Nasser's seizure of power in Egypt, Idris Mohammed Adam, Osman Saleh Sab, and Cairo student leaders all believed they had found a bulwark for their Eritrean nationalism. Idris Adam and Osman Sab were able to use their pan-Arabist slogans to obtain military training and support for the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, from Arab countries, but their stress on the Eritreans' Arab identity, which is found throughout their writing and speeches to the early 1970s, actually played into the hands of Haile Selassie's government. The Ethiopians resurrected ancient fears among highland Christians, dating to the days of Imam Ahmed al-Ghazi, of an Arab-Muslim invasion of the highlands, and used these fears to divide Christian and Muslim Eritreans. The Derg continued this ploy, and as late as 1991, Ethiopian soldiers were told they were fighting an Arab conspiracy to take their land. The divisive effects of this propaganda were heightened by the explicit strategy of Egypt and Saudi Arabia to make the Red Sea an Arab lake in the mid-1970s, following the reopening of the Suez Canal. Misunderstanding and animosities generated by ELF pan-Arabist and Ethiopian anti-Arab propaganda campaigns plague Eritrean political discourse to this day. Within the ELF itself, the early leaders' pan-Arabism also proved divisive, as it alienated Christian recruits who became leading figures in the explicitly secular reform movement that in the early 1970s generated both the Labour Party that reorganized the ELF and the Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party that guided the newly formed Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. After the ELF's Second National Congress in 1975, the leadership dropped pan-Arabist rhetoric altogether, but it was resurrected again among some ELF factions following their defeat by the EPLF in 1981, which some blamed on the Christians in the front. At this point, however, the largely secular pan-Arabism of the 1960s was replaced with a more religion-centric pan-Islamic line, see Islamist movements, reflecting the changing political climate of the overlapping Arab and Islamic worlds. The debate over Eritrea's Arab identity resurfaced after independence around the question of membership in the Arab League, but the government has given more weight to Eritreans' largely non-Arab historic identity, rather than the pragmatic material advantages offered by membership in the League, even as it has sought assistance from Arab states ranging from Libya to Qatar since the border war in 1998 to 2000. See also Foreign policy, languages. Archaeology. With more than 20,000 identified sites and many more likely, Eritrea has the highest density of ancient archaeological sites in Africa outside the Nile Valley. The main sites are at Atulis on the seacoast, inland around Asmara, and at Koito, Keskes, Tekhanda, Midara, and Dere. Highly promising new excavations are also underway elsewhere. Sites from the early Islamic and Turkish periods are to be found in and around Masawa and on Dalit Kabir. On the latter, there is a 10th and 15th century necropolis with more than 800 tombs that carry Kufic, ancient Arabic, inscriptions and 365 cisterns carved from coral limestone, one for each day of the year to accommodate the arid climate, according to island lore. Despite its rich prehistoric sites, Eritrea has received relatively little attention from professional archaeologists. The only serious prehistoric work was done by A.J. Arkell around Agordat in 1942 and by Carlo Francini and Giuseppe Tringali in the Highlands, especially Akele Goze, during the 1950s. These and a few less professional studies, including some recently undertaken by Eritreans attached to the Ministry of Culture, have uncovered many stone tools and cave paintings dating as far back as 5000 BC. During the Italian colonial era, a number of larger expeditions investigated remains dating from the South Arabian and Aksumite periods, including the preliminary excavations around Attules undertaken by the Sir Robert Napier expedition, 1868, Giotto Dainelli and Olinto Marinelli, 1905, Enno Littmann and G. R. Sundström, 1906, and Roberto Paribeni, 1907. In addition to these expeditions, a number of amateur archaeologists surveyed sites and collected surface remains during the colonial period, including important inscriptions and statues from Adi Gramaton, Aretuk, and Dikimihare, Dumbezan. Nonetheless, the only serious excavations yet to be carried out have been those of the French-funded Ethiopian Archaeological Institute, led by Francis and Frey, between 1959 and 1972, concentrating on the Matara site near Senef and, to a lesser extent, Attules. The excavations at Matara provide us with our most detailed evidence for the ancient history of Eritrea, together with the surveys produced by contemporary archaeologists such as Rodolfo Fatavish, 1979, and Stuart Monroe, 1982, which are based on studies of earlier fieldwork, coinage, and ancient texts, but the record requires much more fieldwork. Extensive ancient sites remain entirely unexcavated, including many in Akele Goze, Adi Gramaton, Beata, Fekaya, Keskis, Koeto, Tokanda, Zalabet Meke, Aretuk in Sinhit, Hagar Nagran, and Rora Bakla in Sahel, and Rahida on the Denkal coast south of Assab. Many early Christian sites also require investigation, including Debra Libanos at Ham, Akele Goze, Debra Sina, Sinhit, Enda Abagaramat, Sire, and Enda Sadkan at Biranaha, Akele Goze. Early Muslim sites in Semhar also need investigation, particularly the ancient and medieval remains on the Dalak Islands whose numerous gravestones have been largely removed to museums, Misawa, Asmara, and Europe. René Bassett, 1893, Giovanni Oman, 1976, and others have sketched out aspects of Dalak archaeology, but systematic fieldwork is still required. Many of Eritrea's recovered archaeological artifacts were removed to the Ethiopian National Museum before 1975, but an extensive collection remained in the Italian-curated Ferdinando Martini Museum in Asmara until it was seized by the Derg during the next decade. Most of the artifacts were placed in storage, and after liberation, they were put on display at a new national museum in the colonial governor's palace and since relocated to smaller quarters elsewhere in the city. In 1994, UNESCO funded ANFRE to train the museum staff and prepare a report on preservation and presentation of Eritrea's cultural heritage, which outlines needs and methods for protecting and investigating Eritrea's archaeological heritage, now overseen by the Ministry of Culture. However, the exigencies of the border war, among other factors, fostered a chronic neglect of these artifacts, and many have deteriorated significantly in recent years. Architecture. Eritrea's major cities exhibit strong colonial influences, as with Asmara's Florentine and Art Deco styles and Misawa's Turkish and Egyptian styles. However, its smaller towns and villages have a character drawn from the cultural heritage of the nationalities living there. Asmara has a profusion of well-preserved office buildings, hotels, cinemas, residences, and service centers that reflect architectural styles as varied as Internationalist, Cubist, Expressionist, Functionalist, Futurist, Rationalist, and Neoclassical with massive step towers and brick string coursers, Doric columns, and handcrafted, wrought iron gates, curved corner entrances and porthole windows, and Rosen-URB gardens, as well as elegant villas with marble staircases, louvered shutters, curving balustrades, and shape porticos. Asmara, which in 2017 was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, also houses the region's first synagogue, built in 1905 in the neoclassical style, the Quaqa al-Rashidin, Great Mosque, built in 1938 and combining rationalist, classical, and Islam styles, and a towering Catholic cathedral, consecrated in 1923 and said to be one of the finest Lombard Romanesque-style churches outside Italy. In making the designation, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization called Eritrea's capital an exceptional example of early modernist urbanism at the beginning of the 20th century and its application in an African context. Among the many books on the city's architectural heritage, standouts include Denison, Huang Yu, and Gabrimedhin's Asmara, Africa's Secret Modernist City, 2003, and Salinan's Asmara Beloved, 2003. The port of Massawa is noted for its covered passageways and coral block houses, with trellised balconies and finely carved wooden doors and shutters. In the heart of Massawa Island is the 500-year-old Sheikh Hanafi Mosque. Nearby, on Talat Island, is the war-damaged 16th-century palace of the Turkish Özdemir Pasha that overlooks the harbor. In the cooler uplands, most rural Tigrinya-speaking families live in flat-roofed, rectangular houses, hidmo, with dry stone exterior walls and thick interior wooden pillars that define separate spaces for sleeping, food preparation, and the stabling of farm animals. In the slope areas and the hot, arid lowlands, most people live in circular single-room dwellings, constructed out of sun-dried adobe and dried sticks or grass and crowned with conical thatched roofs. Eretable, meeting. On June 16, 1968, the commanders of all 5 Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, zonal commands met at Eretable in northern Barka to discuss the problems raised by the reformist leaders of Zones 3 to 5, CS Law, Arabic, Rectification, Alt, Islah. At Eretable, the ELF commanders agreed to unify the guerrilla army, make it autonomous from the much criticized Supreme Council, and promote much improved behavior toward civilians. They also planned a further meeting with broader participation and a mandate to effect organizational restructuring that resulted in the Ansaba Conference of September. But the changes outlined at Eretable were resisted by the leaders of Zones 1 and 2 and the Supreme Council, provoking a violent backlash that eventually led to the fragmentation of the front by the end of the decade. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Ariza, 14 degrees 55 minutes 31 seconds north, 38 degree 3405 E. This market town is the administrative center of Ariza district in the former province of Sirte and now in Dabubzaba, Southern Administrative Region, on the important road from Menfarid to Toko Mbia. In the pre-colonial period, Ariza was the home of the rulers of Diki Tesfa, the vast western district of Sirte, occupying the broken mountain country that descends from the headwaters of the Abel River to the Doban area along the Mayambesa and the foothills bordering eastern Barka. This was a frontier region and refuge for Habesha settlers from the Central Highlands from the 13th to the 16th centuries, as the story of Ariza's settlement by Tesfa, son of the Seneski, indicates. By the 18th century, Diki Tesfa was ruled from Ariza by hereditary chiefs, Shumgultai, who spread their authority over much of the Sirte during the reign of Djazmachwayub. Ariza suffered in the internecine wars of the mid-19th century, and it was burned several times by the warlords or Sirte. During the reigns of Emperors Tudros and Johannes IV, the chiefs of Diki Tesfa attempted to expand their power through marriage alliances with the leading families of Tsazaga and Hazaga. The Tsazaga union produced Djazmach Abarakasa, while the Hazaga alliance involved Barambras Kafliasus, whose fortunes as Shumgultai rose and fell with those of his father-in-law, Ras Woldemika el Salamun. In the 1880s, both of these men lost political authority under the government of Ras Alula and joined the Italians, who occupied Ariza in 1890. The town developed as an Italian colonial post connected by road and telephone to Menfera. The completion of a dirt road to Barantu increased its importance as a market town in the 1940s, but Diki Tesfa remained remote from the more developed economy of the Central Highlands. Consequently, Diki Tesfa became a corridor for early Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, penetration of the highlands during the 1960s. However, tensions between Christian peasants and Muslim fighters led to a number of ELF attacks on villages west of Ariza. This allowed the Ethiopian government to form Bunda, militias, of Christian villagers and to construct a defensive chain of fortified posts across western Diki Tesfa, supported by a garrison of commandos at Areza. Support for the ELF was never strong in Areza until large numbers of young Christians joined the front in the mid-1970s. The ELF liberated the town in 1977 and held it until July 1978 when it was retaken by the Derg, who made it an important garrison. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, occupied the area in 1981, and in June, the first in a series of battles occurred around Maiduma on the road to Toko Mbia. In 1984 to 1985, heavy fighting occurred in the area as part of the EPLF campaign to liberate Barentu. On 15 to 19 March 1989, the EPLF overran Areza and drove the Ethiopian garrison back to Menfera, but counterattacks followed and the town was not completely liberated until 1990. After independence, Areza grew as an important commercial center, serving the cattle markets at Maiduma and Toko Mbia that provide much of the livestock for the highlands. This growth was enhanced by the construction of an all-weather road from Areza to Toko Mbia, but the town suffered major damage in the 1998-2000 border war when many of its residents fled to displaced people's camps behind the lines, and it took years to fully recover. Its population in 2018 was close to 5,000. Armed Forces. Eritrea's armed forces, built out of the Liberation Army that won the country's independence and now organized as the Eritrean Defense Forces, EDF, consist of air, naval, and ground forces responsible for defending the existence, territorial integrity, and national sovereignty of the state of Eritrea. The EDF's main tasks include fortifying the country against external attack, ensuring peace and security along its borders, and helping to consolidate a national identity out of the diverse social forces that make up the new country. Its role in the society has grown considerably since the outbreak of the border war with Ethiopia in 1998, after which the country was placed on a semi-permanent state of military readiness. The EDF grew directly out of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, which was reorganized to serve this function in the early 1990s. The EPLF's armed forces had been constructed, like those of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, around a small unit, the Ganta, which was equivalent to a platoon with the strength of around 30 fighters in the mid-1970s, later increased to around 45. Two Ganta formed a highly power, equivalent to a company, often with heavy weapons attached and numbering 100 fighters in the late 1980s. Four Highlies formed a battalion, the largest operating unit in the EPLF until the mid-1980s when brigades consisting of 3 battalions were formed, followed by the creation in the late 1980s of divisions, 4 brigades, and Army Corps. By 1991, the EPLF had 12 infantry brigades, a tank brigade, artillery units, an engineering corps, and a territorial militia numbering more than 20,000. But the basic organization of the army was small-scale and devoid of insignia or socially differentiated hierarchies of rank. The key elements of the Liberation Army's high morale, discipline, and tenaciousness under fire were the result of intensive political education carried out by trained cadres secretly operating under the direction of the Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, a high degree of egalitarianism in the daily life of its members when not in combat, continuous training and group bonding developed under the extremely harsh conditions of civil war, and then total war in the armed struggle against the Derg. Every recruit received 4 to 6 months of military training before being assigned to a unit, with female recruits training separately from men. By the mid-1980s, women made up roughly 1/3 of the army and up to 20% of frontline units, and some women commanded companies, see women's organizations. An EPLF political commissar, almost always a member of the clandestine EPRP, was assigned to every unit to oversee political education and to act as a liaison with the decision-making structure of the EPLF. The military leadership within the early People's Liberation Forces General Command, see Eritrean Liberation Forces, People's Liberation Forces, ELF-PLF, was held by Isaias Afwerki, while from 1975 to 1987 a military committee coordinated the actions, logistics, and training of the army. The first head of the committee was Ibrahim Affa, who was succeeded after his death in combat in 1985 by Ali Said Abdallah. The EPLF benefited from the skills these and other military leaders brought with them from the ELF after training in Syria, China, and Cuba, and from an influx of Eritrean officers from the Imperial Ethiopian Army in 1974 after the Derg seized power from Emperor Haile Selassie I. The EPLF grew from around 5,000 fighters in 1975 to more than 30,000 in 1978 but shrank during the relentless Ethiopian offensives of 1978 to 1983. Though completely outgunned and outnumbered by more than 4-1, the Liberation Army survived due to the morale of the fighters, a superb intelligence network, and tactics built on an extremely flexible, radio-networked command system. During the 1980s, the EPLF also built up a sophisticated arsenal of captured and reconditioned weapons, including highly effective tanks and artillery. In 1987, a general staff was created, led by Sebat Ephraim. It planned the successful campaigns of Afabet, Semenawi Bari, Misawa, Deekmher, and Denkel. These victories were won by a flexible combination of guerrilla and conventional tactics, extremely accurate fire control, and sheer bravery against Ethiopian forces protected by superior firepower and uncontested control of the air. By 1991, the EPLF had expanded to 95,000 fighters, spread over the length of Eritrea, with heavy weapons units operating alongside the armed forces of the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front deep inside Ethiopia. This expansion was facilitated in part by the introduction of conscription after 1987 in areas under EPLF control, which produced greater ethnic and religious diversity, as well as problems of training and discipline for the leadership at the same time that the clandestine EPRP, which had given it much of its ideological uniformity, ceased to function on orders from its chair, Isaias Afwerki. The EPLF's army provided the organizational superstructure for the front's internal unity, as well as the instrument for winning its independence. But with the end of the Liberation War, it was a burden on the new nation's economy that required immediate demobilization and reorganization. By 1996, operating as the EDF under the Ministry of Defense, the army had been reduced to around 45,000. The defense minister during the transition from 1992 to 1995 was the former vice chair of the General Staff, Petros Solomon. In mid-1995, Sebat Ephraim returned to command the EDF, which at that point was reorganized along the lines of a modern, regular army, with new ranks and regulations under a more traditionally structured officer corps. General Sebat was elevated to the post of Minister of Defense and reassigned to head the Ministry of Energy and Mines in 2016, leaving the post of Defense Minister unfilled and the EDF under the authority of the EDF Chief of Staff, Major General Filippo Wolde-Yohannes, by then the second most powerful person in the country, after President Isaias. Since formal independence in 1993, the EDF has fought in a series of border conflicts with Eritrea's neighbors, notably the 1998-2000 border war with Ethiopia, and it has helped deter other attacks. In the period between the two major wars with Ethiopia, it played an important role in the country's social and economic reconstruction, and its members continue to be involved in large-scale public works projects throughout the country, while also serving in government ministries and state-owned enterprises. EDF forces are organized in 5 distinct operational commands that integrate all 3 elements of military power. They are built around a core of military professionals and draw upon a large body of reserves that can be quickly mobilized in times of crisis or national emergency, as they have been continuously since 1998. The EDF's foundation rests upon a citizen army raised through a program of compulsory national service. As such, it brings together Eritreans of all ethnic and religious backgrounds and, to a more limited extent since the mid-2000s, across gender lines. In doing so, the EDF serves as a social melting pot, strengthening the identity of the country as well as defending it. Under a 1995 presidential decree affirmed by the Provisional National Assembly at that time, all citizens 18 years and older, with certain specified exemptions, are to undergo 6 months of military training and serve 12 months in reconstruction and development programs. These terms can be extended during emergency conditions, such as those in effect since 1998. Women and men are meant to serve side by side in military and non-military capacities, as mechanics, drivers, technicians, communications specialists, cartographers, combat instructors, ordnance personnel, healthcare providers, and the like. Apart from their military duties, members of the national service have been used to assist with the construction or rehabilitation of infrastructure, fill gaps in government departments and social service programs, and help the civilian population harvest crops. They have also engaged in recreational and educational activities and fielded sports teams and cultural troops for other EDF units and for the general population, but the indefinite extension of national service tours of duty since May 2002 under the rubric of the Warsaw-Yekalo Development Campaign has led to growing disaffection among the conscripts, especially over their posting to commercial enterprises owned by the government or the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice, and to a sharp rise in desertions. Those caught trying to escape are jailed as political criminals. Border guards have been given shoot-to-kill orders if they happen onto would-be deserters. Despite these disincentives to flee, the United Nations characterized Eritrea in 2009 as one of the largest refugee-producing nations in the world, with most of those fleeing the country being young men and women of draft age, a characterization that held true over the next decade, as up to 3,000 left each month. Since 2003, all secondary school students have been required to complete their 12th grade year at the Sawa Military Training Center in Gashbarka, effectively starting their military training then while attempting to curb the outflow of secondary school graduates and swelling the size of the armed forces. Those who had not reached 11th grade by the age of 18 were sent to the Kilima Military Training Center. The Eritrean government does not recognize the practice of conscientious objection. Even religious groups, such as Jehovah's Witnesses, whose members are not permitted by faith to serve in the army, are not exempt from compulsory service. The London-based International Institute for Strategic Studies, IISS, in 2009 identified Eritrea as the second most militarized country in the world, after North Korea and ahead of Israel with nearly 40,000 soldiers for every million people. Nearly a decade later, Eritrea had slipped to 11th of 173 countries surveyed by IISS, which estimated the active military at just above 200,000 and active reserves at 120,000, though this did not include conscripts in the national service who had been assigned non-military roles after their military training, and it was based on an estimate of the country's total population at more than 5 million, which is far higher than is likely, though no official census has been published. President Isaias also created 3 presidential guard units, each with 2,000 highly trained solders who receive extra pay and are for the most part stationed in or near Asmara, though some are assigned to guard high-value political detainees at the Eritrea prison, including surviving members of the group of 15 dissident officials and high-ranking military officers arrested in 2001. See also Askari, Navy. Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. The 30-year war for Eritrean independence from Ethiopia is commonly referred to as the armed struggle, a characterization that echoes the revolutionary ideology of the liberation fronts that led it. This war was the most important event in Eritrea's modern history, shaping the lives of every Eritrean who survived it. Almost 70,000 fighters of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and 10,000 fighters of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, died in the war, and an estimated 100,000 Eritrean civilians perished, along with an undetermined number of fighters from other liberation fronts. Ethiopian military fatalities have been estimated at up to 150,000. The Eritrean economy was largely destroyed during the war, and almost one-third of the population fled the country as refugees. The first shots of the armed struggle were fired by former rural rebel leader Hamid Idris Awad on September 1, 1961, after he was approached in Agordat by the newly formed ELF and asked to ignite the liberation struggle. As it developed over the next 4 to 5 years, ELF military strategy owed much to the Algerian Revolution, whose organizational models it followed, and to the counseling of the aged Moroccan guerrilla leader Mohammed Abdelkrim, who told Eritrean students in Cairo that they had to begin the war on their own if they were ever to receive Arab support. As early as 1957, students participated in military training sessions on the outskirts of the Egyptian capital, and they augmented the ranks of the ELF soon after it was formed there in 1960. The main thrust of the ELF's early strategy was to gain control of the rural areas through guerrilla actions and eventually isolate the Ethiopians in their urban bases, relying on external, mainly Arab, support to provide weapons and training for a conventional army capable of finally defeating them. The ELF organized its campaign from Kassala in Sudan, which provided a vital, though politically insecure, staging area for the Eritreans throughout the war. From 1961 to 1974, the ELF fought against Haile Selassie's government in the first or guerrilla phase of the war. During this phase, the Eritreans employed hit-and-run tactics against police and military targets, from whom they sought to capture weapons. The guerrillas sustained themselves through raids and robberies of government property, revolutionary taxes and contributions from Eritreans, and external military aid provided by Arab sources, notably Iraq and Syria and the Palestinian National Movement, and by China. Beginning with a corps of former Sudan Defense Force soldiers, the ELF grew to 250 fighters by 1963 when the external leadership obtained its first outside arms supplies, and the war spread across the western lowlands. By 1965, the ELF army numbered around 2,000, and the leadership reorganized it into regionally based zonal commands. Fighters were initially recruited among lowland Muslims, but as the war spread, a small number of Christians joined the front, along with many educated, urban youths. The most promising of the new recruits were trained overseas, and they contributed substantially to the increased effectiveness of the ELF in the late 1960s when the war spread to central Eritrea. At the same time, the incorporation of these better educated youths led to internal struggles over strategy and ideology that resulted in the fragmentation of the ELF and the first of two civil wars between it and what was to become the EPLF. Confronted with this widening guerrilla war, the Ethiopian government pursued a twin strategy of increasingly large-scale military sweeps of the Muslim lowlands and a divide-and-rule policy of propaganda and incentives designed to win the loyalty of Christian highlanders. Ethiopian counterinsurgency strategy was supported by arms and training from Israel and the United States and was most effective under Governor Ashrate Kassan, who developed the Eritrean police commandos. His strategy was undermined, however, by the brutality of the Ethiopian Army's 2nd Division, whose Vietnam-style pacification campaigns across the western lowlands in 1967, and through Sinhit and Barca in 1970, further alienated the Eritrean population, including the Christians. By 1974, despite the front's civil war, the Ethiopian army, largely confined to its garrisons, could only travel in convoys and was so demoralized that it led a February mutiny against the old regime. The Ethiopian Revolution that got underway in September 1974 marked a new, more brutal phase of the war. Instead of leading to a negotiated solution, the military nationalists who seized power, calling themselves the Derg Committee, committed Ethiopia to destroying the Eritrean guerrillas militarily. Meanwhile, on the Eritrean side, people throughout the mostly Christian highlands rallied to the nationalist cause and pressured the feuding liberation fronts to end their 3-year civil war, and tens of thousands of young people fled the towns to join the ELF and the EPLF, choosing between them largely on the basis of which one they knew from personal knowledge or geographic proximity. The hardening of political positions on both sides produced a new phase of total war which lasted from 1975 to 1991. This new phase, beginning with a joint ELF/EPLF attack around Asmara in January 1975, can be divided into 4 periods from the Eritrean perspective: first, liberation of Eritrea, 1975 to 1977, Ethiopian counteroffensive, 1978 to 1983, Stalemate, 1981 to 1987, and Second Liberation, 1988 to 1991. The Eritrean armies in the 1970s were dominated and directed by reformist elements in both the ELF and EPLF, but the two organizations had different degrees of military effectiveness. Beginning with a much larger fighting force, around 5,000 in 1974, the less well-organized and disciplined ELF failed to expand as rapidly as the EPLF as the two fronts vied to seize territory from the demoralized and outnumbered Ethiopian army between 1975 and 1977. By the end of 1977, when 95% of Eritrea was liberated, the EPLF held the major towns along the eastern escarpment and coastal plain from Nakfa and Karen south to Deekmhair, with the exception of Asmara and the islands of Misawa. For its part, the ELF captured the central highland towns of Menfera and Adi Kwala and the western market centers of Agordat and Tessanii, as well as numerous smaller villages throughout Barka and Gash Seti. The string of victories that marked the EPLF's progress swelled its ranks to as many as 30,000 fighters, while the ELF grew to as many as 40,000 fighters. However, disputes among conservative and reformist factions within the ELF sapped its strength and discipline, while rivalries between the two fronts kept them from forming a unified command. Thus, even as Eritrean nationalists seemed poised to win their armed struggle in late 1977, they were vulnerable to a shift in the military balance toward Ethiopia, which was then in the process of defeating its Somali enemies and building a huge new army with massive support from the Soviet Union. A portent of this growing threat came to the EPLF in December when they suffered their first serious defeat in a bloody frontal assault on the Misawa naval base. See Misawa battles, 1977 to 1978 and 1990. As the next phase of the war opened in 1978, the differences in political and military strategy between the EPLF and ELF were exemplified by their response to a massive Ethiopian counteroffensive. The EPLF strategy drew on the writings of Mao Zedong on guerrilla warfare, to which Isaias Afwerki and Romeddin Mohamed Nur had been exposed during their 1968 training in China. Other leaders and fighters also had become familiar with Mao's writings through political study that was organized by the clandestine, Maoist-inclined Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party. EPLF leaders planned a three-stage military strategy of protracted people's war, beginning with hit-and-run guerrilla attacks and the development of rural bases, then moving to the strategic defensive in which a secure liberated zone is created and defended by larger military units, and finally moving to the strategic offensive in which conventional armies are created to surround and attack the enemy's urban bases, liberating them one by one. In 1977, the Eritreans believed they were well on their way to winning the last stage of the struggle, but, as events proved, they were about to enter stage 2, the strategic defensive. The EPLF's ability to conduct what Mao had called a strategic withdrawal to their liberated zone in northern Sahel enabled the organization to survive a Soviet-supported offensive deploying more than 120,000 Ethiopian soldiers and hundreds of tanks in the second half of 1978. The ELF was significantly weakened after attempting to stand and fight against overwhelming odds, while the EPLF held back from joining the fighting until its own positions were threatened. ELF leaders later charged that the EPLF failed to honor an agreement to join them in these battles. The Ethiopian offensive hit the ELF first in July in Gash Seti, Barka, and Sirte, driving the ELF battalions back into the mountains of Sahel and away from their supply routes in eastern Sudan. The EPLF evacuated Deekmhair as the Ethiopians rolled into Akele Goze from Tigray and made its first strategic withdrawal to strengthen its defenses north of Asmara, which held until the Ethiopian breakthrough at Adi Yakob in November. Then the EPLF hurriedly retreated northward into Sahel, fighting rearguard actions at Alabard, Meshalet, and Kelamet, until the fighters constructed a new defensive line on the rugged mountaintops around Nakfa, where they were joined by small units of the ELF in a desperate defense of their Sahel base area throughout 1979. The stages of the Ethiopian counteroffensive were marked by a series of 7 offensives between 1978 and 1983, in which almost 30,000 Eritreans and more than 50,000 Ethiopians died. The EPLF beat back the Ethiopian assaults, seized large supplies of Soviet weapons in a December 1979 counterattack, eliminated its ELF rivals in a second civil war, 1980 to 1981, defeated the Derg's massive Red Star campaign in 1982, and emerged by mid-1983 as the only nationalist organization operating within the country. The EPLF survival, despite its international isolation and in the face of sustained military confrontation along a 400-kilometer front, was one of the great feats of modern warfare, and it instilled a confidence in the Eritrean fighters that enabled them to move to the offensive in the late 1980s, despite the overwhelming military power of the Ethiopians. By the same token, the Derg's inability to defeat the Eritreans demoralized its army, even as they deployed increasingly sophisticated weapons and strategies, including helicopter gunships, night bombers, airborne assaults, and paracommandos, as well as ever more armor and firepower. The seasoned Ethiopian regulars of the 1970s were decimated in human wave assaults around Nakfa and were replaced by ever younger conscripts. Commanding officers were executed when their attacks failed, and the personal meddling of Mengistu Haile Mariam produced growing resentment among the Derg's generals. The EPLF took advantage of these weaknesses during the stalemate phase of war, as it continued to follow Maoist tactics by deploying conventional forces to defend its base area, while using guerrilla forces to attack Ethiopian bases throughout the rest of the country, destroying aircraft, ammunition dumps, and fuel supplies even in Asmara and Misawa. Most of the population supported the EPLF, and the guerrillas had spies and saboteurs at every level of the Ethiopian administration, so intelligence tended to flow in only one direction, to the nationalists. In 1984 to 1985, following the Maoist playbook, the EPLF escalated its tactics to those of mobile warfare in the north and west, using armor and mechanized units to overrun the Algerian front and liberate much of Barca including Tessani and Barentu, which they held until mid-1985 when Ethiopia regained control during the famine that swept the region. The stalemate continued until December 1986 when the EPLF overran Ethiopian positions below Nakfa in preparation for its overwhelming victory at Afabet in March 1987, where the Eritreans destroyed an Ethiopian army corps and captured enough heavy weapons to completely alter the military balance. In the final phase of the war, the EPLF switched to the strategic offensive, liberating the northern and western parts of the country and nearly seizing Keren in a fierce battle in May. The Derg, meanwhile, hastily negotiated a peace agreement with Somalia, with which it had been simultaneously engaged, and rushed its divisions from the Ogaden region of southeastern Ethiopia to Keren, counter-attacking in mid-May in a powerful offensive that almost broke through to Afabet. A new front line then developed in the north, running from Hal along the eastern escarpment to the coastal plain north of Misawa, where the next Eritrean offensives were launched. The Derg responded to its defeats with large-scale bombing of civilian targets in the liberated areas and the execution of more of its own commanding officers. The EPLF leadership meanwhile pursued another of its long-term strategies by supporting the growing dissident movements inside Ethiopia led by the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF. In February 1989, EPLF armor and artillery stiffened TPLF forces in the decisive Battle of Shire, which drove the Derg out of Tigray province and eliminated the Ethiopians' land connections to central Eritrea. Eritrean military units also assisted Oromo Liberation Front guerrillas in south-central Ethiopia during this period. As the EPLF gained control over more territory, its army expanded quickly through recruiting drives in the newly liberated areas that increasingly relied on conscription of young men there, until by 1991 there were close to 100,000 Eritreans under arms. The last battles of the war were fought on a huge scale, involving hundreds of tanks, artillery, and rocket launchers, as well as tens of thousands of soldiers. In January 1990, after extensive preparations, the EPLF launched its biggest offensive of the war, overrunning the Ethiopian defenses in Semhar and liberating Misawa. The Ethiopian garrison in the Central Highlands, which numbered at least 140,000 soldiers, was now surrounded and only resupplied through the Asmara airport, which came under Eritrean shell fire. In April and May, the noose was tightened further as the EPLF liberated most of Akele Goze and pushed the Ethiopians back to a new front between Sejaniatai and Deekmhere. In early 1991, the Denkel campaign was launched along the eastern coast to seize Assab and cut off the last Ethiopian access to the sea. Eritrean units also accompanied the Tigrayan-led Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front forces that were fighting their way toward Addis Ababa. On May 19, the EPLF launched its final assault on the Deekmhere front. After a bloody three-day battle around Gura, Deekmhere was liberated on May 21. Ethiopian dictator Mengistu Haile Mariam quickly fled from Addis Ababa, and the Ethiopian army disintegrated as its highest officers fled to Djibouti by helicopter. On May 24, Eritrean forces rolled into Asmara on the heels of the Ethiopian forces in full retreat toward the Sudanese border. Assab was liberated the following day, and a last series of actions was fought around Barentu as EPLF units cut off the Ethiopian retreat and captured most of the garrison and their heavy weapons. The armed struggle was over. Arts. Eritrea's diverse ethnic groups carry distinctive traditions of oral poetry and storytelling, as well as drama, music, and dance, that have been to various degrees influenced by the colonial experience before being incorporated into the national culture. Despite a tradition of morality plays associated with the Orthodox Church, modern theater in Eritrea owes much to European influences, beginning with the Italian colonization of Asmara. The first playhouse, the Teatro di Asmara, opened in 1918 and was greatly enlarged in 1936, but its plays were all in Italian for European audiences. During the 1950s, an Eritrean cultural association, the Maber Memhish Hajarai, was formed by Tigrinya teachers who put on plays promoting Eritrean culture, often in opposition to Ethiopian domination. In 1961, the Asmara Theatre Association, MATA, was founded. Over the next decade, it produced a number of plays in Tigrinya with guardedly nationalist content, but it was dissolved in the early 1970s by Ethiopian authorities. Drama largely died out in Asmara during the Derg period, but in the liberated zones the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, cultural troupe, the Red Flowers, produced nationalist plays and cultural shows, as did the cultural troupe of the Eritrean Liberation Front. In October 1993, MATA was re-established by some of its former members and fighter artists from the EPLF. Every ethnic group in Eritrea has its musical traditions and its distinctive dances, usually performed to the rhythms of intricate, locally produced instruments. These may include single or multi-stringed krars and watas, flutes of varying lengths, drums, rattles, and tambourines, sometimes played together with modern amplified instruments. Many mark major events in life, such as birth and marriage, or celebrate important religious or community festivals. There is also a growing popular music culture in the major urban centers, which draws on and reinterprets traditional themes. The nation's rich oral literary tradition ranges across all 9 officially recognized nationalities and includes a wealth of poetry and proverbs, songs and chants, folk tales, histories, and legends. Until recently, most of Eritrea's written literature was religiously based. Since independence, however, new works of poetry, drama, narrative fiction, and memoir have appeared. The most common traditional painting, usually done on skin, parchment, or even canvas, depicts religious themes and fables or abstract designs and shapes in storyboard forms. Most church walls are painted with colorful and dramatic murals. More modern styles developed during the armed struggle, varying from harsh realism to highly symbolic renderings of social and political themes. Portraiture and landscape art have also become common. Among the more prominent new Eritrean artists in the post-war period were Michael Adonai, Ermias Akubi, and Yejiza Michael, who collaborated on a Warscapes exhibition in 2012. Michael Adonai, an author as well as a painter, had joined the EPLF in 1977 and worked in the front's cultural section, but he went on to pursue his own highly individualized style after the war. His work was shown in Eritrea, Ethiopia, Europe, East and South Africa, the United States, the Middle East, Singapore, and Japan, and he was a 5-time winner of Eritrea's national painting competitions, including the prestigious Ramak Prize in 2002. Ermias, a painter, engraver, sculptor, and poet, was raised in Addis Ababa but migrated to his ancestral homeland after the Independence War and co-founded the Asmara School of Fine Arts in 1994. Since then he has exhibited in Eritrea, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Tanzania, Swaziland, and Norway and given workshops for young artists in Asmara while co-producing books for art education for the Ministry of Education. Yegiza, Yegi, also an Eritrean of Ethiopian origin, returned to Eritrea in the mid-1990s, where he organized and directed an Artists Against AIDS campaign. He went on to receive the prestigious Ramak Award in 1996 and 1997. He has also created public art murals and mosaics for residences and commercial locations on 2 continents and exhibited his work on the challenges of migration and refugee life in New York and Seattle, Washington, where he settled in 2001. In 2011, a group of 4 local art aficionados and 1 expatriate in Asmara teamed up to publish Eritrea Art Time, Crossroads of Arts in the Horn of Africa, a collection of short essays in Tigrinya and English that introduced Eritrea's cultural heritage in the visual arts, music, painting, and photography. The book included essays on the evolution of modern Eritrean music and reviews of influential works of art and poetry of different genres. It also reproduced dozens of paintings by Eritrea's leading painters with fresh analysis of their artistry. See also Architecture, Crafts. Asawarda, Alt, Asawarda. The largest of the Saho tribes, the Asawarda inhabited the eastern escarpment of Akele Goze and the foothills and coastal plain from the Hadis River to the vicinity of Hirgigo. The origins of the Asawarda seem to lie in a fusion between Arab immigrants and local Saho speakers, and the tribe already dominated the caravan routes from the coast to the highlands in the 15th century. Taxes and raids on caravans, combined with agro-pastoralism, formed the basis of the Asawarda economy until the colonial period. The Asawarda were long allied with the Naib of Hirgigo, and they were involved in continual border warfare with the Tigrinya population of the highlands and the Tigrayan governors of the Mirab Melash. The Asawarda supported the Italians from the beginning of the colonial era and, consequently, were allowed a large degree of internal autonomy until 1933 when the colonial administration united the 5 main Asawarda subtribes and their 6 affiliate or client tribes under a single paramount chief. The client tribes included the Torre Betsera, the Ida, Biradata, and Razamer, all of which inhabited the northern fringes of Saho territory. By 1952, the Asawarda and their affiliates numbered 35,000 according to British administrators, who then controlled the colony. Their numbers and long association with the urban center of Hirgigo made the Asawarda one of the most important Muslim groups supporting the Eritrean Liberation Front during the early years of the armed struggle, and they suffered from repeated Ethiopian attacks that forced much of the population to seek safe haven in Arab states as refugees. See also ethnic groups. Askari. Eritrean soldiers serving in the regular Italian colonial army were known as Askari, soldier, while irregular forces were called Bunda. Military recruitment was a key aspect of Italian colonialism in Eritrea, leading some contemporaries to describe colonial soldiers as Eritrea's principal product. Between 1890 and 1941, more than 130,000 Eritrean men served as askaris. This massive military recruitment had a significant impact on the Eritrean economy as it removed an average of 10% of the active male labor force from their homes and injected a relatively large infusion of cash wages into the colonial economy. This also detribalized large segments of the population and fostered a growing sense of Eritrean identity that would eventually undergird the nationalist movement. Recruitment began in 1890 when the first regular Eritrean battalions were formed to replace the irregular bandas. By 1896, there were more than 5,000 Eritreans serving the army that invaded Ethiopia, 2,000 of whom died at the Battle of Adwa. Eritrean askari served in the Italian occupation of Somalia, and from 1911 to 1932, some 60,000 askari served in Italy's colonial conquest of Libya. Until 1935, askari were recruited voluntarily, for the relatively high wages and the chance to serve overseas attracted many young men from every ethnic group and region in Eritrea, but particularly from the military-oriented pre-colonial aristocratic families. Askari schools were created to train soldiers in basic Italian and math. Although Eritreans were not allowed to rise above the rank of sergeant, mumtaz, many veterans were appointed to positions in the colonial administration as orderlies and local chiefs, which added to the attractions of military service within the constricted world of colonial opportunities. In 1935, conscription was introduced through quotas set at the district level to raise an army of 60,000 askaris to serve alongside European troops in Mussolini's invasion of Ethiopia. This represented close to 40% of the active male labor force of Eritrea. The attractions of military service lessened considerably as the fascists imposed a strict racial discrimination that made life bitter for the askari, and, combined with their feeling of solidarity with Ethiopia, impelled several thousand to desert to the Ethiopian side in the early days of the war, including 904 on a single night on the Ogaden front and more than 100 with Endem Tesfazien on the northern front. Many deserters, including Endem, went on to become anti-Italian guerrillas in the Patriot Army that fought until 1941. The Italians attempted to offset the military repercussions of desertion and sabotage by segregating many of the askari into separate Muslim and Christian units. Many Muslims, who had little sympathy for the Ethiopians, were put in sensitive positions, such as artillery, while Christians were often put in front-line infantry units and were used as shock troops, sustaining high casualties in battles such as those around Tembien where an estimated 1,500 askaris died. After the Italians occupied Ethiopia, many askaris stayed on to train and lead Ethiopian native units, while others found low-level positions in the new colonial government. When war broke out with Great Britain in 1940, further recruitment and call-ups of veterans brought the number of Eritrean askaris again to more than 60,000, but the defeat of the Italians at Keren in March 1941, in which several thousand Eritrean soldiers lost their lives, ended the colonial army. More than 9,000 askari prisoners of war were interned in Sudan, where many worked on the British cotton plantations. The rest were demobilized without compensation, leading to widespread unemployment, a rise in Shifta activities, and the formation of the pro-Italy political party in 1947, led by ex-askaris who hoped to obtain pensions from a reinstated Italian trusteeship government. In the 1950s, a number of askari did obtain pensions, and a dwindling group of aged veterans continued to collect them in Asmara as late as the 1990s. Asfaha Wolde Mikael, Bitwadid, 1914–2002. The second Eritrean chief executive and key figure in the dismemberment of the Ethio-Eritrean Federation, Asfaha's career symbolizes Haile Selassie's recruitment of former Italian colonial functionaries in the 1940s and their rise to high political positions. Born in Accra, Akele Goze, Asfaha was a devout Catholic who attended the Italian primary school in Segeniatai and served the colonial government as an interpreter from 1932 to 1941. When Haile Selassie returned to power, Asfaha was in Addis Ababa, where he joined the Ethiopian Ministry of Foreign Affairs team working to gain control over Eritrea, becoming president of the government-sponsored Association for Uniting Eritrea with Ethiopia. Upon Eritrea's federation with Ethiopia, Asfaha was appointed imperial vice representative under Endergachu Messai. He retained this position even after he was elected chief executive by the Eritrean Assembly on August 8, 1955, following the resignation of Tidla Barrow. Even though he had never held an elected position, he served as chief executive until Eritrea's annexation in 1962, which he helped to organize, and he presided over the dismantling of Eritrea's political and social institutions. He played a leading role suppressing the 1958 general strike and other early nationalist actions and organizations. After annexation, he returned to Addis Ababa, where he served as Minister of Justice in the 1970s. Askelu Mankrios, ca. 1948. A former General Secretary of the National Union of Eritrean Women, NUEW, Askelu Mankrios is one of the few women to hold top positions in the government of Eritrea and the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ. Born and raised in Asmara, Askelu left university to join the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in 1974 and was elected to the Central Committee in 1977. She headed the administration of the Eritrean Relief Association's camps for internally displaced people in the EPLF Sahel base area until she replaced the NUEW's first General Secretary, Lual Gabrib, in the early 1980s and was given responsibility to build the women's organization. At the EPLF's Third Congress in 1994, she was elected to the Executive Committee and became one of the few women in the PFDJ to hold a cabinet-level position in the state. She was assigned by President Isaias Afwerki in the late 1990s to head an elections commission, which was dismantled without producing a report, and then appointed to serve as the Minister of Labor and Human Welfare. In 2009, she was reassigned to head the Ministry of Tourism. Her estranged husband, Sene Kiflisis, an EPLF veteran who once headed the front's pharmacy department during the armed struggle, was reportedly arrested in October 2011 after WikiLeaks released a diplomatic cable from the United States Embassy in which Sene was quoted as complaining that President Isaias Afwerki was ruining the country. Askelu was not affected. Asmara, 15 degrees 19 minutes 59 seconds north, 38 degrees 55 minutes 59 seconds east. The capital of Eritrea and largest city in the country, Asmara, and its suburbs form the separate central, Tigrinya, Mekelle, administrative region. The city had a population of around 460,000 in 1993 when Eritrea achieved formal independence from Ethiopia and contained 80% of Eritrea's manufacturing industry and most of its modern service sector. 25 years later, it had grown to more than 600,000, and a growing share of Eritrea's light industry and agricultural processing had shifted to other towns and cities. However, it remained the center of transport services, informational media, telecommunications, and many government ministries. Asmara has been settled since the pre-Aksumite period, but the Christian village around which the modern city developed seems to have been founded in the 10th to 11th centuries, according to records of its church, Qudist Mariam, St. Mary's, which now stands at the center of the city. The name Asmara is said to derive from the consolidation of 4 Christian villages, whose inhabitants frequently fought among themselves. Legend has it that the women of the villages, reduced to misery by the fighting and threatened with outside raids, forced the men of the villages to unite, forming the new village of Arbate Asmara, the 4 villages of those women who brought harmony. The traditional date for this is 21 Sene, June, 1515, which is still celebrated in an annual ceremony at Qudist Mariam Church, but the name Asmara certainly predates this, as it is mentioned in an Italian itinerary as early as 1411. Asmara developed as a market center, caravan stop, and great city by 1519, according to another Italian source. It was located at the intersection of the growing trade routes between Misawa, Debrecen, and the highlands, as well as the pilgrimage routes to Suwakin. Because of its commercial importance, it formed a separate Risti Gultai tribute unit of the Tukalagaba district of the Diki Teshim, paying its tribute, Gabri, directly to the governor of Mirab Melash. The town was sacked and the church burned by Imam Ahmed al-Ghazi's warriors in 1534, and the village seems to have declined after this, for European travelers make no mention of it before 1830 when the population was reported at 150. The modern development of Asmara dates to the Tigrayan military governorship of Ras Alula, who in 1884 built a residence on a fortified hill now crowned by water towers above the offices of the Eritrean Mufti. Alula appointed as his negatras, commercial tax collector, an Eritrean merchant, Birhanu Hagos, who settled near Asmara, present-day Gaza Birhanu quarter, where caravans coming from Misawa stopped to rest along the banks of the Maibele stream. Here a thriving market developed at what is now the commercial center of the city, and the village grew to 2,000 permanent residents by 1885 when Ras Alula transferred his government and personal residence to Asmara. The Italians occupied Asmara on August 3, 1889 and constructed several forts on hills around the town, with the largest, Fordo Baldi Sira, on the former site of Bet Mackay. Barracks, offices, and a European residential quarter developed to the south of Maibele as Asmara became the administrative and commercial center of the highlands. In 1900, when Governor Ferdinando Martini transferred the capital of the colony to Asmara, it had a population of 5,500 Eritreans and 910 Europeans, roughly divided by the Maibele and commercial district, with Eritreans to the north, where the native quarters of the colonial city developed, and Europeans to the south. To the east, demobilized Eritrean Bunda settled in Gazabunda, while former Askari settled around the military hospital and stores, Deposito. The colonial city grew from 7,000 Eritreans and 1,500 Europeans in 1905 to 20,638 Eritreans and 3,101 Europeans in 1931. Its population was heterogeneous, with Muslims, Christians, and foreigners from many lands, but the largest number of residents has always been Tigrinya-speaking Christians from the surrounding highlands. This heterogeneity is today exemplified by the city's 11 mosques and more than 40 churches. In 1935, the invasion of Ethiopia prompted a massive building boom as tens of thousands of Italians moved to the new colony, and Asmara became the transport and supply center for a colonial army of 350,000. This influx, which produced an Italian population of 55,000 by 1941, was paralleled by a new fascist policy of strict racial segregation, leading to the displacement of Eritreans from Gazabunda and other neighborhoods and a great expansion of the European sector of the city southward and eastward. The Eritrean population also increased to 120,000 by 1941, despite overcrowding and racial discrimination, for the war boom, and light industrialization produced a great demand for Eritrean workers, servants, and prostitutes. The Italian defeat that year was followed by Eritrean political organization to overturn the racial laws, as well as the growth of an Italian-owned manufacturing industry and military employment during the early part of the British administration. After World War II, however, much of the Italian population began to repatriate, and industrial employment declined, curtailing further in-migration. Asmara experienced serious intercommunal violence during the British period, most of it fostered by the xenophobic policies of the pro-Ethiopian Unionist movement and its terrorist wing, Andinet. Anti-Arab rioting by Unionists in July 1946 was followed by the death of 4 Christians, and then, on August 28, soldiers of the Sudanese garrison massacred 46 Christians, see Sudan Defense Force, SDF. Assassinations of Italians, Muslims, and independents by Andinet followed in 1948 to 1949, and on 21 to 23 February 1950, bloody Muslim, Christian rioting killed 47 during the visit of a United Nations investigation commission. Much of the bitterness created by these events was laid to rest by religious and political leaders on December 21, 1950 when they held a successful reconciliation conference, Tigrinya, W. La Salama, at Cinema Impero. Unemployment increased during the Federation in the 1950s, as many businesses moved or closed, and the frustrations of the population led to a general strike against the Ethiopian-controlled government in 1958, see labor organizations. By 1962, there were fewer than 10,000 Italians in a total population of 150,000, but they continued to own most of the industries in the city, while the upper levels of the commercial sector were controlled by Europeans and Yemeni Arabs, together with some Eritrean Muslims. The new United States National Security Agency base at Kagnew Station provided a growing source of employment, as did the Eritreanization of the administration and municipal services. Middle-class Eritreans and Ethiopian officials moved into the villas of the former European quarter, and in 1968, business opportunities for Christians improved as Yemeni merchants were driven out of the city in a government-orchestrated campaign of ethnic cleansing. Textile manufacturing provided low-wage employment to recent rural immigrants, particularly women. However, economic growth could not keep up with job demands, and many skilled and educated Asmarinos immigrated to Ethiopia and abroad, from where they sent back remittances to their relatives. In 1974, the population was estimated at 200,000, but in January 1975, heavy fighting and Ethiopian massacres prompted the exodus of the remaining Italians and other foreigners, more of the skilled workforce, and tens of thousands of young people who left to join the liberation fronts. By 1977, the population was only 90,000. After 1979, when the Derg regained control of much of Eritrea, the population swelled to 300,000, as rural families fled the devastating effects of famine and war, and impoverished Tigrayan immigrants came, with Ethiopian encouragement, to take advantage of wartime opportunities. Under the Derg, the city was divided into 9 zones and 36 subzones or kabels, neighborhoods, and every aspect of daily life was controlled by ubiquitous Ethiopian security and party organs. Most of the population lived on food aid and remittances from relatives in Ethiopia or abroad, or on their participation in the flourishing black market, bars, and prostitution that catered to the huge garrison. Crime by soldiers was rampant, and houses were surrounded by barbed wire and iron sheets. After 1988, the city was increasingly besieged, and for the 16 months before May 1991, it was cut off from all but air supplies, while the airport itself was under shell fire. This was a particularly grim period for the 280,000 Eritreans in Asmara, as food was scarce, industrial and commercial activity virtually ceased, and curfews, shelling, and Ethiopian killings kept people locked in their houses. The outpouring of joy when Eritrean People's Liberation Front tanks rolled into the city on May 24, 1991 was overwhelming, as hundreds of thousands of people thronged the city center, mobbing the Liberation Army and dancing for 3 days. After liberation, a massive campaign of reconstruction changed the dilapidated face of the city. The municipal government made it a matter of pride that streets were repaired, buildings painted, and downtown areas kept scrupulously clean. Automobile traffic, which scarcely existed in 1991, swelled at first, as did the number of bicycles, Asmara's principal mode of transport, though vehicular traffic of all kinds declined after the border war, and especially after the spike in oil prices starting in 2007, when fuel was tightly rationed. Infrastructure repair, particularly of the water system, took longer, and by the time of the border war, when resources and manpower contracted, pipes were still leaking up to 35% of the municipal water supply. The nationalization of urban housing, carried out by the Derg in 1975, was repealed in 1992, and the process of housing reclamation and reconstruction began, including a major high-rise apartment complex near the airport, completed in 1996. But housing remained the city's biggest problem, with an extreme shortage driving up prices while title disputes hindered new construction. Throughout the 1990s, urban unemployment remained high, as the old and inefficient industries nationalized by the Derg were slowly sold to private investors and new ones were not developed, while the government's decentralization policy encouraged investment elsewhere. With the onset of war with Ethiopia, external investment ground to a halt, as did demand for new housing from Eritreans in the diaspora, leaving the housing situation in limbo. Despite these limitations, the city was designated a World Heritage Site by UNESCO, the Paris-based United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, in 2017. UNESCO called it as an exceptional example of early modernist urbanism at the beginning of the 20th century and its application in an African context. Asmara's urban character and form exhibited what UNESCO called a human scale in the relationships among the buildings, streets, and public spaces that reflected the impact of the city's successive encounters with different cultures and the construction of its unique multicultural identity. Asmarino.com. The Cerritos, California-based website Asmarino.com was first launched in 1997 by expatriate internet entrepreneur Tesfaledet Meharena as an online community for Eritreans, with a focus on Eritrean culture. It evolved into one of the primary sites generating original reportage and commentary critical of the government of Eritrea and the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice after the 2001 crackdown on political dissent in the country, offering programming in English, Tigrinya, and Arabic. One of its singular achievements was the development of web-based Tigrinya software in the 1990s. The website also pioneered internet broadcasting and hosted a series of radio stations, beginning in 2004 with the Voice of Dalina and going on to include Radio Liberty of the Eritrean Democratic Party, EDP, which briefly carried over to the Eritrean People's Democratic Party after the EDP's 2010 merger, and then the independently produced Radio Arena, headquartered in Paris. Asmarino also streamed original interviews and conducted online forums, while archiving articles and radio and television broadcasts appearing elsewhere, and it provided links with a broad network of civic organizations, political parties, and online media. In 2006, Asmarino joined awate.com to form a coalition of civic organizations for an Eritrean anti-tyranny solidarity campaign targeted at ending international cooperation with the Eritrean government, and it was an organizer of the campaign's successor, Eritrean Global Solidarity, which merged with another civil society grouping in 2018 to form Eritrean Global Solidarity for National Dialogue. See also Civil Society, Non-governmental organizations, international, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, national, NGOs. Ashrate Kassa, RAS, 1918–1974. Ethiopian Governor-General of Eritrea from 1964 to 1970, Ashrate, like his predecessor Abiy Abeba, was a son-in-law of Haile Selassie I and a member of the Shawan nobility. He attempted to woo Christian Eritrean support for Ethiopian rule and developed the Eritrean police and commandos, introducing counter-guerrilla strategies, such as the resettlement of Muslim pastoralists in fortified villages and the use of economic incentives and psychological warfare. Ashrate's policies were resisted by the military and a rival faction in the Ethiopian court, led by Prime Minister Akleluhab Wold. Following the assassination of General Teshome Urjitu in November 1970, Ashrate was recalled to Addis Ababa and removed from office, as the military gained control of the administration and declared martial law. Assab, 13°0032 N, 42°44' 20" east. The busiest port in Eritrea and most important foreign outlet for Ethiopia up to 1998, Assab is located at the southern end of the Denkal coast, facing the strategically important Straits of Bab al-Mandeb at the entrance to the Red Sea. Separated from the main population centers of Eritrea by more than 400 kilometers of an almost roadless desert coast, Assab developed closer economic connections with central Ethiopia than it did with the rest of Eritrea during the period from 1938 to 1991. Consequently, Assab came to symbolize the issue of Ethiopian access to the sea, which was a prime factor behind Ethiopia's long struggle to gain and retain control over Eritrea. After Eritrean independence, it was used almost exclusively for the import-export trade of the Addis Ababa region. It also had Eritrea's only oil refinery, a modern salt industry that largely supplied the Ethiopian market and a growing fishing industry. Many saw the capture and annexation of this strategic port as Ethiopia's primary but unstated strategic objective during the border war at the end of the 1990s. Because of Assab's proximity, voyagers from South Arabia have visited the area since prehistoric times. Its name seems related to the ancient kingdom of Saba, and South Arabian settlements existed on the coast during the pre-Aksumite period. The trade route linking Azab with the highlands of central Ethiopia also seems to have been pioneered by merchants seeking ivory, gold, and slaves in ancient times. By the 14th century, Arabic sources mention the existence of an Afar Sultanate of Azab, which continued until colonial times, although the neighboring Sultanate of Bailal was more powerful. The attractions of Azab's strategic and commercial location were evident to early European explorers, and following the inauguration of the Suez Canal in 1869, the Italian missionary and colonial propagandist Giuseppe Sapato purchased rights to the port and an offshore island in two agreements concluded with the co-sultans Hassan and Ibrahim in November 1869 and March 1970, for a total of 14,100 MTTs. On July 5, 1882, Azab was ceded to Italy, but it remained a colonial backwater, with a population of 136 Italians and 1,000 Eritreans in 1905, and only 58 Italians and 1,500 Eritreans by 1931. The main Italian interest in Azab was to develop it as a port for central Ethiopia to challenge France's near monopoly on the region's lucrative export trade via the Djibouti-Addis Ababa Railroad. In 1924, Mussolini offered Haile Selassie I a 99-year duty-free concession at Azab and the right to build a road linking it with central Ethiopia. The offer was reinforced in the 1928 Italo-Ethiopian Treaty of Friendship and Commerce but was never implemented. Mussolini used this as one of his pretexts for invading Ethiopia, and after the conquest, in 1936, construction of a road from Azab to Dis and central Ethiopia became a priority project of the fascists, who were nearly bankrupting Italy by paying exorbitant tariffs on the Djibouti Railroad to move the masses of goods their new empire required. The Azab port was enlarged to accommodate modern shipping in 1938, and in July 1939, the road to Dis was completed. But the port's development as a major outlet for Ethiopian commerce had to wait another decade as Italy entered World War II and Azab was blockaded, and then, once the British defeated the Italians, had its military airport and some of its port facilities dismantled and sold by the new British administration. By 1949, the Aden-based merchant Anton Bess was developing Azab as an alternative to the Djibouti Railroad, and during the United Nations debate on Eritrea's future several nations raised the idea of giving the port to Ethiopia even if Eritrea remained independent, see Soviet Union. Azab came under federal, i.e., Ethiopian, jurisdiction according to the Federal Act of 1952, but Haile Selassie took this a step further in 1953 when he made it a separate administrative unit under an Ethiopian military officer. In January 1954, when Muslim dock workers attempted to resist new Ethiopian labor regulations, they were fired on by Ethiopian troops, killing 3. Thereafter, Azab was developed as an appendage of the central Ethiopian economy, disconnected from Eritrea in all but name, and its commercial ties to Addis Ababa were reinforced by low customs duties, Yugoslavian-aided port expansion, 1958 to 1961, and U.S. funded road construction, early 1960s. By the time of full Ethiopian annexation in 1962, when Azab's population had grown to 10,727 and it was Ethiopia's busiest port, more than 57% of its residents were Christians, and 44% were Amharic speakers. The Afar population lived in a squalid shanty town, Azab Serer, on the outskirts of the modern Ethiopian city. In 1965, Haile Selassie considered incorporating Azab into Wello province but relented under Eritrean pressure. In 1967, the importance of Azab was further increased by the construction, with aid from the Soviet Union, of Ethiopia's only petroleum refinery. A decade later, the Derg was even more eager than Haile Selassie had been to detach Azab from Eritrea administratively, particularly as nationalist sentiments began to spread among the Afar population. By 1978, the closure of the Djibouti Railroad had increased Azab's share of the Ethiopian trade to more than 60%, and the Ethiopian government was studying ways to attach it to Wello or to create a separate Afar political unit. In 1987, the Derg finally created an Assab autonomous region comprising most of Eritrean Denkal and parts of Ethiopian Dankalia, but it had little practical impact on the long-standing military administration of the port, which had grown into a major garrison and naval base. Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, assaults on the oil refinery began in 1977, culminating in a naval attack on April 23, 1988. Assab was liberated by the EPLF on May 25, 1991, at the end of its Denkal campaign in what would be the final battle of the 30-year armed struggle. During the summer, Ethiopian prisoners of war and 40,000 civilians were repatriated, many of whom took shelter in a refugee camp outside Addis Ababa, where they aroused anti-Eritrean sentiments. These sentiments were exacerbated by problems in the movement of goods and petroleum products through Assab during the rest of the year, resulting in serious shortages in Addis. The early EPLF administration in Assab grappled with a number of technical problems, a shortage of trained personnel, and uncertainties concerning the distribution of goods between the Eritrean and Ethiopian economies. In June 1992, a comprehensive agreement was concluded with the Ethiopian government making Assab a free port through which Ethiopian imports/exports would pass duty-free. Ethiopian customs agents were to collect their own duties at the port, while Eritrean authorities levied transit and port fees to pay operating costs. In the years between Eritrea's independence and the onset of the border war, roughly 95% of the goods passing through Assab went to Ethiopia. In 1997, its aging Russian-built oil refinery was shut down. Once war broke out in 1998, commercial shipping also came to a halt, with Eritrea seizing cargo that remained on the docks, an action for which Ethiopia later demanded compensation through a petition to the Ethiopian Claims Commission. Major battles were fought west of Assab along the road that links the port with Addis Ababa during the second and third rounds of the border war, and many commentators speculated that the seizure of the port was an Ethiopian war objective, but the Eritrean Defense Forces held and the city remained in Eritrean hands. However, the continuing no war no peace stalemate left the port mostly idle, and though port facilities themselves were repaired, there was little maritime activity there, and the city's population, which had reached almost 40,000 at the start of the war, declined to just above 20,000. The government of Eritrea announced the formation of a free trade zone in Assab for 2010, but the political situation in Eritrea and between it and Ethiopia, coupled with the United Nations arms embargo and targeted sanctions, made it difficult to attract foreign investment from most sources until the end of the conflict with Ethiopia in July 2018 and the lifting of sanctions the following November. The exception was the United Arab Emirates, UAE, which signed an agreement in April 2015, days after a rupture with Djibouti and the ouster of the UAE there, to use Assab as a rear base for its military operations in Yemen's civil war. The UAE also took over management of the civilian port and constructed new port facilities 10 kilometers north of the city with a 700-meter pier to accommodate its naval forces. The UAE also expanded Assab's airfield the following year to enable the deployment of a combat air group to support its ground forces. Satellite imagery showed the construction of 12 hangars to house and service fighter jets, helicopters, and transport aircraft. During this period, much of the civilian port was off-limits to local residents, apart from those with special security clearance or workers pre-cleared to enter, according to refugees, who said the combined impact of the Yemen war and the restrictions on access to the port had left them with few opportunities to support themselves and help precipitate their flight. In 2018, after the peace declaration, Ethiopia announced an agreement with the UAE to conduct a feasibility study for an oil pipeline linking Assab to Addis Ababa, as work began on improving the highway linking Eritrea with Ethiopia, which had fallen into disuse after the border war. Asseta. The first fixed location site for Eritrean refugees in Ethiopia's Afar regional state, Asseta camp was opened in 2009, a kilometer from the town of Asseta, once the administrative center for the Afar Sultanate, and close to the Djibouti border. Like the Birewal camp in northern Afar state, it only housed Eritrean Afars. Refugees from other ethnic backgrounds were transferred to camps in the Tigray regional state if they arrived there, as Afar refugees arriving in Tigray were relocated to one of the two Afar camps. The Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNCRA, in Ethiopia counted nearly 29,000 Afar refugees in the state at the start of 2015, with slightly more than 9,000 in the Aseta camp. However, more crossed the border without registering to live within the local Afar community. Some had been in Ethiopia for decades, however, most came after the 1998-2000 border war and the political repression that followed within Eritrea, augmented by a sudden bulge after 2015 when civil war erupted in Yemen and Afars who had lived there for decades fled to Ethiopia. In 2018, the UNCRA reported a population in the camp of more than 14,000, evenly divided between males and females with an estimated 56% under the age of 18. This reflected the fact that many Afars entering Ethiopia came as entire families, unlike the flow of individuals arriving in Tigray from the Eritrean highlands. However, this camp, administered by the Administration for Refugee and Returnee Affairs, the Ethiopian Refugee Authority, had few of the amenities and social services of the Tigray camps, only an elementary school and one vocational training center but no secondary school a decade after the camp was founded, and few international aid agencies providing assistance. Assembly, Eritrean, 1952–1962. The legislative body of the autonomous Eritrean government under the Ethio-Eritrean Federation came into existence under United Nations, UN, supervision through a series of elections in March 1952, which chose representatives for a constitutional assembly. Only the cities of Asmara and Massawa had direct, secret elections, while the rural areas chose their representatives through electoral colleges of local notables. The elections were held under a British administration electoral proclamation, 121, which remained the basis for electing the assembly throughout its existence, as the Ethiopians blocked ratification of the organic electoral law envisioned by the UN. The 68 members of the First Assembly were evenly divided between Muslims and Christians, with 32 members of the Unionist Party, 18 members of the Eritrean Democratic Front, 15 members of the Muslim League of the Western Province, MLWP, and 3 others. The Unionists dominated the assembly through an alliance with MLWP, which enabled these two parties to elect their leaders, Tidla Barrow and Ali Mohammed Musaradeh, to the offices of Chief Executive and President, Speaker, of the Assembly, respectively. In May, the Assembly began to debate the draft constitution prepared by the UN Commissioner, Ans Mashinzo. The Eritreans succeeded in retaining some symbols of autonomy, but the real power in the federation devolved to the Ethiopian government. In July, the Assembly ratified the constitution, transforming itself into Eritrea's legislature. The First Assembly contained a number of leading nationalists, including Ibrahim Sultan Ali and Idris Mohammed Adam. The chief executive's dictatorial methods, combined with growing Ethiopian interference, led to a revolt in the assembly in 1955, which forced the resignation of Tidla and Ali Musaradeh. Although Idris M. Adam was elected speaker, he was powerless to block increasing Ethiopian domination under the new chief executive, Asfaw Wolde Mikael, and was removed in June 1956 during a heated fight over implementation of an electoral law. Without such a law, Asfaw was able to pack the Second Assembly with pro-Ethiopian candidates in the elections of September 1956. The Second Assembly was led by its Unionist Vice President, Abba, Father, Dimitros Gebremariam, who overshadowed the new president, Sheikh Hamid Fareh Hamid of the MLWP. Abba Dimitros allied with Asfaw to push through legislation further weakening Eritrea's autonomous status, including the Anti-Labor Employment Act of March 1958, the annulment of the Eritrean flag, seal, and arms act, which replaced Eritrea's symbols of sovereignty with those of Ethiopia on November 14, 1958, and the replacement of Eritrea's official language with Amharic on May 9, 1960. Other acts concerning law enforcement further relinquished Eritrean autonomy. The Third Assembly, elected in August 1960, was even more subservient to the Ethiopian crown but nonetheless obstructed attempts by Abba Dimetros to bring to a vote the dissolution of the federation in 1961 to 1962 when members repeatedly adjourned the assembly or failed to attend in numbers sufficient for a quorum. Finally, in late 1962, General Abiy Abeba's regime began a campaign of intimidation and bribery, including the promise of payment of their salaries for life, to force the members into accepting complete union with Ethiopia. Although a formal vote was never taken, all but 3 members attended the final session on November 15, 1962, in which the assembly was dissolved and Eritrea formally annexed. Among those absent was the assembly's president, Hamid Fareh Hamid, who feigned sickness. One member, Osman Hamed Hindi of Misawa, attempted to speak against annexation, but was silenced. Asena.com. Run by the Asena Foundation, Asena.com is a London-based website founded in 2007 by exiled Eritrean journalist Amanu Eliasu Gabriki Dan. Its self-described purpose is to promote free expression within an overall commitment to build a rights-based society within Eritrea. In addition to generating original content for its website, the Asena Foundation has produced print publications and web-based radio broadcasts, including The Voice of Asena, while providing links with other diaspora-based civic organizations and media outlets critical of the government of Eritrea and the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice. It has also campaigned for the release of journalists imprisoned within the country. In 2009, it began broadcasting to Eritrea via satellite radio. In 2018, it launched television broadcasts, making it the only Eritrean-run, non-state TV broadcaster reaching the population within the country. See also civil society, human rights, newspapers, non-governmental organizations, international, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, national, NGOs. Associazione per la tutela dei diritti umani del popolo eritreo, ASPER. See Civil Society. Aster Johannes. A veteran of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, Aster Johannes, the wife of imprisoned Group of 15, G15, dissident Petros Solomon, was detained by national security officers in December 2003 upon arrival at the Asmara International Airport and has been held incognito in an Asmara jail ever since. Aster joined the liberation struggle in 1979 while an engineering student at Addis Ababa University. She and Petros, a top-level EPLF commander and member of the Front's 7-person political bureau, married in the field in 1982. The couple had 4 children and settled in Asmara after Eritrea won its de facto independence in 1991, where Petros served first as Minister of Defense and then as Minister of Foreign Affairs before a falling out with President Isaias Afwerki. He was then demoted to head the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, whose headquarters was in the port city of Misawa. Aster also worked at this ministry in the late 1990s until she won a scholarship in 2000 to go to the United States to complete an undergraduate degree at the University of Phoenix. She was there in September 2001 when her husband was arrested with the G15 dissidents. 15 months later, she secured a promise of safe passage to visit her family in Asmara from Eritrea's ambassador to the United States, Jerma Asmaram. Her children and other relatives went to the airport to greet her, but she was whisked away before they saw her and has not been seen since. She is reportedly held in a special security unit for political prisoners at the Karchali prison, police station number 2, in downtown Asmara. Asylum. During Eritrea's 30-year war for independence, hundreds of thousands of Eritreans fled the country, most taking refuge in neighboring Sudan, though thousands moved on from there to seek asylum and settle in the Middle East, Europe, North America, and Australia. During the first year after the armed struggle, an estimated 80,000 refugees returned home, more than 80% of them were from Sudan, with the numbers of returnees growing to nearly 250,000 by the outbreak of war with Ethiopia in 1998. The border war resulted in another humanitarian crisis, with tens of thousands more crossing into Sudan and taking up residence in camps along that country's eastern frontier. Since then, some refugees have again returned to Eritrea, but many moved on to seek asylum in African countries as far from Eritrea as South Africa, as well as in North America and Europe. The results were mixed, however, with several states, notably Malta, Libya, and Egypt, forcibly repatriating asylum seekers, who were routinely imprisoned upon arrival in Asmara. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, reported numerous failed attempts to communicate with these returnees and, in 2004, recommended that states refrain from all forced returns of rejected asylum seekers to Eritrea and grant them complementary forms of protection instead, until further notice. Despite this warning, United States immigration authorities, citing the 2001 USA Patriot Act, began after 2007 to contest asylum applications from many self-identified political dissidents who had been members of one or another of the Eritrean liberation fronts on the grounds that the fronts qualified as terrorist organizations for having carried out acts of political violence against a sitting government, that of Ethiopia, in the 1970s and 1980s. Immigration authorities in Canada and Great Britain took similar positions, though courts in all three countries for the most part rejected the argument, and the numbers of exiled Eritrean dissidents granted asylum grew steadily. The UNHCR reported that Eritrea was the world's second highest source of asylum seekers, 62,700, in 2008, after Zimbabwe and ahead of Somalia, Afghanistan, and Iraq, with nearly two-thirds of the claims lodged in Sudan. A decade later, this number had declined to 57,400, paralleling a drop in the number of Eritreans reaching Europe, suggesting that more were remaining in Ethiopia and other African states, not in official refugee camps but in the urban centers where they melted into the local populations. Bucking this trend, asylum claims in Europe from unaccompanied Eritrean children reached 4,700 in 2016, making Eritrea the highest African source that year, trailing only Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq at the global level. See also Human rights. Aviation. While Asmara and Assab had military airports that could accommodate modern jet fighters as well as military transport aircraft, and both had international airports dating to the Italian colonial era, Asmara long provided Eritrea with its main air link to the rest of the world. This began to change after independence, when small, mostly dirt airstrips were gradually upgraded around the country and plans were laid for construction of a new international airport at Massawa. However, the border war set this effort back by several years, leaving Asmara the hub for Eritrea's military and civil aviation well into the first decades of the 21st century. The Asmara International Airport was substantially upgraded after liberation with the installation of new communications and lighting systems, the addition of state-of-the-art navigational aids, the reconstruction and expansion of the main terminal, the construction of new cargo warehouses, and the establishment of new meteorological units. In 1996, construction started on a new full-service international airport in Massawa to serve export processing needs and to expand a hoped-for increase in tourism. In the port of Assab, the terminal was also expanded, and improvements were made on many of the smaller regional airfields that serviced urban centers in the interior, one of which at Sawa in Gashbarka was upgraded to international status to facilitate the export of fresh produce and livestock from the western lowlands. Both the Asmara and Assab airports were originally constructed by the Italians in the 1930s, expanded by the Anglo-American wartime contractors in 1941 to 1943, and further developed under Ethiopian control from the 1960s through the 1980s. The Italians also built military airfields at Gura and Massawa in 1935 to 1936, but these facilities were largely deconstructed by the British administration between 1944 and 1946, although a dirt strip remained at Massawa. Other dirt landing fields were built at Karen, Agordat, and Tessenei, and a new dirt strip capable of accommodating jet aircraft was constructed near Nakfa. All airports, flight control, and travel regulations are organized under the Civil Aviation Authority based at Asmara Airport, whose facilities were extensively repaired and upgraded in 1993 to 1995. During the armed struggle, The Asmara airport assumed great military significance as the base for Ethiopia's air force in Eritrea. Air power was Ethiopia's greatest military asset, and although it did not alter the course of specific battles, it forced the Eritreans to use time-consuming and force-dispersing tactics, as well as inflicting terrible casualties on the civilian population of the liberated areas. Beginning in 1979, the airport was the target of increasingly destructive Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, commando attacks. The most important occurred on February 20, 1982, when 12 aircraft were destroyed in an attempt to blunt the Red Star campaign, on May 22, 1984, when 30 aircraft were destroyed or damaged and the ammunition dump blown up, and on January 14, 1986, when 40 aircraft were destroyed, along with fuel and munitions. These attacks led to an increasingly large and heavily manned defensive perimeter around the airport and reprisals against neighboring civilian settlements. After the Battle of Afabet, the EPLF deployed newly captured artillery around Durfo, below Adi Nafas, and on Adi Rezai Mountain, which was seized in April 1988. In May, long-range artillery bombardment of the Asmara airport began, forcing the Ethiopian Air Force to move most of its operations to Mekele in Tigray. The EPLF guns were removed later in the year, following Ethiopian counterattacks, but were reinstalled in 1990. With the liberation of Misawa, the airport became Asmara's only connection to Ethiopia, with an air bridge of Soviet transports and Ethiopian Airlines cargo planes bringing in all military and civilian supplies, including food. In March 1990, the EPLF guns at Durfo began an effective, though desultory, shelling of the airport, which reduced the capacity of the air bridge. When Asmara was liberated, the EPLF captured 5 MiGs and 2 helicopters, as well as some light aircraft, which became the core of the new Eritrean National Air Force. These were substantially augmented in 1998 after the outbreak of the border war with Ethiopia, when Eritrea purchased the first of 16 MiG-29 jet fighters after Ethiopia aircraft bombed the Asmara airport in the first round of fighting. All were based in Asmara, with Eritrean crews trained in Ukraine. In the years after the border war, Eritrea struggled with economic problems and sanctions that held back its ability to develop its own air links with the outside world. Eritrean Airlines, founded in 1991 but slow to get off the ground, operated between 2003 and 2008 and restarted in 2011. However, it almost immediately ran into difficulties with access to European destinations and suspended its efforts in 2012 after operating flights to Frankfurt, Milan, and Rome. 6 years later, flights to Milan were added to its regional and domestic destinations, which by then included Asab, Juba, Khartoum, and Dubai. Other airlines serving Asmara included Egypt Air, Fly Dubai, Sudan Airways, Turkish Airlines, and, starting in 2018, the Dubai-based discount carrier Air Arabia. Misawa International Airport was completed in 2013 with a single runway that was 3,500 meters long, but it was limited to mostly domestic flights and private charters. Domestic airports were also improved in Asab and Sawa, and airstrips were built in Tessanei, Barentu, and Mahamimet. Awasa Conference. See Hawassa, Awasa, Conference. awate.com. Established in September 2000 by the Awat Foundation based in San Jose, California, the Awat website named for the man who fired the first shots of the Eritrean War for Independence, Hamid Idris Awat rapidly became one of the most widely accessed sources of information and commentary critical of the government of Eritrea and the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice during a crackdown on political dissent within the country that included the closure of all independent newspapers. There. awate.com also posted historical documents and original interviews with political actors and other commentators, while providing extensive links to other information sources, political parties, and civic organizations based outside the country and covering a range of interests and issues including those of Eritrea's ethnic and religious minorities as well as the dominant groups of the Central Highlands. Its founders, Saleh Gedi-Jowar and Solehinis, launched an Eritrean global anti-tyranny solidarity campaign in 2006 supported by a coalition of more than a dozen civil society groups and alternative media calling for an end to international cooperation with the Eritrean government. This initiative laid the groundwork for the formation in 2007 of the Eritrean Global Solidarity, a coalition of non-governmental organizations, which in 2018 merged with another civil society grouping to form Eritrean Global Solidarity for National Dialogue. Meanwhile, the website linked to more than 24 organizations, alternative media and other sources of information on Eritrea, including both supporters and opponents of the government. Azien Yassin, 1941–1996. A leader of the intellectual left wing of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, Azien was born into the prominent Betjik family of Sheikh ad-Din in Ali Gaider. He attended high school in Sudan and entered Khartoum University in 1960, where he established ties with the Sudan Communist Party, SCP, through the student movement. He graduated in 1965 and joined the ELF, which appointed him to head the information department of the Revolutionary Command in Kassala. Here he developed the Marxist ideology of the reformist movement and was instrumental in forming the clandestine Labour Party, which he chaired near the end of its existence in 1982. In 1971, he was elected to the ELF Executive Committee and led the ELF Information Department through 1975 and then the Foreign Relations Office until 1976. But he was blocked from a top leadership position in the front by conservatives around Abdullah Idris who accused him of being a communist. Azien participated in negotiations with the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, 1977, East Germany, 1978, and the Soviet Union, 1980, with the latter two facilitated by his ties to the SCP. He remained a member of the mainstream Eritrean Liberation Front, Revolutionary Council, initially led by Ahmed Nasser, until the United Organization was formed in 1984, after which he was associated with continued efforts at unity. Suffering from diabetes, Azien moved to Saudi Arabia to work as a journalist. He returned to Eritrea soon after independence and was appointed vice chair of the Eritrean Constitutional Commission in March 1994. He died in Saudi Arabia. Bieta. Located on the edge of the Denkal Desert in the foot of the eastern escarpment of Akele Guze, Bieta is inhabited by the Daimala Afar. Its permanent water supply has made Bieta a site of human settlement since ancient times, with remnants from the South Arabian, Aksumite, and medieval Christian periods scattered through the area. Its remoteness and water led the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, to use it as a base, and it was the scene of fighting between the ELF and Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in 1980, as well as between the EPLF and a faction of the Afar Liberation Front in 1984. After liberation, an irrigation canal was built and agricultural production increased, but Bieta was the site of an armed confrontation between Eritrean and Ethiopian forces in 1997 that led up to the border war, and its economic and social development was disrupted as residents fled to more secure areas. Badme, 14 degrees 43 minutes north, 37 degrees 48 minutes east. The spark for the onset of the border war with Ethiopia in 1998 was an armed confrontation in the frontier village of Badme, whose contested status came to symbolize the conflict itself. A small, isolated hamlet of 3,500 to 5,000 farmers and herders of mixed Eritrean and Tigrayan origin on the western section of the 1,000-kilometer border, Badme was heavily bombed and largely abandoned for long stretches during Eritrea's 30-year armed struggle for independence while at one time or another falling under the administration of the Ethiopian government, the Eritrean Liberation Front, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, which held it at the end of that war. In the mid-1990s, as relations deteriorated between the leaderships of the Eritrean and Tigrayan movements and the new governments that each led, tensions flared at several points along the as yet undemarcated border, culminating in the incident at Badme that set off all-out war. On May 6, 1998, an Eritrean army patrol entered Ethiopian-administered areas on the Badme plain and engaged in a shootout with Tigrayan police and militia members in which at least one Eritrean was killed. 6 days later, 2 Eritrean infantry brigades with artillery and tank support drove deep into the area and took control of Badme and the strategic high ground to the east, according to the Eritrea, Ethiopia Claims Commission, set up after the conflict to establish the sequence of events and adjudicate damage claims. The next day, May 13, 1998, the Ethiopian parliament declared that Ethiopia was in a state of war, which quickly spread to 3 fronts, including the Badme area. Eritrea held onto Badme during the first round of fighting but lost control of it during the second round in February 1999 and never regained it. However, the Eritrea, Ethiopia Boundary Commission awarded Badme to Eritrea when it announced its final and binding demarcation of the disputed border on April 13, 2002, a decision Ethiopia rejected. This left the village, by then a small town, in dispute during the subsequent no peace, no war years, in which both sides continued to station thousands of heavily armed troop units near the frontier. Though Ethiopia controlled it, there was little effort to improve it, and it remained largely a market center of single-story shops, bars, restaurants, and basic hotels managed by Tigrayans from elsewhere who were mainly serving soldiers and their families. In 2018, the only sign of modernization was a cell phone tower at the entrance, indicating a minimal Ethiopian commitment to developing the town, whose strategic value was primarily as a bargaining chip with Eritrea. Bar Negashi, Lord of the Sea. Bar Negashi is the title of the governor of the central Eritrean area from the coast around Masawa and Zula to the Mirab River, being the district often referred to as Mirab Melash. The title first appears during the reign of Zara Yacob in the late 1440s when it superseded the earlier title Ma'ikal. The Bar Negashi was initially an imperial appointee, dependent for his office on the Ethiopian emperor and the governor of Tigray. By the early 1500s, the Bar Negashi's capital was located at Debarwe. With the destruction of the Ethiopian state by Imam Ahmed al-Ghazi in the 1530s, the Bar Negashi Yashaq became autonomous, and from this time onward, the title usually was held by the leading Mequinanti families of the Central Highlands, either through their own autonomous power or in alliance with the rulers of Tigray. The attempts of the Eritrean Bar Negashis to maintain their autonomous rule over the Mirab Melash, centered on Hamasien, is a central theme of Highland Eritreans' history through the early 19th century. Often the Bar Negashi sought foreign allies to buttress his power vis-a-vis the rulers of Ethiopia and Tigray. Both Bar Negashi Yashaq, 1559, and Bar Negashi Yohannes Akai, 1632, protected Jesuit priests who had been expelled from Ethiopia, see Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Christianity. The independence achieved by the Bar Negashis of Tsazaga in the 17th century was undermined in the mid-1700s by the rise of Tigrayan power under Ras Mikael C. Hull, who deposed Bar Negashi Bakru of Tsazaga in favor of a candidate from the rival House of Hazaga, initiating a power struggle for the office between the rival Mequinanti families that sapped their resources and facilitated the consolidation of Tigrayan control over the highlands in the 19th century. This struggle reached its height during the leadership of Djazmach Halutwald Methin and Ras Wolde Mikael Solomon, by which time Egypt was attempting to appoint its own Bar Negashis in rivalry with the Tigrayans, and the title had depreciated to the point that several Bar Negashis held office simultaneously, with very localized and limited political authority. The last Bar Negashi was Ras Wolde Mikael, who died in exile in Ethiopia. Bari Negasi. The Bari Negasi are feudal queens and kings who ruled highland realms in the Eritrean interior prior to European conquest in the 19th century in close alliance with the Orthodox Christian Church. Bata Hagos, Djazmach, ca. 1850–1894. the leader of the most important rebellion against Italian colonialism. Bada Hagos today symbolizes the tradition of resistance to outside occupation that has united Eritreans from the highlands and lowlands, but he also represents the contradictions faced by 19th-century Eritrean leaders squeezed between far stronger powers on the coast and in Ethiopia. Bada was born in Segeniatai during the mid-1800s when Bishop Giustino de Jacobis was building the Catholic Church in Akele Goze. Bada converted to Catholicism, and he rose to prominence in 1875 when he killed the son of a Tigrayan lord, Ras Araya, whose soldiers were raiding the area. He and his two brothers fled from Tigrayan reprisals to Agamita in the adjoining lowlands, where they became Shifta, bandits, and allied with the Asawarda to raid Tigrayan caravans. Bada grew famous for his military skills and sense of justice, and he made an alliance of convenience with the Egyptians at Misawa. In 1880, after Ras Alula consolidated his power by eliminating Bada's main supporter, Ras Wolde Mikael Salamuan, Bada and his followers fled to northern Sinhit, where they were welcomed by the Bet Askid whom they protected from raids. In 1885, Bada, like many Eritrean leaders, joined the Italians at Misawa, where he was appointed Capo di Bunda. In 1889, his Bunda formed the left flank of the Italian invasion of the highlands, occupying Akele Goze, over which the Italians appointed him chief with the title of Djazmach. Because of his Catholicism and record of service, he was considered the most loyal of the Eritrean chiefs. However, the Italian land confiscations, their womanizing, the arrests of other leaders, and their failure to uphold his paramount claims against the traditional democratic institutions of Akele Goze all pushed Bada toward rebellion. He secretly contacted the rulers of Tigray, and on December 14, 1894, he led his Bunda of 1,600 men to open revolt, seizing the Italian residence. Some Akele Goze chiefs supported him, while others, notably Tessima Asperum, supported the Italian force, which immediately marched against him. After releasing his captive and abandoning Segeniatai to the oncoming column, Bada attacked the Italian post at Haila, where he was killed on December 17. His brother Sengal and 400 men retreated to Kwati where they continued the rebellion, precipitating the Italian invasion of Tigray in 1895 and their debacle at Adwe in 1896. Beto, Assembly or Council. See Local Government, National Assembly, Village Committees. Bunda. This term describes irregular Eritrean militia units from the colonial era. In 1885, the Italian colonial army began to recruit and arm irregular Eritrean forces known as Bunda under their own leaders, such as Abarakasa, Bada Hagos, Haju Ambesa, and Kafli Jesus. The Bunda were housed and trained on the plains of Otumlo, outside Misawa, and participated in the occupation of Karen, 1888, and the Highlands, 1889. Initially Bunda leaders were given positions of authority over their home districts, but in 1890, the Italians began to arrest the Bunda leaders and disperse their followers. By 1895, the Bunda were dissolved, and many of their soldiers were incorporated into Italian officered units that fought in the Adwe campaign. During the 1960s, the Ethiopian government revived the formation of local Bunda militia units composed of armed Christian peasants in an attempt to block Eritrean Liberation Front infiltration into the highlands and to further their policy of supporting Christians against Muslims in a strategy of divide and rule. Bunda forces were mobilized particularly on the eastern and western fringes of the highlands, against Saho pastoralists in the Tsanadagal and Hazamo areas of Akele Goze, and across the Diki Tesfa and Koane districts of Sire, where Bunda were recruited to form a cordon of fortified Christian villages during the late 1960s. With the politicization of the highlands in 1974 to 1975, however, many of the Bunda deserted to the liberation fronts. The Derg tried to revive the Bunda strategy in the 1980s using food aid to recruit a wheat militia. Banking. Eritrea's banking system, inherited from the state-run Ethiopian system upon independence, is dominated by three major institutions: the Bank of Eritrea, the Commercial Bank of Eritrea, and the Housing and Commerce Bank of Eritrea. The first two are held by the government, the last is owned by the ruling party, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, which also controls the foreign exchange market through its subsidiary, Himble Financial Services. The Bank of Eritrea is the supervisory body for all financial institutions in Eritrea. It issues, manages, and retires currency, acts to influence money supply and credit availability, as well as interest and exchange rates, sets reserve requirements for and acts as lender of last resort to depository institutions, and performs other functions intended to promote overall financial sector development and efficiency. The Commercial Bank of Eritrea is responsible for most commercial and personal banking transactions in the country, controlling 90% of all deposits. The party-owned Housing and Commerce Bank focuses on real estate and housing-related transactions, and a small government-owned investment and development bank deals with long-term loans for development projects. There are no private banks in Eritrea, either foreign or locally owned, and access to credit for individuals and small businesses is extremely limited, the more so since the economic downturn that accompanied the outbreak of the border war in 1998 and the chronic shortage of foreign exchange that followed. This increased in 2016 after the currency was replaced and restrictions were placed on the amount of cash people could withdraw from the banks. Baratolo, Roberto, 1909. A leading figure in the Eritrean textile industry, Baratolo came to Eritrea in 1934 and developed a commercial agency. Unlike many Italians, after World War II he amassed capital in Eritrea and took advantage of the economic opportunities presented by the Federation to build Asmara's first cotton textile factory, relying on a silent partnership with the family of Haile Selassie I to smooth any political difficulties. Production began in 1956, and Baratolo was successful in gaining a large share of the Ethiopian market. In 1965, he bought the Société Imprise Africaine cotton plantation at Ali Guider and began exporting knitwear to Europe and the Middle East. The factory employed almost 3,000 workers, 70% of whom were women. Baratolo was able to keep wages low and overcome the workers' labor organization through his political connections. However, in 1975, the factory was nationalized by the Derg, and Baratolo departed, eventually receiving compensation from the Italian government. Although it was renamed Asmara Textile Company, the factory is still commonly referred to as Baratolo by Eritreans. It was the site of one of the bravest civilian acts of the armed struggle in February-March 1982 when workers struck against the Ethiopian management's demand for unpaid labor. The military intervened, and 75 workers were taken to the notorious Mariam Gimbi prison. During the 1980s, production declined as machinery deteriorated, and at the time of independence, the factory was in need of refitting and large-scale investment. The government turned down Baratolo's offer to buy it back at a discount in 1992. See also Economy, Industry. Barantu, 15 degrees 6 minutes 50 seconds north, 37 degrees 35 minutes 35 seconds east. The administrative center of the Gash-Barka region, and formerly of Gash-Seti province, and the commercial center of southwestern Eritrea, serving the Kunama and Nara peoples, Barantu is situated on the main road from Agordat to Tessanei. The site was called Biara by its Kunama inhabitants, but its modern development began in the early 1890s when an Italian fort was built nearby, along with a Catholic church and the administrative post of the colonial residence. By the late 1930s, agriculture and gold mining in the district had encouraged local commerce, and the town had more than 1,000 residents, including 75 Italians. Continued economic growth and a school attracted 5,000 residents by 1962 when the beginning of the armed struggle led to Barantu's development as a garrison for Eritrean police commandos, some of whom were locally recruited, and Ethiopian army units. Animosity between the Kunama and the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, was encouraged by the growing Ethiopian military presence, and in early 1978, a combined ELF, Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, siege failed to take the town, which was ringed with Ethiopian fortifications. The EPLF returned to the area in 1984 and, on July 6, 1985, captured the town, killing more than 2,000 Ethiopian soldiers. 14 Ethiopian counterattacks followed until the EPLF was forced to withdraw on August 25, 1985. The Derg retained Barentu until March 31, 1988 when they abandoned it, taking many of the residents with them to Asmara, where they settled around Haz. The town was held by the EPLF until liberation, but in May 1991, there was a final battle on its eastern outskirts as the Ethiopian army fled toward Sudan. In the early years after independence, Barentu became a lively commercial center, housing the offices of several agricultural programs, and its growing population included many refugees who had been repatriated. But it was the site of major fighting in the third round of the border war, and it fell to Ethiopia in May 2000, suffering extensive damage during and after the battle. 18 years later, its population had risen to between 13,000 and 15,000 drawn from many regions of the country, especially the highlands, including returnees from Sudan, and it served as a market hub for farmers and herders in the surrounding area. It also housed a notorious prison for military and civilian detainees, known as Prima. Barka, river and region. Barka, from the Arabic word baraka, meaning blessing, is the name of the major river, Kir Barka, of northwestern Eritrea, which rises on the western edge of the Central Highlands and flows north into Sudan, where it feeds the cotton plantations of the Togar Inland Delta. The river gives its name to the vast plains in the northwestern region of the country through which it flows, and to the Barka subregion of the Gash-Barka administrative region. The Barka region forms a natural route from the Nile Valley to the Eritrean/Ethiopian highlands and has been settled since prehistoric times. Its location accounts for its mixed population of Tigray speakers, descended from Semiticized highlanders, and Beja speakers from northeastern Sudan. The Beni Amer make up the bulk of the agro-pastoralist population, along with smaller groups of Nara and Hidareb. Between the 15th and 19th centuries, these groups gradually converted to Islam under the influence of Arabic-speaking tribes and individuals from eastern Sudan. Barka came under the rule of Egypt in the mid-1800s, and after a brief penetration by Mahdaists from Sudan, it was occupied by the Italians in 1890 to 1894, who administered it as the residence of Agordat. Barka remained a separate administrative region or province until 1995, and it was a center of early resistance to Eritrea's annexation by Ethiopia. Its people were staunch supporters of the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, which controlled much of the province from 1962 to 1981, and whose factions continued to operate in the province even after it was occupied by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in 1984 to 1985. Much of the province's population fled as refugees during the Liberation War, after which there were only 150,000 residents, most of whom lived in the southeastern corner between Agordat and Bishia. This is the main area of the province with modern infrastructure and the area with the greatest potential for irrigated agriculture, and the Eritrean government has resettled large numbers of returning refugees there. In January 1993, a Barka Provincial Assembly was elected with 73 members, which advised the new provincial governor, Alaman Sheikh Saleh. In June 1994, elections were held for local councils in the province's 18 districts, which in 1995 were incorporated into the new Gash-Barka region. However, the outbreak of the border war in 1998 had disastrous consequences for this region, which was set off by an incident in the Gash-Barka village of Badme. It experienced major fighting along its southwestern frontier with Ethiopia in the second round in 1999 and was almost entirely overrun in the third and final round of fighting in June 2000, causing large-scale population displacement and extensive damage to the region's infrastructure. Under the terms of the Algiers Agreement reached in December 2000, a swathe of land running along the Barka River and extending 25 kilometers deep into Eritrea was designated part of a temporary security zone, TSZ, and was patrolled by multinational peacekeepers with the United Nations mission in Ethiopia and Eritrea until 2008 when United Nations forces pulled out. Over the next decade, it was the site of greatly expanded plantation farming, much of it managed by the Eritrean Defense Forces. See also repatriation. Beria, Alt, Baria. Beria is the commonly used Tigrinya and Tigray name for Eritrea's Nara ethnic group. The name was once synonymous with slave and retains a pejorative connotation today. Nonetheless, the name is of great antiquity, appearing first in a 10th century description of one of the Beja kingdoms of the western lowlands. Baza, Alt, Bazan. Baza is the commonly used Arabic and Tigrinya name for the Kunama ethnic group. Like Beria, the name has a pejorative connotation because of the enslavement of Kunama people by Arabs and Highlanders, although it does not literally mean slave in either of these areas. Beja. This ethno-linguistic group of great antiquity originated in northeastern Sudan, between the Nile and Red Sea. The Beja language belongs to the northern Cushitic branch of the Afro-Asiatic language family. Over the centuries, Beja divided into a number of regional dialects, or sublanguages. One of these, Hidareb, is currently spoken in Eritrea. The Beja people played an important role in the history of the Eritrean region during the late Aksumite and early medieval period when they conquered much of the area and created a new cultural fusion that in some ways set the region apart from the lands south of the Mirab River. At the beginning of the Aksumite period, the Beja people, organized into a number of matriarchal tribes and worshipping a pagan pantheon, seem to have already long occupied parts of the Sahel Mountains and lower Barka Valley. Toward the end of the 7th century, one tribe, the Zenafadje, moved up the Barka Valley into Sirte, and from that point on, the Beja expanded across the Eritrean plateau, seizing, and perhaps destroying, centers of Aksumite civilization. By the 9th century, Beja immigrants seem to have occupied the main Aksumite centers of Akele Goze and the coastal plain of Semhar, and they formed a ruling stratum over the existing population. In 872, Muslim historian Al-Yaqubi described the Beja kingdoms and tribes between the Nile and Red Sea, several of which contain names clearly related to modern Eritrean peoples and regions, including Hidareb, Manasseh, Baklan, and Bazan. Jairan apparently covered much of Sinhit and Semhar, while Kate was described as Christian and subject to the Aksumite king. The many traces of Beja place names in the Central Highlands indicate that a mixed Beja/Habesha culture developed there during the 9th through the 11th centuries, while in the Northern Highlands, the Beja dominated the Tigray-speaking tribes. By the 12th century, the politically dominant Beja element in the region were the Balu. After the 16th century, the Beni Amer Confederacy of the Western Lowlands incorporated most of the Beja-speaking groups in present-day Eritrea. Islam spread among the Beja peoples from the 10th century, however, many traditional Beja religious beliefs and practices were retained far into the 19th century, and a significant degree of syncretism remains among some of the Beni Amer and other originally Beja groups to this day. Over the last 2 centuries, an accelerating process of linguistic Semiticization and Islamization has resulted in the eclipse of the Beja language in Eritrea, until at present only the Hidareb Beja retain their Tibeta tongue, although many Beni Amer are bilingual in Beja and Tigray, as well as Arabic. The Beja also comprise one of the largest ethno-linguistic groups in Sudan, after the Dinka and the Fur, and inhabit a wide swathe of desert and savanna that extends from northern and western Eritrea to Egypt, constituting a majority of the 4 million people in the 3 northeastern Sudanese states of Red Sea, Kassala, and Gedaref. During Eritrea's 30-year armed struggle, the Beni Amer tended to support the Eritrean Liberation Front while the Hidareb, known as Hayden Dawa in Sudan, supported the Eritrean People's Liberation Front. With Eritrea's independence, this political legacy was reflected in Beni Amer support for the Eritrean Islamic Jihad movement, many of whose members were Eritrean Beni Amers. When Eritrea and Sudan fell out with one another in 1994, the government of Eritrea invested heavily in building the Beja Congress, a loosely organized political movement established in the 1950s in Sudan as an armed force that joined the opposition National Democratic Alliance, NDA. Headquartered in Asmara, the NDA also included Sudan's main southern rebel group, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement/Army, SPLM/A, and a small armed force from Darfur, among others. When the NDA withdrew from northeastern Sudan in 2005 after its main component, the SPLM/A, reached a settlement with the Khartoum government, the Beja Congress joined with a small Rashida-based group, the Free Lions, to form the Eastern Front, F, to continue its fight against Khartoum. They did so with considerable Eritrean logistical support until 2006, when the F came to an Eritrean-mediated agreement with the Sudan government, which was then mobilizing Beni Amr into local armed militias for what threatened to become a Beja civil war. Balu, Alt, Bello, Balau, Balo. An important historical group of mixed Beja Arab origin, the Balu dominated much of Eritrea between the 12th and 14th centuries and continued to form an important component of the Beni Amr people and the Naibs of Semhar. The origins of the Balu are often traced to pre-Islam Arab immigrants from the Yemen area. According to the Sudanese historian Amarar, the name Balu stems from the Beja word for speakers of a foreign language, Belawite. The original immigrants intermarried with Beja people and eventually seem to have divided into two tribal groups, the more northerly Hidareb in the Red Sea hills of Sudan, and the more southerly Balu in the present-day Eritrean, Sudanese border area and northern Eritrea. The historical development of the Balu kingdom in Eritrea is poorly documented, but by the 14th century, there is evidence of a Christian Balu state in the area from northern Semhar west to Barka. During the 15th century, these Balu rulers, who seem to have formed an aristocratic stratum over Tigray-speaking clients, converted to Islam. In the 16th century, Balu domination of what is now northwestern Eritrea was overthrown by the Fungi and their Sudanese Arab allies, who incorporated some of the Balu into the Beni Amr tribal confederation as an intermediate class. At the same time as Turkey occupied the coast, some Balu families regrouped in Hirgigo, and by the late 1500s, their leading family had obtained appointment as the Turks' local political representative, the Naib. From this point on, the ethnic name Balu has been associated with the family of the Naib in Eritrean history, and during the 17th and 18th centuries, some Balu moved into the eastern highlands under the Naib patronage. The name Balu also has lingered in a number of Eritrean place names, sometimes indicating an earlier Beja presence, but not historically Balu, as when it is associated with the other Beja tribal name, Kalu, which, according to British anthropologist A. Paul, originally indicated a Beja tribe from the Gash and Barka valleys. Baleza, 15 degrees 25 minutes 25 seconds north, 38 degrees 55 minutes 33 seconds east. A village in Karnashem north of Asmara in the former province of Hamasien, now Makalzaba, Central Administrative Region. Baleza is the site of the city's major reservoir and electric power station. The village was of little importance until its people befriended Protestant missionaries from Sweden in the 1860s and allowed them to build a mission there in 1872. The mission was persecuted and abandoned during the reign of Ras Alula, but it reopened in 1890 and soon started the first girls' school in the highlands. Baleza became the center of the Swedish Evangelical Mission's Highland Parish and, in 1897, the center for translating Christian literature into Tigrinya. In 1900, a seminary was opened that evolved into a teacher training college providing the highest level of education available to native Eritreans before its closure by the government in 1935. In 1918 to 1919, the Italian Sideo Company built 3 reservoirs on land taken from the village and neighboring Ad Inafis. A hydroelectric plant was added in 1920, and it was expanded several times as a power source for Asmara. The strategic importance of the village made it a site of several battles in 1975 when the Ethiopian garrison lost it for several months to the Eritrean People's Liberation Front. Today, Its school provides intermediate-level education for the Karnashem district, and the reservoir has become a popular picnic site for Asmara residents, though its location along a new ring road under construction in early 2018 and designed to provide a bypass for heavy truck traffic around the capital is likely to alter its bucolic atmosphere and bring new development to the area. Beni Amr. The largest tribal confederation in Eritrea, the Beni Amr dominates the Gash-Barkazaba administrative region, and spills into eastern Sudan north of Kassala. Composed of Beja and Tigray-speaking peoples inhabiting Barka, northern Gash Seti, and western Sahel and Sinhit, the Beni Amr polity came into existence in the 16th century when the Funjay and their Sudanese Arab allies, the Ja'alan, defeated the Balu rulers of the area. The legendary founder of the confederation was Amr Kunu, said to be the son of a Muslim holy man of mixed Beja, Ja'alan descent and a granddaughter of the last Balu king. His father was killed by the Balu, but Amr returned with a Funjay, Ja'alan army to defeat them. According to tradition, Amr's descendants, Arabic, Beni Amr, formed a new ruling class, the Nabtabs, who created their own autonomous sub-tribe, loosely allied in the Beni Amr confederacy under the rule of the Diglal, the paramount chief who collected and paid tribute to the Funjay Sultan in Sennar. The most striking aspect of the traditional Beni Amr political system was its inequality. The Nabtabs monopolized all political power and formed a ruling caste that never made up more than 10% of the confederation's population. The remainder of the people came from the Beja and Tigray-speaking population of the conquered area who were attached to each of the Beni Amr clan units as serfs owing labor, livestock, and their animal products to their masters, to whom they and their descendants were bound for life. Because the majority of the Beni Amr practice pastoralism, the serfs were able to own property, such as livestock, and they received military protection from the Nabtabs. Over the centuries, a number of impoverished people from neighboring ethnic groups also became enserfed in return for Beni Amr protection. The Beni Amr remained nominally tributary to the Funjay until their defeat by Egypt in 1821, after which Egyptian rule and more orthodox Islam slowly spread through the mid-1800s, encouraged by the Mirghaniya Sufi Brotherhood. The Beni Amr fought against the Sudanese Mahdiyya in the 1880s and allied with Italian colonialism to defeat the Mahdiyists at Agordad. The Nabtabs were able to retain their influence under Italian rule as salaried chiefs, but by the late 1930s, their power was being challenged by a rising group of merchants and civil servants of serf or Tigray origins. The Beni Amr were shaken by the events of World War II when they supported the Italians while their traditional rivals across the Sudanese border, the Hadendawa, supported the victorious British, setting off a series of cattle raids and an intertribal war that lasted until 1945. At the same time, the serf class challenged the continuation of their status under the new British administration, and Ibrahim Sultan Ali led a serf emancipation movement that soon formed the base for the Muslim League in western Eritrea. The Nabtabs consequently turned to the Unionist Party to assure their traditional positions, and a political split developed that spilled over into the pro-Ethiopian politics of the Muslim League of the Western Province during the Federation period. Nonetheless, the majority of the Beni Amr were firmly opposed to Ethiopian annexation, and it was among the Beni Amr of Barka that the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, formed its first underground networks and guerrilla bases at the beginning of the armed struggle. The Beni Amr suffered increasing Ethiopian reprisals during the 1960s and fled as refugees to Sudan from 1967 onward. The Beni Amr also provided much of the leadership of the ELF, including Idris Mohammed Adam and Abdullah Idris, and tribal connections were important in the patronage networks they constructed. Neither of these men returned to Eritrea after 1991, and today many Beni Amr remain in Sudan, forming the social base for several of the opposition groups in the Eritrean Democratic Alliance. The traditional serf system was finally ended during the armed struggle by the actions of the ELF and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, although its manifestations linger in issues of prestige among some groups. Today the major Beni Amr constituent sub-tribes, Badana, are the Daga, the Diglals Badana, the Ad Ali Becket, Ad Gultana, Ad Ibrahim, Ad Omar, Ad Sharaf, reputed descendants of the Prophet Muhammad, Ad Umr, Ad Uqud, composed of 5 sections, Bidawat, Faidab, and Labat, along with smaller Badana. Some of the smaller Badana have separated from other subtribes in the last century, and others are related to neighboring tribes, such as the Ad Sheikh. Although the formal political structure of the confederacy no longer exists, the Beni Amr identity persists even among former serf peoples. Birawal. The second official site for Eritrean Afars arriving in Ethiopia, Birawal camp was opened in 2009 in the northwest corner of Ethiopia's Afar regional state in the slopes rising from the Danakil Depression, one of the lowest and hottest places on Earth and around 100 kilometers northeast of the Tigray state capital, Mekelle. In 2015, the United Nations High Commission for Refugees reported a population of a little more than 9,000, but 3 years later, as more poured in due to a combination of factors, chiefly an intensifying drought in Eritrea's Afar region, the effects of an escalating civil war in Yemen on local trade, and stepped-up government efforts to round up national service evaders, it had swollen to nearly 13,000, roughly divided between males and females with more than 63% under the age of 18. Despite this demographic, Birawal, like its counterpart in southeastern Afar regional state Edesseta, had only an elementary school and 1 vocational training center and no secondary school, and it was chronically underserved by international aid agencies. Barakit Habd Selassie, 1932. Chair of the Constitutional Commission and a leading figure during the armed struggle to draw world attention to Eritrean claims to sovereignty, Barakit was born in Ad Inafas, the son of Protestant preacher Kashi Habd Selassie Gulbit, who was a leading unionist in the 1940s. In 1948, Barakit obtained a scholarship to attend the University of London, where he earned a degree in law in 1956. He returned to Ethiopia to work in the Ministry of Justice, rising to Attorney General in 1962. He was instrumental in aiding Ethiopian and Eritrean labor organizations and in other attempts to build the institutions of civil society in the empire, but he resigned his position in 1964 to protest the emperor's policy in Eritrea. He was banished to Harar in 1967, but in 1968 was appointed mayor of the city. He then served in the Interior Ministry, until he took a job with the World Bank in 1972 after earning a PhD at the University of London. Barakit participated in the early phase of the Ethiopian Revolution, along with General Emmanuel Michael Endem, but he fled to join the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in late 1974, where he helped to organize the Eritrean Relief Association and served as its first chair. In 1975, he also helped broker negotiations between the Eritrean Liberation Front and EPLF. In early 1977, he moved to the United States, where he became a professor at Howard and Georgetown universities and began publishing books and articles, organizing conferences, and enlisting the aid of a growing community of foreign scholars in publicizing the Eritrean struggle. His early writings cover the legal history of the Eritrean Federation and Eritrea's place in world politics. From 1985 to 1991, he represented the EPLF before the United Nations. In March 1994, Barakit was appointed chair of the commission to draft the Eritrean constitution. Over the next 2 years, he guided its drafting process and presided over the commission up to formal ratification in May 1997. Increasingly critical of President Isaias Afwerki's refusal to hold national elections and implement the new constitution, Barakit joined the so-called Group of 13 in drafting a letter to Isaias in September 2000 that criticized his resistance to democratization, which became known as the Berlin Manifesto after the city where it was written. In 2002, he was a founding member of the opposition Eritrean People's Liberation Front, Democratic Party, later renamed the Eritrean Democratic Party, EDP. His many books include Eritrea and the United Nations, 1989, Riding the Whirlwind, 1993, a novel, The Making of the Eritrean Constitution, 2003, and The Crown and the Pen, The Memoirs of a Lawyer-Turned-Rebel, 2007. He left the EDP in 2008 to teach political science and law at the University of North Carolina, UNC, at Chapel Hill and focus on his writing. He published a second volume of his memoirs, Wounded Nation, How a Once Promising Eritrea Was Betrayed and Its Future Compromised, 2010, a historical novel, Deliverance, A Tale of Colliding Passions and the Muse of Forgiveness, 2016, and, after retiring with emeritus status at UNC, a collection of personal and political reflections, Words That Govern and Other Essays on Law and Politics, 2018. See also Human Rights. Birhane Abrahi-Kidane, 1945. A veteran of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, who served as Minister of Land and Water in the 1990s and then as the Minister of Finance from 2001 to 2012, Birhane was arrested on September 17, 2018, a week after he published a two-volume book titled Hajari Eritrea, My Country Eritrea, that was highly critical of the government and called on Eritreans to engage in peaceful protest against its policies. He also issued a challenge over YouTube for President Isaias Afwerki to debate him on Eritrea's future. Chapter titles of the book, written in 2012 but not published then, include, Isaias the Tornado, The Establishment of Military Rule in Eritrea, Organized Corruption, The Endless Treachery of Mr. Isaias, and Foiling Dictatorship. Birhane's wife, Almaz Habtemariam, also an EPLF veteran, was imprisoned a year earlier for helping one of their sons flee the country. Neither Birhane or his wife was formally charged with a crime, nor was any legal representative or member of their family granted access to them once they were detained. Birhane was born in Kwandiba, Eritrea, but he attended high school in Jimma, Ethiopia, where he secretly joined the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in 1963. After graduating from Haile Selassie University in Addis Ababa, he came to the United States and was a founding member of the Eritreans for Liberation in North America, IFLNA, in 1970. He earned a master's degree in civil engineering at the University of Illinois Champaign-Urbana in 1972, returned to Ethiopia to work at the Awash Valley Authority, and then joined the EPLF in 1975, serving in its leadership throughout the rest of the armed struggle. His first post in the new government was as Director of Macroeconomic Policy in the President's Office. He fell out with Isaias in 2012 over the President's interference in the Ministry of Finance, which he then headed, and was removed from his post and frozen after that, given a government salary but not permitted to work. Berlin Conference, 1884–1885. A meeting of the European colonial powers, with the United States attending as an observer, the Berlin Conference was convened by German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck to demarcate existing African possessions and future claims in what came to be known as the Scramble for Africa. At the close of the meeting, which lasted from November 15, 1884 to February 26, 1885, an agreement was reached to carve up the African continent that recognized the claims of 7 European states, Belgium, Great Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. The conference was also attended by Denmark, the Netherlands, Norway, Russia, Sweden, Turkey, and the United States, which also signed the Berlin Convention. By 1914, the Europeans had divided Africa into 50 colonies. Britain claimed a broad swathe from the Cape to Cairo that included Egypt, Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Botswana. Also under British rule were Nigeria and Ghana, making its holdings the largest on the continent. France took much of Western Africa from Mauritania to Chad, as well as Gabon and what was to become the Republic of Congo, while Belgium controlled what became the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Africa's second largest state and, for a time, its richest colony. Germany claimed Togo, Tanganyika, and Southwest Africa, later Namibia, while Spain was left with tiny Equatorial Guinea and the Spanish Sahara, whose right to post-colonial sovereignty remains contested today. Portugal colonized Mozambique and Angola, along with several smaller territories in West Africa and along its coast, while Italy took Libya, part of Somaliland, and Eritrea. The arbitrary political union of some ethnic groups and the division of others within these artificial boundaries set the stage for numerous ethnic and political conflicts later. Berlin Manifesto, 2000. The first in a series of public critiques of President Isaias Afwerki and the post-independence government of Eritrea by former members and supporters of the ruling People's Front for Democracy and Justice, the Berlin Manifesto was drafted in Berlin, Germany, in September 2000 as a letter addressed to the president and signed by 13 prominent Eritrean intellectuals. After it was leaked to the media and posted on the internet a month later, its authors were dubbed the Group of 13. They included Paulos Tesfagiorgis, then resident in Eritrea, Araya Debese, Asafata Kest, Barakit Habd Selassie, Haile Deba, Kasahun Chikol, and Khalid Bashir, all of whom were then living in the United States, Dawit Mesfin, Miriam M. Omar, Mohammed Kir Omar, Musi Miskina and Risam Haile in Europe, and Lula Gebraisis, from South Africa. Musi Miskina and Lula Gebraisis later withdrew their names. 10 members of the group traveled to Asmara to meet with President Isaias at his invitation on November 25, but their hour-long meeting was reported to consist primarily of the president's criticism of their actions. Meanwhile, 7 journalists with Eritrea's private press were arrested for publishing the document in their newspapers. Bashir Ishaq Abdallah, ca. 1950. A Bilan who grew up in Gash and attended the Alamiya College in Harar, Ethiopia, Bashir Ishaq fled to Sudan in the 1970s to join the General Union of Eritrean Students, the mass organization of the Eritrean Liberation Front, but was quickly disenchanted and went into exile in Sweden. In 2001, he founded the politically conservative Eritrean Federal Democratic Movement, EFDM, whose members were drawn mainly from among disaffected Bilans from Sinhit. The EFDM was a founding member of the Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. In 2005, Bashir was appointed to the EDA's Legislative Council in 2008 and joined the leadership of the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change, Inc., at its launch in 2011. He was later selected to chair the preparatory committee for the INC's Second Congress, scheduled for 2018 after repeated delays due to infighting among its members, and he remained active in it, along with his Federalist Party. Bevin, Sforza Plan, 1949. A plan presented to the United Nations to settle the political future of Italy's African colonies, including Eritrea. The Bevin, Sforza Plan was drawn up in early 1949 in secret negotiations between Great Britain's Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, and his Italian counterpart, Count Sforza. It involved partitioning both Libya and Eritrea, with Eritrea to be divided between Ethiopia and the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, which was to gain the western lowlands, Barca and Gash Seti. The plan was approved by the Third General Assembly's First Committee in May, but anti-Italian riots in Libya changed the delegates' minds by the time it was brought to the Assembly for a final vote on May 17. Although the partition of Eritrea was approved by 37-11, in separate voting, the proposal as a whole, including Libya, was rejected by 37-14, with abstentions in both cases. Thus, only the Libyan riots saved Eritrea from partition, in which the major part of the territory would have come under direct Ethiopian rule. Balil, 13 degrees 15 minutes 50 seconds north, 42 degrees 20 minutes 2 seconds east. A fishing village north of Assab, Balil was the most important port on the southern Denkal coast through the mid-1800s, serving the central Ethiopian caravan trade from at least the 16th century. It was the seat of an important Afar Sultanate, later ruled by the Akito family. However, with Italian colonization and the development of Assab, Balil was eclipsed, and it stagnated during the 20th century. In the 1980s, it was an Ethiopian military base, and during the Eritrean People's Liberation Front's Denkal campaign, it was the scene of heavy fighting before the village was liberated on April 4, 1992. In subsequent years, its Afar inhabitants made their living from fishing, trade with the Arabian coast, and working the nearby salt pans. The 1998-2000 border war with Ethiopia disrupted this, but it was the outbreak of civil war in Yemen that had the greatest impact, as fishing and trade were sharply curtailed, and the coastal area became a site for increased military activity with the arrival in Assab of naval and commercial personnel from the United Arab Emirates. By one estimate, the population had swollen to 14,000 people by 2017. Bilan, Alt, BLEN, Blin. An ethno-linguistic group and one of Eritrea's 9 recognized nationalities, the Bilan, sometimes called Bogos, inhabit south-central Sinhit from Halhal to Halab Mentai. They speak Bilan, a Central Cushitic language, which probably derives from a fusion between local Cushitic-speaking peoples and Aga-speaking immigrants from central Ethiopia, who displaced or gained control over Tigray, Beja, and Nara peoples in the area. Bilan legends indicate that 2 waves of Aga immigration took place, one in the 10th century and one after the fall of the Zagwe dynasty in the 13th century. These immigrations seem to have produced the ruling classes of the 2 Bilan tribes, the Betark and Betok, respectively. Later, the Tigray-speaking people around Babjang Aran also adopted the Bilan language, though they were not of Aga blood. The Betark occupy the district around Karen and include the important Betgabru clan, while the Betok, whose traditions assert they lived many years in Dambezan, eventually occupied the Halhal area. The original Aga immigrants formed an aristocracy, Simager, over earlier groups that became their vassals, Mikaru. The Bilan first appear in historical chronicles from the early 14th century, and until the mid-19th century, they were Orthodox Christians. Although they sometimes paid tribute to the rulers of Mirab Melash, they became increasingly autonomous, with their own legal system and a merely nominal connection to the Orthodox Church. As settled agriculturists, they were the targets of raids by neighboring peoples for slaves and cattle, and these raids grew worse during the struggle between the Tigrayans and Egyptians for control of Sinhit. The raids of Wuyub, 1844-1849, Egypt, 1850-1854, and Ras Alula, 1879-1887, are still remembered. Seeking protection from outside powers during this period, many Bilan changed their religious affiliations. Around Karen, some Betark converted to the Roman Catholic Church under the influence of Father Stella, while most Betok converted to Islam under Egyptian influence. The process of Islamization spread among both tribes after Egypt occupied Sinhit in 1872, and by the time of Italian occupation, 1888, the Betark were roughly divided between Christians and Muslims. The Betok were almost entirely Muslim, a division that continues to the present day. During the colonial period, due to the proximity of Karen, many Bilan became involved in commerce and modern education and settled in other areas of Eritrea. Their religious divisions led to political divisions in the 1940s when Christians generally supported the Unionist Party, while Muslims joined the Muslim League and independence movement. These religious divisions continued into the 1960s when some Betark Christians joined the Commandos, while Muslims supported the Eritrean Liberation Front, led by Omar Azaz, a Betok. But Ethiopian counterinsurgency warfare and the forced relocation of Bilan in strategic hamlets during 1967 to 1971 alienated all sectors of the population, particularly after the Ona massacre. Muslims tended to flee to Sudan and Christians into Karen or Asmara during the fighting of 1974 to 1977, and with the intense local fighting of 1978 and 1988 to 1989, many more fled as refugees. After liberation, many refugees returned, and the Bilan have re-established themselves in Eritrean commerce and education. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991, Ethnic Groups. Bitwadid Abraha Asfaha, 1953 to 2015. The first high-level official of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, to be imprisoned for dissent after independence. Bitwadad joined the front in early 1973 after working clandestinely to recruit fighters. After serving as a fighter himself, he became a political commissar and was selected as a non-permanent member of the EPLF Central Committee at its first Congress in 1977. He later went to work with Mesfin Hagos in the front's economics department and headed the transportation branch until 1979, see Road Transport. During the 1980s, he served as the deputy head of the education department and headed the front's literacy campaign in 1983, after which he was reassigned to a military unit as a division political commissar. He was the deputy commander of the forces that liberated the port of Assab in 1991. After liberation, he was posted to Assab, where he gained a reputation for casual criticism of his superiors over Eritrea's policies on Ethiopia's use of the port, among other issues. After being detained by the intelligence services and then released, he drafted letters to friends detailing his criticisms and was quickly rearrested and imprisoned, though never formally charged with a crime. While in detention, he wrote 2 books, Democracy in Eritrea, a critique of dictatorship, and Civil War and its Aftermath, a reflection on the lasting impact of the conflict between the EPLF and the Eritrean Liberation Front in the 1970s and 1980s. He was released in 1997 but rearrested and imprisoned again after giving a series of speeches highly critical of the government. 2 years later, he was released again during the second round of the border war and assigned to escort journalists to the war front, where he again voiced public criticism of the Isaias Afwerki government. He was again arrested and has been in the Karchali prison in Asmara ever since, together with other high-profile political prisoners like Astor Yohannes. Bogos, another name for the Bilan people, is said to derive from a Bet-Tark ancestor named Boaz or Bokist. The name was frequently applied to the Bilan area, including most of present-day Sindh province, from the 14th century to the end of the colonial period. Today, Bogos is the name for the north-central sub-province of what used to be Sindh, containing the districts of Betjek, Biar, and Halhal, with a total population of around 20,000. Border War, 1998 to 2000. The border war between Eritrea and Ethiopia was sparked by a violent confrontation in the disputed village of Badme, after a series of incidents along the two countries' as yet undemarcated 1,000-kilometer boundary, but its underlying causes lie in long-simmering economic and political issues and in an intensifying competition for influence in the Horn of Africa. Fought in 3 rounds over a 2-year period, the war took an estimated 70,000 to 100,000 lives and displaced up to 1 million civilians on both sides before a temporary truce ended the fighting in June 2000. The following December, the warring parties formalized a ceasefire and agreed to establish independent commissions to delimit the disputed border and resolve damage claims under what came to be known as the Algiers Agreement, see Eritrea, Ethiopia Claims Commission, EECC. However, when Ethiopia declined to accept the Eritrea-Ethiopia Boundary Commission's 2002 findings and Eritrea refused to reopen negotiations, the two countries entered a period of unrelieved hostility that was played out in the arena of public opinion and in proxy wars and political conflicts across the region until a change in government in Ethiopia produced a peace initiative in 2018 and the start of a process to resolve the long-standing impasse. The flashpoint for the war was a skirmish on May 6, 1998 between Eritrean army regulars and Tigrayan militiamen in the western frontier village of Badme that quickly escalated 6 days later when Eritrea dispatched 2 infantry brigades with artillery and armor to seize control of the area, formerly administered by Ethiopia. This exchange followed several minor armed incidents the previous July and August, as relations between Eritrea and Ethiopia were deteriorating over issues ranging from currency and trade to military and political relations with their neighbors, and after authorities in Tigray issued a map in October 1997 that showed areas claimed by Eritrea to be within their province. The 1998 confrontation also built on a long-simmering rivalry between the political movements that dominated their respective governments: the Eritrea People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in Eritrea, by then transformed into the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, in Ethiopia, then ruling that country through a coalition known as the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front that reached back to the early years of their relationship. The two former allies in the fight to oust the Ethiopian regime of Mengistu Haile Mariam had already fallen out once in the mid-1980s over ideological and political issues and military strategy, to the point where the EPLF blocked the TPLF from crossing Eritrean territory to supply its forces or its starving civilian population at the height of the famine then devastating the region. The Tigrayans never forgot this or the disdain many Eritreans expressed toward them and their political movement at a less formal level, even though the two fronts resumed military cooperation during the final years of their common battle with Mengistu. Meanwhile, other Ethiopians saw renewed conflict with Eritrea in the 1990s as an opportunity to reincorporate the territory into Ethiopia or, failing that, to at least seize one of its strategic ports so that Ethiopia would no longer be landlocked. The opening round of fighting expanded from the Badme Plains to the heavily populated Central Plateau area near the town of Zalambesa, less than 100 kilometers from the Eritrean capital, as well as to an area to the east around the contested village of Bere, and included reciprocal aerial attacks on the Eritrean capital, Asmara, and the Tigrayan capital, Mekele, before an informal ceasefire was reached in June that included a moratorium on air strikes. By then, Eritrean forces had taken control of Zalambesa and the strategic heights to its south, well inside Ethiopia, and Ethiopia had begun to round up and order the deportation of hundreds of Eritreans and Ethiopians of Eritrean descent, a program that sharply accelerated over the coming months and continued throughout the conflict, eventually involving more than 75,000 expulsions. Meanwhile, a team of mediators from both Rwanda, a trusted ally of the warring states, and the United States, led by U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs Susan Rice and including Rwanda's Vice President, Paul Kagame, shuttled between the two capitals in an effort to end the fighting. On 30 and May 31, the group presented both governments with a four-point proposal, dubbed the U.S. Rwanda Peace Plan, that called for them to renounce force as a means of solving disputes, to redeploy their forces to positions held prior to May 6 and investigate the events that took place there on that date while permitting the previous civilian administration to return, to agree to rapid delimitation and demarcation of the border based on relevant colonial treaties and applicable international law, and to demilitarize the entire border as quickly as possible. Both Ethiopia and Eritrea at first appeared to accept the proposal, but after U.S. diplomats announced the accord at a summit of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, on June 3, Eritrea rejected it and closed the door on further negotiations, causing the joint U.S. Rwandan effort to collapse, though the proposal's main points became the basis, with the addition of a call for the establishment of a buffer zone between the combatants, for renewed peace efforts on the part of the OAU that were carried over to the December 2000 Algiers Agreement. During the next 7 months, however, Eritrea and Ethiopia together mobilized more than 500,000 troops and spent hundreds of millions of dollars on new artillery, armor, and sophisticated modern aircraft, including MiG-29s in Eritrea and Su-27s in Ethiopia, purchased from Russian and East European suppliers. Fighting resumed on February 22, 1999, with an Ethiopian military offensive aimed at recapturing Badme. After a 5-day assault in which Eritrean troops were routed from the village and the surrounding plains, Eritrea announced it was ready to accept the OAU plan, which Ethiopia had publicly endorsed the previous November. However, Ethiopia declined to halt its attacks, and fighting raged on for the next 5 months with mounting casualties on both sides but no significant advances by either one. Over the following year, repeated efforts by international mediators to break the impasse led nowhere, as both sides again rearmed and prepared for more war. The third round broke out on May 12, 2000, with a series of Ethiopian assaults, starting on a new front west of Badme, where they took the Eritreans entirely by surprise after a forced march across the mountains, then on a front in the central zone near the town of Zalambesa, and finally on the eastern front threatening the port of Assab. Ethiopian forces quickly broke through on the western front and advanced rapidly in a blitzkrieg across the Barca lowlands, outflanking Eritrea's strongly defended highland positions, and occupying most of Gash Barca, including the cities of Barentu and Agordat, as well as a string of towns along the border with Sudan. The Ethiopian advance was only stopped when they reached the rugged slopes leading to the city of Keren and, beyond it, to the densely populated central plateau. Meanwhile, Ethiopian forces advanced on the central front to capture the Eritrean towns of Tsaronah and Senef and again bombing the Eritrean capital as well as taking out a new power plant near the Red Sea port of Missawa. On June 14, by which time Ethiopia occupied nearly one-quarter of Eritrea's territory, the fighting stopped. 4 days later, Ethiopia and Eritrea signed an OAU cessation of hostilities accord that established a 15-mile wide buffer zone inside Eritrea to be patrolled by United Nations, UN, peacekeepers while the border dispute went to arbitration, see Temporary Security Zone, TSZ. Within 2 weeks, the UN Security Council authorized the formation of the United Nations mission in Ethiopia and Eritrea, UNMI, for that purpose. The first UN observers arrived in July. The first UNMI peacekeepers took up positions along the frontier in January 2001. Though their numbers and composition varied, UNMI forces remained along the border, with their mandate renewed at 6-month intervals, until Eritrea forced them to leave in 2008. By focusing on the proximate cause of the war, the boundary dispute, and not on underlying causes, the Algiers process halted the shooting but failed to defuse the deep hostilities that kept the two sides apart and fueled continuing contention, which they characterized as one of no peace, no war that lasted for the next 16 years. Among the border war's continuing effects, in addition to the quite considerable human casualties and substantial destruction of infrastructure and property, were the suspension of promising regional development efforts and a heightening of regional instability as Eritrea and Ethiopia sought to weaken one another through support for armed and unarmed opposition movements and via proxy wars in Sudan and Somalia. The continuing hostilities also provided each government with a rationale for suppressing opposition and dissent within their own countries and, in the case of Eritrea, for indefinitely postponing the implementation of a constitution, which had been ratified in 1997, as well as foregoing national elections altogether, measures that sparked a steady exodus of young would-be asylum seekers that sapped the country's human infrastructure and decimated families across the nation. The border war came to an official close only in July 2018 when leaders of the two countries met in Asmara and signed a joint declaration ending the conflict. See also Armed Forces, Foreign Policy, Human Rights. Borders, National. Eritrea's boundaries were initially defined by a series of agreements negotiated between Italy and surrounding states during the period 1890 to 1908. The long boundary with Ethiopia was the main source of dispute, as Ethiopian rulers had claimed most of Eritrea before Italian occupation. In the Treaty of Ucciali of May 2, 1889, Menelik II agreed to an Italian occupation of central Eritrea along a line running from Irafale to Haile, Sejaniatai, Asmara, Adi Nefas, Adi Yohannes, and thence along the Barca River, enclosing eastern Hamasien and all of northwestern Eritrea. But the Italians proceeded to occupy the entire Mirab Melash to the line of the Mirab Balissamai Muna. This highland boundary was not officially recognized until the Addis Ababa Agreement of July 10, 1900, and even this awaited a delimitation of the border in Denkel on May 16, 1908 when it was defined by a line paralleling the coast some 60 kilometers inland. The border with the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan was delimited in a series of agreements with Great Britain and Egypt in 1891, 1898 to 1899, and 1901. And by a final tripartite treaty signed among Britain, Ethiopia, and Italy on May 15, 1902 in Addis Ababa. Initially, the Italians had claimed and occupied Kassala, and the final boundary cut quite unnaturally through the northernmost end of Eritrea's northern highlands, dividing some traditional grazing areas of the Bet Askid tribes, but the British were determined to gain control of the fertile Gash and Barca deltas for their cotton-growing schemes around Kassala and Tokar. The border with the French territory of Djibouti was defined in two protocols in 1900 to 1901. These boundaries remained undisturbed until the end of the colonial period, when some of their vaguer points re-emerged as sources of dispute, particularly between Ethiopia and Sudan over the agricultural land west of Hagar, where both sides claimed territory in 1968, and around Zalambesa after Eritrean independence. The Sudan border dispute was resolved by the 1971 Addis Ababa Agreement between Haile Selassie I and Jafar Nimiri, though it re-emerged in 2018 when Amhara nationalists in Ethiopia renewed their claims on territory abutting the Amhara regional state. New disputes also arose after independence with Eritrea's other neighbors, in several cases leading to armed confrontations before they were resolved. The first came with Djibouti in 1994 and early 1995, triggered by cross-border rebel activity, but was resolved by a bilateral commission in 1997 without shots being fired by the armed forces of the two states. However, the next such dispute came late in 1995 with Yemen over the Hanish Islands, with Eritrea seizing control of them in a brief but bloody confrontation. This, too, went to arbitration and was resolved by an international commission in 1998. But the most serious border dispute was that with Ethiopia, as a series of incidents along the undemarcated frontier in 1997 erupted into a full-scale border war in 1998. Like the others, the dispute went to international arbitration, but it was not resolved due to Ethiopia's refusal to abide by the outcome of the 2002 decision of the Ethiopia Boundary Commission, EEBC. Eritrea and Djibouti had a second exchange of gunfire along their border in 2008, during which Eritrean forces took control of a strategic hill within Djibouti overlooking the mouth of the Red Sea, leading both the African Union and the United Nations Security Council to censure them for their actions. A dramatic breakthrough in the deadlock with Ethiopia came in June 2018 when newly installed Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed announced that Ethiopia would accept the EEBC decision unconditionally, and the two states entered talks on demarcation and other issues. A month later, leaders of the two countries signed a joint declaration in Asmara formally ending the state of war between them. In August, Eritrea and Djibouti announced the end of their conflict, but the details were left unresolved. British administration, military, 1941 to 1949, and civil, 1949 to 1952, British administration, military and civil. The British defeated the Italians in Eritrea in March, April 1941 and took control of the colony. From 1941 to 1949 the government was the British Military Administration, BMA, headed by a military officer with a military staff overseeing all government offices. The chief administrators were Brigadier Brian Kennedy Cook, 1941 to 1942, Stephen H. Longrig, 1942 to 1944, C.D. McCarthy, 1944 to 1945, J.M. Benoit, 1945 to 1946, and F.G. Drew, 1946 to 1951. The first priority of the British was to demobilize the large Eritrean colonial army and disband the fascist militia and paramilitary police, replacing them with a new British officered Eritrean police force that included some Italian civil police. Most of the Italian civil service was kept on, with the exception of fascist party members and sympathizers, who were interned along with the military. Italian civil laws were retained, except for the more discriminatory racial laws. By late 1941, a new administration was in place that contained an upper level of British officers, a lower level of Italian civil servants, and for the first time in the colony's history, a significant number of Eritreans in the lower and even middle levels of the bureaucracy, most of whom were recruited from the ranks of former interpreters and teachers. Security was maintained by units of the Sudan Defense Force until 1946 when British military units returned. The next priority of the BMA was to utilize Eritrea's resources to prosecute the Allied war effort. British and U.S. contractors took over Italian military installations and developed the Massawa Naval Base, the airports at Gura and Asmara, Ginda hospitals and depots, and the Asmara radio communications base, Cagnu Station, Asmara. The British also encouraged Italian entrepreneurs to develop agriculture and industry to supply local and regional markets that were cut off by the war from their European and Asian sources. Italian agricultural concessions were expanded by 10,000 hectares of land alienated from Eritrean villages, and the basic industrial infrastructure of Eritrea was created or expanded, mostly centered around Asmara. Wartime services and production helped alleviate widespread unemployment resulting from the demobilization of more than 30,000 Eritrean askari and employed much of the Italian population in the colony. However, in 1944, the British and American military installations began to close down, and by 1946, the regional markets for Eritrean products were being lost to renewed competition from overseas. Post-war economic recession was exacerbated by the BMA's austere policies of care and maintenance, an attempt to make the colony self-supporting in revenue, and the dismantling and sale of most of Eritrea's military installations and some of its transport infrastructure in an attempt to pay off part of Great Britain's huge war debts. BMA social policy did little to alleviate Eritrean suffering, as a racially defined employment hierarchy remained in place. Pensions, unemployment benefits, and health care services were unavailable to the vast majority of Eritreans, and under the BMA, Eritreans' right to labor organizations was severely restricted. On the other hand, the British did encourage widespread development of the education facilities that had been denied to Eritreans under Italian rule, and schools proliferated throughout the country. The use of local languages and English in the upper levels encouraged a growing intellectual life, and Eritrea's first secular newspapers in Tigrinya and Arabic were sponsored by the BMA. Initially, one segment of the British government sought to achieve some form of colonial control over all the former Italian East African Empire, including Ethiopia. Failing this, in 1944 some officers favored the recreation of a Greater Tigray under British trusteeship. By 1945, the BMA's political program focused on partitioning Eritrea between the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, to which they envisioned annexing the Western Lowlands province and Ethiopia. BMA policy consequently focused on dividing the population into Muslim and Christian blocs, to be associated with Sudan and Ethiopia, respectively, and in 1947, the BMA allowed Eritreans to form political parties, even as the London government vacillated on its political agenda for Eritrea's future. This policy was not entirely Machiavellian, though it certainly contained this element. It was also driven by the idiosyncratic projects of local British officers whose ideas were often at odds with the policies of the London government. Contradictions in British policy were exacerbated, on the one hand, by its post-war retreat from colonialism and, on the other, by the retention of administrators schooled in colonial power politics. Vacillation at higher levels apparently enabled a few advocates of Ethiopian annexation and Sudanese partition to intercede clandestinely in local affairs, helping to sow the already existing seeds of intercommunal violence that broke out in bloody rioting in Asmara in 1946 and the sectarian factionalization of Eritrean politics between the Muslim League and Unionist Party in 1947, giving the impression to both the Four Powers Commission, 1947, and the United Nations, UN, Investigative Commission, 1950, that the colony was hopelessly divided on its political future. The London government used these apparent divisions to buttress its partition scheme contained in the 1949 Bevin, Sforza plan, despite the lack of support for it from any Eritrean political party. With the failure of the partition plan, London turned to its increasingly dominant and pro-Ethiopian ally, the United States, to take a stronger lead in deciding what was then known as the Eritrean question. By 1949, it was clear the British were to be a caretaker administration preparing Eritrea for the end of European colonial rule, and the BMA was therefore replaced by a civilian British administration, BA, on April 1, 1949. The main task of the BA was to Eritreanize the economy and civil service, whose higher levels and technical positions were still almost entirely in Italian hands. The BA was also faced with the increasing violence of an anti-Italian and pro-Ethiopian terrorist Shifta campaign in the Kbessa, but their police measures were ineffective during 1949 to 1950, which led many Eritreans to speculate that the administration was in collusion with Ethiopia. In 1951, however, after the UN decision on federation had been made and the UN High Commissioner arrived, the BA finally responded with military force and legal sanctions that quickly ended the Shiftanet. The BA, headed by D.C. Cummings, 1951 to 1952, oversaw the final transition to internal self-government, issuing the legal proclamations that enabled the first assembly to be elected, as well as the formation of labor unions, press freedom, and other crucial aspects of democratic civil society. On September 15, 1952, the British flag was lowered and government turned over, not to Eritreans, but to the imperial representative of Emperor Haile Selassie I Bure Peninsula and Bur, Denkel. This northernmost extension of the Denkel coast is separated from the mainland by the Gulf of Zula and inhabited by Afar-speaking peoples of the Ankala, Belesua, and Damohata sub-tribes. The main settlements are the fishing villages of Genfroer, Ingal, and Doli, as well as the inland villages of Bordal and Mokignal. The coast is surrounded by spectacular coral reefs with abundant fish, while the interior is semi-desert grazed by pastoralists and a rich variety of wildlife. The name Bure derives from the ancient province of Bur, which included the Akele Goze highlands, Upper Bur, and the coastal plains of northern Denkel, Lower Bur. The volcanoes at the base of the peninsula were mined for obsidian in ancient times, and the area was an elephant hunting ground for the port of Adolis. From the 16th century, Bure was nominally ruled by the Naibs of Hirgigo, who governed for the Turks in Misawa, which is a few hours sailing away. But the Naib could not protect the local population from raids by highland peoples, including Azabu Oromo in the 1660s and Tigrayan Christians in the 1700s and early 1800s. In 1868, Egypt attempted to exercise more direct control and built an impressive stone fort near Bordal, but under Italian colonialism, Bure's administration reverted to Misawa. Government presence was negligible until the armed struggle, and Afar sheikhs continued to oversee local justice, tax collection, and traditional Muslim schools. The peninsula's physical isolation but proximity to Misawa made it an ideal guerrilla base for the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, from the mid-1960s. In 1976, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, also gained a foothold through its local commander, Ali Kaubani. In 1978, the EPLF occupied Bordal, and a desultory civil war began escalating into full-scale fighting in 1980 when the EPLF drove the ELF out of Denkel. Ethiopian air and sea patrols made fishing and trade across the Red Sea quite difficult, and many Afar moved to Saudi Arabia and Yemen, while others joined the EPLF, providing important recruits for the Navy. Ethiopian naval actions around the peninsula intensified in the late 1980s, and after the fall of Misawa in 1990, the EPLF Navy hid its speedboats in the mangroves near Genfroer for the night attacks on the Ethiopian base at Dalek. The area was bombed repeatedly, and a number of boats were destroyed. During the 1990s, the Bure fishing villages began to regain their prosperity, as residents engaged in boat building, trade with the Arabian coast, and smuggling. The government developed plans for tourism around the reefs and offshore islands, but the unstable political situation after the border war and the use of the Dalek archipelago for the detention of political prisoners blocked their implementation, and the outbreak of civil war in Yemen in 2015 brought a halt to most local trade across the Red Sea. C. Cairo, Egypt. As the center of commercial, religious, and political institutions spanning the Red Sea region, Cairo has always been a pole of attraction for Eritreans, particularly Muslims. Among the most prominent Eritreans to study there during Eritrea's Italian colonial period was Ibrahim el-Mukhtar Ahmed ibn Omar. Since medieval times a portico of Al-Azhar University has been reserved for Djibouti, and with the rise of Egyptian power in Eritrea and the Sudan during the 19th century, Eritrean Muslims traveled to Cairo for study and trade in growing numbers. Among the most prominent was the noted Islamic scholar and future Eritrean Mufti, Ibrahim el-Mukhtar Ahmed ibn Omar. By the 1950s, there were around 150 Eritreans studying at Al-Azhar, and in 1951, the Egyptian government began providing secular scholarships for Eritrean secondary students, including Idris Osman Galadouas, Safi Imam Musa, and Taha Mohammed Nur. Beginning in 1953, with the arrival of Wolde Mariam, Cairo became a center of exiled Eritrean political leaders, and with the arrival of Ibrahim Sultan Ali and Idris Mohammed Adam in 1959, connections between Muslim students and the nationalist movement increased. By 1960, there were 400 students in Cairo, including Abdelkrim Ahmed, Idris Galadouas, Mohammed Ali Omro, Mohammed Ghazir, Said Hamid Mohammed Hashim, Said Hussein, and Taha Mohammed Nur, many of whom participated in the formation of the Eritrean Liberation Front, whose first meeting was held at the Fish Garden, Hadakat al-Azmaq, in July 1961 and whose foreign office remained in Cairo through 1970. The city became a destination for refugees fleeing Eritrea after the crackdown on dissent in 2001 and the indefinite extension of the terms of national service the following year. By the second decade of the 21st century, this included many traveling onward to Alexandria to arrange passage on boats to Europe, as well as hundreds of escapees from torture camps run by human traffickers in the Sinai, many of them stuck there after Israel sealed its border against asylum seekers in 2012. Several thousand were forcibly returned to Eritrea in this period, after Egypt moved to strengthen its relations with Eritrea under the government of General Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, who came to power in 2013. Leaders of both countries made frequent visits to each other's capitals over the next 5 years, signing economic and security agreements, the more so after the two states entered the Yemen civil war as allies in 2015. Camel. The camel has been Eritrea's national symbol since May 1993, signifying the importance of camel transport for the liberation fronts during the armed struggle and the patience of Eritreans in the face of adversity. Today there are around 100,000 camels in Eritrea, and they constitute the most valuable livestock in the country as they are used for transport and milk and even plowing on seasonal farms in the western lowlands. Camels are especially important for the economic welfare of Eritrean pastoralists, who find the animal's ability to survive in climatically harsh areas, their decreased dependence on water, and the wide range of their plant diet suitable for the semi-arid regions of Eritrea. Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Christianity. Roman Christianity was first introduced to the Eritrean region by the Portuguese mission led by Father Alvarez, 1520–1526, a member of the mission, João Bermudez, attempted to return in the 1530s with false claims to be the Roman Patriarch. No conversions were made until the first Jesuit missionary, Andrea de Ovida, was appointed Bishop of Ethiopia, 1557–1577. The Jesuits established themselves at Fermanagh, near Adway, and most of their converts were in Tigray, although some may have been from the Eritrean region. Pedro Pes, 1603–1623, managed to convert the Ethiopian emperor, Sisinius, but his successor, Alphonse Mendes, was an anti-Orthodox bigot who provoked civil war between Catholics and indigenous Christians. In 1632, Sisinius's son, Fasilides, expelled the Jesuits, who briefly obtained refuge in Eritrea from the Bar Negashi. The Bar Negashi hoped to use them to preserve his own autonomy against Ethiopia but, in 1634, turned them over to Turks at Misawa, who deported them under extreme hardship. Jesuits who returned to the Eritrean coast during the 17th and 18th centuries were executed on the orders of Ethiopian rulers, and it was not until 1837 that Catholic missionaries re-established themselves, led by the Lazarists, Giuseppe Sapato, and, in 1839, the newly ordained Bishop of Ethiopia, Justino de Jacobis. De Jacobis focused his activities on Agame and Akele Goze, where he evangelized the first Catholic congregation in Eritrea, adapting Catholic liturgy to the Alexandrine Rite of the Orthodox Church, ordaining Eritrean clergy, and translating Christian texts into Tigrinya. The Orthodox Church, led by Abba Salama of Tigray, responded with persecution, which Ethiopian rulers pursued as state policy, including Dejazmachweyub, 1844-1851, Emperor Tewodros, 1860-1861, and Johannes IV. This forced the Catholic missionaries to spend much of their time in the relative protection of the Masawa area, where a printing press and seminary were established at Munkulo. In 1846, another Catholic order arrived on the scene, the Capuchins, whose leading figure, Guglielmo Masaya, was appointed Bishop of Masawa in 1846, while awaiting the opportunity to evangelize the Oromo. In 1851, Sapato and another Lazarist, Giovanni Stella, traveled to Sinhit, where Stella established himself near Karen and remained until his death in 1869. Stella founded a Catholic community among the Bilan, whom he tried to protect from Egyptian raids, but his rivalries with Werner Munzinger and his intimate relations with Bilan women led to his falling out with the church, which he left in 1866. By the 1870s, the Catholic Church was firmly established in both Sinhit, where a school was opened in 1872, and Akele Goze, where a school was opened in the 1880s, and Johannes IV's persecution and military incursions only increased Eritrean Catholics' animosity to Tigrayan rule, as witnessed in the career of the devout Catholic, Bata Hagos. Consequently, Eritrean Catholics at first welcomed Italian colonialism but followed Bata Hagos's revolt when, in 1895, the Italian authorities expelled the Lazarists who had been so important in indigenizing Catholicism. The French-based Lazarists were suspected of having incited Bata's revolt, although the records of the order show this to be untrue. Instead, the colonial government promoted the Italian-based Capuchins, who proceeded to evangelize the Kunama area. As Italian colonists settled in Eritrea, the church became increasingly divided between a largely European and mixed-race Latin Rite congregation and the indigenous Alexandrine Rite congregation. The Roman Church and the Capuchins oversaw many of the colony's schools and its seminary in Asmara. By 1950, there were around 35,000 Eritrean Catholics. The church ran orphanages and schools, including the University of Asmara, and acquired substantial properties before 1975 when its holdings and schools were nationalized by the Derg. Nonetheless, the Eritrean Catholic Secretariat was the main coordinating agency for foreign relief and particularly food aid to Derg-controlled areas during the armed struggle. A number of Catholic priests and intellectuals also joined the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, including the noted historian Abba Yishak Ghebreyesus. At the end of the armed struggle, in 1991, there were 67,825 Eritreans in the Alexandrian Rite congregations and 29,622 in the Latin Rite Apostolic Vicariate of Asmara. At this point, there was some friction between the church and the new government over property. By 1992, however, the Catholic Secretariat was deeply involved in the reconstruction effort throughout the country, including some Muslim areas where the church financed the construction of clinics and secular schools. Then, in 1996, the government barred the church, along with all religious organizations, from participating in development projects, citing the danger of reviving sectarian political sentiments in the country. 6 years later, in April 2002, the government banned many religious groups altogether but permitted the Catholic Church, together with the Orthodox Church and the Evangelical Lutheran Church, to continue to function as churches, so long as they refrained from engagement in what authorities considered social or political activity. In 2014, Eritrea's 4 Catholic bishops released a statement in Tigrinya criticizing the terms of national service and warning of the dangers to the society of the loss of so many young people who were fleeing the country in the wake of the Lampedusa shipwreck of 2013 in which hundreds of Eritreans died, see refugees. Among other issues, they expressed deep concern that this outflow was leaving no one in the country to care for the elderly. Treading carefully and not criticizing the government directly, they wrote, "If you own a peaceful country where there is justice and where you can work and loudly speak your mind, it is obvious that we will have youths flocking back from exile but not youths eager to leave their country, for nobody would look for honey which they already have." The letter was signed by Bishops Menstebe Tesfamariam of Asmara, Tamash Osman of Barantu, Kidain Yabio of Karen, and Fikri Mariam Hagos of Sejaniatai. In January 2015, Pope Francis decreed the formal separation of the Eritrean Catholic Church from that of Ethiopia, giving it the status of an autonomous sui iris metropolitan church with Asmara as its metropolitan see. See also Human Rights, Protestant Christianity, Religion. Central Committee. The main organ of the democratic centralist political structure of both the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, and the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP, that controlled the front throughout its existence. A Central Committee, CC, was formed within the EPRP in the early 1970s to manage the party's day-to-day operations. An EPLF-CC was initially assembled in 1975 by the leaders of the front's various political, military, and other committees to coordinate the activities of the rapidly expanding front, but the first formal CC was installed in January 1977 by the EPLF's first Congress. It was composed of 37 members and 6 alternates, who in turn selected a political bureau, Politburo, of 13 including the Secretary General, Romeddin Mohamed Nur, Vice Secretary General, Isaias Afwerki, and the members of the 11 new EPLF departments, nearly all of whom were EPRP members. These men, representing the party leadership, were to form the front's central leadership for the next decade, with day-to-day decisions largely in the hands of a smaller 4-man group composed of the Secretary General and the Vice Secretary along with the heads of the military and political committees. A new CC was elected in May 1987 by the EPLF's Second Congress, not all of whom were in the secret EPRP, though the party assembled the slate ahead of the Congress. This CC was composed of 71 members, including 6 women and 7 alternates who in turn elected a new political bureau of 9 men, including the Secretary General, who oversaw day-to-day activities of the much expanded Liberation Front. 7 of the 9 were in the EPRP leadership, including Isaias and Romeddin, who reversed positions at this Congress, placing Isaias in the top post, just as he had always been in the party. A series of 7 regular EPLF-CC sessions were held before the Front's Third Congress in 1994. In these sessions, major decisions were confirmed concerning future military and political policies after they had been determined by the EPRP leadership meeting in secret. EPLF-CC members acted as liaisons between the central leadership in the political bureau and their departments, units, and mass organizations. At the 5th meeting, May 1992, the CC, which had been transformed into the legislative body of the new Provisional Government of Eritrea, May 1991, restructured the executive of the government of the state of Eritrea, creating a formal advisory council to oversee day-to-day affairs. At the 6th meeting, February 1993, plans were approved for the EPLF's Third Congress, for the formation of a National Assembly including the current CC's members, and for the drafting of a national charter. The EPLF-CC was officially disbanded at its Third Congress in February 1994, and a new 75-member body, the Central Council of the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, was elected to continue the political work of the former CC. Many of its members had sat on the previous EPLF-CC, but the PFDJ's new 19-member Executive Council, EC, chosen by the Central Council and in organizational terms the successor to the EPLF Political Bureau, contained many new members at the request of President Isaias, who vetted the list ahead of the elections, arguing that the post-independence leadership needed new blood. Among those left off the new list was the EPLF's first Secretary General, Romeddin Mohamed Nur, who was alerted to his demotion by fellow EPLF/EPRP veteran Haile Woldetensae shortly before the meeting at which the slate was announced. highly drafted Romedon's resignation letter to allow him to save face at the session. Another veteran, Mesfin Hagos, was also excluded from Isaias's slate, but Mesfin put his name in nomination and was elected over Isaias's objections. Many later characterized this as a preview of the dispute the two would have during the border war when Mesfin and other PFDJ leaders began questioning Isaias's judgment in closed sessions of the Central Council before the president suspended the body and purged his critics. By 2018, only 11 of the original 18 remained on the EC, as 2 were in prison, 3 had died, 1 of them while in prison, and 2 were in exile, while no new elections had been held to replace them as the party had not convened a follow-up Congress. Of the 75 elected to the CC in 1994, only 36 remained in government posts, including 8 with the rank of general and the 2 top national security officials. At least 18 of the 75 had been arrested, including 11 of the group of 15 and 4 associated with the protest in January 2013, the Fordo uprising. 6 had died in office, 7 had gone into exile, and 7 were frozen, out of office but not jailed. See also Human rights. Child protection. After ratifying the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1994, the government convened national, regional, and sub-regional workshops to build community awareness on child protection issues. Policymakers, religious and community leaders, teachers, and children were involved in this campaign, which targeted children in 6 categories: orphans, street and working children, children with disabilities, displaced and deported children, children in conflict with the law, and child commercial sex workers. After the armed struggle, more than 16,000 were reunited with family members and another 8,000 placed with foster families. To meet the fresh needs posed by the border war 6 years later, the Ministry of Labor and Human Welfare developed programs for the placement of orphans with close relatives, foster care with unrelated families, and adoption of abandoned children, as well as for community-based group care services. Intervention to ameliorate the conditions of street and working children included reunification with close relatives, integration in regular schools by covering school fees and related expenses, grants to caretaking families, vocational training for older children, and income-generating schemes for children and parents in poor families. During the decade after independence, 3,000 street and working children were enrolled in vocational training and placed in jobs, 1,500 families were assisted with income-generating activity, and more than 10,000 disadvantaged children were provided educational kits. Another 2,250 children with disabilities were enrolled in school through community-based rehabilitation programs. Probation services were also created for children in conflict with the law in an attempt to avoid the need for incarceration. Counseling services, educational support, vocational training, and recreational programs were developed to limit the entry of children into the commercial sex trade. China. The People's Republic of China, PRC, was an early supporter of Eritrean independence and provided an important model for the social and military strategies of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, during the armed struggle. The Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, first established relations with Beijing through Somalia in 1966 when Osman Saleh Sab and Idris Mohammed Adam visited the PRC and obtained a small amount of money, arms, and a scholarship for military training. The first group of 5 ELF trainees was sent in 1967, Isaias Afwerki, Romedon Mohammed Nur, Ahmed Adam Omer, Mohammed Ahmed Ibrahim, and Mahmoud Chakini. Their 9 months of training during the height of the Cultural Revolution had a profound impact on Eritrea's nationalist revolution, as Isaias and Romedon returned with a commitment to implement Mao Zedong's principles of guerrilla warfare and peasant-based social revolution under the leadership of a vanguard political party, in which they played leading roles in forming in Eritrea in the early 1970s. In 1967, 500 Chinese automatic weapons were received with a second group of 25 fighters attending Nanking Military Academy later in the year. However, after China obtained Ethiopian diplomatic recognition in 1970, this aid ended. Nonetheless, the generation of Eritrean revolutionaries who formed the EPLF, particularly those who made up the clandestine Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, continued to model their strategies and programs to a large extent on the ideas of Mao, and changes in Chinese thinking about capitalist economic development in the late 1980s were also closely followed. As the Ethiopian Derg relied increasingly on aid from the Soviet Union, the EPLF again received Chinese overtures, but the Eritreans refused to mouth Chinese ideological slogans, as Isaias later put it, and no aid was forthcoming. After liberation, however, China quickly moved to establish diplomatic relations and was one of the first nations to open an embassy after independence in 1993. In December, the Eritrean defense minister visited Beijing and obtained agreements for military aid, followed by a visit from President Isaias in April 1994, in which a $4.3 million interest-free loan was obtained. A Chinese trade exhibition also was held in Asmara, highlighting the importance of Chinese manufactures, which account for a substantial portion of Eritrea's imported finished goods. During the years after Eritrea's independence, China provided support for the country's communications systems, hospital construction, and other technical projects, while steadily increasing trade despite the outbreak of the border war with Ethiopia in 1998. Chinese exports to Eritrea in 2002 were valued at $6 million and mainly included vehicles and spare parts, cement and other construction materials, and bicycles and consumer goods. In 2006, China's Foreign Minister, Li Zhaoxing, visited Asmara and announced that Beijing was canceling a significant portion of Eritrea's foreign debt. By 2009, two major Chinese mining companies were active in Eritrea, and the China Petroleum and Chemical Corporation had been given permission to develop offshore oil and gas, in the event commercially sustainable reserves were confirmed. In 2010, China lent Eritrea $60 million for its mining operations, and in 2017, Eritrea's Foreign Minister, Osman Saleh, and Presidential Advisor Yemina Gabrib visited Beijing to strengthen relations and explore new trade and investment opportunities. The following year, the Zijin Mining Group, based in Fujian, China, acquired Nevsoon Resources with an all-cash offer that blocked a hostile takeover bid from a Canadian company, the London Mining Corporation. The agreement made China the largest international investor in Eritrea's mining sector. Another Chinese company, the Sichuan Road and Bridge Mining Investment Development Corporation, also announced plans for 2019 to begin copper, zinc, gold, and silver production in new mines developed outside Asmara, the capital. See also Foreign policy. Christianity. See Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Christianity, Orthodox Church, Protestant Christianity. Circumcision, genital cutting. The widespread practice of male and female circumcision in Eritrea is but one aspect of the cultural commonality of the country, despite its varying religious and ethnic traditions. Male circumcision is practiced among all Eritrean nationalities. Female genital cutting, sometimes referred to as female genital mutilation and erroneously also called circumcision, was traditionally practiced among all ethnic groups except the Kunama and Nara, although most Nara have adopted it today along with Islam. Citizens for Democratic Rights in Eritrea, CDRIE. Launched in London in January 2009, CDRIE brought together Eritrean scholars, academicians, and professionals in a global think tank that convened conferences and drafted policy papers on such issues as religious, ethnic, and land rights and national languages and governance, and aspired to a watchdog role in Eritrea's contentious political arena. Chaired by Suleiman Hussein, it included such authors and human rights activists as Game Kibrib, Kidane Mengistib, and Petros Tesfaji Orgis, with many of its members drawn from the liberation movement factions or their supporters once identified with the strands making up the Eritrean People's Democratic Party, though most were by this time political independents. At its 2010 conference, CDRIE announced the formation of a new relief agency focused on refugee needs. Although its level of activity declined over the following years, CDRIE participated in a 2017 conference of civil society organizations in Frankfurt, Germany, and was a signer of a memorandum of understanding that emerged from its outlining of a vision of a future democratic transition in Eritrea. See also civil society, non-governmental organizations, international, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, national, NGOs. Civil aviation. See aviation. Civil society. Eritrea's civil society blossomed in the late 1940s during the second half of Great Britain's administration of the former Italian colony, but by the close of the 10-year federation with Ethiopia in the 1950s, the emperor had smothered it altogether, crushing independent trade unions, professional associations, media, and other new Eritrean institutions and driving many of their leaders out of the country. Over the next 30 years of armed struggle, the liberation fronts established satellite social organizations to support their war efforts, but there were no independent groups of any kind permitted within Eritrea by the fronts or by Ethiopian authorities. New organizations began to develop in the immediate post-war period, notably non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and private newspapers, but the government of the victorious Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, was no more tolerant of independent expression or self-organization than had been its Ethiopian predecessors, and by 2001, when the press was shut down and hundreds of dissidents arrested, the new country's civil society was again moribund. From this point forward, it was left to Eritreans living abroad to create or sustain such non-state associations. The decade of British administration from 1941 to 1952 had been a watershed for civil society, with the formation of new political parties, trade unions, and newspapers representing a broad spectrum of Eritrea's religiously and ethnically diverse population. Trade unions were particularly important in drawing membership from across ethnic, religious, and regional lines and promoting nationalist identity. This period also saw the establishment and growth of Islamic institutions, such as the Supreme Islamic Council, as religious identity began to coincide with political identity during the contest over Eritrea's future political status. This tendency was intensified by the active role of the Orthodox Church in promoting unity with Ethiopia in the lead-up to the federation. Ethiopia's suppression of Eritrea's civil society began with the implementation of the federation in 1952, even as new organizations with an explicitly nationalist agenda to protect Eritrean political and cultural rights surfaced, such as the Young Federalist Association and the Muslim Youth League. Within 2 years, the most militant trade unions had been suppressed and Eritrea's main independent newspaper closed. Independent political parties were first harassed and then prohibited. Over the following decade, Eritrea's main cities and towns were rocked by frequent protests and demonstrations, with the largest occurring in March 1958 during a massive 3-day general strike that drew as many as 80,000 people from all the territory's confessional and cultural communities. The government's brutal response, during which hundreds of demonstrators were wounded and at least 10 killed, marked the death knell for civil society, as all trade unions were subsequently banned, together with a wide range of other organizations, leaving only a handful of faith-based associations still functioning openly. During this period, some organizations and publications migrated abroad with former leaders who fled as refugees, such as Woldemariam, and others began to sprout among the growing exile community, especially in Cairo, with most taking on a nationalist political focus, especially among militant students. The growth of associations directly linked to the independence movement accelerated after the split within the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, in 1970 gave rise to competing wings, the ELF and EPLF, each of which sought to mobilize its supporters at home and in the diaspora. The ELF organized the general unions of peasants, workers, women, and students, while the EPLF built sectorial associations in the mid-1970s that were consolidated as national unions toward the end of the decade. Meanwhile, diaspora Eritreans established their own organizations, such as the Eritreans for Liberation in North America and the Eritreans for Liberation in Europe, that were later incorporated into the Front's networks and placed under their exclusive control. After deposing Haile Selassie I in 1974, the Derg established mass organizations of its own, but few Eritreans participated who were not forced or coerced to do so, as they were little more than instruments of the occupation authorities for monitoring civilian behavior and were often led by Ethiopians appointed by the military administration. No autonomous civil society organizations were permitted. In 1989, the EPLF abruptly dissolved its national unions and instead focused on strengthening the people's assemblies at home and community centers abroad, as part of a self-described strategy to marshal all its resources toward the war effort and prepare for a post-war state, a move that took many of its members by surprise and that many viewed as an effort to demobilize political organizations that might seek an independent role later in favor of nationalist ones that the new state could more easily control. After independence, however, the EPLF and its successor, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, sought to revive all but the Peasants' Union to service their constituencies in conjunction with post-war reconstruction priorities set by the party. Several former fighters started new NGOs, notably the Regional Center for Human Rights and the Eritrean Women War Veterans Association, also known as BANA, but the government shut them down, claiming they duplicated the efforts of the party-led unions. The 1997 Constitution guaranteed the right of citizens to form organizations for political, social, economic, and cultural ends, but only a handful of service organizations were permitted to exist that were not under direct party or state control. Private newspapers also arose in the late 1990s, growing exponentially during the border war with Ethiopia, but they were shut down in September 2001 during a major political crackdown on dissent that left no independent media within the country. Meanwhile, new organizations began to develop in the diaspora, ranging from NGOs and professional associations to websites with both cultural and political agendas. Among them was the Eritrean Lawyers Society in North America, launched in January 2010 to promote the rule of law and observance of the Eritrean Constitution and to assist Eritrean victims of human rights abuses. New community centers also developed in urban areas with high concentrations of Eritreans, often providing cultural and language programs along with other social and economic services. However, these, like the NGOs and the new media, became contested terrain after the political crackdown within Eritrea in 2000 to 2001, and many were forced to close. From this point forward, much of the growth in diaspora civil society took the form of rights-based organizations and advocacy groups. Dozens of such organizations participated in a series of conferences initiated by Ethiopia-based opposition groups in 2010 that led to the formation of the Eritrean National Council for Democratic Change at Hawassa in 2016. 8 members of civil society groups were elected to the Council's 21-member executive committee. See also labor organizations. Civil Wars, 1972 to 1974. 1980 to 1981. The Eritrean armed struggle against Ethiopian rule was punctuated by 2 open civil wars between the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, guerrilla armies. These wars developed out of the tensions within the original ELF generated by the reform movement of the late 1960s, known as ESLA, and by different approaches to the key issue of building national unity, as well as classic rivalries for power. While regional, tribal, religious, and personal conflicts played a role in the specific unfolding of events in the civil wars, the wars themselves cannot be attributed to these causes. Rather, they were fought between organizations whose ethnic makeup and ideology were quite similar, but each of these organizations saw itself as the true vanguard of the nationalist revolution. The key issues were the organizational structures and strategies of the fronts themselves and rivalries among the leaders. The ELF remained a loosely organized coalition of forces with strong personal, regional, and ethnic-based cliques, as well as political divisions across a wide spectrum of ideological orientations, though its political direction was set for much of the 1970s by the clandestine Labour Party that dominated its leadership but never fully controlled the front. The EPLF emerged in part out of a critique of the weaknesses of this organization and evolved as a tightly disciplined, highly centralized organization under the clandestine leadership of the Eritrean People's Revolutionary Party, EPRP. The two civil wars between the ELF and EPLF essentially bracketed the emergence of the EPLF out of the ELF. The First Civil War, 1972 to 1974, was initiated and prosecuted by the larger ELF against the tiny coalition of forces that later formed the EPLF. The Second Civil War, 1980 to 1981, was initiated by the EPLF and prosecuted with help from its Tigrayan ally, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, in an effort to eliminate the ELF. The period between these two hot wars was in practice little more than an extended ceasefire, marked by continual political maneuvering and punctuated by small-scale military encounters, during which the balance of power shifted from the ELF to the EPLF. The First Civil War began in February 1972 when ELF leaders voted to liquidate the breakaway People's Liberation Forces associated with Isaias Afwerki and the Abel forces associated with Osman Salih Sab, after the leaders refused to fold their groups back into the reformed ELF. The fighting spread along the Red Sea coast into Sahel and climaxed in battles around Gerger in February 1973, after which the undefeated Proto-EPLF coalition moved south to the edge of the Central Highlands and began to augment their forces. The ELF followed them, and in 1974, the civil war spread into the Highlands, even as the Ethiopian Revolution seemed to present an opportune moment for a united Eritrean push for independence. Fighting around Zager in September 1974 led to a strong civilian movement to end the civil war, and on October 13, a truce was negotiated between the two fronts, which was extended and made more effective by another agreement on January 16, 1975. Rivalry and occasional fighting continued, however, as a series of negotiations on forming a united national front took place. A unity agreement was reached between Osman Sab and the ELF in August, September 1975, but it was repudiated on November 12 by the EPLF field leadership, who had not been consulted. There followed 2 years of wrangling over the actual means of integrating the two fronts, with the EPLF arguing for a step-by-step integration process like that followed by the three breakaway forces that had created the EPLF and that favored the more disciplined EPRP-led EPLF, while the ELF argued for coordination between two separate commands to merge the two organizations at all levels simultaneously. A mini-civil war even broke out in Denkel in 1977. Finally, on October 20, 1977, the leaders of the ELF and EPLF signed an agreement in Khartoum calling for joint command of a united front, which was symbolically established in April 1978. The October 20 agreement was acclaimed by all sides but remained largely unimplemented before the Ethiopian offensives of 1978 sapped the ELF and forced the EPLF into Sahel, where the two fronts fought side by side in the desperate battles of 1979. The ELF was by then the weaker organization, and its leadership, fearing eclipse, opened secret negotiations with the Soviet Union in 1980, which led to increasing friction between the fronts, exacerbated by renewed fighting in northern Denkel in June. On August 28, the Second Civil War began, this time initiated and prosecuted by the EPLF, whose leaders set out to eliminate the ELF. EPLF forces, operating at times with units of the TPLF that had been training there, attacked ELF units in Denkel and Semhar and drove them across the highlands into Barka, while others were driven from Sahel and Gash Seti, also with TPLF aid. By November 27, when a ceasefire was arranged, most of the former ELF had been pushed across the border into Sudan. Following another failed unity agreement, signed in Tunis on March 24, 1981, further fighting occurred in August, September when the EPLF drove the remaining ELF forces over the border. The EPLF thereafter remained the only Eritrean front fighting inside the country, although a few minor clashes took place in the remaining years of the armed struggle as ELF factions, particularly those of Abdullah Idris and the new Eritrean Islamic Jihad movement, attempted to infiltrate anti-EPLF guerrillas into Barka. Colonialism. See British administration, military, 1941 to 1949, and civil, 1949 to 1952, DERG, Committee, Ethiopia, Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia, 1930 to 1974, 1892 to 1975, Italian colonialism, 1882 to 1941. Commandos, 1965 to 1975. Paramilitary units attached to the Eritrean police and recruited from the Eritrean population, the Commandos, also known as 101 Force, from an earlier British anti-Shifta unit, began to be recruited in 1965 under Governor-General Oshrat Kassa, using a special allocation from the Eritrean budget. The recruits were from rural areas, largely but not entirely Christian, and proud of their power and status. They were trained and equipped by counterinsurgency experts from Israel at a camp just outside Deekmher and provided shock troops for the anti-Eritrean Liberation Front campaigns of the 1960s. In 1970, when Police General Goitam Gebreski assumed command, they numbered a brigade of around 1,000, organized into 9 companies. Rivalry with the Ethiopian army developed in the 1970s, and in 1974, the nationalist movement began to penetrate the commandos' ranks. General Goitam supported Emmanuel Michael Endem's negotiations in October, November, and in December. The commandos station at Sembel barracks near Asmara was disarmed by the Ethiopian army. In January 1975, commando units from Dongolo marched to Asmara to protect Eritrean civilians from Ethiopian persecution, and on January 15, General Goitam himself defected, followed by many commandos over the succeeding months. The remaining police commando units were dissolved later in the year, although the name lived on in the special units of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, which were used particularly in urban attacks and sabotages such as the raids on the Asmara airport. Commerce. Eritrea has been a setting for extensive local commerce and a hub for far-reaching regional trade since antiquity. This is due in part to the territory's location along the Red Sea and at the end of land routes running north and eastward to its shores, and partly to the varied habitats and modes of production of the peoples who have inhabited it, from pastoralists and artisanal fishers to sedentary farmers and urban traders, many of whom are linked by language and culture to peoples in the isolated mountainous interior. Early local products included grain, hides, salt, gold, and other minerals, as well as ivory and slaves in pre-colonial times. During the Italian colonial period, large agricultural plantations were developed both for export and to serve the growing urban populations, which grew to 20% of Eritrea's population by the mid-1930s and remained at that level through the period of Ethiopian federation and annexation. With the intensification of the armed struggle and the Derg's nationalization policies, Eritrean commerce declined precipitously from 1975 until 1991 as most of the towns and cities were cut off from their rural surroundings, although wartime profiteering and smuggling continued in garrison towns and across military lines. The liberation fronts became involved in commerce during 1976 to 1978 when they controlled much of the country, promoting poultry production, constructing grain mills, and setting up cooperative shops in many small villages, as well as trying to market Eritrean products in Sudan. A decade later, after the famine of 1984 to 1985, one of the worst in recorded history, a Leeds University survey discovered that small-scale commerce was prevalent throughout Eritrea and that the commonly used demographic categories of pastoralist and farmer were inadequate to explain the complexity of rural life, as most herders were also seasonal farmers, and most settled agriculturalists routinely sold small animals as both a survival strategy in difficult times and as a means of generating cash for the purchase of goods and services in times of surplus. The depletion of such assets was thus a key signal of impending economic crisis, and the restocking of animals, as well as seeds and other agricultural supplies, was necessary for recovery. The end of the armed struggle in 1991 sparked a renewal of commerce between the urban and rural areas, which had been cut off from each other by the battle lines in the Independence War's final years. Rapid post-war improvements in transportation and communication infrastructure facilitated this growth until the outbreak of the 1998-2000 border war with Ethiopia, which severely disrupted the domestic economy and all but cut Eritrea off from regional commerce, apart from informal trade across the Red Sea with Saudi Arabia and Yemen by small-scale smugglers and mostly Afar artisanal fishers. After the war, the effective closure of the port of Assab terminated a critical outlet for regional trade, though small-scale commerce continued through the port of Massawa in animals, hides, and other agricultural goods until the development of the mining sector a decade after the war ended, starting with the export of gold and going on to include large quantities of copper, zinc, and phosphate. By 2016, copper topped the list with 42% of exports. But it was the peace declaration with Ethiopia in July 2018 that reinvigorated the domestic economy, as small trade across the border with Ethiopia and within Eritrea exploded. Trade was held back only by the continuing impact of the currency crunch created by the strict controls the government imposed at the end of 2015 when the nakfa in use then was replaced by newly printed bills, and restrictions were placed on the amounts people could withdraw from the banks after being required to deposit all the old bills they possessed. Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in Eritrea, COI. A three-member commission established by the United Nations Human Rights Council, UNRWA, in June 2014 to investigate human rights within Eritrea. The Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights in Eritrea produced two major reports, a 484-page document released in June 2015 that detailed a wide range of violations and a follow-up released in May 2016 that was accompanied by a request to the United Nations, UN, Secretary-General to consider charging Eritrean leaders with crimes against humanity. Both reports were met with blanket denials and fierce resistance by the government of Eritrea. The commission was chaired by an Australian diplomat, Mike Smith, whose prior UN posts included chairing the UN Human Rights Commission in 2004 and serving as an Assistant Secretary General and the Executive Director of the UN Counter-Terrorism Committee Executive Directorate in 2007 to 2013. He was joined by a barrister and longtime human rights advocate from Mauritius, Sheila Keith-Aruth, who had served as the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in Eritrea since 2012, and by a Ghanaian specialist in constitutional law, Victor Dankwe, who had been a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights from 1993 to 2005, serving as its vice chair and chair, and as the first special rapporteur on prisons and detention centers in Africa, 1996 to 2000. Denied access to Eritrea by the government, which vehemently rejected its legitimacy, the Commission interviewed 550 refugees in Djibouti, Ethiopia, Europe, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and the United States and considered 160 written submissions for its 2015 report, as well as input from diplomats, journalists, and independent experts, including medical and psychosocial service workers, while relying on published statements for the government's views. In its 2015 report, the COI accused the government of Eritrea of systematic, widespread, and gross human rights violations that have created a climate of fear in which dissent is stifled, a large proportion of the population is subjected to forced labor and imprisonment, and hundreds of thousands of refugees have fled the country. The accusations included enforced disappearances, arbitrary arrest and detention, torture and inhumane prison conditions, extrajudicial killings, denials of basic freedoms of expression, association, assembly, religion, and movement, and forced military conscription of indeterminate duration. It portrayed a totalitarian state bent on controlling Eritreans through a complex, multilayered security apparatus that had penetrated all levels of society. Information gathered through the pervasive control system is used in absolute arbitrariness to keep the population in a state of permanent anxiety, the report said. It is not law that rules Eritreans but fear. In his letter to the UN Secretary-General, the chairman charged that crimes against humanity may have occurred. In November 2015, the UNRWA extended the Commission's mandate for a second year to determine whether the human rights violations it had documented did in fact rise to this level. For its part, the Eritrean Foreign Ministry described the Commission's findings as an attack, not so much on the government, but on a civilized people and society who cherish human values and dignity. As the COI gathered material for its second report, the government and its supporters circulated petitions protesting the Commission's findings and solicited testimonials from members of the diaspora. In spring 2016, the COI received more than 40,000 written submissions, most of them from Eritreans in Germany, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, and the United States, who took issue with the 2015 report. Their most common charges were that the Commission had never visited Eritrea and its conclusions were biased and unreliable, UN sanctions were sabotaging the economy, there was no rape or discrimination against women in Eritrea, there were no religious tensions, the Commission had ignored the country's successes in expanding access to education and health care, conscription was justified by the threat from Ethiopia, and those leaving the country did so for economic reasons, not because they were victims of human rights abuses. In its second and final report in June 2016, the Commission concluded that Eritrean officials had indeed committed crimes against humanity, listing enslavement, imprisonment, enforced disappearances, torture, persecution, rape, murder, and other acts that it said were part of a widespread and systematic campaign since 1991 aimed at maintaining control over the population and perpetuating the leadership's rule. The Commission called on the Security Council to recognize that the human rights situation in Eritrea posed a threat to international peace and security, to refer the situation to the International Criminal Court for prosecution, and to impose targeted sanctions on those people responsible for crimes against humanity or other gross violations of human rights. None of this was done, and the Commission was disbanded. Communications. Eritrea has underdeveloped but slowly improving telecommunications and postal services. While cities were connected to one another and to the rest of the world at independence, smaller towns and rural villages often lack services. To remedy this, the government initially sought to privatize the telecommunications network and attract foreign investment to upgrade it, as it worked to expand, extend, and modernize the infrastructure inherited at liberation. However, this was later abandoned, and the network remained in state hands. Among the early challenges were installing new switching capacities, digitalizing major urban exchanges, establishing new satellite links, and laying new cable networks. As an indication of where they started, in 1991 the telephone numbers in the town of Senef were only 2 digits long. The number of phone lines increased from only 13,000 in 1992 to more than 30,000 by 2000 and 37,500 by 2006, though most remained within the confines of the capital, Asmara. The first mobile telephone company became operational in 2002. The number in use in 2007 was 70,000, but usage reached nearly 360,000 by 2013, using a GSM 900 network that serviced most urban centers. However, the service did not permit SMS messaging to foreign locations. Eritrea established direct access to the Internet in 2000, though email service had been available since 1996. A year after going online, there were 4 internet service providers with around 1,500 subscribers, but the numbers were growing daily as new cybercafes opened across Asmara and in other towns. By 2007, the number of such cafes reached 42, with most in Asmara, and Eritrean internet users were estimated at 120,000, though government officials had by then begun to voice concerns about internet content. This led to a widespread belief that email communication was monitored, as all access providers were required to use the government-owned Eritrea. 3 internet users were arrested at a cafe in Asmara on unspecified charges on December 26, 2008. The Eritrean Postal Service began rudimentary operation in 1991, shortly after the Liberation War ended, and joined the Universal Postal Union in 1993. By the outbreak of the border war in 1998, postal units had more than quadrupled, service to rural areas had substantially expanded, and an express mail service Eritrea Speed Post was added, along with other new products and services. During the country's first decade, the volume of local and international mail grew by a factor of more than 10, as Eritreans reconnected with one another and with the rest of the world, though electronic communications were hampered by low bandwidth and slow internet access. In 2013, the International Telecommunications Union in Geneva ranked the percentage of the population who were internet users at 202nd in the world. Despite the initial growth in mobile phone usage, the percentage of mobile phone users was pegged at 175th. In 2017, the Australian telecommunications research and consulting company Buddycom described Eritrea as the least developed telecommunications market in Africa due mainly to the fact that the sector was operated by a state-owned monopoly and to the tight restrictions the government imposed on operations and access. A major breakthrough occurred in July 2018 when the government ceased blocking calls to and from Ethiopia after the two states signed a peace declaration in Asmara. See also Human rights. Constitution. Eritrea's first constitution was drafted by the United Nations High Commissioner for Eritrea, Ans Mashinzo, as part of the implementation of Eritrea's federation with Ethiopia. The document was prepared after long consultations with the government of Ethiopia, the British administration, and Eritrean political parties in 1951 and drafted by Mashinzo in early 1952. The draft provided the structure for a parliamentary democratic government within Eritrea, but it had little influence on the form of federal government under which Eritrea's autonomous relations with Ethiopia would develop. Consequently, although the constitution upheld the separation of powers among legislative, executive, and judicial branches, and gave Eritrea jurisdictional and symbolic autonomy over many internal institutions, numerous loopholes remain through which Ethiopian authority could impinge on Eritrean liberties, beginning with the Ethiopian government's right to appoint an imperial representative in Eritrea who would oversee federal jurisdictions. After further debate in the Eritrean Assembly, which sought and won more symbolic autonomy, the draft was adopted on July 10, 1952 and ratified by Emperor Haile Selassie I on August 11. The constitution was unable to stand up to Ethiopian encroachment on Eritrean liberties during the federation, however, and it was abrogated at the time of annexation. After independence in 1993, the new government of the state of Eritrea drew up plans to draft another constitution. The guiding principles were outlined in the national charter approved at the Eritrean People's Liberation Front's Third Congress in February 1994. The charter called for the establishment of a constitutional commission to draft a document with maximum public participation and consultation, cognizant of the experiences of other nations but taking into account Eritrea's unique situation. The commission was created with a 2-year mandate on March 15, 1994, by Proclamation 55/1994 of the Eritrean National Assembly, which appointed a 10-member executive committee chaired by Barakit Habt Selassie, with Azien Yassin as vice chair and Zamitret Yohannes as secretary, and a 32-member council. The commission, which included 20 women and members of every ethnic group, first met on April 17 when it divided itself into committees and established an advisory board of community and religious leaders to assist in bringing the public into the process. Educational and consultative seminars were then held throughout the country and the diaspora, and in January 1995, an international conference was held in Asmara to debate key issues. The first draft was prepared in 1995, followed by public discussion and revision. A final draft was submitted to the National Assembly in July 1996. The completed document was ratified in May 1997 by a constituent assembly composed of all members of the National Assembly, the 6 regional assemblies, and representatives from the diaspora chosen by the People's Front for Democracy and Justice. The Constitution was designed as a relatively simple document intended to form the nation's basic law. It provided for the creation of representative democracy based on electoral participation of all citizens over 18 years and an independent judiciary, equal rights for women and all ethnic and religious groups within a secular state, basic human rights, including free speech, a free press, and freedom of assembly, and guidelines combining economic development with a concern for social justice, particularly regarding access to land and other resources. In a reprise of the experience of Eritrea's first constitution, however, the acting president, Isaias Afwerki, refused to implement the new code, claiming at first that it could not go into effect until there were national elections and then, in 1998, postponing such elections and legal recognition of the rights enshrined in the document until the confrontation with Ethiopia had ended. See Border War, 1998 to 2000. As a consequence, the constitution has no legal standing in Eritrea today, and many of those instrumental in drafting it, including the Constitutional Commission's chair, Barakit Habd Selassie, have gone into exile. See also Civil Society, Group of 13, G13, Group of 15, G15, Human Rights, Media, Prisoners of War, Taus. Conti Rossini, Carlo, 1872 to 1948. The foremost Italian historian of the Eritrean region, Conti Rossini first came to Eritrea in 1889 as a colonial civil affairs officer, where he served to 1903, after which he worked for the Italian Treasury and became a professor of Ethiopian studies at the University of Rome in 1921. He translated and published numerous manuscripts from Ge'ez, including the land charters of Eritrea's principal monasteries and the hagiographies of its principal saints, as well as the major codes of customary law of both the Tigray and Tigrinya-speaking peoples and numerous collections of local history derived from oral traditions. He sketched the ancient and medieval history of Eritrea from a wealth of sources, and his work, although revised and augmented, remains the foundation for these periods. Among his numerous publications, the Principi di Diritto Consuetudinario dell'Eritrea, Origins of Eritrean Customary Law, and Storia di Etiopia, History of Ethiopia, are the most important. Crafts. Pottery, ceramic work constitutes one of Eritrea's oldest crafts, for pottery products grace nearly every household. Slender-necked pots, jabina, are part of the classic Eritrean coffee ceremony, just as clay pots, tsali, are integral to the spicy chicken stew served on most festive occasions. Also ubiquitous in rural households are the large ceramic water pots, known as utro, and the brightly painted, irregularly shaped incense holders. Today, in the urban centers, one can also find handmade ceramic flower vases, candle holders, ashtrays, and other household objects. Weaving and basketry. Much of Eritrean basketwork derives from its uses in preparation, serving, and storage of food, from breakfast plates and bread baskets to lunch boxes taken by farmers and herders to the fields. But there is a growing trade in basketry intended solely for decoration, such as colorful table mats, wall hangings, and centerpieces. Jewelry, finely worked gold and silver earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings are commonly given to women on their wedding day. While precious metals are rarer in the countryside, many rural women have jewelry strung together from beads and worn around their heads, necks, wrists, and ankles. Among the other highly prized traditional metalwork are orthodox crosses made of silver and brass. Leatherwork. Traditional leatherwork is often decorated with beads and cowrie shells, though locally tanned leather is often used to cover handmade stools, seats, baskets, and drums. There is also a growing trade in fashionable handbags, shoes, belts, and coats. As Eritrea has banned wildlife hunting and trade in wildlife products, all leather products are derived from domesticated animals. See environment. Wood carving. Many Eritrean carvers use the pale wood from the olive tree to produce picture frames, bowls, salt and pepper shakers, candle holders, small shields, and other household items, some functional, some purely decorative. Colorful porcupine quills are often worked into the design. Other local wood is used to make rough-hewn chairs and tables, low-rise stools, camel saddles, and T-shaped pillows intended to keep the head away from the potential snake, scorpion, or spider bite. Cuba. Cuba was an early supporter of the Eritrean independence movement, training a group of 10 fighters for the Eritrean Liberation Front in 1968 that included Ibrahim Offa, who would go on to become a founder of the Eritrean People's Liberation Front and the head of its military committee. However, when in 1976 the Soviet Union threw its weight behind the self-described socialist military junta, the DERG, that had overthrown Emperor Haile Selassie I, the Cubans began to distance themselves from Eritrea, arguing that the new international alignment rendered Eritrean demands for self-determination moot. Though Cuban troops played an active role in Ethiopia's 1977 campaign against Somali irredentists in the southeastern Ogaden region, they declined to join the subsequent fighting in Eritrea when Soviet-backed Ethiopian forces launched a series of major offensives in 1978, arguing then that the Eritrean conflict was essentially an internal one, despite a personal visit to Havana by DERG head Mengistu Haile Mariam a month before the campaign was launched. Although Cuba's substantial assistance and training for Ethiopia's armed forces in the 1970s and 1980s had an impact on the armed struggle in Eritrea, the two states developed relations after Eritrea won its independence, and over the next 15 years, Cuba sent doctors and provided agricultural aid to the new country. Currency. See Banking, Economy, NACFA, Currency. D. Dahlak Archipelago, 15 degrees 41 minutes north, 40 degrees 01 E. This archipelago of more than 200 islands is located off the central Eritrean coast, northeast of Misawa. 9 islands are inhabited, the most important being Dahlak Kabir, Debalyawa, Dasit, Maheleg, and Nakora. The island of Dahlak Kabir was settled from ancient times when people constructed more than 300 cisterns to trap rainwater. The islands first appear in historical records as Aliu, Alt, Ilaya or Alilayos, in Pliny's Geography, 79 AD, which, along with the later Greek and Arabic accounts, mention the island's pearl fisheries as the most important aspect of their economy. Local legends of the Furs people, probably Farsi, indicate settlement by Persian merchants during the middle of the first millennium. The present Tigray-speaking population seems to have inhabited the islands since Aksumite times, with additional Afar and Arab immigrants arriving over the centuries. In 702 to 703 AD, Dahlak was seized by an Arab naval expedition from Jeddah, and it became a penal colony during the Umayyad Caliphate, as well as a base for Muslim merchants trading with the Eritrean coast. It was during this period that Dahlak's connection to the Misawa area developed as Arabs pioneered a new trade route into the Habesha highlands. In the early 9th century, the islands were claimed by both the Abbasid governor of Hejaz and the Negashi of the Habesha. By the 10th century, Dahlak was clearly in the economic orbit of Yemen, paying tribute to the Zabitis and forming a Muslim bridgehead for their caravan trade with northern and central Ethiopia. In the 11th century, Dahlak's economy flourished as Egypt's Fatimids revived Red Sea trade, and its ruler became involved in Yemeni politics. About 1060 the leader of the losing faction in one of Yemen's civil wars fled to Dahlak and proclaimed himself Sultan, and from the late 11th century through the mid-16th century, Dahlak formed an independent sultanate with political connections to both shores of the Red Sea. The necropolis of elegant Kufic script gravestones on Dahlak Kabir dates from this period, which marked the height of Dahlak's commercial and political power. Misawa came under the authority of the Dahlak Sultanate, and the Sultan spent much of his year there, engaged in trade with the rulers of Tigray and Ethiopia. In the mid-15th century, the Sultan even made a trade agreement with the Christian monastery of Debrecen. However, by this time, the commercial base of the Sultanate had declined, and it was forced to pay tribute to powerful Ethiopian emperors. The final disruption of Dahlak's commercial base came with the Portuguese attempt to control the Red Sea when Dahlak was raided by Portuguese fleets, 1513, 1517, 1520, 1526, and forced to pay tribute to them. A brief revival occurred under Imam Ahmed al-Ghazi in the 1530s, however, this ended with the Portuguese return in 1541, and in 1557, Turkey occupied the islands, ending the Sultanate. The fortunes of Dahlak declined under the Turks, until the islands were inhabited by only a few hundred poor fishermen whose principal commercial connections were with the Arabian coast. Under Italian colonialism, the islands revived somewhat, as commercial fishing was developed, limestone was exported for construction in Misawa, and a notorious political prison was built on the semi-detached island of Nakora. Regular ferry service with Misawa was developed, and by the 1960s, the island had 3,200 residents living in 20 villages. The armed struggle renewed the island's isolation, and in the 1970s, many residents left for Saudi Arabia. In 1978, the Soviet Union built a naval base at Nakora, installing a desalination plant and prefabricated buildings and docks salvaged from its former installations in Somalia. The base was used by the Soviet Navy and fishing vessels. When Misawa was liberated in 1990, surviving Ethiopian naval units withdrew to Dahlak, where Soviet missile launchers were used to bombard Misawa. Israel also sent military equipment and advisors to the island in April 1990. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front's navy retaliated with night attacks on the Nakora base through early 1991, and the fighting induced more of the islanders to flee. After independence, there were attempts to develop the islands for tourism within a national marine park focused on preserving their pristine coral reefs. In late 1995, a U.S. company, Development Concept, signed a $200 million agreement to build a tourist resort on Dahlak Kabir, including a jetport, improved docks, and a 665-unit hotel and casino, but nothing came of the venture. With the advent of the border war, tourism and development in the islands came to an abrupt halt, and the maximum security prison at Nakora, where daytime temperatures reach 50 degrees Celsius, was revived for Eritreans accused of political crimes, with many detainees held for long periods in crude subterranean isolation cells. Among those detained there have been national service deserters deported to Eritrea after reaching Libya, Malta, or Egypt, members of banned religious minorities, and, since 2008, 2 reporters detained in the 2001 crackdown on dissent when the government shut down the private press. See also Human rights. Danakil. CFR, Arabic, Danakil. Dank Alia. C. Denkel. Darlifta. Headquartered in Asmara, the Dar al-Ifta, Mufti, is the highest authority for Eritrean Muslims, nearly all of whom are Sunnis. He is responsible for promoting dawah, charity, Islamic education and other religious activities. Dawit Woldejurgis, 1940. A graduate of the elite Harar military academic, he spent 7 years in Eritrea before the overthrow of Emperor Haile Selassie I in 1974. He was a founding member of the Derg and served as the deputy head of Ethiopia's Relief and Rehabilitation Commission before being sent back to Eritrea, where he was its military governor from 1980 through early 1983 and an important architect of the Red Star campaign. His strategy to win the hearts and minds of Eritrean Christians was similar to that advocated in the 1960s by Ashrate Kassa, but with a more socially oriented element of economic development. In 1980 to 1981, Dawit restricted the arbitrary actions of the army and police and reduced the discrimination routinely practiced against Eritreans. He also began a campaign to isolate young Eritreans from their nationalist-minded elders by providing them with youth clubs, dancing, and sports associations. But whatever political value these actions may have had for the Derg was undermined by its return to terrorist tactics and Dawit's relocation to Ethiopia in 1983. Dawit, who sought and received political asylum in the United States in the late 1980s, is the author of a 1989 memoir titled Red Tears: War, Famine, and Revolution in Ethiopia. In the 1990s, He worked as a consultant for several African governments under United Nations auspices and went on to become the executive director of the Africa Institute for Strategic and Security Studies in Alexandria, Virginia. He also became a vocal participant in Ethiopia's diaspora politics, opposing both the Tigray-led regime in Addis Ababa and the system of ethnic federalism under which the country had been governed since the fall of Lt. Col. Mengistu Haile Mariam in 1991. An early supporter of Abiy Ahmed after he was appointed Ethiopia's prime minister in April 2018, Dawit quickly turned into one of the PM's fiercest critics, dismissing him as an unrealistic dreamer and terming Ethiopia a failed state while calling for a new constitution and a radical reorganization of the country. De Jacobus, Justino, 1800–1860. Pioneer missionary of the Catholic Church in Eritrea, de Jacobis is credited with having adapted the Alexandrine Rite of the Orthodox Church for use with the Catholic liturgy. He joined the Lazarists in 1818 and was nominated Bishop of Ethiopia in 1839 when he journeyed to Misawa. De Jacobis established good relations with Djazmachwiub, which enabled him to evangelize in Akele Goze and Agame, where he built a seminary in 1844 and translated the Bible and other works into Tigrinya with the aid of his disciple Gabor Mikael. But Orthodox persecution forced him out of Agame in 1846, and he spent the next few years primarily in Misawa. Persecution continued under Emperor Tewodros, and de Jacobis sided with Tewodros's enemies, led by Agon Negusi. He returned to Haile in 1859 as Negusi's intermediary in negotiations to obtain the aid of France, but he was expelled again after the capture of John Russell, the French emissary. He died of fever at Hebo in the Olayed Valley, as he attempted to return to the highlands. Today his tomb is visited by both Christians and Muslims. Danade. Late colonial immigrants, the Danade brothers developed export fruit production in Eritrea during the 1950s and 1960s. Their company, Fratelli Danade, was financed by Italian capital and developed close connections with the Ethiopian ruling class. They took over and expanded Filippo Kashani's elabored concessions in 1958 and began banana production along the Gash in the 1960s. Most of their exports went to Arab oil-producing countries, and some of their fortune was made smuggling Malati liquors along with fruit. In the late 1960s, Danade began paying protection money to the Eritrean Liberation Front, and in 1973, the elder brother was kidnapped briefly. The company was nationalized by the Derg in 1975 and taken over by the government of Eritrea once the country was liberated. De Rossi. This prominent Italian colonial family was founded by Giuseppe de Rossi, 1867–1944, who came to Eritrea as a major in the Italian army in 1894 and worked for the colonial government in both Ethiopia and Eritrea until 1919. During the 1920s, he pioneered the commercial use of dum palm and opened a button factory in Karen that employed more than 100 women. He also developed sisal plantations in Ginda and mineral water at Dongolo, and he experimented with a brewery. He lived with an Eritrean woman, despite Italian race laws, and recognized his mixed-race son, but in the late fascist period, he left the colony. His son, Guido, 1904–1953, took over his business interests around Karen and in the West, where he became a leading hides exporter and expanded the dum palm button factory to several hundred workers in the 1940s. Guido was a founder and first president of the Italo-Eritrean Association and addressed the United Nations in 1949 as a member of the Independence Bloc. Depressed by the prospects for mixed-race Italo-Eritreans in the federation with Ethiopia, he committed suicide in March 1953, deeply shocking the Italian community. See also Economy, Industry. D. Bearway, 15 degrees 6 minutes north, 38 degrees 50 minutes east. The medieval capital of central Eritrea, D. Bearway is situated in the fertile Salima district of Sirte on the headwaters of the Mireb, where the trade route from the former province of Hamasien, now part of the Dabubzaba, southern administrative region, crosses the river to northern Tigray. This strategic location made it a caravan stop and regional market in the 15th century when it was chosen as the capital for the Bar Negashi, the Ethiopian-appointed governor of Mirab Melash. In 1520, Portuguese priest Francisco Alvarez spent a month there and described its fortress-like government buildings and the richness of the surrounding agricultural land. Debarwe was looted by Imam Ahmed al-Ghazi's armies in the 1530s, however, it was rebuilt by Bar Negashi Yashaiq, who allowed the Turks to build a stone fort at Debarwe in the 1560s, making it their highland administrative center until 1578. Debarwe remained the capital of the Bar Negashi until the 17th century when its political importance was eclipsed by the rise of Tsazaga, but the town continued as an important market center through the 19th century. Under Italian rule, it developed as a district administrative center on the Asmara, Menfera Road, which bridged the Mirab at the town, and was the site of a Japanese copper mine that was shut down in the 1960s as the armed struggle unsettled the area. It was briefly held by the Eritrean Liberation Front in 1977 to 1978 and was the site of an Ethiopian rearguard action against the Eritrean People's Liberation Front in late May 1991. By 2018, it had more than 25,000 inhabitants and, with significant resources of gold, copper, and zinc, was redeveloping as a mining center. The Canadian mining company Sunridge took an option in 2003, completed a feasibility study 10 years later, and launched a mining operation in 2015 before selling its 60% interest to a Chinese group, the Sichuan Road and Bridge Mining Investment Development Corporation, the following year. Inamco, the Eritrean state mining company, held the remaining 40%, as it does for virtually all such joint mining ventures. Debrabizan, Hamaseen. The most important monastery of the Orthodox Church in Eritrea, and spiritual center of the indigenous church, Debrabizan was founded during the 1350s on a mountain top, 2,450 meters, above the present town of Nefesit, from where it commanded the crucial trade routes from Masawa to the highlands. It was established by the great disciple of Iwostetuas's religious reform movement, Abba Filippo, ca 1323–1406, a native of Inyankir, Sire, and student of Abba Absadi, c. Debre Mariam, Sire. Filippo wandered the Eritrean plateau for many years before founding the monastery at the ultimate extremity of the highlands. Debrabizan, place of vision, grew and prospered under his leadership, and by 1400, it had an estimated 900 monks regulated under an Ewostatian regimen completely independent of the Ethiopian Church. This brought Filippo into conflict with Emperor Dawit, who summoned Filippo to the imperial court where he was tried for heresy and imprisoned. In 1403–1404, he was released and gained Dawit's acceptance of Ewostatian doctrinal independence and obtained for his monastery the first of many imperial land grants, Gultai. Before his death, Filippo appointed Johannes, ca 1383–1446, as successor. Although initially opposed by many monks, Johannes continued to build the power of Debrabizan, as did the third abbot, Sereka Birhan. By the early 16th century, Debrabizan was said to have 3,000 monks, most of whom were scattered on land holdings that extended along the eastern escarpment from Mensa to Deepmher and in rich districts of the Central Plateau and Tigray. Debrabizan escaped the ravages of Imam Ahmed al-Ghazi's armies, 1,535, and continued to gain in prestige and wealth, receiving further land grants from Emperors Galaduas, Tudros, and Johannes IV, all of whom viewed the monastery as a bulwark against foreign encroachment into the highlands. The importance of Bizan was attested to in 1889 when Emperor Menelik reserved continued Ethiopian jurisdiction over the monastery and its land holdings in the Treaty of Uxiali, Article 4. But after the Ethiopian defeat in 1935, all the monastery's lands north of Nefesit were confiscated. Italian suspicions that the monastery harbored pro-Ethiopian Shifta led to an inconclusive search of its heights by British forces in November 1949. In 1975, the remainder of the monastery's land holdings was confiscated by the Derg, and they have not been restored by the government of the state of Eritrea. Debre Bizan continues to be the most prestigious monastery of the Eritrean Orthodox Church and is the site of an annual pilgrimage to celebrate Saint Philippo, whose tomb is there. The monastery itself is a national historical treasure, and its library contains some of the most important GEEZ manuscripts in the country. Debre Libanos, Shimazana. Reputedly the oldest Christian monastery in Eritrea, Debre Libanos of Shimazana, Akele Goze, is supposed to have been founded in the late 5th or early 6th century by the Syrian missionary Abba Meta or Matuas, known as Libanos, who evangelized in Bakla and Sirte as well as Shimazana. Originally located in the village of Ham, whose church contains ruins dating from at least Aksumite times, the monastery was later moved to its present inaccessible location perched on the edge of a cliff below the Ham Plateau. Its church contains the Golden Gospel, a metal-covered Bible containing copies of land charters that date back to the early 13th century, when Debre Libanos was an important seat of secular and religious power in the Shimazana region claimed as part of the Ma'ikilbar by Zagwe emperors. The monastery's abbot retained a position of local secular power, based on Gultai land holdings, through the early Italian colonial period when he functioned as chief of the Ambiset Jelaba district. The ancient churches at both Debre Libanos and Ham were rebuilt during Haile Selassie's period, and in the process, many important historical artifacts were lost. See also Orthodox Church. Debre Mariam, Sirte. This monastery was founded around 1340 to 1350 by Abba Absadi, the leading disciple of Iwostatuas, in a wilderness area of Koane, western Sirte, above the confluence of the Abel and Mireb rivers. Because of Abba Absadi's senior position, Debre Mariam at one time had a claim to primacy among the Iwostatian monasteries but was surpassed by Philippo's Debre Bizan in the late 1300s. Absadi probably died before 1400 and was succeeded as abbot by Tuald Medin. The monastery acquired large Gultai land holdings in succeeding centuries, and its wealth enabled its abbots to acquire the rich manuscript library and beautiful furnishings that remain today, although the land holdings have returned to the surrounding villagers. See also Orthodox Church. Debre Merkoruas, Sirte. This monastery was founded in the mid-1300s by Abba Merkoruas, a disciple of Iwostatuas, in the wilds of Dambelas north of present-day Ariza. Notable for its age and association with one of the leading figures of the early Iwostatian movement, Debre Merkoruas retained large Gultai lands until the nationalization of the Ethiopian Revolution. Debre Sina, Sinhit. An ancient Christian monastery located in the mountains on the edge of the Mensa district above present-day Elabard, Debre Sina, Sinai, is said to have been founded by Frumentius in the 4th century and clearly dates from at least the 7th century. The villages around Debre Sina remained Christian into the late 19th century and paid tribute to the rulers of Hamasien but today are Muslim. See also Orthodox Church. Debubzoba, Southern Administrative Region. See Administration and Administrative Regions. Debubai Kiabari Zoba, Southern Red Sea. See Administration and Administrative Regions. Dei.com. See websites. Dekamher, Alt, Dekamere, 15 degrees 4 minutes north, 39 degrees 2 minutes east. Once a thriving center for Italian road transport, Dekamher is located at the northern edge of Akele Goze, now incorporated into the Debubzoba, Southern Administrative Region, where the main roads from Misawa, Asmara, and the Ethiopian border intersect. The original village of Dekimahari, dating from around the 15th century, is perched above the new colonial town, which was built on the village's traditional farmland. Little colonial development took place until 1934 to 1935 when much of the village land was alienated for urban, industrial, and agricultural concessions, and an all-weather road was built from Nefasit to Dekamher via Mai Habar in preparation for the Italian invasion of Ethiopia. By 1936, Dekamher was the main supply base and transport center for the Ethiopian campaign, filled with garages, metal shops, and warehouses servicing a huge truck fleet and the military air base at nearby Gura. During 1936 to 1938, the European town was built in modern style, with stuccoed homes and offices, while factories, flour, biscuits, wine, metal shops and business agencies were added, along with vineyards and fruit orchards around the town. By 1938, there were 12,800 inhabitants, including more than 6,000 permanent and 4,600 temporary Italian residents. Economic growth continued through the 1941 to 1944 war boom when shoe and canning factories were added, but beginning in 1945, much of the Italian population left, spurred by the Shifta attacks after 1947. By the late 1950s, the European town was largely deserted, and in 1962, the entire population of Diekmaar was only 6,000, including a few hundred Italians. For many Eritreans, the decline of Diekmaar was an outstanding example of the impact of Ethiopian rule, as rumors circulated that Haile Selassie I had blocked bids by Fiat and Volkswagen to develop auto plants there. Instead, during the 1960s, the Italian military camp at the north end of the town was converted into a training center for police commandos. Diekmaar was liberated by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in a 5-hour battle on July 6, 1977 and became a center for organizing the Southern Highlands, until it was abandoned in July 1978 during the EPLF's strategic withdrawal. The town's population remained loyal to the Liberation Front and aided guerrilla raids on the town on May 28, 1979 and January 31, 1984. In 1990, Diekmaar was transformed into a major base of the Ethiopian army in northern Akele Goze as the EPLF liberated southern Akele Goze and broke through the Sejaniatai front, 28 to 31 May. The Derg reformed its defense lines between Mareba and Diekmaar, on the high ridge above the plain of Gura. This front consisted of around 30 kilometers of trench lines and saw some of the bloodiest fighting of the armed struggle. The key position was on the high ground around Efelba, overlooking the main road, where Eritrean and Ethiopian trenches were within 50 meters of each other. On 6 to 8 and 14 to 15 August, the EPLF captured the key ridge around Efelba but failed to break through to the plain below. Ethiopian casualties were estimated at 11,000, and Eritrean casualties were very high. The EPLF was at a disadvantage because of its long supply lines, via the Hadis River Valley. On September 30, the Derg made an unsuccessful counterattack, losing 4,500 dead and wounded. The following spring, on May 19, the EPLF launched its second offensive, strengthened by the withdrawal of some Ethiopian units to Denkel and Ethiopia, and by the virtual absence of the Ethiopian Air Force, due to the shelling of the Asmara airport and anti-aircraft fire. Nonetheless, the battle was extremely intense, fought with tanks, artillery, and close to 80,000 men. The Ethiopians were driven across the plain of Gura, and on the night of 21 to 22 May, Diekmaar fell. Unable to reform their lines, the Ethiopian retreat became a rout, leading to the liberation of Asmara on May 24. The town suffered extensive damage from bombing in 1977 to 1978 and from shell fire in 1991, and most of the population fled in 1990 to 1991. Its years as a military garrison led to a proliferation of bars and prostitution. Efforts to redevelop Diekmaar as a center of road transport got underway shortly after the end of the armed struggle, and the Transhorn Trucking Company, owned by the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, moved its garages there in 1994. By 1997, its population was estimated at 20,000, 15 years later, it had topped 31,000. The 2014 completion of the Gurjara Dam, the country's largest, provided the city and surrounding towns with a reliable supply of drinking water, and several factories were operating, including the Red Sea General Mills, the Biscuit Factory, and the Diekmaar Pasta Factory, which dated from the pre-war period but had been rebuilt since then. Dumbezin, Hamasine. Cad Tekelsen, 15°3402 N, 38°46' 43" east. Demobilization. Eritreans experienced two large-scale military demobilizations in the 20th century, the first occurring in 1941 to 1944 when as many as 40,000 Eritrean askaris returned to their homes from the disbanded Italian colonial army. No compensation or other provision was made for them, and this unplanned demobilization resulted in widespread social and economic problems. Demobilization of the roughly 95,000-strong Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, army after liberation in 1991 was a priority of the new government, as the country could not afford to maintain such a large army. In November 1991, the government began to plan a phased military reduction of 50 to 60% and created a demobilization office. The first group of fighters to be released were those who had joined the EPLF after April 1991, many of them conscripted. They were provided with a small cash payment, which increased with years of service, and 6 months of food assistance. On July 14, 1993, the first phase of planned demobilization was announced, covering more than 25,000 fighters who had joined after January 1, 1990, including 4,000 women who received special assistance. In May 1994, the second phase was announced to cover more than 22,000 fighters with an average of 10 years of service. The fighters received cash payments of 10,000 ber, around $1,700, food rations, job training, and credit provisions to enable them to start businesses or farms. Besides the 4,000 who became civilian civil servants, it was hoped that most would take up agriculture in the lowlands, where German and U.S. loans were made available for development. Around 1,500 ex-fighters were slated to receive cooperative farms at Ali Gaider, but fewer took them, and the transition from military life to the war-ravaged civilian economy was difficult for many. Women, who made up 20,000 of the demobilized by 1996, leaving only 3,000 in the National Army, found the transition particularly hard as they faced the discrimination of a still patriarchal civilian society, see women's organizations. War-disabled fighters, who were released for the first time in Phase 2, also found demobilization traumatic, as they lost the support of their comrades, and their discontent led directly to the deadly protest in May 1994 at Myhabar Rehabilitation Center. By 1996, more than 50,000 fighters had been demobilized, but tens of thousands were swiftly recalled to duty during the border war with Ethiopia in 1998 to 2000, as the army swelled to nearly 300,000 at its peak. A major demobilization process was planned for 75,000 combatants in 2002 to 2003, but the failure to resolve the border issue after the Eritrea, Ethiopia Boundary Commission, EEBC, rendered its verdict in 2002 undermined this process as Eritrea sought to maintain parity with Ethiopia. Nevertheless, an estimated 40,000 women called up for national service were demobilized. However, by 2018 when Eritrea and Ethiopia agreed to end their standoff after Ethiopia formally accepted the EEBC decision, putting demobilization back on the agenda, Eritrea's forces were estimated to number between 200,000 and 350,000, plus active reserves and militia. Democratic Front of Eritrean Nationalities, DFEN. This alliance of two small regionally based opposition groups, the Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrean Kunima, DMLEK, and the Red Sea Afar Democratic Organization, ARSADU, formed in 2009 to advocate the rights of ethnic minorities within the opposition Eritrean Democratic Alliance and in the wider Eritrean political arena. The head of ARSADU, Ibrahim Hanan, was elected the chair, and the head of DMLEK, Cornelius Usman, the vice chair. They were joined from 2010 to 2012 by small organizations claiming to represent the interests of the Saho, Bilan, and Nara peoples, but the alliance lacked focus and gradually faded away as constituent groups sought other relationships. See also political parties. Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrea, DMLE. See Eritrean Democratic Alliance, EDA. Democratic Movement for the Liberation of Eritrean Kunima, DMLEK. Though it claims origins in 1995, the DNLEC first surfaced as an opposition organization in 1998 under the leadership of Cornelius Usman Agar, representing the first armed political expression of the minority Kunama, who straddle Eritrea's southwestern border with Ethiopia. A founding member of the Alliance of Eritrean National Forces, the DNLEC was in each succeeding opposition alliance, often allying with other small regionally based movements. In 2009, it joined with the Red CFR Democratic Organization to form the Democratic Front of Eritrean Nationalities to advocate minority rights within the Eritrean Democratic Alliance and the wider Eritrean political arena. The DNLEC also participated in the Eritrean National Commission for Democratic Change and the 2011 National Congress convened in Hawassa, Ethiopia, but it was suspended in 2012 and 2013 over a controversial public attack on the awate.com website, for which it later apologized. It established a relief arm and sectoral associations of women, youth, and elders among refugees in Ethiopia. See also ethnic groups. Demonstration in March 1958. See General Strike, March 1958. Demonstration on 8–12 March 1965. Inspired by BBC World Service coverage of Ethiopian student demonstrations that February, militant nationalists at the Prince Makonnen Secondary School, PMSS, in Asmara set out to mobilize Eritrean students for a week-long protest against Ethiopian rule in early March 1965, designed to generate international media attention. PMSS organizers drew in counterparts from the Haile Selassie I Secondary School and the Point 4 Technical School for a city-wide planning committee that secretly produced placards and pamphlets for the event. Their main demands were for the United Nations, UN, to condemn Ethiopia's annexation of Eritrea and then to hold a referendum on the territory's political status, a proposal that was echoed over subsequent decades in numerous such calls from the liberation fronts until an unsponsored vote was held in 1993 that resulted in Eritrea's independence. The protesting students also called for the closure of the U.S. communications facility at Kagnew Station and the expulsion of Israeli military advisors, as well as the release of all Eritrean political prisoners. Though as many as 2,000 students were detained and beaten during the 5-day protest, the demonstration was a key turning point for the national movement, as it indicated strong support for Eritrea's independence among highlanders far removed from the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF's base of operations along the border with Sudan. Additionally, it triggered an exodus of student militants into the ELF, many of whom would take part in the law reform movement inside the front and then rise to leadership positions in the 1970s in both the ELF and the newly formed Eritrean People's Liberation Front. Demonstration on May 22, 1962. Against the backdrop of decolonization sweeping across much of Africa in the early 1960s, an aroused Asmara-based student population organized demonstrations against Ethiopian authorities nearly every year. The first major student action after the Eritrean Liberation Front launched its armed struggle in late 1961 took place on May 22, 1962, 6 months before Ethiopia formally annexed the strategic Red Sea territory and in the midst of a debate in Eritrea's assembly over Ethiopia's refusal to pay the ostensibly autonomous territory's share of customs revenues, as the Federation Agreement stipulated. It was led by activists from the Prince Makonnen Secondary School who were joined in the streets by students from the Haile Selassie I Secondary School, as well as hundreds of bystanders, in a largely spontaneous protest directed at assembly members that spread to other Eritrean towns after student leaders in the capital were arrested and beaten. The protest continued sporadically over the next week, shutting down nearly all the secondary schools in the country. At the time, Asmara was awash with a false rumor that the United Nations had pledged to review the status of Eritrea's federation with Ethiopia after 10 years and was about to do so. In May, this sparked protests against Ethiopian rule, as demonstrators called on occupation authorities to observe Eritrea's constitution, which they had shelved, and to end the arrest and detention of Eritrean nationalists. The most militant protesters called for an end to the federation and the establishment of an independent Eritrean republic. Denden Mountain, Sahel. A mountain overlooking the Hideh Valley and commanding the strategic ridgeline, Denden Mountain was held by the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in its decade-long defense of Nakfa. From 1979 to 1986, EPLF trenches on the mountain were subjected to ferocious Ethiopian attacks, and Denden became a symbol of the Eritrean independence movement's survival against all odds. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Denkel. Formerly the southeastern coastal province of Eritrea, stretching from the Bure Peninsula in the north to below Azab in the south, and containing the entire Afar-speaking population of Eritrea, Denkel was divided between the new southern and northern Red Sea administrative regions in May 1995. Although it was the first part of Eritrea colonized by Italy, geography, ethnography, and commerce all worked in the past to keep Denkel, south of Bure, isolated from the rest of Eritrea. Most of Denkel is barren desert, with its interior depressions attaining some of the hottest temperatures on Earth, and pastoralist elements of the Afar have always moved across the artificial border with Ethiopia at will. The first well-surfaced road linking Misawa with Azab via the coastal town of Tio was constructed in the late 1990s. Historically, Denkel's links with the rest of Eritrea have been largely by sea, although Denkel's coastal residents trade more frequently with the coast of Arabia than they do with Misawa. Although various Ethiopian rulers, Turkish governors, and their naibs, all claimed the small ports out of Hawakil Bay, Ed, Balil, Asab, during the 17th and 19th centuries, Denkel south of Bure remained autonomous until the advent of an intermittent Egyptian authority in the late 1860s. Italian interest began in 1869, and by 1882, the Italians had usurped Egyptian authority over the coast as far north as Hawakil Bay and had sent exploratory expeditions into the interior. In 1890, Denkel was incorporated into the Italian colony of Eritrea, and in 1908, the borders with Ethiopia were roughly delimited. However, Eritrean Denkel saw little colonial development outside of Azab salt collection and fishing and the mining of potash at Kalulai, which was linked by railroad with Mersa Fatma. After 1952, the Ethiopian government worked to detach Denkel, south of Hawakil Bay, from the rest of Eritrea. In 1965, Haile Selassie I planned to merge Eritrean Denkel with Ethiopia's Wello province but failed to follow through. These plans, centered on tying Azab more closely to Ethiopia, were later taken up by the Derg, which created an Afar autonomous region in 1987. But by this time, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, had grown in power in northern Denkel, and after the Battle of Afabet, Ethiopian units largely abandoned the area north of Hawakil Bay, while increasing their garrisons along the southern coast. In early 1991, all Denkel was liberated by the EPLF in its Denkel campaign. After liberation, Denkel province was restored to its former boundaries, with its administrative center at Asab. Its first administrator was an Afar-speaking EPLF cadre, Mohammed Homad. The legacy of Ethiopian political division, Afar nationalism, and an Afar-based insurrection in neighboring Djibouti all made the EPLF cautious about Denkel's integration into an independent Eritrea. Consequently, in preparation for the 1993 referendum, former EPLF Secretary-General Romeddin Mohammed Nur oversaw the formation of provincial councils, elected in Denkel's 5 sub-provinces on May 3, 1993, and worked to increase Afar support for the government and its referendum on independence. After a brief stint by Mohammed Said Bar in February 1994, Humed Mohammed Kari served as governor until Denkel was incorporated into the new Southern Red Sea Administrative Region, Zaba, in 1995. Denkel Campaign, February, May 1991. In late 1990, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, planned a military campaign to liberate the Denkel coastline, both to assure future political control of the key port of Asab and to create a diversionary front from the main battles in Akele Goze and central Ethiopia. In February 1991, EPLF units pushed south from Galalo toward the Ethiopian base at Tio, which fell on February 27 to a combined land, water assault, followed on March 8 by Ed. The Derg then moved up reinforcements and tried to hold a line just north of Barasol, known as the Wadi Front. The EPLF attack began on March 30 and culminated in a 7-hour tank battle on April 2, in which they destroyed or captured 6 Ethiopian brigades and 38 tanks. EPLF units then raced south and liberated Balil, only 50 kilometers from Asab. Ethiopian units were brought up from Asab and central Ethiopia, but a series of counterattacks in mid-April failed, and they dug in on the northern outskirts of the city, whose road communications with Ethiopia were cut on May 21. The EPLF held off its final assault until the Derg had collapsed and liberated Asab after a 2-day battle, on May 25. See also Armed Struggle, 1961–1991. Deportations. More than 76,000 Eritreans and Ethiopians of Eritrean origin were forcibly deported from Ethiopia after the border war broke out in May 1998, 2/3 of them children. Many adults were detained at workplaces and not allowed to return to their homes, forced to leave family members behind. Many also lost profitable businesses and other assets. Most expellees were dropped off at border points with nothing but the clothes they were wearing. As a result, many became totally dependent on the government of Eritrea for immediate subsistence and for aid in integrating into the Eritrean economy. Eritrea also deported Ethiopians associated with the Mengistu regime in 1991 and was accused of deporting Ethiopian laborers and their families during the border war. For its part, the Eritrea government refused to accept forced repatriation of asylum seekers deported by the United States, Israel, and other countries and was threatened with sanctions for this recalcitrance by the United States in 2017, together with Cambodia, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. See also Refugees. DERG, Committee. The military junta that ruled Ethiopia, including much of Eritrea from September 1974 through May 1991. First known as the Military Coordinating Committee, April 1974, and then the Provisional Military Advisory Committee, September. The Derg was created by lower-ranking officers and enlisted men to coordinate the Ethiopian revolution. Ironically, its first chair was an Eritrean, General Emmanuel Michael Endem. But the member of the Derg who eventually emerged from an intense 2-year internal struggle to lead it was one of the 2 vice-chairs, Lieutenant Colonel Mengistu Haile Mariam, who organized Amon Endem's fall and assumed full power as the military dictator of Ethiopia in February 1977, after a shootout with his rivals in the palace in Addis Ababa. Under Mengistu, the Derg became notorious for its use of terrorism to destroy its political opponents. General Emmanuel Endem was murdered in late November 1974, and from December 1974 to February 1975, Colonel Osfazanab ordered the murder of more than 250 young Eritreans, who were strangled with piano wire by his Afan, stranglers, urban death squads, presaging the Derg's 1977–1978 Red Terror campaign in Ethiopia proper. The Afan operated until 1980, while in the countryside the Derg used Eritrean nationalist defectors and spies, known as Wedo Giba, to commit atrocities and sabotage, which were then blamed on the nationalists. During 1975–1977, Mengistu moved the Derg increasingly to embrace a Marxist revolutionary program forwarded by radicals in the student movement, drawing heavily on that of a leftist party called Meisen before suppressing it and other left-wing and democratic civilian political parties. He attempted to co-opt calls for democratization by forming several civilian military committees to organize an Ethiopian Marxist, Leninist governing structure and, in 1984, established the Workers' Party of Ethiopia, WPE, whose leaders most Eritreans continued to refer to as representatives of the Derg. During 1984 to 1991, WPE membership was usually required of Eritrean civil servants and management-level employees in nationalized industries. The Derg's motto was Ethiopia First, and Mengistu refused to countenance Eritrean independence, relying on a military solution to the revolt that involved increasingly violent and costly warfare against the Eritrean nationalist movement. He urged the continual reinforcement of Ethiopian troops throughout 1975 to 1976 and, in 1977, negotiated a military alliance with the Soviet Union that provided his greatly expanded army with massive firepower. The importance of Eritrea to the Derg was highlighted by the seniority of the Derg members who served as its military governors-general, including the second vice-chair, Brigadier General Tifri Bent, General Tesfaye Gebrekidane, and Major Dawit Wolde-Georges. Mengistu promised to destroy the Eritrean movement at mass demonstrations in 1978 and toured Eritrea as the Ethiopian Second Offensive was launched. He came again in November 1981 to prepare for the Red Star campaign, and in early January 1982, he moved the Ethiopian government to Asmara, where it remained for 2.5 months, until it was clear the campaign had failed. Mengistu relied on naked force to maintain his power, and his execution of rivals slowly destroyed the rest of the Derg, leaving only the most loyal or sycophantic. Although the Derg originated in the army, Mengistu's Eritrean policy slowly alienated the officer corps, as he executed commanders in the wake of military failures, beginning in July 1977 with the commander of the Eritrean army, General Getachew Nadu, followed by General Tirkte, commander of the Nakfa Front in February 1988, and the detention of the surviving Afabet commanders in March. Military failures in Eritrea also sparked a series of mutinies during the 1980s, beginning with bloody inter-Ethiopian fighting in June 1983 and culminating in an attempted coup against Mengistu on May 16, 1989. The coup was crushed in Addis Ababa, but in Asmara, the leaders controlled the city for 3 days, only succumbing after a tank battle at Kagnew station, followed by the defection of General Hussein Ahmed and 2 other rebelling officers to Mengistu's camp. In the aftermath, more than 30 senior officers were killed and 250 arrested, further demoralizing the army. Mengistu's slogans of unity or death and everything to the war front could not turn the tide, and his 11th-hour attempts at negotiation in 1989 and 1991 were stymied by his continuing unwillingness to countenance Eritrean independence. In the face of continuing defeats, the Derg/WPE maintained its power by increasingly brutal methods that further alienated its support even among its own cadres, and in May 1991, the entire military political structure collapsed. Mengistu fled to Zimbabwe on May 21, as General Hussein Ahmed and other senior officers fled from Asmara to Djibouti. In 1991, the EPLF carried out a controversial mass release of Ethiopian prisoners, including officers and WPE members, at the Ethiopian border. Eritrean members of the WPE were separated according to the nature of the crimes they had committed against Eritreans, with most of them attending re-education courses about the value of national independence, after which they returned to their previous jobs to perform national service. Others, who were more seriously involved in Derg/WPE activities, were assigned to road crews and similarly arduous tasks, while those accused of actions harming or killing Eritreans were imprisoned. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Diaspora. Since the early years of the armed struggle, diaspora communities in the Middle East, Europe, North America, and as far away as Australia were integrated into Eritrea's nationalist movement, largely through support organizations affiliated with the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. After independence in 1993, the government of Eritrea imposed a 2% tax on Eritreans living abroad, elevating remittances to the new country's primary source of foreign exchange. Diaspora communities were also a critical source of funds for the government during the border war with Ethiopia in 1998 to 2000 and its aftermath, though they began to decline by the end of the decade for a combination of economic and political reasons. The first diaspora communities were mainly composed of students sent abroad on scholarships to the Middle East in the 1950s and to North America and Europe in the 1960s and 1970s, with students in Cairo playing a key role in the formation of the ELF. War and instability fed a steady exodus of others from this period onward, punctuated by large outflows when political repression was particularly intense in the urban centers, giving these communities a more complex demographic character by the 1970s and 1980s. The two liberation fronts organized students, workers, and women into popular associations to support the independence war, termed general unions by the ELF and national unions by the EPLF, and, in the mid-1970s, established humanitarian wings to support relief programs in their respective liberated zones, the Eritrean Red Cross and Crescent Society for the ELF and the Eritrean Relief Association for the EPLF. In the 1980s and 1990s, Eritreans living abroad also established numerous community centers to provide venues for sharing news, acculturating children, organizing cultural and social events, and mobilizing resources for the homeland, though factionalism after the 2001 political crackdown within Eritrea triggered bitter fights over control of many of these centers and led in some cases to competing projects and programs. Throughout the period after Eritrea's independence, remittances from overseas Eritreans, coupled with local tourism by those who returned for visits, were the country's main source of foreign exchange. These remittances reached $255 million in 1999 and $200 million in 2000 and were estimated to make up 25 to 30% of Eritrea's gross domestic product in 2009. A significant share of this was drawn from an annual 2% diaspora tax required of all Eritreans living abroad in order to maintain their citizenship in good standing and to gain access to services from overseas embassies. However, remittances processed through official channels began to drop that year, due to the growing gap between an official exchange rate of 15-1 and a black market rate of 45-1 and to growing disenchantment with the regime. The replacement of the currency by newly issued bills at the end of 2015, coupled with requirements that all cash be deposited in Eritrean banks in order to regulate withdrawals, had the immediate effect of shrinking the money supply and bringing down the black market rate to near parity, but it began to creep back up in subsequent months. One result was a shift of diaspora payments to smugglers contracted to get relatives out of the country from Eritrea to neighboring states, which cut access to foreign exchange inside Eritrea. The altered exchange rate also discouraged direct informal remittances, though there were no statistics available on those sent directly to families and not through government or People's Front for Democracy and Justice channels. The World Bank reported a drop in official remittances, including the 2% tax, in an April 2018 overview on the economy without providing details that noted continued growth in gross domestic product, largely from the mining sector, but described Eritrea as one of the least developed countries in the world, with much of the population in rural areas still living in poverty. See also asylum, civil society, national service, non-governmental organizations, international, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, national, NGOs, refugees, websites. DISA. This communal land tenure system of the Central Highlands developed in the medieval period in parts of Hamasien and Akele Goze, where it was also called Shihana. Under the DISA system, the village owned all farmland in common, and each household was entitled to an equal share, Gabri. The land was graded according to fertility, and a household's share consisted of several fields of varying grades. The land was periodically redistributed by a committee of village elders, Shumagul, usually every 7 years. New immigrants were able to obtain shares after a certain period of time, often 40 years. The flexible and egalitarian nature of the DISA system made it attractive to Italian colonial rulers as they grappled with problems of land scarcity, due to growing population and their own colonial land confiscations. In the 1930s, in particular, they encouraged villages to adopt DISA in place of family-based risti tenure, as new land alienations occurred for military projects and Italian settlement. The change to DISA continued under the British administration, and by the 1960s, it was widespread in Hamasien and Akele Goze and extended into northern Syria. Land scarcity reduced the size of fields, however, and by the 1940s widows, spinsters, and orphans were only given half a share. In July 1953, the Eritrean Land Tenure Act changed the redistribution of DISA from a 7-year to a 27-year cycle, freezing the rights of village elders who had manipulated the system under colonial rule. During the 1970s, both the Eritrean Liberation Front and Eritrean People's Liberation Front viewed DISA as a manifestation of indigenous socialism but ordered new, more equitable distributions or encouraged non-DISA villages to adopt it in highland areas they controlled. The Derg took a similar view and, during the 1980s, converted all of Syria to DISA tenure, as well as other remaining non-DISA highland areas. By 1991, the average DISA share had shrunk to less than a full acre, and continual use of all land on the plateau had led to widespread environmental degradation. Meanwhile, the prospect of renewed redistribution, not carried out in many places since the Federation, was a disincentive to improvement. Although DISA did away with most family land disputes, it sparked new disputes among villages. Lacking the cadres to sort these out at the local level and increasingly convinced that peasant agriculture had little long-term future in Eritrea, the new government reversed its position on DISA as a mainstay of a reformed land tenure system, and the 1994 land law abolished it. Diglal. The paramount chief of the Beni Amer Tribal Confederation, the Diglal is selected from the leading family of the Daga subtribe. Digsa, 14°99 N, 39°23' east. Digsa is a village of roughly 3,000 inhabitants located between Sejaniatai and Hala in the Diki Digna district of Akele Goze. According to tradition, Digsa was settled by the family of Wurazenzgi in the 14th century, who drove out earlier settlers from the Libayan clan. By the 17th century, it was a fortified market town, along with Hala, also founded in the 17th century, on the Taranta caravan route from Hirgigo into Akele Goze. The importance of this trade led the village to ally with the Naib of Hirgigo, who controlled the caravans. In 1768, the Tigrayan ruler Ras Mikael Sihul besieged Digsa during his war with the Naib, killing 700 villagers. In the 1860s, many Orthodox Christians began to convert to Catholicism under the influence of Giustino de Jacobis, and in 1890, the Italians built a fort at Hala. Residents of the two villages supported the revolt of Bada Hagos against Italian rule in 1894, and after Bada was killed at Hala in December, the chief of Digsa, Sikwar Baro, buried Bada against Italian orders. An Italian farming concession was operated by the Gallo family near the main road, and some economic opportunities developed in transport and forestry, but Italian rule is mainly remembered for Digsa's loss of a land dispute with neighboring Hebo. During the early liberation struggle, residents of Hala, who included some Muslim families, supported the Eritrean Liberation Front, which operated along the escarpment, primarily among the Saho, and briefly controlled Digsa in 1975. On July 23, 1977, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, liberated Digsa, and many villagers joined the front. Many others fled as refugees when the village was retaken by the Derg in 1978. An Ethiopian garrison was built at Digsa to protect an important microwave station, but it was raided in March 1987 by the EPLF. On March 19, 1990, the village was liberated again. See also Armed Struggle, 1961 to 1991. Dime Troskabermariam, aka Abumelek Selam, 1900 to 1989. A leading figure in the Unionist Party, architect of Eritrea's 1962 annexation by Ethiopia, and an important reformer in the Orthodox Church, Abba, Father, Dimetros was born near Ariza in western Syria. He received religious instruction in Ethiopia and, in 1922, became secretary to the leading Eritrean feudal dignitary and colonial collaborator, Ras Kidane Mariam Gabri Meskel. In 1929, he was among a select group of Eritrean clergy to be ordained by the Coptic Patriarch in Egypt, and in 1930, he was made responsible for his native Dikites district in Syria. Abba Dimetros was politically ambitious but also a vigorous proponent of modernizing and reforming the Orthodox Church to enable it to compete with European Christian sects. In 1942, he joined the Maber Fikri Hager when his patron, Ras Kidane Mariam, became its honorary president, and he went on to play an important role in mobilizing Eritreans to support union with Ethiopia through the Orthodox Church. He was elected to the Assembly for Dikites in 1952 and, in 1953, became its vice president. Trusted by the emperor's representative, Abba Dimetros arranged the fall of Tadlaberu and Ali Mohammed Musaradeh in 1955, after which he became the most powerful figure in the assembly, pushing through a pro-Ethiopian legislative agenda that terminated most of Eritrea's autonomous institutions. In October 1961, he was almost killed in an assassination attempt by a disgruntled former assemblyman, Gebremadhin Halu, who died from wounds inflicted by Abba Dimetros's bodyguards. The outpouring of mourners at Gebremadhin's funeral indicated public hatred for Abba Dimetros, who styled himself Melek Selam, the peacemaker, and again narrowly escaped assassination in the 1962 grenade attack on Abiy Abeba. Nonetheless, he pushed through the annexation of Eritrea in November, for which he was rewarded with the prestigious ecclesiastical post of Nebaret of Aksum in 1963. The office gave Abba Dimetros continued jurisdiction over Eritrean church affairs, and he was instrumental in developing the Maber Hawariat church printing press in Asmara, along with benevolent organizations, new church construction, and the reform of church administration. In 1969, he became general administrator of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church in Addis Ababa and was imprisoned by the Derg for 11 months in 1975. He died in 1989. Dimtsi Hafish, Voice of the Masses. C Radio. Djibouti. This former French colony, which became independent in 1977, is Eritrea's southern neighbor and historically an economic rival for the entrepot trade of Ethiopia with the Eritrean ports of Assab and Massawa. Relations between Eritrea and Djibouti after 1991 were cordial at the outset, despite Djibouti's neutrality during the long struggle for independence and its close ties with France, which maintains a large military presence there, but they ran into difficulty in the mid-1990s over local political issues and deteriorated further in 2008, a casualty of heightened tensions throughout the region triggered by the border war between Eritrea and Ethiopia and the hostilities that followed. When Assab fell to the Eritrean People's Liberation Front in May 1991, 7,000 Ethiopian soldiers fled into northern Djibouti, where they were interned and then repatriated, but Ethiopian Navy vessels, claimed by Eritrea, were retained by Djibouti. An Eritrean, Djiboutian cooperation agreement was signed in December 1993, however, tensions between the countries were provoked by the 1993-1994 rebellion of Afar leader Ahmed Dini, a native of the Eritrean border region of Rahida, against Djibouti's Somali-dominated government, and by the 1995 Eritrean claim to 11 kilometers of coastline around Ras Dalmira, a strategic hill that overlooks the mouth of the Red Sea, based on an Italian colonial treaty with the Afar Sultanate of Rahida. The creation of a bilateral commission in 1997 to solve these and other issues initially led to improved relations, but Djibouti closed its embassy in Asmara in 1998 to protest Eritrean accusations that it had taken Ethiopia's side in the border war. Relations subsequently thawed, but they collapsed altogether in 2008 when Eritrean forces crossed the border again and captured Ras Dalmira, leaving at least 9 Djiboutian soldiers dead and dozens more wounded. The situation remained tense afterward, despite efforts by both the United Nations, UN, and the African Union to defuse it. Among the issues that lay behind this crisis were Djibouti's growing importance as an outlet to the sea for Ethiopian trade, much of which had passed through the Eritrean port of Assab prior to the border war, and Djibouti's support for Somali opposition groups that entered into reconciliation talks with the Mogadishu-based transitional federal government over Eritrean objections. This weakened the Eritrea-supported Alliance for the Re-Liberation of Somalia, which continued to wage an armed insurgency in Somalia. Ras Doumairo was the site of another clash in June 2008 that caused fatalities on both sides and once again nearly provoked a war. Calls for restraint by numerous regional and international parties, including the UN Security Council, brought an end to the exchanges of fire, but the situation remained tense afterward. Eritrea's refusal to permit a UN fact-finding mission to enter its territory added to its growing regional and international isolation and contributed to the UN Security Council's decision in December 2009 to impose an arms embargo on Eritrea and targeted sanctions of specified officials, which were renewed annually until 2018, after the peace declaration with Ethiopia. Qatar was among the countries that repeatedly tried to mediate the dispute, which appeared to hinge on the fate of prisoners of war whom Eritrea declined to account for. Qatar even stationed peacekeeping forces along the frontier to tamp down the tensions but failed to break the deadlock. Then, in 2017, a feud broke out among Gulf states that